What's up?
Yo, yo.
How is everybody? Monksab with the instant hydrate. Wow.
Instant hydration.
Insta,
Wow.
the
Okay,
insta
listen, we
hydrate.
know where we're at.
Listen, I appreciate you. They know what's going down today. Let's go. I know.
They
Dex.
already know what we're about to do.
Cheers, everybody. Happy election day. Let's go. We're live coast to coast on November 8th, 2022. Let's do it.
We gotta pace ourselves, man. The bosses told us we couldn't have bathroom breaks, so don't redeem too
Right?
many of those, y'all.
Can't
We're
do it.
kidding. Obviously, we can go to
No,
we can take
This
bathroom
gonna
breaks.
be is eating a worm. Oh yeah, Ali, that's right. I if I remember right, Dex, we were talking about how you have to potentially eat a worm today. Thank you for that reminder. I appreciate that.
That is not at all what the
I think
agreement
it
was.
I think it is. Also, yeah, we know we're working on the resolution on Dex. Don't worry. But how is it going, everybody? Who is in here? Ali
Yes.
Manson, always good to see you. Switch Jump, what's up? Appreciate that sub. Cyril, hello. Sasaki Woodworks, always good to see you. What kind of worm?
Yes.
We'll figure it out. Iceberg, always good to see you in here. Shout out to all the mods.
We
It's gonna
didn't
be a
we
big,
had
big
there was
day.
no sort of agreement on
I
a
think there
worm,
might
by
have
the
been
way.
though.
I'm
I think there might have
agreeing
been.
with that.
I think there might have been.
I feel like there wasn't. I am also mad blurry. Listen, man, it's just an aesthetic. We're just going straight up,
We're going.
early 2000s,
Old
Real
school.
Player with it. Shout out to anybody who used Real Player. The terrible program, terrible
Real
format, by
player.
the
What
way.
is that?
Apologies if you I couldn't even tell you. It was a format used for streaming video, and I'm not at all nostalgic for it. But that's that.
That's that. Okay. Well, we're
That
on
is that.
Twitch
That is
streaming
that. That was
video. Let's go. It's gonna be a big day. Katie is your friend. That's true. What's up? Happy to be here. Gonna be a long 12 hours.
You're
We
gonna
love
be
friends
here
in
for
the
the
chat.
day.
Yeah, we're here for the day. Who? Okay, LV Breezy.
We are.
Hello, seeing you around.
Yes.
J. What is this? JL Revol. I just got done voting for the first time. Thanks, Vice, for keeping us updated on what is going on with our current political crisis. Thank you for tuning in
Oh.
and for voting today. Shout out, shout out. Really appreciate you in here. Thank you, everybody. I need
Yeah,
to be
man.
louder.
Samir needs to be louder, man.
I need to be
Y'all are just
louder. You need to be crispier.
here,
We're
man.
off to a good
Dexter's
start.
blurry, Samir's too quiet.
What's
Look at all
happening?
this, man. They're telling us what to do. People think.
Hey.
think they run
That's
it.
okay. This is chat. J Hugs, what's up? Good to see you in here. Scuffed stream. Hey, listen, we're doing this on purpose.
Internet today.
Listen, it's like we have to start out slow. We have a lot of time to fill. It's okay. Gotta start out slow.
Ali Manson said, "Are we voting one of us off the show today?" I hope not. I don't want to see how that would go, man. I don't know.
So.
Yeah, that could be a close one. I don't know if I want to deal with that. Next job saying major pixelation. Yes, like I said, listen, we're doing some retro things today. We're actually not working on that. I'm gonna be like this all day on purpose. It's gonna be amazing. I hope y'all like it.
I know, yeah. And as you can see, we have a little bit of a new setup here. Thank you, VW on. VN Mod 3. We're working on it. It's all good. How is everybody doing though? Who doesn't like deep fried decks? True that. Love some deep fried decks. Oh god. Chilling, that's what's up. Let's go. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know what we're doing, we have a very, 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 very special stream today. We've been doing some things week in, week out, the typical, let's get some people in here, let's do this, let's do that. But today is a little different, y'all. Today,
it is a little different.
Today, we're streaming for 12 hours. It is a streamathon. We're not going to be sleeping on stream like other people on this platform. I still do not understand that. More power to them. But that is not what we're doing. We are here 12 hours.
It might happen in the future.
Yeah, maybe a 24-hour stream. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes. No sleeping on stream
Don't
today.
push your luck. Don't push your luck.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. Unicorn noob. Let's go. What's up? Good to see you. Dex is real clear when he doesn't move. Guess he can't move all stream. Well, there you have it. Get comfy.
Yeah. Or you know, somebody just hit the reset button, and there we go. We all good now.
Button. Oh, we're good.
Look, I'm clear.
Crispy.
Don't I look clear? See, this is what happens. This is what happens.
So,
see, this is what I worry about though. Crispy. I worry that what we just set a precedent for if people complain, they get what they want, which I don't think is a good. I don't think that's a good precedent to set.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
We're a community.
If chat
here.
just says,
Dexter,
you're blurry.
Grassroots
you're
chat.
Blurry.
We're here for it.
What would happen if that happened in my class, man? Classmates, people in class trying to say, "Hey, yo, professor, you're blurry." What if that's part of the lesson?
Ooh, the blurriness. Tell them how it is.
See,
maybe it is.
The world is a little. I'm just leaving that open.
You never know.
Shout out to Danny though, working the boards in the background. Fresh running.
Exactly. Monk Sav has a good point. If people complain, make yourself blurrier.
Exactly.
Shout out. That's
you don't like this. You don't like this. Let me go 120p. Let me go 60p. Let me just go full on, like Etch-a-Sketch resolution.
Exactly.
I don't even think 120p maybe that would be half of 240, something like that. I don't know. Oh, Jarrell did it.
8-bit.
Okay. Jarrell helped us say, yeah, we're going 8-bit. Listen, y'all don't want to see me go 8-bit. 144. Okay, there we go. Yeah,
we might see me go 8-bit. We might be getting some 8-bit going on. Not on our cams, but we will be playing some. What even is an exact, like, what systems were 8-bit? I actually don't know.
Samir, man.
Okay, what do you mean Samir, man? Okay, let's boomer it up. Tell me what they were. I'm out here playing Fortnite in 4K. Don't even come at me, bro. Get out of here.
I'm just telling you, learn your history. That's all I'm saying.
Learn my history.
That's all I'm saying,
bro.
Yes.
Learn how to get dubs. Learn how to get dubs.
Learn how to get dubs. I've never gotten I've never gotten a solo win in Fortnite. I will cop to that. That is true.
Okay.
I have not. However, I did just beat my personal best. I did just beat my personal best. In speaking of 8-bit in Mario, it was 5 minutes and 26 seconds.
Dang. On which
Mario?
Whatever.
Super Mario Brothers on the original Nintendo, which is 8-bit. It's the original Nintendo Entertainment System.
Oh, so that's 8-bit. People in chat are saying Atari, LV Breezy, Atari. Tiny Hand saying NES. True. Yeah, it's super big throwback.
We one day cover how AOL shipped dial-up CDs. Yo, shout out to anybody who had the AOL the America Online 50 hours free CDs that you just use as coasters, especially if you ever played Chex Quest. You ever played Chex Quest? There's no reason you would have played that.
I don't even know what that is.
You know what I'm talking about?
What you're Chex. I hear Chex. I think Chex Mix. That sounds really good.
No, you're actually correct. So at a point when
Fresh Ronan, thank you for that prime.
Yo, let's go. Galaga. Wow, we're talking Galaga here.
Wait. Okay, so what's Chex Mix?
Big sub appreciation for Fresh Ronan. Okay, here we go. Listen, shout out. So I gotta say here, Chex Quest, for those who don't know. So have you ever heard of Doom?
The
game.
Yeah. I've never played it, but
okay,
that I do know. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Doom, the OG. I mean, really, Wolfenstein was the one that really set it off for 3D, shooters, essentially. Okay. First-person shooters. But Doom was the one that culturally made the real impact.
Okay.
Anyway, there were a lot of people making clones of Doom and stuff like that. Basically just like, you know how PUBG, what is it? PUBG came first and then Fortnite came first. We don't got to get into that, but you know what I'm talking about, that kind of thing. Yeah. Everybody's making battle royales. There was a point where everybody was making first-person shooters.
Oh, because Doom was first, you're saying.
Because Doom was so heavy, right? So anyway, and when I say everybody, here's where I'm going with this, is back then, this is like late 90s, early 2000s, everybody's trying to get, America Online is really pushing you to like get online with their service or whatever, so they're giving you out free CDs or whatever. So this is like this was the era of giving out free software, free CDs. So anyway, you know how
LAN
you get
parties.
toys? You know how you get toys in your cereal box, or at least you
Never.
used to. I don't know if you do that anymore. Yeah.
Of course. I
So at
love
one
cereal.
point, Chex, as in the
So it
breakfast
literally
cereal,
is the Chex
included
cereal.
included
Wow.
a game called Chex Quest, and it was straight up a Doom clone. It was just like Doom, except instead of shooting people and you know chopping them with a what is it with a chainsaw,
Yeah.
you had a spoon. And you
Okay.
had this weird spork thing that you would sort of shove at people, but there were space aliens, and you were like Chex Man or something like that.
Chex Man.
We
Let's
That
go.
would be something. Actually, we're not going to play it on stream this time, but we should like pull up a video of it. I'll show it to you.
That
You'll
sounds
lose your
sick.
mind. It was the
It sounds
thing
kind of
though.
fun.
It was actually a good game.
Sounds
That was the
sick.
weirdest thing. It
Yeah.
came free in a box of Chex, and I think there were so many people who just like we didn't eat Chex in my household. We definitely got Chex to play that game. It was out of
What?
control.
What? That's crazy.
Wait, LVBZ saying somebody actually
Yeah.
collected AOL dial-up CDs and dumped them on the headquarters office. Somebody got a fact check. That cannot be right.
Hey man.
That really?
Probably someone. Yeah. Look this up. Let's see.
That cannot. What?
Bring back video games from cereal boxes. That, and does anyone remember back in like whatever it was, 2004, I think, something like that. I don't know. When McDonald's had the Treasure Planet computer games, the PC games, I think it was Treasure Planet. And then if you got all three, then you unlocked like a special level or something. I forget exactly. That game was so fun. I don't know if anybody remembers this. I think it was Treasure Planet. Yeah,
Wow.
okay. Yep, they get it. They get
Spiral
it.
just got sent back in time. I have
It's
no idea what you're talking
crazy.
about.
No, this is a real
Shout out to
thing.
Paul Chin, by the way, coming through.
That's a
Monitoring
deep cut, for real.
democracy south of the border. Thank you,
go.
our Canadian brethren, checking in on us. I appreciate that. We might need some help today. Yeah, if you're out there and you live outside of the United States and you happen to have any American friends, check in on them today. See how they're
Say
doing.
what's
Just
up.
send them a nice note.
Oh,
They
Josh
might
Hirsch,
be
what's up?
struggling.
Yo, you have some
Hirsch.
orders. You have some orders, Dex. Dex gonna need you on the AOL CD beat for the rest of the year. Well, there you have it. That's your assignment.
This is why I don't like putting the fact that we're going live on Slack or like sending internal notes about this, because there's a thing that happens, y'all. You got to realize people be real supportive, but sometimes it be too supportive. And so they'll say, hey, we're about to go live, and they'll send it on an email to people. And then you got coworkers or people come in and say, hey, Dexter, yo, I got an idea, man. Why don't you do this? Her's trying to put me on assignment right now, live in front of y'all. Shout out to Josh Hirsch, though.
Shout out.
I'm not
Unicorn
doing that,
Noob.
by the way.
Slack
I'm not
is
be on
weird.
the
Yo,
AOL.
Slack is cursed. Slack is so weird.
You know, Discord is actually better.
Discord is great.
Actually better.
I prefer Smoke Signal.
Listen,
I prefer Carrier Pigeon over this.
Yeah.
Analog messaging
Chin-
only 2023.
Paul Chin
Sick of all
saying
these.
he's got nothing for us. He can't help us, but also don't move to Canada because I think he doesn't want us bringing our nonsense up there.
True.
I mean, y'all, to be fair, Paul, y'all got some stuff up there. Oh, by the way, chat, Paul was a person that I was talking about, if y'all remember, a few streams ago when we had Minji on, when some music journalists started trying to talk wild about oh my gosh, what group was it? Y'all know what it is. What?
Wait, what group?
About
what?
Army. Was trying to talk wild about Army.
Oh, wait, what? BTS?
Yes, about Army, like the fans specifically. I don't think he was talking bad. I don't think he was talking bad about the group. I think he was talking bad about specifically the fans. And then people came through, and because Paul tweeted something saying, "Hey y'all, leave these fans alone. They're just supporting artists that they like. What are you upset about?" And all these BTS fans, Army came through and started buying this dude's music, just ran his numbers
No, that's
up.
such respect.
It was wild. It was, yeah. It was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. It was very cool. Yeah.
Moral of the story, do not mess with the BTS army.
Yeah, don't.
Your greatest friend, you're also greatest enemy if things go south.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't. That's like a fire you don't want to play with.
It's so
Just
funny.
don't. Just
We
don't
know
do
who
it.
the BTS army is, and as soon as people were you were asking, wait, what was the group? Ali Manson, Unicorn, Osmo. We're just BTS, BTS, BTS. They're
Yes,
on it.
BTS
They're ready
immediately.
to go.
Uwu sound saying stan culture is scary. Stan culture can't be scary, but you know if it comes from somebody saying uwu sounds, they know what they're talking about. That's a great name, by the way.
Ooh, sounds.
Uwu sounds.
Wow.
Man, when is uwu gonna get put in the Oxford English Dictionary? We have been.
Oof.
Should we like talk about things,
Oh,
or should we
probably.
just
I mean, I'm
talk
here to
about
talk about cringe
movie
uwu all
stuff?
day, but
Yeah.
let's get into it. So yeah, so why are we doing a streamathon today? That's the first thing we should break down. Dexter, do you want to let them know?
Yeah, man. I actually had. Let me find it. Actually, hold on.
I have no idea what he's about to find. What he's about to take out.
This is a rough schedule. Is this backwards?
Oh, there we go.
Does
There
it
it
show up
is.
backwards?
Is that backwards?
Oh no, it does. It shows up. It
No,
shows
it's
up
good. We're
right.
good.
Sorry,
We're
I
good.
couldn't
We're
read
good.
it. So that was a quick preview. All right. If you have a photographic memory, then you saw that. But I don't want to give too much away. But the basic idea is, listen, we're on here today, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things. We're going to be here. In case you didn't notice, we're going to be here for something like 12 hours.
12 hours.
Half of a full day.
Will
if you
it
want to
be
do
more?
the math,
Potentially.
Right? Don't give
Will it be
anybody
more?
any ideas.
Potentially.
Samir, do not give anybody.
We all know
any
how
ideas.
this goes. We start talking about anime, uwu, whatever, and here we are 12 hours later.
No. Okay. Anyway, that all being said, so what we're gonna be doing is, you know how our normal stream goes. So I'm giving you the big picture, and then I'm gonna zoom in a little bit, right? Big picture. You know how our stream normally goes. Our stream normally goes, we get on at 11 a.m. Eastern, and we talk about things that are happening in the world, right? And we do our best to help break down what is happening anywhere, right?
Yeah.
In any, it's in, sometimes it's a subculture, sometimes it's an entire country, sometimes it has to do with things like elections. We've covered a lot of other elections before. This time it's going to be something that's happening, fairly close to home in the country in which both Samir and I reside right now. So at one point in the morning, we'll be talking a little bit about the elections, the midterm elections, we should say. But we're gonna sort of pause there. Then, let's say around 1 p.m., might be a little later, we are going to move to just chill out for a little while, because we have some big stuff to do later on in the evening. So let me jump to what we're going to be doing later on in the evening. So right around 6:30 p.m., we are going to be doing basically 4.5 hours straight of coverage of the midterms. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, these are the midterm elections, right? Every 4 years, we elect a president here in the United States. In the middle of that, there are also some very important elections that happen, more at the local level. And so we're gonna be talking about, we're not gonna be getting, I don't want to get too much into it. We're not gonna be getting into weird horse race type stuff. You'll hear me say this a few times, but it's gonna be about, okay, what is this actually going to mean for the people who live here? So if you are at all interested in how things may affect you, if you happen to live in the United States, or your friends, if you have any friends or family who live in the United States, we're going to run you through that, right? And not only, it's not just going to be me, it's not just going to be Samir, although I'm sure that will be a lot of fun too. But we're going to have some familiar faces and some people you haven't seen on here before, right? If you watch a bunch of Vice stuff, you'll see some people but I mean,
frankly,
we got
a lot of people.
We have a lot of people.
We have a lot of people coming in. Yeah.
Potentially too many.
Potentially. We will see. But also, the other fun thing is we're going to have another person.
Between that.
Wait, we got the head honcho. We have the head honcho politics king, maestro, whatever you want to call it. Todd is going to be in studio.
Todd from DC.
With us. Todd from DC made the trip down.
Yes.
So get your Strider emotes ready to go, because that's going to be sick. But anyway, so yeah. Also, who's in here? Molatom, welcome in. Alien Returns, good to see you. So yeah, so what's happening in between?
What's happening in between is, so like I said, We're gonna be doing our normal show, which is anything but normal. In the morning. You're watching that right now. And then, like I said, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, we're gonna be doing the midterms. Then in the middle of that, we got to do something. And we were saying, we could take a break. But why would we do that?
We could take a nap.
Why don't we could take a nap. You know what I mean? We could go do some homework. You know what I mean? We could mow the lawn or something like that. But we said, you know what? Why don't we just stay here and hang out with y'all? So what we're gonna be doing is we've been playing some video games. I got the Switch. Ready? I like this controller, actually. This is my favorite. I don't like the Pro one. I like this one, man. Just the clicky buttons. That's what it is for me, right? But I got that, and we got some ideas that we're gonna play. But yeah, we're gonna get in on it, and we're gonna be playing that, hanging out with chat. And we might bring in some extra guests. Just might come through. For this one, we actually don't have any plans. We don't know who's coming through.
We're just gonna see what
but
happens.
Hopefully. We just told people, yo, if you want to come through, come play. We're not playing Fortnite, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I just got the Pokemon emote too. I haven't even been able to use it yet. So
fans just wants to get out and flex. I understand 100%. You, man, but not today. But anyway, that is the plan for today. So one more time, you got a normal show in the morning, which is gonna come to a close as it usually does. Around 1, 2, something like that. Then you're gonna have us just chilling here playing video games
and then mukbang stream. We're gonna do it. It's finally happening.
Seriously, is this why you came
this whole
on the stream?
Idea was just for the mukbang. Just the mukbang. Let's go. So that's gonna be fun.
a man of the people. And then we are going to be having some real heavy, but not only fun, but I think actually really interesting coverage of the midterms is once again going to help you understand, okay, what is this? How is it going to affect people's lives? What does all this mean? What does all this mean for you? Right? So shout out to everybody who said they voted today. And I saw, a couple people said they voted for the first time today.
Yeah, there was someone in here who was saying that. Shout out to them.
Yeah, that's real cool. So anyway, we're about to get into it. So shall we?
Let's proceed.
So we zoom in a little bit. So today, you've seen it in the headline or in the title description or whatever. We'll be talking a little bit about Bitcoin Beach. We'll be talking a little bit about Facebook. And also, we'll sprinkle in some talk about the midterms to let you know what you're in for.
Up.
Yeah. But before that, perhaps we should get into. Oh, we got to talk. I came up with the phrase, I think, post cringe, but I want to talk about that later. We'll talk about that later, man. I really feel like this could be a thing. Anyway,
yeah. Also, Crispy Spidey, what's up? Good to see you in here.
Yo, Crispy Spidey, I seen that name around. Yeah. So let's
do it. You know what?
Shall we get into it?
Let's do it. Where we look around the web for the weirdest things happening, and we guarantee you they are all real. Welcome to Vice headline generator. There it is.
Oh my god.
Are you fucking serious? Let's go.
Is that faster?
No. I forgot.
Or am I just getting used to it?
I think we're just getting used to it. It's faster.
Yeah,
copium.
That's how these things happen. Yeah, it's faster copium. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Ichichi, thank you. Yes, I'm here, guys. You can start. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're glad.
Appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Also, can I just say, man, look at me, man. I got me a keyboard. I got a mouse. I got a little mic stand. Here. I know. I'm feeling actually kind of weird with all this. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing too much, but it's nice. I understand.
Over here. Yeah, no,
I know. I see you with the Stream Deck out there, man. I'm out here with the ThinkPad X270, man. They got me out here. I mean, it's me. Nobody else's fault but my own. But yeah.
Yeah. Shout just noticed he didn't have the mic in hand. Yeah. New tech, exactly.
Yeah. I might switch it up. I borrowed this from my dad, actually.
Oh wow.
I forgot. Yeah. It's a little weird, man. Well, because he uses it for his. I mean, I think it's really for a trumpet, or that's what he uses it for. But it'll work.
Trumpet. Shout out band kids. Shout out all the band kids out there. But anyway, let's get into this first headline of the stream. An out of control Chinese rocket has crashed to Earth again. That's fun.
Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. Who's making fun of? You got a problem with musical instruments? People making fun of trumpets?
Who said that?
Stop stealing your parents' stuff. I'm not stealing my parents' thing. I borrowed something. I'm giving it back. All right.
Allegedly.
Shout out to all the supportive parents out there.
That's true.
All the supportive parents. Definitely. And shout out to anybody who plays musical instrument.
Oh.
What is it? Andrew Vol.
71. Thank you for that prime.
Let's get it.
Appreciate you. Okay, so what's happening here? This is the fourth Chinese rocket to hurtle back to Earth, a trend that experts say puts people and property at risk. Seems about right.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want that to happen.
Not a great thing. Debris from China's most powerful rocket crashed down to Earth on Friday. It's the fourth time that an out-of-control Chinese rocket has fallen down to Earth in recent years, an event called uncontrolled reentry. That's what she said. These present potential risk.
Come on.
These present a potential risk. Let's go, Streamathon. Let's get it. These present a potential risk to people and infrastructure across a huge swath of our planet, though the odds of any rocket parts hitting a populated area are extremely low. Hasn't even been an hour. Anyway, that's crazy.
This seems not great.
Probably not.
Perhaps that was an obvious commentary. I feel like I'm not sure what there is to say about this, but whoa. I actually didn't know about this. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
But below the tweet with the image on it, go down a bit. Yeah. Okay, for whatever reason, the main stage of Long March 5B is apparently not designed to conduct these controlled reentries, leading to uncertainty over its time and place of impact. The rocket flew 4 times, including its most recent launch on Halloween. Okay, debris fell on villages in Côte d'Ivoire after its first flight in May 2020. I had no idea.
That's crazy.
I don't remember that.
Well, I think
I just didn't read that article when it dropped. That's wild.
Ichichi, yeah. I think they said 4 times. Also, Suyam-san, what's up? 12-hour stream, you know it. But yeah, I think that is crazy. I believe, it's 4 times so far. Because, if you feel like this is deja vu, wow.
Yeah, Ichichi's saying I should start wearing a helmet outside. Yeah, that's rough, man. I mean, I can see why property damage is being mentioned in there because, I mean, I'm glad it hasn't hit anybody because that would be absolutely terrible. But
yeah, that would not be great.
Good Lord,
Doing
man.
so is critical to the responsible use of space and to ensure the safety of people here on Earth. That is a really weird term. The responsible use of space. I don't know. That just sits with me kind of weird. That is odd. Like, what do you...
The next graph. Look at the next graph. While it is very unlikely that this individual rocket harmed anyone, okay, a team of scientists have also warned that there is a 10% chance that someone will be killed by falling space debris sometime this decade.
One person. Imagine being that one person. That sucks.
But also seems completely avoidable. You know what I mean? Just
you need to use,
10% chance is too high.
Space responsibly.
Use space responsibly. Don't be throwing your trash in space. I mean, but this is what is happening is there's plenty debris being generated just from us being out there. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's interesting because J Hug saying is this going to become more popular in the future? Does the article speak to that? I don't think this one does. But I mean, it would make sense. The more we shoot into space, the more that's going to come down. I think. I don't know. Like, don't quote me on that, but it seems like it.
This is man. This is not great. Not great. I would like to not read about an out of control rocket crashing ever. That'd be nice.
That'd be great.
That would be nice. By the way, I should mention that we are also streaming on YouTube right now. So if you're on YouTube, I would very highly recommend coming over to Twitch. This is
Twitch
where
is
everybody's
better.
hanging out. Twitch is fun because everybody's chatting here. We don't have the chat on there. But yeah, come on over if you'd like to. If you were so inclined, feel free. Or just, do the YouTube thing.
Yo,
Whatever's better for you. We're gonna be on there the whole time anyway. So however it is you want to do it.
Some straight cyberpunk core vibes, whatever you want to call it, Sully book. I can't wait for them to start installing the giant space billboards we'll never be able to avoid seeing. Oh God. Do not.
They had those in
Cowboy
Cowboy Bebop, right?
I think Cowboy Bebop, Cyberpunk, all of that. Yeah.
I feel like that's in everything. They probably had
So
that in Jetsons.
Oh, the
Maybe not.
Jetsons. Such a good show. On Boomerang from Cartoon Network. I don't know if you guys remember that one. We're going with the deep cuts today. So good.
I have mixed feelings about the Jetsons. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's weird. In some places, whatever, you could say what you can, but it feels good. Boomerang. Yeah, see, people know Boomerang. That's what's up.
Boomerang. Yeah, I remember Boomerang. Can't wait for
Theme
drones
song
to
was
show us
fire.
nonstop sky ads in big cities. I feel like I've seen something like that before. Drones.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they did it in
That's absolutely a thing that's coming. Did
they
they?
do that in LA for the Super Bowl last year? Or at least they put like Super Bowl, whatever it is, up. And I know they've done advertising stunts in New York. I'm 90% sure that happened, where they put drones up and like it's an advertisement for this or that. I'm pretty sure.
No, I haven't seen that.
George Jetson
Also,
was born.
yeah.
What?
Yeah,
What?
his canon birth date is July 31st of this year. Yeah, I've seen that. He was born this year.
What? 2022? That's crazy. Wow, I wonder how old he's supposed to be in the show. Y'all ever read the Jetsons miniseries DC put out? No, I did not. That's cool though.
There was a Candy Crush ad run with drones recently. I did not know
there's too
that.
much happening. I don't need to know that, dude. What the hell, man?
Candy Crush. What's not
yeah,
Candy
where's my
Crush?
flying car?
Yo, have you ever played Bejeweled?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever
I
played
think so.
Bejeweled?
It's one of those super
But have you
boring
ever
games like Tetris.
Yo,
right?
the music on
Yeah,
Bejeweled.
but it's boring.
I think one time no, man, it's so good. I want to say I downloaded on either PS. I want to say probably the PS3. Man, this is so long ago. Bejeweled, it's like one of those just basic boring games
I
you
hate
play on
these
your
type of
iPhone
games.
or whatever.
They're so lame.
Yo, but I want to say I downloaded because it was either free or really cheap on the PlayStation Store, something like that. The music was so good. It was so good. It's like you just play it. I think for afternoon I played it and then I just went to sleep. And then just because you're right, it's boring. And then I woke back up and I was just, yo, this music is so good.
Bejeweled brained. The sound effects in Bejeweled are so satisfying. That's fair. IDK, but
so they made a game show of Candy Crush.
I again wish I did not know that, but now I do.
Yeah,
so
no,
thank you.
They did. No, they made a game show at a Candy Crush, and I want to say the producer who did Fear Factor made it. And I only know this because I interviewed him for a piece. This was back in 2017.
Really?
It was really weird, man. They basically what they did was they got like a 2-story tall iPad, and they would just strap you in, and they'd make you fly all over the place and touch the wall with this big finger on a stick. If it sounds bad, it's because
stick. What?
If it sounds bad, it's because it was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds bad.
And
doesn't sound great.
It lasted for one season. But see, the really bad thing though is that they, I participated in it, right? And they kind of strapped me in to the thing or whatever. And I don't even get into this. I was supposed to sign a waiver and there was all this other stuff. They strapped me into it. And you know what? I'm not going to tell this story actually, because I remember what happened when some people online took something I said and deliberately misunderstood it.
Wow, you got
And
trolled. Dex got trolled.
I did not get trolled. I got really severely misunderstood, and I think some people came up with the conclusion that I have a hobby that I don't actually have. I'm just gonna say it like that, and we're gonna move on because I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm reliving
We've
this,
hit a
and
soft
it wasn't.
spot.
Yeah, we're gonna
Dex.
do it.
We've hit a
Yes,
soft spot.
soft spot.
That boomer discovers trolling.
Boomer discovers trolling.
Yo, true. That's what I'm saying. First with the whatever you're coming at me for playing Fortnite. Now this. Wow, chalking it up.
Dude, I don't even know what that is. Now I'm worried. Now I'm worried that I'm letting y'all imagination run wild, and then it doesn't really.
Okay, we're moving on. Moving on. One more headline.
We'll move on.
Quick.
Listen,
Let's do it.
no, I'll just say it because now I'm worried about what they thought it was.
Wow.
They tied me in, they strapped me up, and they,
Okay.
apparently some people thought that like I was into either tying people up or being tied up, and it was just, yo, man, look, they had to fasten a safety harness. What are you talking about? But people run with anything online, man.
Oh yeah.
But yes, shall we get
be news on this show? Fair point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shall we get into something? Let's do some headlines later. Let's intersperse them.
All right.
Because I think we have a guest ready to roll.
We're no. We're working on it. Let's. I'm just gonna do one more headline super quick while we're figuring out all of that, then we'll get him on.
You want to do this one?
I really want to do.
So
this
is actually. Let me do this. Okay. This is actually news, y'all. This is not funny for those of y'all. Honestly, if you have any friends who are artists or anything like this,
all of you Photoshop enjoyers.
Yeah, I have to say, so this is an honorable shout out to Kotaku.
Shout out
right?
Kotaku.
This is not a Vice article. Shout out Kotaku in general. Actually, they actually do some really, really important work. But look, man, the headline: you're gonna have to pay to use some fancy colors in Photoshop now. This is out of control. This is so weird, yo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, let's get into this. So Pantone, right? Everybody's heard of Pantone. I couldn't tell you what Pantone actually does, which this site or this article is actually helpful because it does explain what they do, right? Printing, refining printing inks. And then they invented, I'm reading from the article here, they invented the Pantone color matching system, which is used worldwide by designers to ensure that a creation's color will be exactly as you desired. So if you have to go back and match it again, you know that if you buy, I don't know, man, coral blue green or something like that, number 27, and you need to touch it up in 5 years, the paint will be exactly what you painted that last time. So I can imagine that's actually a really good thing, especially if that didn't exist before.
Totally.
Amazing. Shout out to Pantone for creating that. But apparently there was some kind of Pantone color book in their software that people used to use. I'm not a Photoshop person. I don't really use it like that. But man, the fact that now apparently they're removing compatibility with it because of some kind of business relationship they had. Imagine having a 20-year-old Photoshop file, actually 20 years old, because apparently this is happening. And you've got to reopen it to reprint it or something like that. And all of a sudden, all those colors that you used, it's black. Everything's black.
Yeah. Would not be great.
So okay, hold on. Yeah, DeWolf's Den saying, as a person who does send professional prints to press, this pissed me off.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yes. Iceberg saying, are colors copyrighted? Wow. I mean,
but see, that's it literally is. It's like that. That's wild. Like, come on, man. It's not great.
Okay. Wow, I'm gonna have a hard time saying your name, my friend. Ching Voob.
Voob, what's
say
up?
It like that. Yo, and that's the GNU image manipulator program. Shout out to open source.
Yeah.
Shout out open source. Running Pop OS on Ubuntu as we speak. So I'm
Adam's
a big
giving
supporter and enjoyer
Clip Studio Paint
of that. Exactly. Yes. Listen, if you don't have to, I can't tell you what to do with your job or your professional career, artistic career, but look, if there are alternatives, Maybe I don't know, man.
Try them out. It's good to try new things. It's good to try new things.
It's always good to try new things. I can see people deciding maybe this is it for them. Because
shout out VW, shout out VN 3, shout out Crispy Spidey. There you go. Shout out to
yo, LibreOffice.
All the shout outs today.
Yes, bless open source. Yeah, Ichichi saying I'm gonna be a ganja farmer and just quit technology. I don't know if you can do that.
Well, I support that. If you want to get off the grid, by all means, brother. Yeehaw, do it. Go into the woods.
The contestant saying it's like licensing rulers, subscriptions for inches and centimeters. Yo, if they start, look, man.
No,
it's
why.
Yeah, and this article does mention actually, there's free software like the GNU image manipulation program and free open color schemes like Open Color. Looks like an alternative to the Pantone system. Can't say that you should go one way or the other, but this article is interesting in that it not only comes through and, it's not complaining, it's telling you about something that's happening, people are upset about it, but it also says, hey, here's some alternatives that people may be using.
And speaking about alternatives to what we have known to be.
Wow. Ooh.
You know what I'm doing here?
Is this a transition?
Speaking about alternatives, two things that have been in
transition
society
game up
for
here?
a while. We're out here, Streamathon, let's go. Speaking about alternatives, we are bringing someone on to talk about alternatives in currency. What's been happening to a fan favorite? Let's bring on Keegan to talk about Bitcoin. Hello. Oh, no. One second.
I'm impressed at the evolution on the segue game from Twitch stream 1 to whatever number you guys are on today.
21. Yeah,
22,
shout out to 21 Savage, by the way.
Your Twitch is old enough to drink, guys. I'm proud.
It is, yeah. Which we will not be doing on this stream because that would be unprofessional. Yeah, Keegan, what is your favorite Pantone color?
I like all kinds of colors. Black is what I've been wearing a lot of lately. It's kind of dark, but it's true.
Okay, very on brand.
There we go.
On brand for Vice. Do you have a?
Is there like a shade of black? Is there like is there a Pantone shade of black that I can't get anymore?
To be fair, nobody is stopping people from having a physical object. Pantone is going to take this thing away from you anymore. Yeah, they're not going to take the colors from you. We're not there yet. We have not reached that stage of late capitalism yet. But no. Okay, so no particular favorite Pantone brand color.
Not that we know of, but
that's okay.
Anyway, so moving away from Pantone, Keegan. So you went to this surf town. I immediately saw that. I was stoked. So you went to this surf town to talk about in El Salvador. Important thing first.
I did.
Surf town. To talk about how they were trying to move from their typical, currency over to Bitcoin, calling it Bitcoin Beach. Do you want to sort of take us through, like, intro this, and then we can get into the video?
Yeah, and I should preface this whole conversation by saying I am not a Bitcoin blockchain expert. I do live in the San Francisco Bay Area, so it's like I'm constantly exposed to it, chatter about it, but not an expert. And I think that's part of the premise of this story is that this was happening in El Salvador. El Salvador is a country led by the self-proclaimed world's coolest dictator, Nayib Bukele, who's a young guy and a Bitcoin enthusiast.
That's a heck of a thing to call yourself. Even
it is
tongue in cheek.
It is, and we'll talk. I would imagine more about some of the problematic, aspects of the Bukele government and how they, factor into this conversation about adoption of Bitcoin. But the fact is that this, he wants to, put El Salvador on the cutting edge in some ways and lead the way in adopting Bitcoin, is making it the first country in the world to accept Bitcoin as a national currency. People can pay their taxes in Bitcoin. Stores are required to accept it now. And there's this one town, the surf town, El Zonte, on the Pacific coast of El Salvador that had sort of led the way. They were the first innovators in this country and it's a tiny town, like 3,000 people, and the backstory is that supposedly some anonymous donor gifted them 6 figures worth of Bitcoin to like set up the world's first fully functional, self-sustaining crypto economy where everybody in town can have and use crypto. Like the town, in theory, could and should run on crypto. So we heard about this. Producer Jesse and I, shout out to Jesse if he's watching the stream. We're like, we should go see how this actually works in practice, because there's a lot of hype about it at the time. Like it almost seemed too good to be true. And I, as sort of a non-Bitcoin guy, wanted to go and see, like, can just a regular dude who knows little to nothing about Bitcoin, like, figure out how to navigate this, and does it actually work like they say it works and like it's supposed to? But that's how we get it.
Yeah,
that is how we get it. And so you went to go basically investigate how feasible even is this? Because this it's not like, I mean, even in San Francisco, and let's back up here. Even in San Francisco, I haven't been in San Francisco in a while. I mean, are people just beaming Bitcoin back and forth to each other via
Absolutely not. I mean, there's
like that now?
I just noticed, I was at the corner store the other day, and there was a Bitcoin ATM, and I was like, okay, that's cool. We're in the 21st century now. But like this town in El Salvador has a Bitcoin ATM. It's the only Bitcoin. It's the only ATM in town is a Bitcoin ATM. So that alone, like, sort of makes them a little more like cutting edge than San Francisco in a way. The ATM has its problems, but here there's no, like, you can't pay at the store with cryptocurrency. Nor can I, like, go out for dinner or drinks with friends and pay them in cryptocurrency, right? It's Venmo, which is a cash transaction. And I think what I ultimately, we can talk about this in the piece, discovered in El Salvador is that the line, like, it's still a little blurry as to, like, when are you using crypto and when are you using cash? Because in order to, like, get tapped into the system, it requires you to, like, put in a debit card and, like, transfer cash from your bank account. And then it just feels like you're sending dollars back and forth. So it's a little like, I felt like, I was like, am I really using Bitcoin right now as I was in this system? And we can see that in the pieces we talk about it, of like, it almost felt like a little like Bitcoin mirage in some ways.
Interesting. Bitcoin mirage.
And for those who haven't, you can cue up the video while I'm talking about this, Samir. But for those of you who have not been blessed to be around this sort of thing, which I think Keegan has been just by virtue of being up in the Bay, Bitcoin, really cryptocurrency evangelism in general, but also Bitcoin evangelism. See, Samir got so upset at this, he was just like, I'm done. He was camera off. Yeah, he didn't want to hear, because he knows exactly where I'm going. Yo, for the people who are really into it, I mean, and I said, people say evangelism, and it feels like evangelism. It feels occasionally like you're being proselytized to about, hey, listen, man, Bitcoin is going to change everything. You've been around those people. I've been around those people, and they're really, really interesting to talk to, because they will genuinely tell you that Bitcoin is going to solve everything from housing inequality to racism to world hunger to climate change. And they'll say these things that just, okay, it's internet money. How?
Internet money.
But then they'll tell you, but then they will tell you, and listen, who am I to say anything about it either way, up, down, or sideways? But the people who are into it are truly, truly into it. So yeah.
Yeah, there's some of that going on with this project too, where and we'll get into it in the piece in a second, but I think that there is, like, some genuine, like, it's helpful to people in some ways to have this technology, but the way that it's being sold is a huge oversell. Like, in some ways, like, a lot of, like, silver bulleting all of the problems of this small town in El Salvador with internet money, as you put it.
Yeah. Should we watch it? How do you feel, Samir? You emotionally, you ready for this?
I'm ready. I took a second to myself, but we're ready to go now. Don't worry.
Listen, hey, mental health is important, man. This is a long one. All right.
Let's do it.
Get into it.
El Salvador's president, Nayib Bukele, made a big announcement.
That is why next week
I will send to Congress a bill that will make Bitcoin a legal tender in El Salvador.
Speaking to an opulent gathering of Bitcoin fanatics in Miami, Bukele said his country would be the first in the world to accept Bitcoin as national currency. People were shocked. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency that's lost nearly half its value in just the last few weeks. But Bitcoin isn't entirely new to El Salvador. For the last 18 months or so, the tiny surf town of El Zonte has been running an experiment with Bitcoin. 3,000 people live here, and the only ATM in town is a Bitcoin ATM. Just before the president's announcement, I headed to El Zonte to see how Bitcoin is changing the community.
Necesito hacer unas compras ahorita, Marcos. Necesito $2 de huevo, cebolla, tomate, chile verde.
¿Qué más?
¿Chile verde?
Sí. ¿$1 también?
Sí.
¿Cómo fue la aplicación?
Bitcoin Beach. Sí.
This is Milton Cabrera. He's a construction worker in El Zonte who gets paid in Bitcoin.
50.
And he says it's changed his life.
Why do you like getting paid in Bitcoin?
Lo prefiero porque igual de una manera u otra el Bitcoin, si lo recibo en cash, en mis manos, se gasta rápido. En cambio, si lo recibo en Bitcoin, puedo sacar lo que necesito y dejo aguardado un poco. En esa forma puedo mantenerme ahorrando y gastando lo necesario nada más.
What do you use Bitcoin for normally in your life?
Sí, igual lo podemos ocupar para pagar la electricidad, agua, igual poder comprar lo básico en la comida, en las tiendas, igual no tengo que estar viajando lejos, igual lo puedo hacer aquí en las tiendas, más fácil.
Are you worried that you're going to lose all your money? Because tomorrow the price of Bitcoin could go to zero.
Tal vez sí, pero igual en la forma de que uno ha conocido Bitcoin, se pone a estudiarlo, de tarde o temprano va a bajar, y tarde o temprano va a subir. Igual no tendría, sí entra un temor, pero igual si tiene paciencia uno esperando, puede subir y tal vez obtener ganancia.
How much money extra money have you made because of Bitcoin?
Quizás unos $600, $700.
Wow.
Bitcoin sort of magically appeared.
Maybe we should pause here. So, as he mentioned, Bitcoin goes up, Bitcoin also goes down, relative to, say, the U.S. dollar, right? When you were there, what was the value of one Bitcoin?
I don't remember the exact price of Bitcoin, but it had been in a Bitcoin dip. Like we had arrived at a time when Bitcoin had lost like half its value in the preceding week. So some of these concerns about like your money going away overnight were like particularly acute for these folks because they were experiencing it in that moment. And this piece is over a year old now, but if we went back today, I would imagine it's going to be similar because Bitcoin has been in another tumble for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point at which I want to say Bitcoin got real close to $70,000. One Bitcoin, $70,000.
Yeah.
And it's now in the $20,000 range.
Mm-hmm.
Low 20. So a half. I mean, try a third, actually, depending on when you bought it.
Yeah,
or less.
I mean, all that being said, it's interesting still because I mean, this like his take isn't the craziest thing. You hear this a lot from crypto people that it actually does, not for all of them, but for some of them, it encourages safe spending. Like it encourages money consciousness. Did you hear that a lot while you were in what is it, El Zonte too?
Yeah, I think folks like Milton here are like case in point for that. And it's just like, I don't know, we've all been there. You have cash in your wallet, it's burning a hole in your pocket, like you're gonna spend it. And this in some ways is like not really that different from giving him a debit card or something like that, where it's just like a more controlled way to spend the cash that's been deposited into your account, or the Bitcoin in this case. We did see, you could, I think there's a shot of it here where you see the workers, the laborers lining up to get paid after the job. There's another window like around the corner where they're all getting paid in Bitcoin, but if they want to cash out some of that Bitcoin into actual like hard currency, their employer, who is this Bitcoin Beach enterprise, will do that for them and not charge a fee, because it is not every business in the community takes cash, and they just want to have some. So I think there is like some folks like Milton here who are saying like this is a way for me to be a little more like frugal in my spending, but I also saw these workers getting paid in cash, and it's clear that cash is still in many ways king in this community.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, let's keep going, because then we're gonna talk more about the community and how it affects them.
In El Zonte. In late 2019, an anonymous American donated about 12 Bitcoins worth at least 6 figures to create a new crypto economy. The idea was for everyone in this town to use Bitcoins for all their purchases. The founders of the Bitcoin Beach organization created a Bitcoin wallet, then started convincing people to use it.
Is this a surf team bus? Or
they hired locals like this guy, Roman Martinez, and partnered with Strike, an app like Venmo that lets people send each other money.
So to pay with Bitcoin, I got to get my phone out. So I have the Bitcoin Beach wallet.
Okay.
And I have Strike. But I have no money in either of them.
Let's go to receive.
Uh-huh. So you sent me $10 in Bitcoin. Yeah. Okay, so now I can send it to her.
Yeah.
By scanning her QR code.
Yeah.
Which is here. Okay. That's it.
Cold brew with Bitcoin, brother.
Cheers.
Welcome.
Let's go, brother.
To Bitcoin Beach.
President Bukele's Bitcoin announcement was made in a Zoom call to the CEO of Strike, a 20-something Bitcoin entrepreneur in the US. Strike and the Bitcoin Beach wallet are essentially used interchangeably in El Zonte, but Strike is available nationally, and the company seems to be trying to tap into El Salvador's $4.5 billion a year remittance market. The app gives users options to send either Bitcoin or dollars to each other. When I signed up, the app prompted me to deposit money with a debit card or bank account. Sending Bitcoin was less user-friendly than dollars. So when folks in El Zonte pull out their phones to make digital payments, they aren't necessarily using Bitcoin. And whether it's the Strike app or the Bitcoin Beach wallet, there are still kinks in the system.
¿Y tú prefieres recibir su pago en Bitcoin o efectivo?
Bitcoin me sirve como un ahorro, pero hay veces que prefiero a veces así el efectivo.
Sí. ¿Has perdido dinero porque el precio de Bitcoin bajó mucho?
Sí, he perdido bastante.
¿Cuánto?
Quizás como unos $20.
Okay. ¿Yo puedo pagar ahora con Bitcoin o con efectivo? Su preferencia.
Pagué con Bitcoin, sí, con efectivo, ahí es su decisión.
¿Y puedo usar Strike también o no? Solo Bitcoin Wallet.
Ahorita tengo un pequeño problema con Strike, pero estoy por solucionarlo porque como que no me recibió mi correo electrónico.
Entonces ahora tengo dinero en Strike, pero no en mi Bitcoin Wallet, entonces voy a pagar con efectivo.
No, puedes pasar también, bueno, según a mí me dijeron los chicos que...
Pause it for a second. Right here. You can see the guy, Roman, from the previous scene, like coming in with his phone here to like try to pay in Bitcoin, so that it like looks like you can pay in Bitcoin everywhere, because I didn't have enough in my wallet at the time. So he's like, no, it's cool, we can do a Bitcoin. It's like
he's
throwing
so
his phone
excited
in
to
the
pay
shop.
Bitcoin. And crypto bros.
Yeah, it's all of this is so interesting because this really fits into a lot of, and frankly, I think this is actually fairly mild crypto, I wouldn't say enthusiasm, but the evangelism that I was talking about. I'm not getting the kind of, feels like a 3 or 4 on the scale of some of the stuff that I've seen, and honestly probably some of the stuff you've seen, Keegan. Yeah, people, oh my god, I paid for something. It's awesome. Yes,
sick,
that's cool. That's great. Yeah. That's great. Yeah, let's have coffee.
But like I said, like it's also, in order to do this, like you download the Strike app and upload your debit card information and deposit money in that, and then just straight up transfer money from Strike into your Bitcoin Beach wallet, which is like an easy way of converting like currency to Bitcoin, I guess. But it doesn't really feel like you're doing anything crypto related. Like it just feels like I change my dollars really easily and I'm still paying in dollar equivalent because all the transactions are shown in dollars.
I'm wondering, because they were talking about how, you know, there's sometimes problems with Strike, and people in the chat are talking about fraud. Did you get a sense of like what these problems look like, and were people talking about, you know, issues with security and these apps?
So I didn't hear anybody in the Bitcoin Beach community complain about that. The Bitcoin Beach wallet is an open source app, as I understand it, which is cool. But the fraud problems have been on the national scale in El Salvador, as El Salvador has rolled out its Bitcoin as a national currency, and they created their own national wallet called the Chivo wallet. It's like slang for cool in El Salvador. It's Chivo, and everyone was supposed to get I can't remember the amount, X amount of Bitcoin just for, you know, opening their wallet. But there are a lot of reports of fraud of people open their wallet and the money was already gone.
Oh, wow.
So I think that's been the biggest thing. And then we also heard, of course, like the classic accounts of, and I think we see from one guy later in this piece of who invested in bad Bitcoin businesses, essentially, like an exchange that wasn't, you know, reputable or something, and lost their money. So there's some of that as well. And all of those that like concerns make it harder to convince people to adopt this widespread. If you know, your uncle or your cousin or whatever has gotten ripped off and lost all their money, like it makes you a little more hesitant to go the Bitcoin route yourself, you know?
Totally, but I mean, still, like Girl with Box is saying, I miss the days when Bitcoin was solely used to buy drugs on the dark web. But it's funny because now you have an entire
killing on yourself in the chat.
I know,
no
self-report.
In my chat, please don't do that. Also,
Do
welcome
your
in Taco
thing.
Mate.
Yeah, what's up? But that's what I'm saying. It just is super interesting to see. That is how Bitcoin crypto used to be used, and now you have a community, like an entire community using it to fund everyday purchases. And when that's happening, when it's becoming more popular, there needs to be a lot more security seemingly around it, which is like a weird nuance. So yeah, I just find that really funny.
Also,
Anyway.
I should throw this in. I mean, she mentioned, you asked her, have you lost money? And she said, oh, a lot. And you said, how much? She said, about $20. I was curious, and I just looked this up. So back me up on this, but I just looked this up, and $30 is around 1% of what an average Salvadorian earns in a year.
Yeah.
So
El Salvador is a dollar country, so they're getting paid in dollars. But yeah, like this woman is, you know, selling snow cones out of a cart on the street. She's not rolling in the dough, so she loses $20. That's not nothing. That's like, you know, affects her livelihood.
Yeah, just imagine what 1%, whatever you make a year. Just think of your yearly salary, and, you know, move the decimal over a couple places. There's 1% of your, like, imagine you just lost that. Imagine just right now that just left. That was just gone. I don't know how much money that is for you, but it's not nothing. It is 1%, and that's it. That's it. That's gone.
That's it. Yeah.
Because you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't waste it. You didn't do something bad. You didn't, you know, go out and have a good night on the town and lose your wallet or something like that. It's strictly just because some customers bought the snow cones from you in internet money, and that's it. You know, and I'm speaking strictly from the perspective of, hey, yo, what does it mean in real life if this is how you store your funds?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. The volatility affects Snow Cone Lady a lot more than like the Winklevoss twins, for example, right? Like who own tons and tons of Bitcoin.
Yeah. Sweet. Let's keep going.
Gene here. Fact check my math. Very possibly. My math might have been wrong there. I did badly in math.
Oh,
so
quick maths. Let's go. Voob.
Yeah, quick maths. Quick maths.
Quick maths.
The Bitcoin hub in El Zonte is the ATM, and it's not just used by locals. This guy drives for 2 hours to convert his Bitcoin to cash.
Have there been times when you came and it didn't work or it was closed?
Sí, la última vez estaba, parece que no había efectivo.
What did you do in that situation?
Me fui sin nada. Sí, no saqué nada. Eso pasó.
What's the biggest problem with Bitcoin right now?
La gente no cree, ¿verdad? Con tanto que ha pasado, cosas malas, cosas buenas. La gente lo más malo que ve es que piensa que, ahí como usted acaba de decir, de que posiblemente la moneda se vaya y se vaya abajo, ¿verdad? Y se quede uno sin nada. ¿Qué es lo que tiene que ser uno? Optimista, pues, ¿verdad? Para mantenerse.
Optimista con el efectivo en mano.
Sí, vaya, imagínate que aquí se ha hecho realidad lo que apostamos.
Bueno.
The face of Bitcoin Beach is an American surfer who's lived in El Salvador for years. When the anonymous donor came calling in September 2019, he says he saw it as an opportunity to create new jobs, keep kids out of gangs. Now, it's bigger than he could have imagined.
So you have this idea, we're going to create a Bitcoin economy, step one. Step two is, how do you make that into reality? What were some of your early hurdles, challenges as you're sort of turning this into, harebrained scheme into something that works in practice?
For us to really make this happen, we had to introduce Bitcoin in the community and to get people to really start think, what is money? And why do they accept the dollar in their store? And what is the dollar doing over time? And we've shown, here's this community in El Salvador, people, a lot of them living in shacks with dirt floor and tin walls, and now they're all transacting on their smartphones. They're zipping around payments, much easier than people in the first world are. And so it's, I think, proven that Bitcoin really is the money of the poor, of the people on the lowest level of the economic ladder, and can really transform their lives.
How does it feel to be sort of the white guy who comes into this community and says, hey, we're going to set up this new economy and sort of get involved with the finances of this small Salvadoran beach town?
Sorry, gotta do it. I love this question, but I want to hear it again because I want to back up and say once again, just to re-underline this.
Yeah.
That he said it was the money of the poor.
Yeah.
Which I find I want everybody to listen to the next answer that you're going to hear. Listen to Keegan's question again, because I like how you phrase the question. But keep in mind all that with what we just said, that some woman lost roughly 1% of her annual income just because the market did some stuff. And the market wasn't even that bad when y'all were there. Because whenever y'all were there, it's got to be worse right now. Because I remember there were points where it was around 60 and then it was around 30. It's at 20. Unless it was at 20, I feel like it. Bitcoin rather 20K.
Yeah, it's fallen a little bit since we were there for sure.
Yeah, so she's lost more now, right? So the money of the poor. All right. Sorry, I just had to pause to re-underline that. But okay, now let's listen to Keegan's question again because I like it.
Yeah, let's do it. Also, Lil Pound Cake, welcome
money
in.
of the poor.
What's up? Copenhagen cool. Yeah, Girls Box. So true. Okay, let's keep going.
Can really transform their lives.
How does it feel to be sort of the white guy who comes into this community and says, hey, we're going to set up this new economy and sort of get involved with the finances of this small Salvadoran beach town? What's that been like for you?
Yeah, I've always very much wanted to stay behind the scenes because, like you said, I'm just an old white guy surfer that's hanging out in the community, and so we really have been focused on empowering just the local talent. And they're the ones that are driving this forward. They're the ones that have taken this to the next level into something that's transformed the entire country, and I think will transform the world.
In some ways, the contrast between the way Bitcoin currently exists in the United States and the way it's being used in El Salvador are really striking. What's it been like for you to see the sort of these two worlds of the United States Bitcoin and the El Salvador Bitcoin?
The El Salvador version of Bitcoin was what everybody always dreamed would be possible. This was what the potential everybody always talked about there being, that Bitcoin would be the money of the poor, that it would free people from the traditional banking system, that people that had been excluded financially would finally have a voice. And we're really seeing that happen.
The anonymous donor's identity is still a mystery. I asked the CEO of...
I'm going to pause it. First of all, well, we're not getting into what I think about these type of surfers, but just like surfers are weird people, man.
Here.
Anyway, we're not going to get into that.
Don't gatekeep on stream, It's too early for that.
I'm just saying. But
Where's
people are
Volcom? Is Volcom
yeah.
in
Where's
here?
Volcom?
Please
Back me up. No,
please encourage. No, they're gonna encourage you to not gatekeep.
there's two types of surfers, but we're not getting into that. So so people in chat are talking about this colonialism. Do people see this, white surfer bro as sort of like this new age digital colonialist coming in, or are they kind of like stoked, like, yo, this guy's actually like doing stuff for us? Like, what is the general sense in the town?
There's definitely a faction in the community that is like super gung ho about this, and for good reason. I mean, they've brought development, they brought money, they brought tourism, and guys like the construction labor in Milton, who we saw at the top, like he's getting paid, like his livelihood is in Bitcoin. So there is, I think, positivity in a significant percentage of the people that we interacted with are like, this is a good thing, and we're thankful that it's happening. Of course, not everyone is totally on board with this. Like where you see, like Snow Cone woman that we saw earlier, who is grumbling about it, like she's taking Bitcoin, but it, like Dexter was saying, it can really like have a pretty dramatic impact on her finances if the market goes down. But there's also some people that we talk to off camera, behind the scenes, who are like want nothing to do with this and feel like there is like, who are these people to come in, sort of, and like the idea that we have to take this currency now has, I think, rubbed some people the wrong way, not just in El Zonte, but nationally, as the government has said every business needs to be able to take Bitcoin payment now. Like if you're a poor business owner in rural El Salvador, that's a kind of a big ask. So I think a lot of some of that criticism of the Bitcoin colonialism is more external and like intellectual.
Sure.
But it is in the community. I think there is it's not super magnified. There's not like civil war about to break out or anything like that. It's all friendly. But there is like those are the Bitcoin people and these are the non-Bitcoin people. I think that definitely exists.
Got it. Which seems like it's
I just
want to
know
everywhere, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. And ultimately, like this has been a
Okay.
win for Bitcoin has been a win for El Zonte. Like
Fair.
The government just announced that they're funding more development there. Up the street is a bigger like surf. They call it Surf City. They had like the international surfing competition when I was there, Samir. So it's like they've situated themselves in a way that they're like benefiting from the government's initiative to get behind Bitcoin. So I think that like tampers down any the like resentment or chiefing at having to implement this. Is it actually is like good for their economy just from attracting foreign investment and visitors.
Mm-hmm. That's sweet. I want to watch a surf competition in El Salvador. Did you watch any of it? Did you go to it?
Yeah, the El Salvador has a national surf team, and it's like bankrolled by Bitcoin. Jack Dorsey donated Bitcoin to like fund El Salvador's surf team.
That's wild. Now I'm saying surfers are an interesting breed. People are talking. Where do I see this? I'd hope no surfers wear capes. It seems very dangerous. I've never seen a surfer wear a cape because that's how the sharks get you. Sure.
I mean, it seems like they could, I suppose.
That's funny.
Wow. Okay. Odera Bear is no Odera Bear. I'm a Odera Bear. Perhaps that's how you say it. I'm gonna note something that they mentioned here, which is since we started talking, since Keegan, since you came on, the price of Bitcoin to USD has fallen about 3%.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Since we've been talking.
Look at the impact of Vice, actually, World News on Twitch.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Oh,
that's
that
on
is
us.
The last thing I need is a bunch of people in my mention saying, yo, you're messing with stop it. Stop with the bearishness. Yeah, but no, listen, this is all to say what I think the larger, thrust of part of this piece is, right? Which is that there's good reason, I think, to be, listen, if people who are using it are feeling skeptical, you have to listen to them, right? You have to listen to the people who are excited about it and the people who are, okay, people are telling me this is going to change my life, but I can't get my email part to work. And if you have trouble with that, a lot of things are going to be, kind of difficult for you. And if you're worried because 1% of your income just vanishes because you don't really know why, and frankly, nobody really wants to know, nobody really knows why, it becomes really difficult. And that is what it is.
And this is, let's not forget, this is like not just playing out on her individual pocketbook scale. This is like El Salvador has invested hundreds of millions of dollars as a government in Bitcoin, and it is like affecting their national debt, and like, their ability to be solvent as a government is sort of predicated on Bitcoin regaining some of its value. And that bet, not over yet, but it's not looking great right now for that bet by Bukele's government.
Yeah, it could absolutely, listen, it could absolutely work out well. But when and for how long? And it's an if, right? It's not a definite. And do you, if you're the woman selling snow cones, do you need to help your kids' education now or in 3 years? Do you need to go to the doctor now, or you need to go to the doctor in 3 years? Do you need food now? Maybe in 3 years. You know what I mean? So yeah. Anyway,
yo, salam.
Welcome,
to
Dr. Habibi.
Habibi.
Welcome to have
Welcome
you
back
in.
in.
Salam. Let's get it.
Assalamu alaikum. Yalla, let's do it.
Back.
Strike if it's him. He said no. Some think it's Twitter founder Jack Dorsey, who's donated Bitcoins to fund El Salvador's national surf team. His spokespeople wouldn't talk to us. The local leader of Bitcoin Beach says the donor's identity doesn't matter.
En realidad, no es una persona que no conocemos. Solo no es una persona que nosotros podemos estar diciéndole a todas las personas quién es, ya que hoy en día tener dinero, alguien quiere afectar tu vida o algo. Ahora es un boom en la comunidad, no tenemos que darle cuenta si funcionó o no. El Bitcoin se quedó por la comunidad.
You've had people here in other communities who say this is a fraud or a robbery, a trick for the gringos to take my money.
Sí, hay muchas personas diciendo que es una estafa. Hay estafas en todas áreas. Entonces este solo, creo que solo las personas que tal vez no les guste el Bitcoin están empujando más para hacer creer esto, pero al final del día, cuando le descargas a una persona su wallet, le pones una porción. Si Bitcoin fuera malo, yo no quisiera andar en la calle.
Sí.
No, Bitcoin está cambiando a pasos gigantes las comunidades.
President Bukele is going all in on cryptocurrency, even suggesting the country could use the energy from volcanoes to mine Bitcoin. Skeptics worry it's all just a big distraction from corruption in his autocratic government. We spoke to Bukele's Minister of Tourism about what's happening in the area around El Zonte.
Así que estamos trabajando de la mano junto con el presidente Bukele. El presidente Bukele nos está dirigiendo en este gran proyecto que se llama Surf City, que Surf City es más que un lugar, es un circuito de playas.
I see Bitcoin everywhere, on the surfboards, on the shirts. What do you think about Bitcoin coming to El Salvador?
El mundo cambió, yo también tengo que cambiar. Y definitivamente me impresionó y me sorprendió cuando voy al Zonte, a Playa El Zonte, y veo que puedo comprar una paleta o una pupusa o una charamusca, todos esos son platos típicos de aquí, a través de Bitcoin. Definitivamente la innovación y la digitalización que podemos tener en toda esta parte de económica para las poblaciones más necesitadas es vital.
Yesterday you said that you use your phone to pay your light bill and your electric bill in Bitcoin. Can you show me how it works?
Sí. Cuando necesito pagar mi recibo, yo le tomo tal vez una foto.
I'm actually going to pause it right here just because there's some, what Joe the Smo is asking. Can we just recap again?
I saw that one too. That's a good one.
Yep. Can we recap and Keegan sort of explain further why they are pushing this as currency for the poor?
Yeah, I mean, this is ultimately some outsider's idea of like setting up what they think ought to be the ideal Bitcoin use of Bitcoin and like Bitcoin economy. So outsiders came and said, hey, we're going to give you this money and pay you in it, and trying to get them to like uptake it and make it normal and part of their like, you know, day-to-day lives, to use this as in a way like a social experiment, right? Like with, as Dexter was saying, like real world implications, like real life implications if the money doesn't work out for these folks, right? And all of these stuff that you see, like this like bill paying system, was set up by the people who organized this Bitcoin Beach project as a way to encourage people to adopt Bitcoin. Like these didn't develop sort of organically. This is almost like a reverse engineered Bitcoin system that has been, you know, given to these people or foisted upon them, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah. And I mean, it's interesting too, like there's so many, I forget, someone, I think we did a Couch Report episode. If this actually was published, there's like on what it means to go cashless. And like there are really interesting benefits to a cashless society. But the other very big side effect of that is like people who are unbanked, like how then are they supposed to function in a society? And that's something that is very, like, I don't think it's talked enough or gets talked about enough with Bitcoin, but it's a very real fact that like, yeah, oh, it's going to be so nice to go cashless, but like that leaves out such a big part of the population. I don't know, Mods, if we could find that and throw it into the chat, that'd be really cool.
Let's
one of the reasons.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, this is just quick, but one of the reasons that this kind of works in El Salvador as a experiment location is that it's one of the more connected developing countries in the world. Like, I don't remember the exact percentage, but almost everyone has a cell phone and cell phone service. So by once you get the apps on people's phones, it's a little easier to make adaptation happen than in a country where there's like big areas with no cell phone service or coverage, or even cell phone ownership, depending on where you go.
Yeah. So let's watch this thing. This end bit is pretty interesting.
Let's do it.
La mando a quien me lo va a cancelar y le pago a él, a su usuario. Pongo el usuario, que es, qué sé yo, y lo envío y ahí ya lo tengo pagado.
Y ya está.
Sí.
Muy fácil.
Sí.
How long, more or less, would it take you in the past to do the same thing?
Tendría que, en lo que voy en el bus, posiblemente una hora, tal vez una hora de espera en el puerto, tal vez unas 3 horas para poderlo pagar.
3 hours, and now it's just, boom, instant in your phone.
Sí.
Look, 3 hours, they could have been doing anything with his life. You know, hanging out with friends, being with family, working, sleeping, whatever. That's hard to argue against. That part right there, right, is that if it's not only making things more convenient, if this system is not only making things more convenient, but actually freeing up somebody's time to just live and be a person, certainly a benefit, right? And you were talking about Samir, you were talking about cashless stuff. I mean, that's absolutely true. Now, this is something that exists without cryptocurrency, but anybody who's been in China and used WeChat is incredibly convenient. I mean, you can do anything you want with your phone. You can get a car, you can buy food, you go to a restaurant. We're talking mainland China, man. You could get a they got the QR code on the table. You don't got to talk to anybody. You can go out and get the best food. And I'm not even talking about big chain restaurants. I'm talking small mom and pop place. If you love the mom and pop place, but you don't like the mom and pop, which why are you antisocial? But that's fine. Everybody's got these things. Bam, you're in, you scan it, You order your food, they bring it to you, pay, you leave, you get in your little taxi, you go home, you order things, somebody brings it to you on a bike. I mean, it's incredibly convenient. Sure, absolutely true. So we're seeing, you know, a real, looks like a real, you know, upside of this is if somebody had to get on a bus to go pay his bill and now he can just do it on the phone. Now, granted, why wasn't there something else that was being provided for that? But yo, if this is what it stepped in, this is what it stepped in. But what an interesting way of looking at both sides of it, right?
It's interesting, Dexter. Like first of all, exactly right. Like this could exist with like a some other form of cashless payment, right? It doesn't have to be Bitcoin to save this guy 3 hours, but it is what it is. But also, like your China example, in a way, like this Latin America in particular is a very cash dominant economy, right? People use cash for everything. It's changing. Like card is more common. Like Venmo doesn't even work in a lot of these countries. Like it is not set up to function. So in some ways, like governments like El Salvador want to bring people into out of the pure cashless economy and into transactions that can, in some ways, like be taxed and tracked to like have a better, you know, handle on the size of their economy and to bring in tax revenue. So like when we think of crypto, like some of your commenter was saying, like it goes back to like the old days of the internet and like buying drugs in the dark web and like, you know, hiding your transactions. But it strikes me that maybe the long game here for El Salvador's government is to be able to have a much better sense of how people are spending their money and being able to get a piece of that in tax revenue someday.
Yeah, because it's such a big, and this is, y'all brought up some really interesting points here, is WeChat. Yes, so if you're familiar with WeChat, again, highly recommend looking at this because WeChat is, speaking to somebody who's used it, it is fascinating. It's a fascinating program.
I mean, honestly,
app.
all of those, WeChat, Line, what is it, Kakao Talk, I think in Korea, super interesting.
Nah, but they don't even know, it doesn't hold a candle to WeChat.
Yeah, that's fair.
Everything from WeChat. Line, it isn't like that. Kakao Talk is not like that. You know, not even
it's like
like
Amazon, Venmo, and WhatsApp and Google all rolled into one.
Netflix, I mean everything, man. Like you're everything in one app, you do it. Now that being said, anything you do on that app, best believe the local authorities know about it. And if they decide they want to have a conversation with you about whatever you've been doing on that app, whether it's, you know, chatting with your friends about something that maybe you shouldn't have been chatting with them about, or they want to know what restaurant you were at a certain time, or they want to know, hey, did you pay your bills, or how did you pay your bills, or what time did you pay your bills, or hey, you said you were here at a certain time, but it looks like you're on your phone. Let's check that out. Because if everything can go through that app, then everything has to go through that app, which means you have no real alternatives. I remember paying for stuff with cash in Beijing, and people looked at me like I was a space alien. Aside from the obvious, right? But that's all to say that a big part of the attractiveness of Bitcoin is that you don't have to rely on a bank. You don't have to rely on any sort of central authority. You don't have to rely on really anybody. If you decide you want to pick up and go, or you decide you want to transfer money to somebody who your local government doesn't want you to be transferring money to,
I mean, yes and no.
It.
I mean, Dex, the catch there is that even if someone is a full-on like Bitcoin evangelist, like super hardcore about it in El Salvador, you're gonna need to get cash at some point. And as you see from that ATM scene, like it doesn't always work. Like you could drive 2 hours to the ATM and the power's out, or it doesn't have cash that day, and then what are you gonna do? And to your point about China, like I think we haven't really touched on it yet, but it's kind of a natural wrapping up the conversation, is that El Salvador is a very authoritarian country, and Bukele has a lot of very troubling parts of his government, including this, you know, intense crackdown on gangs that has rounded up, you know, thousands of Salvadorans. He's still incredibly popular. Like El Salvador is statistically safer than it has been in a long time. Murders are way down. he has the broad support of the people, but there is, the dissent has been stifled in El Salvador, including over some of the Bitcoin stuff. Like one of the best media outlets in the country, El Faro, as El Salvador is rolling out this Bitcoin, like discovered that the president's brothers were like planning to launch their own cryptocurrency. So it was like there's financial interests that the government has that are tied up in Bitcoin, that they don't want to see anybody who's opposes that or criticizes that to have their voice heard. And so I think ultimately, it's cool to think about El Salvador as like the hot crypto country in Central America, and like you want to visit the surf town, but I think people should be conscious of the fact that this, Bukele's human rights record is not great, and I think part of what he's done here is try to, I don't know, whitewash the way, but like make people forget about it, right? To attract investors like the Strike guy or Jack Dorsey from Twitter or any of these like people who are wealthy Bitcoin folks in the United States or abroad, to bring their money to El Salvador and like, oh yeah, we're forgetting about all the human rights abuses and your slow takeover of this country.
And on that, have you talked to anyone from this town recently? Like what is happening there today? Like, do you know, are there any updates or?
It's been a minute. I still follow Roman, the guy we got coffee with on Twitter, and he's very much a Bitcoin evangelist still on Twitter. He offers surf lessons, so if anybody wants to go down there and check it out and spend some Bitcoin, like hook that up.
Do you have to pay in Bitcoin?
Good question. He probably would request that. On the whole, though, I just caught up with.
Wave. There you go.
I just caught up with the local producer who we worked with on this piece recently, and I think the takeaway for me is that Bitcoin is still not being widely adapted in El Salvador. Like there's the Bukele diehards and the folks like the Bitcoin Beach who are real evangelists, but on the whole, like the country has been slow on the pickup for Bitcoin, to the point that like, one of the tests, right, is like, are gangs extorting people in Bitcoin yet? No, that is not happening yet. So that tells you like how widespread the true adaptation of it is to me in this country. Like if the black market has not figured out a way to squeeze in on it, it's probably not ubiquitous yet.
So real.
Spoken like a true vice reporter, but also given the stuff that you tend to work on. Yes, that makes sense. Take a look at the illicit market and say, oh, well, hey, look, it ain't hitting there. I don't know if we're ready yet. Now, if they're not using it, it's not ready for prime time. I don't know what to tell you. Interesting. I mean, listen, I think it's interesting in that it is perhaps forcing us to rethink some really basic assumptions about how money and thus society works. I'm all for that. That. Now, at whose we've referred to this as an experiment a few times, right? People's lives are in the experiment. That's the thing that makes me a little concerned, is, saying this is the money for the poor and that. And, it's really interesting to think about, say, for example, a lot of times early adopters in a lot of technologies are people who they have a system that works really badly, or they're able to sort of jump over stuff, right? You see smartphone adoption.
It's like either
it is really front people or who never owned a flip phone and never owned a computer go straight to owning a mobile phone, right? And this happens in a lot of developing countries. It's just all of a sudden this becomes pretty cheap, and there's sort of this breaking point where it's available. Now then what happens is that a company can come in and say, oh, here's a new captive market. Let me sell my stuff to them, or let me give it to them at sort of this low price and make sure that they're sort of in my ecosystem, right? Which I suppose we'll talk about a bit later. But yeah, I'm seeing parallels between a lot of that and potentially, the Bitcoin thing. Because again, you got people who this is the market going up and down just a little bit is very consequential to their livelihood. If they're especially if they're being encouraged to, hey, accept your daily bread in this currency. If it drops, just like I said, if if it dips 4%, yo, you just lost 4% of your money right now since we've been talking. That's a lot to think.
I mean, someone said in chat, they're like, I'm gonna wait to take surf lessons until it gets cheaper. Like, yeah, like it's gonna be a cheaper surf lesson.
And that was one of the complaints that we heard off camera from folks, is that there was a hardware store in town that would take Bitcoin. And I think one of the things we heard is people would like, oh, I'm gonna wait until there's a dip, until the price of my lumber is like 10% less than it was yesterday, and then I'm gonna go spend my Bitcoin. So that was like a point of contention. It was like some stores felt like people would only be spending Bitcoin when it was beneficial to them because the price was down.
Interesting.
Or up or whatever.
Wow, what a weird thing to have to think about. You know what I mean? Just buying things or daily necessities or even work necessities. All right, what do I think the market's going to do next week? I better buy it now. Or you know what? Let me wait a couple weeks. Maybe I'll get a discount.
It's crazy.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird. But fascinating. I like that we're thinking about it. I like that we're talking about it. That's good. Oof. Yeah, man. Keegan, you're always on here with some interesting stuff, man.
Thanks, guys. You guys bring back some of the old pieces that I haven't thought about for a long time. So this made me revisit this and reconnect with some folks. I'm glad to have this opportunity, and Bitcoin still relevant. Like people talking about inflation, it's one of the number 1 issues in the midterms, right? And initially, Bitcoin was like an inflation hedge. Like people thought that if you bought Bitcoin when dollars became worth less, that Bitcoin would hold its value. But we're actually seeing the opposite, whereas people are getting like double hurt because Bitcoin is not staying stable with dollar prices. Like a country like El Salvador that's on the dollar, right? Like their economy depends on the dollar doing well. They're in a tough spot if they're counting on dollar prices not inflating, and also have all this holdings in Bitcoin that the value is going down. That's been a real squeeze on the national coffers of El Salvador.
Yeah. The whole they all got to be sweating bullets right now because it's been a while. But we'll see how this plays out. Well, I'm sure we'll be hearing more about this in the future. Probably not even the not too distant future. But yeah, thanks for coming on, Keegan. Always good to have you on.
Thank you.
Of course, guys. Always a pleasure, man.
For sure. Catch you.
Maz, let's throw Keegan's info in the chat.
Absolutely.
If you might be so kind.
Emily, what's up? Welcome in.
Shout out Emily.
But yeah, no, that's super interesting. I think, honestly speaking, well, okay, yeah. So Keegan was talking about how and as some of you probably know, his normal beat or subject that he covers is not Bitcoin, not crypto. But we actually have a full-on series on crypto, so we can also toss in Crypto Land. Huge, like multi-episode series that's all about this stuff, because it is super interesting. Like whatever your take is on the Patagonia vest wearing, Allbird wearing crypto bros, like it's interesting stuff. Allbirds trash.
You know what I need to do? I just need to get a list and just write down and cross off people who are not going to be getting sponsorships from. Apparently, Allbirds is off the list.
Thank God. Inshallah, we're not going to get sponsored by them. Anyway.
Yeah. Completely unnecessary. I'm getting sick of this mic stand, man. This don't feel right, man. This doesn't feel natural. This got to go away. We're back. We're back, kids.
It only took almost 2 hours, but we're back. I have no choice.
Yeah, it didn't feel right. We had to do it like this. But I was gonna say something. I completely forgot what it is. Well, lucky. Y'all really just listen, man. I'm with it. I'm with it. Oh yeah, Crypto Land though. First episode I did. Shout out to Jesse, by the way. Jesse produced. I want to say Jesse produced that one with Keegan. But also produced probably a decent amount of Crypto Land, but definitely did. We worked on the first episode of that one together. And yeah, the first episode of Crypto Land, it's wild, man. We went to a crypto conference. It was super weird.
Yeah.
I met one of the OGs of Bitcoin, Charlie Shrem. Really, really interesting dude. like straight up evangelist for the cause. Very, very interesting dude. Actually got locked up off of, man, he was locked up for a minute. I forget how long, but it was some non-trivial amount of time. But yeah, off some Silk Road stuff. And not quite as bad as you think it is, but I won't spoil all of it. But yeah, no, because he was there in the early days. But he's got a really, really interesting backstory, which we get into a little bit.
In the crypto piece, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's super interesting. Good series. Highly recommend it.
Ooh, Joe the Smoke. I talk about China, Russia's gold reserves, and what the effects of that might be here in the U.S. Let's do that right now. No, I'm not doing that right now.
There we go. Taking control of chat.
Future stream. No. Future stream. Listen, if we want to get full on, hold on. Let's bring Edward on. We got a guest.
Wow.
We got a
quick
guest.
transition.
If we
Yo,
could,
chill,
if we could get the transition, man. Samir working the boards.
I know. Exercising. Edward, what's up?
How you
My
doing?
friend.
Hello.
We're doing all right. We were just talking about gold reserves.
Do you have your gold reserves ready?
My gold reserve. Listen, man. I've been watching Fox News late at night.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the commercials that come on and tell you everything's just going to hell. You got to buy your gold bars, your gold doubloons, or whatever it is. My house is just full of doubloons right now. I don't even know if they do that. I just figured that's probably what they do. I'm actually
yeah, I got like a nice little box of silver coins, some gold coins.
Yeah, they sell like them commemorative things. Like buy this commemorative silver dollar, and
buy the freedom coin.
Yes, freedom coins.
You know, yeah,
absolutely.
Freedom coins. Yes,
man.
That being said,
I have my
jokes aside,
V-Bucks. All I need are my V-Bucks.
There we go. Yeah,
That's my
V-Bucks,
reserve.
Bitcoin, freedom coin.
Yup. The next currency.
I cannot wait for a future stream in which Samir starts pitching V-Bucks as a hedge against USD inflation.
Listen.
I will lose my mind.
Get all the poke emotes you want.
I mean, those costumes are pretty valuable. You
exactly.
know? Those skins.
Robux.
You don't want to, you don't want to murk somebody dressed up as Naruto using a Kamehameha.
Samir only learned what a Kamehameha was.
Why do we always bring this
Fortnite.
up? Every single stream.
Always. It's not every single stream. It's one in every 3 or 4 streams because I think
every
it's important
stream.
that we acknowledge that historic moment.
That's amazing. I grew up with Dragon Ball Z.
I will still clap all of you. Where we dropping? Let's go.
Y'all don't
okay,
know,
let's do
man.
it.
That's it.
Listen, y'all don't understand, man. Piccolo was one of the just most positive black male role models that we had then. So y'all really just got to understand.
That was my guy, and it was in Budokai Tenkaichi. It was Piccolo's and his special beam cannon.
See, that was true representation, man.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all out here talking about Black Panther. Piccolo.
They do have to repent for Mr. Popopo though. That was crazy.
Mr. Popo. Yeah, Mr. Popo is a whole weird thing because that's a mishmash. That goes all the way back to Little Black Sambo. That's a whole, But they, Akira Toriyama giveth, Akira Toriyama taketh away. What can I say? But listen, if y'all are interested in the gold and all that stuff, I mean, that could be interesting. Perhaps a future stream. But I love this tangent. But let's come back to it. And you were here to talk about Facebook, Meta. Is it disrespectful? Am I miswording Facebook, Meta by calling them Facebook?
I call them Facebook, man.
I just call them Facebook.
I
feel like Facebook. I feel like the Meta employees. I can't imagine. They suddenly, I can't do that, man. But look, what's happening with Facebook?
Oh, they're eating shit. I mean,
this is the economic. This is the professional economic term for what's happening.
You're on Bloomberg TV, and I'm here to tell you to sell all your Facebook shares. No, Facebook is running into a little bit of trouble. Its advertising numbers have been declining over the past few quarters, and investors are a little disheartened because margins are decreasing because it's spending. It promised that it would spend $10 billion a year on building the metaverse as part of this like 10-year plan to create another revenue stream that's not advertising. And, you know, it makes sense from their perspective. It's a desperate move, but investors punish them for it because it's been dragging down other parts of the business.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. Okay. First, what's the lead line here? What's the lead line? Okay. For years, the definition of success for many tech employees, yes, is being a job at a FANG, right? Man.
I didn't know that was an
shout out
acronym,
to Silicon Valley.
Now.
Oh, you didn't?
That's cool. No.
Yeah, that's the thing, man.
That's cool.
Yeah, I always wondered why Netflix was in there. I mean, I get why numbers wise, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess shout out to Netflix, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's starting to change. Because really saying I work for Facebook, that used to be just clout times 100. Did you know anybody who worked at Facebook in the early days?
Yeah, I'd gone to school with a lot of people who ended up working at all these companies, pretty much.
Yeah, I've known more Facebook people, but yeah, back for a while that really was it. If you said you worked with Facebook for a while, if you worked at Facebook, it's just wait, what?
Yeah.
But then it was, oh man, you work at Facebook, and that was it.
And I've been meeting, and before, you know, the most recent layoffs, I was starting to meet more people who are getting involved in the metaverse team. You know, people who are like, I'm bringing NFTs onto the platform, and I'm going to revolutionize art or creative spaces. You know, and a lot of people excited with building Oculus and the VR.
Wait, can we talk about that though? Because that is a huge reason. You know, Daddy Zuck isn't feeling too good right now. It's like. They are puking money into this metaverse, and there is nobody there. It looks like Minecraft. Like it is so whack.
It is really funny that they're spending $100 billion to make like IMVU. You know, like they're just gonna. They're just bringing it back.
That was painful. IMVU.
And hey,
but that was disrespectful.
You know, it'll be better than IMVU because you'll have to pay even more money for everything, and there'll be more ads. I'm sure there'll be a patch and it'll look good in another 10 years. You know,
are there legs yet?
I think they announced them. I don't even know if they're in there yet.
Where are the legs, man?
I will not step foot in hell. That's hell. That's the ninth circle. I'm gonna stay away from it.
This is the wild thing, yo, chat. You have to realize that we are laughing about Facebook in a way that was unfathomable probably just a few years ago.
Yeah.
Like making fun of the company. The only way you could make fun of it was you could perhaps say, I don't like monopolies. I don't like big companies that seem to be running everything. Cool, fair, understandable. But you know, wow, things are going badly. Even that just a layperson who's not really even into the tech world of Silicon Valley or whatever, it's, you know, that's a big change.
Yeah, I mean, Facebook is a company that and to be clear, they're still making hundreds of billions of dollars, but the core operating, you know, business model is constant advertiser revenue growth, constant user growth, and then leveraging that into new products and services. But almost all of the products and services they've tried to enter have sputtered or failed or are not popular. And the user growth is still there, but stagnating as well. And advertiser revenue for the first time has decreased. It decreased for the first time 2 quarters ago. Then last quarter it decreased. So this is the first time it's decreased consistently.
Yeah, you're highlighting this, Samir. Just do us the honors. Read these off.
Yeah, I mean, this is about like what we were talking about before. Reality Labs, Facebook's metaverse fantasy team burned through $4.5 billion in 2019, $6.62 billion in 2020, and $10.19 billion in 2021. That's over $21 billion.
$21 billion, which, correct my math here, but that's roughly half of what Mr. Elon Musk bought Twitter for. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So they could have just had half of Twitter.
They could. They should have
That's
bought
not how
Twitter.
these things work, obviously.
Right.
It's not quite that simple. I'm just giving you the dollar amount that's the $21 billion. And then another yeah.
But another way to look at it is that as disastrous as the metaverse has been, they still spent less money than Elon Musk on Twitter.
That's true. That's true. Even though that was a total W for him, as he likes let that sink in. But then also in the article you talk about Apple. Can we get into how that is affecting? Because that's actually super interesting that I don't think you hear about or you would really know about unless you're toned into this. How Apple is kind of like, as you say, schooling them.
Yeah, so Apple, made some recent moves here, as part of some consumer backlash and regulatory scrutiny. They implemented some privacy changes on their iOS 14 software, right? And so these would basically make it harder for third parties to harvest and data from users and target them, specifically with advertisements, right? Or track them as they move across the internet. And Facebook, in one of its earnings calls, kind of surprised people when it said that this was going to be pretty big in terms of its effect on operations and probably cost them about $10 billion a year. And that this is also going to come on top of an economic downturn. Maybe it's a recession, maybe it's not. That will also shrink advertiser budgets. And so if you mix, a decreased efficiency with advertising on Facebook, with a decreased appetite of advertisers because of the economy, and you get a Facebook seeing its core business model start to shrink in a way that might scare investors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, scare investors. Then it's also, and then what you're saying, because they also, Facebook hired a bunch of people during the pandemic, right? Which is like adding even more fuel to all of this fire.
Yeah, they hired a lot of people on top of changing the company name to Meta and saying we're Meta platforms in the way that Google's now Alphabet. Facebook is one of our core things, and Reality Labs is another core thing. So they hired a lot of people to try to build out this Reality Labs program, this metaverse experiment. And they're now in the midst. I mean, today they're in the midst of doing the layoffs, right? Or they've started doing layoffs this week that are probably going to be widespread and deep ones until they can rein in cost or rein in, or figure out a way to weather the advertiser revenue downturn that they're experiencing right now.
Which, of course, is the part about this, which is deeply unfunny.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and also, like, I do think that, these people, a lot of the people that are getting laid off, it sucks, of course, to get fired and lose a job. And these people will be, or some of them, I think, will be fine. But I am curious what happens, because a lot of them were also hired to come in on these metaverse, NFT, crypto integration projects. And there's a larger downturn in that ecosystem too. Like just today, the second largest crypto exchange announced that, we actually don't have enough money to do all the trades, so we're going to stop withdrawals. And then they just got bought out by the biggest one. So, I feel like there's still a crypto winter going on, and that's also going to make it harder for people to, find work or find jobs in these metaverse crypto blockchain projects.
Yeah.
Which will also probably make it even harder for Facebook to chug along because there's less appetite for this in the first place, right?
Totally. And
I mean, just the whole thing can be so volatile. Go ahead.
So volatile. And this all wraps into what you also talk about here. And again, layoffs happening at Facebook, layoffs happening at Twitter for different reasons. But like this whole Silicon Valley,
Twitter,
that's a different reason. But I'm just saying, you talk about in here, I want to make sure I get the term, techno-feudalism, tech feudalism. And can we get into that? Because I find that super, super interesting, how it really is kind of like these tech companies, while it seems like they're running the show, are slowly kind of crumbling in front of our eyes.
Yeah, so I think over the past few years, because of the relationship that a lot of people have with these digital services and goods provided by these tech companies, it's easy to feel like it's a feudal relationship, that it subverts capitalism in some way, because these companies are monopolies. They create closed gardens. They're parasitic. They collect rents. They generate maybe one or two core good products, but then everyone else has to pay them 30% commission to be on their app stores, right?
Yeah.
Has to use their devices and their infrastructure and their software to create things that can get to people. And if they don't, then they're not going to be able to pass through, right? But it feels very feudal in that sense. But I think, there are a few things with the techno-feudal picture that are a problem that I point out, that other people have pointed out. One is that it commits the mistake of believing these companies when they say they have all this power, that they don't actually. The companies have a big interest in making themselves seem inevitable. Like, there is no other way to do search engines than the way Google does. There's no other way to do Facebook or social networks in the way Facebook does, right? Yeah. But what they've done is they've just spent a lot of money buying up competitors, undermining competitors, crafting regulations and lobbying so that their preferred model is the one that's adopted. And so that ends up feeding into people's minds and imaginations that there's really no alternative, when the reality is that the alternative isn't because they're just savvy feudal lords. It's because they're taking advantage of the way in which capitalism narrows and pushes out and crowds out any real alternatives that aren't immensely profitable or focusing on profits and cutthroat and antisocial. And so we might feel like, because we spend a lot of time on these platforms, because of the way in which you need them to communicate with people in other parts of the world, that they're feudal lords, but really that's just because they are really successful capitalists who understand the logic of the system and have been pretty brutal and ruthless in pushing it forward.
I think what you're saying here specifically about, shout out to Ichichi, first off, for trying to make sure we're keeping our posture on check. Appreciate it. But also going to the meetings, man. Listen, some of y'all at work, listen to this while you're at work. Some of y'all are at school. I'll drink some water while I say this. Listen, shout out to all y'all. Cheers to everybody, by the way. Some of y'all drinking while you're watching this. I can't condone, but I can't uncondone that. I'm not the cops. Y'all do what you want. But what you say actually, I think is really interesting, because I think that's precisely what, frankly, that's what the vibe that I got when Facebook changed the name to Meta, right? Is specifically about, essentially, and I don't want to put too fine a point on this, but kind of manipulating the way in which we imagine things, right? Because metaverse has been a thing that the concept of a metaverse. Look, if you know a child who gets on Roblox, congratulations, you have been exposed to the metaverse. Like, the metaverse is not a really complicated thing, but the entire act of saying meta, which makes you think, oh, well, when I think metaverse, I think meta, right? There are other possibilities, there are other things that could exist, but the way in which a large monopoly ends up working is it's really difficult for you to even imagine that something else could exist, that there could be a competing idea, right? And that shapes really everything. Shapes laws, it shapes social norms, and then especially with something like social media, it shapes the way that you interact with people. Shout out to Nextdoor.
Yeah, right. We talked about last time I was on here, so I think it's it is really tempting, and there's a tendency whenever we, in general discourse and commentary talks about technology, to kind of want to flatten it and simplify it and use these sort of analogies that assume tech is neutral, tech's not political, people deploy it in political ways. But it is political. I mean, the type of technology that we have is a result of political decisions by regulators to subsidize certain things and not others, by collaborations they made with private enterprise, by geopolitics that made certain companies say, we're going to offer this to one business or another, and by the history of all these developments. And all of that, and the economics, and all of that converges into, we have an economy where it makes more sense for advertiser platforms to generate a lot of money by pretending to connect people on social media, but in reality, just using it to figure out what other goods and services we can sell them. And that is what Facebook ends up being. But Facebook then recognizes, okay, look, like that's not going to last forever. You know, that's a short bubble, you know, that is going to burst at some point. We need to figure something out. They tried finance, and that, you know, they shit the bed on that. They tried the metaverse, and you know, God willing, that doesn't work.
Terms that you use. This is why we bring you on. Big brain. This is what we bring you on. Listen, we can't compete with Bloomberg, but we can sometimes get those jewels. Just the concise.
Wall Street Journal. Who?
Right.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Oh man. But okay.
So, you know,
yeah, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say, and so that just brings us to today, pretty much.
It brings us to today, and I'm curious, just quickly. Curious quickly. Thank you, Dexter. So, say people don't care about Facebook. I'm not involved with the metaverse. I don't care about this or that. Why does this downfall actually matter for people, even if you're, you know, deleted your account, you don't care about their shares, anything like that? Like, why does this downfall actually matter? Potential downfall, let me say.
I think one reason it matters is that, you know, this company still has hundreds of billions of dollars. And so as its success with other projects starts to falter, it's going to probably get more desperate, right? That it has enough money to make a real impact on people's lives as it attempts to find new products to sell them. So people should be concerned. I think the metaverse is a good example. The metaverse is not working. They're still spending a lot of money to get people on it. And those people who get on it are going to be subject to cryptocurrency scams, are going to be subject to, you know, all sorts of phishing scams, all sorts of Ponzi schemes that'll hurt them.
Yeah.
And Facebook will be fine in the short term or over the same rung of time as these people who are going to get involved in that scam, right? So in the short term, it's still creating a space that's rife for scam and fraud and abuses that are going to hurt regular people. But I think also long term, if we don't have a clear understanding of what Facebook is and what other social media companies are, it's going to make it hard for us to think of ways to create alternatives. And we're going to go down the wrong path, you know, and think, okay, the solution with Facebook is we just get rid of all this other stuff and we make it focus on connecting people. But the reason it wants to connect people is because of advertiser revenues. So, you know, that focus ignores the core issue, which is the funding model here that prevents all sorts of other models being pursued and instead focuses on something that will get advertisers to put money behind it.
Yeah. This is, and again, the ideas which we think of, oh, what is social media for? Perhaps a lot of us, maybe some of us watching this now are perhaps a bit cynical about this, but you know, the original promise was connecting people. You can find people who either that you know, you lost touch with, you can find a group of people who are into something that, you know, maybe you even know about it, you know, find a hobby, whatever. But again, in the background, in the service of bringing people together so that you can sell them things, or you can sell them as a group to advertisers who want to sell them things, right?
Yeah.
Shout out also, Peyton Blackledge saying that you're in law school right now. shout out to law school. Also, Dr. Franks are asking about the unions. Shout out to the unions, man. Shout out to people making sure, you know, they're taken care of, man. But yeah, I want to, if it would please the court, I would like to either ask you to read or I to read something from this under Facebook Hasn't Fallen Yet, because this is what we're here for, my friend. This is what we're here for. Yeah, scroll up a bit. It's under the heading Facebook Hasn't Fallen Yet. Yep, under that one. Do you want to do it, or should I do it? Because it's a beautiful piece of prose right here.
Okay.
I'll do it. Just right here. Okay. It was every time Zuckerberg was trotted out in front of Congress, he was adamant that Facebook is not a monopoly and that it faces plenty of competition on the internet. Okay, fine. Whatever you say, Mr. Zuckerberg. It was hard to imagine at the time that Zuckerberg would shift from being a weirdo obsessed with dominating social media become a weirdo obsessed with lighting cash on fire in pursuit of becoming the premier place to play virtual ping pong with a heavy computer strapped to your face. It was also hard to predict that this obsession would utterly tank his company. Amazing.
Beautiful.
but also I think it's wild to think about that, because you say this throughout the piece, which is that it was really hard to imagine any of this, right? Let's go back in time and remember. Listen, everybody, I'm too young to remember this, but there was a point at which Atari was a juggernaut. Atari was huge. If you wanted to play a video game, it was Atari. If you wanted to do a spreadsheet, it might be an Atari. It's a joke now.
Atari
right?
spreadsheets?
Yo, yeah.
What?
Atari made computers, man. Atari made computers. Like I said, I'm too young to remember this, but I've watched videos of people talk about this stuff. But like that was it, man.
Yeah.
That was it. You know, IBM. Not that they don't exist anymore, but it was a force. Man, a lot of these companies were just absolute forces. And they, Ask McCash saying that sounds made up. It's not made up. I'm telling you the truth, man. Atari was it, and the Atari got broken down, split up for parts, and now, I mean, I don't know. Every now and again, you'll see somebody buy a shirt from Hot Topic. I don't even know if that still exists. That's Atari right now. That's not Atari doing some other things, but you understand what I'm saying, which is to say that, look, these companies can be extremely big and be just an absolute monopoly, and things can change really quickly. And occasionally, those happen because of some really bizarre decisions being made. And as funny as those can be, they end up taking a lot of things down with them. You know, people losing jobs. You know, and in the case of Facebook, I think you can argue, as you've argued in a lot of places, changing, shall we say, in a neutral way, the way democracy looks in a lot of different places.
Yeah.
Perhaps you think that's a good thing. I think there's an argument to be made to the contrary. But yeah, shout out to Cambridge, not shout out to Cambridge Analytica, actually. But you understand what I'm talking about.
You know, I think, and this is why I think a big question is, you know, what sort of social networks do we want? Because that's really that's the question that's going to guide how we want them to be funded, what politics we want behind them, what sort of economics we want behind them. Are we fine with advertiser platforms? Are we fine with a market or a startup mediating every interaction you have with someone? Are we fine with global communications networks and the consequences that might come from them, with needing to have content moderation and algorithmic feeds and management? You know, I think there are a lot of, and there's a lot of work that's been done on this, on asking like what parts of these systems are, but inevitably you run up into the realization that most of the alternatives that would make something social and make something a community and make it something desirable for you to meet friends and strangers and family and work together with people and build things with people or just have fun are not profitable or antithetical to increasing profits constantly. So does that mean we need to scale back the type of social network we want, or does that mean we need to push up against, you know, the logic of those systems and undermine them when we want? And I think it's, you know, the latter. I think that we're not going to have the social media we want as long as it's something that can be traded on markets or something that's connected to funding from other corporations.
Yeah. So, says something interesting here. Social media is one of those things that are great in concept, but people will always find a way to ruin it. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I tend to pull back from the idea that it's people that's ruining it. I mean, we know to a good extent what the problems are with social media, right? And a lot of them come out of the fact that this is not something that's done, you know, not for profit. And because it's not done for not for profit, there are a lot of things you have to do to get people on it as much as possible, using it as much as possible, fucking with their minds, or, you know, narrowing the range in which they interact with other people into ways that you can modify the behavior to be as profitable as possible. Sometimes that means spreading propaganda and misinformation and disinformation. Sometimes it means radicalizing people. Sometimes it means, causing mental health crises.
Mm-hmm.
But in one way or another, all of these are consequences of the market aspect of it. I think that social media can exist, and like they said, does sound in theory, but we don't have it, and we don't have much of anything that would support it if we did create it.
Yeah. I actually really like the question that Sounds asked, is because this comes back to what you were talking about, was because that's actually, I hear a lot of people say that, right? That, look, social media, it's garbage, it's bad, and it's basically, we just got to deal with it. It's here, and it's always going to be bad. And that's really all we can do about it. But I think that goes to a lot of what you were saying, is there is a sort of a limiting of the imagination of, okay, what's possible? It's just, well, it sucks. You know what I mean? Well, listen, if you want to have something in which you communicate with your neighbors about what's going on outside, you're just going to have to deal with racism. That's it. Like, there's nothing that can be done about that. Just, everybody's racist. Cool. Which is okay, perhaps. But perhaps there's something else that's possible. But it's really hard to think about that when what we do have, the ultimate goal really is, again, if you're not paying for something, you're the product. See, listen, man, Samir getting pissed off again.
We're on social media right now. I'm out.
Actually, Samir has a lot of shares in all of these companies. Actually, he's actually on the board.
Yeah, conflict of interest.
This is what it is. Yeah, he didn't want it. We had to talk about this before, but yeah, he's actually on the board, and yeah. But shout out to him.
Don't give him that Smirky Tunes lower, man. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, we weren't supposed to tell that lore until like episode 30. But you're getting it early because you're here on the Streamathon.
Yeah, you can do like a 2-part episode on how Samir got on the board.
Listen,
wow,
that's the piece right there. That is a piece there. Yeah, I mean, Sarzapi saying right here, it's Samir you later. Copenhagen.
Yo, that's the first time I've heard that. I've heard a lot of things with my name. Legend.
Okay.
That's
a
wild.
nice one.
Yes, but it's hard to imagine a beneficial social media platform run by a for-profit company. Yeah, I mean, well, that's all we've seen so far, or that's all the prominent ones we've seen so far. There's other ones, obviously. Do you use Mastodon?
Not really.
I tried it. Yeah, it didn't really work for me.
Because I think, in principle, I support it, and I think like an alternative would look or have elements and principles like it. But I'm not convinced that the solution is getting as many people onto Mastodon as possible. Because frankly, right now it's maybe 800,000 users. 800,000 users there. How are we going to get the millions of other people there? Can it scale up to handle them? And then also, what happens when some other social media giant just creates an alternative and brings people on there? I think though that getting people to use it is part of it, like so that people can see their alternatives and think through them and connect with people on these alternative spaces that will get them, more interested, either individually or politically and so on and so forth in alternatives. Because you have to get people thinking about this. Part of the thing is, like we've been talking about, an imagination issue.
Yeah.
Because we've been indoctrinated with thinking one way.
Totally. And I think you always kind of see this because, I mean, I honestly forget what we were talking about on stream as it relates to this, but like these things start out, take Be Real, for example, still for profit, all of that. But like they start out with this idea of like, no, this is actually going to be quote unquote, heavy air quotes, good social media. Like this is raw, good social media. But again, as soon as you bring advertising, as soon as you bring really for-profit driven ideas into play, it switches. And people are saying it's only a matter of time until that is brought to Be Real. And it's no longer this sort of like fun in the moment type of app. A very specific example to a systematic problem, but I think it's interesting to look at in real time how this is playing out.
I think there's also another thing where it's like, let's say we did pursue an alternative and build it up and focus on building it up. One thing that would really help us in learning what kind of alternatives would work in terms of the patterns in which people use social media and don't use it would be the data that all these companies have. All the data that these companies have is walled off behind their corporate, trade secrets or proprietary information. Okay, so that's gone. Another thing that would help would be The data sets still walled off. Another thing that would help would be the algorithms. Those are also trade secrets from proprietary information. So all the stuff that we also need to build alternatives, we can't even access because the system in of itself is a private for-profit system. And if these things were public goods and services, which they should be, then we could have a lot of experimentation and discovery with realizing that people want or don't want to use things in a certain way, or experimenting and discovering things that people didn't know they might actually want in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine all of the human resources, and I mean that by saying people power, right? That has gone into creating these things. Look, the TikTok algorithm, that thing is from outer space, man. Like,
yeah, it works.
That thing has me pinned down. Like Facebook and all these, so much work has gone into this, so much human learning, and it's just, say whatever you want to say about it, but these are absolutely amazing things that are being created, but they're locked behind not even a paywall. They're just locked up. That's it.
Oh yeah.
All the discovery, all the learning
that
has been gone into this. That's it.
You're not getting that.
Patty formula.
That's the 13 spices and herbs, I'm telling you.
How SpongeBob metaphors is a great way, perhaps, to wrap this one up, man. It's all basically, everybody, it's all about why locking everything up and don't be Mr. Krabs. That's what this is all about. Don't be Mr. Krabs.
Don't go around saying money, 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 money.
Yeah.
Somebody clip
really
that.
Good. That was really good. Can you do any other characters?
No, I don't think so. just Krabs.
Listen, that's solid. Yeah, Mr. Krabs. That's solid.
Fire.
My man, thank you for coming through.
Thanks for having me. Thank you. It was great talking
Absolutely.
with you.
Peace.
Man. SpongeBob. I like the use of SpongeBob there. I thought that was really helpful. Good job, Samir.
Thank you. You're welcome. 1 second.
Yeah, no, go for it. Listen, that's it. Hey, this is what you're here for, isn't it, everybody? You're here for 12 hours of Dexter.
See, I gave you just quick, just a crumb of the power trip. Just a crumb.
Yeah.
Just to.
Oh yeah, that's right. There's that one time when I dipped and you just started wilding out on stream.
Exactly.
I forgot about that.
Real ones are with us.
Does that mean that the real ooh, this is a good one. Paul Chin asking, does that mean that the real hero of the proletariat is plankton?
See, that's what I was gonna say. You also don't want to be plankton.
Yeah,
Chum bucket is for the people. Yo, my reality is kind of shattering right
honestly,
now. Is this true?
I haven't read. I haven't watched SpongeBob in long enough to where I'm not really sure that I can make a really good class analysis.
Low-key kind of woke.
Plankton.
Honestly, it is Squidward.
Yeah, I'm not
Who remembers
sure,
that
man.
episode where he just gets in that feedback loop of life of like every day where he's like sunrise, sunset, going on the bike, getting canned bread. We all know what that is. He's the real proletariat there.
Wait, canned bread? What is canned bread?
Canned bread. It's like the beer can.
Oh,
bread,
is that
you know what I'm
okay?
saying?
I haven't seen that one.
SpongeBob Marxist analysis when he moves to the suburbs.
Somebody's got to be doing this. Exactly. Somebody's got to be doing. Listen, I did a whole full. Y'all think I was playing around with that Dragon Ball thing? Like I've done a full on presentation actually here. Yeah, over the summer there was a symposium workshop type thing. Yeah, I did a full on presentation about how Piccolo is black. So somebody's got to be doing something about real good class analysis on SpongeBob. That's definitely got to be happening. There's got to be at least 10 YouTube essays about that right now. Right now.
Definitely. Isn't that
yeah, wait.
so funny?
Who moves to the suburbs?
Squidward. Squidward moves to the suburbs and he's like, yo, look at this amazing life. And doesn't work out so well for him. Gets caught in the capitalist cycle. But anyway.
Hey man, we're all caught in it.
We're all trying.
We're all caught in it.
I never got into SpongeBob, but it seems it goes deeper than I thought. Definitely does.
What about when Squidward tried to organize a workplace strike to protest
I just watched
unfair
that one
work
again.
conditions? Did that happen?
Yes. He gets SpongeBob to unionize. It's like a 2-person union. And then SpongeBob goes all out with it at the very end and just fails. Sorry for the spoiler. But absolutely classic episode. So true.
Yo, Christina throwing ads for the Fediverse. The Fediverse sounds mad suspect. I'm just gonna say, because the first thought I saw about that was just you want me to get on whose social network? Me on the Fed social network? But yes. Fascinating. Listen, I'd actually be very interested in, I don't know, doing more of a deep dive on what else is out there. I'm into it. However, the spam of the links in the chat, I don't know how I feel about that, but I am interested in the topic, perhaps in the future. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Hit us on Twitter, hit us on IG. I think we got an email address in there. Listen, if there's stuff, we've said this before, but there's stuff that's come out recently that you're interested in, odds are we know the people who made it, if it's a Vice piece. And we can
or
maybe
who are at
bring
least
them
talking
on.
about it in some way.
Yeah, definitely. The feds would never do anything sketchy. That is true. The feds never would do anything sketchy. That's actually never happened in the history of the United States.
Existence.
The federal, no. That's not a thing that happens.
No. That's
wow.
Anyway, Molotov, yeah. Have you not watched SpongeBob at all?
You said, have I not?
Yeah, have you seen any SpongeBob? Or you're saying you just haven't watched it for a while?
Of course.
Okay.
No, it's been a really long time. No, I mean, I remember I've seen the early episodes and I've probably seen some recently. It's one of those things where SpongeBob has been on for so long. It's been on for so long, man. I think it's still on now.
So deep. Didn't they make the final episode? I forget. I could be very wrong.
Was it over?
That. I don't know.
Oh, Furious and Gorgeous saying only the first 3 seasons are canon. Honestly, that's probably what I've seen.
That's really true.
That's
Also,
probably what I've
Travis,
seen. It's like
so
Simpsons,
true.
man. I don't know anybody. I had friends who were really into The Simpsons. I don't know anybody who still watches The Simpsons.
No, I mean sometimes you throw it on, but I don't even know where you find.
Who's
the
a
thing
Simpsons?
Is, the Simpsons.
But who's a Simpsons fan?
Yeah,
who's a Simpsons fan right now?
Like,
who's a Family Guy fan? I'm actually genuinely worried about people who are still Family Guy fans. That's what I'm
saying. It's like 40-year-old dads in Ohio. They're the ones, or wherever, in the suburbs of Illinois.
That's okay. You can be a 40-year-old
totally,
dad in Ohio.
But I'm saying they're the ones who are into this stuff still.
Proclivities that you have and your outlook on the world. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, people watch it as a habit. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get to. We got to get this to being a habit. We got to get to the point where the stream,
absolutely,
in just years, it's just whack, but people still watch it.
Totally.
And people say, "Man, remember those first few years? That was great."
the Vice canon, Vice Twitch canon seasons.
Vice, yeah.
Streams.
Only when Dexter and Samir were talking about anime, it was canon.
That's when it was real.
Now everybody's plugged into the metaverse and they all got cords dangling out of their heads and stuff like that. And they're doing cryo sleep. They're doing cryo sleep, 500-hour streams. Man, that's whack. I remember when they did.
They're too mainstream.
That's when they were really on it. Yeah, they're too mainstream right now. I don't like that.
Yeah. Oh, PDX, what's up? Welcome in.
Watching Vice Twitch as a habit. Yo, shout out to Gone PDX.
South
Man,
Park
did you ever figure out what that Vietnamese spot was?
Oh, yeah.
In Portland? I'm about to Google that, man.
Yo, Travis, so true. Only OGs remember the intersectional analysis of SpongeBob and Dragon Ball Z. So true.
Exactly. That's what you're here for. You're here for that history.
Yo, that true Habibi. Dex and Samir gonna be animated. That's fire. Are we gonna get our own anime?
I would take an anime.
I would take an anime too. Why not?
Restaurant, man.
Family Guy drops weekly on Disney Plus in Canada.
Luck. Luck. That's what it is. I'm not saying it properly, but LUCLAC. I'm almost positive that's the one. Almost positive that's the store. That place was so good. Luck Vietnamese Kitchen. Yo, that place saved my life, man. Not saved my life, but just saved my, just honestly well-being, man. I still had, what the heck was it? Like the residue from the tear gas and everything like that was still all over my clothes. You'd walk through the park and you just by walking you kick up
like, what are you
dust
talking
and
about?
you
But now I know.
start crying and inhaling it
Yeah,
still.
yeah.
And you know you got to go out the next night still, and it's just, yo, man, I'm about to get this broken rice whatever combo with the spring rolls.
Luck is there when no one else is.
Luck was there when nobody else was. I'm telling you, man, we kept eating there. I might have ate that almost every day I was there. That was so good.
I've never, yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Luck. Bang. We have another one. Let's go.
Silly Book saying they talk about Luck all the time out here in Portland. Go there. Yes. Okay. See, listen, everybody backing me up here. Yes.
First there was Luck, then there was Light.
So hard. Yes. Let me double check that I'm actually got the right place, because I think I remember that. Yep, I remember the decor. Yeah, this is the place.
That's wild. Shout out Chatter.
Real heavy.
With the accurate restaurant ID. I love it.
Yes. Emily asking, when was that? This was during the summer protest, summer of 2020. Summer of 2020. When I was out there. I was out there for a little while. But yeah, phenomenal food.
Phenomenal food.
Restaurant recommendations. Listen here. You're getting Marxist analysis
of SpongeBob.
You're getting Vietnamese restaurant recommendations in the Portland downtown area.
Did we decide it was downtown? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
What else you getting here?
You're getting
information about the monopoly of Facebook. This is why you're here.
How all currency is going to be
maybe specifically
traded
for
with V-Bucks.
Bitcoin Beach.
Further on. V-Bucks are the future.
V-Bucks, man. What is the current exchange rate of V-Bucks to USD?
What is it? You can get like 1,200 V-Bucks for $20, something like that. Nah, that's probably a little bit more. I forget.
What a weird. Really? It's not just 1 to 100 or something like that? I've never bought a V-Buck in my life.
Well, you're missing out. You're the one. You're missing out. The future is now, Dexter. How much are V-Bucks? I don't know.
This is the kind of content. Yeah. Gasperld, how is this all free?
Oh. 1,000 V-Bucks for $8. There we go.
1,000. Yeah. That's
microtransactions. Everything is a microtransaction.
Can they not just do normal conversions?
Yo, Travis, are V-Bucks doing better than the British pound? Savage.
No. Yeah, y'all already finished the cryptocurrency segment. Why are we talking about V-Bucks?
True. I'll take responsibility for that one.
Speaking of V-Bucks, where's Todd?
That was a hard transition. Let's do it. Is he here? That was just, we're not even going to try anymore.
Listen, we got 12 hours, man. I got to save my transitions for later. I'm trying to pace myself.
Once we're stoked on the
I'm trying to pace myself.
Let me see. Is he here? 1 second. I'm going off frame again.
Random bullet. World news sucks when you're losing. Don't at me. Who wants to lose? Speaking of lose, we are gonna be playing some games in a little bit. So hopefully,
did Dexter just say
y'all stick around for that. What's up?
He's here.
I'm hearing voice in the background, but I don't know what's going on. Anyway, since they're gone,
that is exactly what he just said.
Anybody want to read along with me? Let's do a let's read section. What do we have here? We have some material from the collection the collected works of Miki Kiyoshi. Perhaps, if you'd be interested.
The excellent.
The Untold. Oh, let's see. We've got the Untold Philosophy. We won't read that, actually. That's not one of my favorites. Yes. Perhaps I'll read everybody's stories.
Yeah, just story time with Dex.
Story time.
What we set up.
Story time with Dexter. That's it. This is amazing. I love how we're still hearing there.
Yeah, it's
still
behind
hearing
the scenes.
Well,
come on
let's
now.
see.
This is why you're here.
Let's see. No, this is good. We're still hearing your audio. You know what? Could
You're
you
still gonna have to
while you
explain
work
yourselves
on
with
that-
this transition, by the way. Todd has things to say.
Oh no, that's fine. I know. I'm very happy to do that. You're not able to throw up an article while you're doing that, are you? Because there's something I
let's
wanted to
do
get
it.
into while you're busy. Up to you
Let's
though.
see. No,
I
we're
can just
working on
talk. War and Peace. You know what? I actually might have War and Peace in here. No, I don't think I would have War and Peace in here. I do got some classics though, man. I got the MLA Handbook. I got Twin Peaks on VHS. I got Twin Peaks on VHS right here. What else do I got?
Wow. Going through
I got
the
a
books that you
lot,
don't
man.
read. Classic Professor.
No, that's a VHS. That I haven't seen
Oh,
that
my
though.
bad.
I've heard it's good. Yeah, whose name's Dex, Digi, and Sparky?
What?
Well, my online handle is Dex Digi. But yeah, what am I reading? What are y'all reading? Anybody reading anything interesting? Anybody reading interesting? Anything interesting, shall I say? You just buy books as a hobby.
Just
Wow,
purchasing
fresh
them, not
one
actually
can't
reading
read.
them.
Listen, actually, you know what? You know, there's actually a word for that, Samir. Do you know that in Japanese?
What?
Buying books and then not reading them. There's a phrase for
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah, it's tsundoku. So it's
Tsundoku,
kind of a
okay.
joke. So tsuma means kind of just like pile things on, and then tsundeoku. So tsundeoku means just pile stuff up and then kind of leave it over there. But the other thing is, the second half of the word sounds like doku, which means reading. And so it's this play on words, which means, oh, what kind of reading do you do? Oh, I tsundoku. What I do is I just
love
be putting
that.
stuff up and pile.
See-
I just pile books up, and then I don't actually read them. So it like this would be, if I hadn't read any of these, this would be tsundoku.
See, I love how they just call it how it is. They're not trying to hide anything.
Tsundoku. Tsundoku. So there's a
Oh, Girl with
tsu
Box dropping it
on
in
there
chat.
next
Is
to
that
S.
right?
What's up? Yeah, tsundeoku. So tsundeoku, and then tsundoku. If when you not compartmentalize it, when you contract it, tsundoku is it. Crying in H Mart. I've heard good stuff about that. I haven't read it.
I've heard it's great.
Yo, Blue Nippon. Wait. E. Taylor Atkins, Blue Nippon?
What up?
Are you serious? Hold on. Moko, are you... What?
A
I'm
lot
about to
just went
assign
down.
that book in my class. No, I'm about to assign that book in my class. I have assigned it. Yo, Blue Nippon is such a good book, man. It's about the history of jazz in Japan. It is so good. The last couple chapters go off on a weird tangent, but the first maybe two, it flips all of your assumptions about what jazz even is. Oh, it's such a good book.
Well, we have someone here to tell us about what might happen if democracy.
I'm dead serious. Actually,
Oh, he still wants to talk about this book.
Did I go to school with this person? I'm genuinely wondering this. I'm losing my mind. Yeah. Oh, Girl with Box. Yes, that's right. Tsundoku. That's right. Fire and Fury. I don't know that one. Yeah. Anyway, Todd, V-Bucks. Oh, say that.
I love it. Again, here we go.
The book is called Blue Nippon. Blue. Can somebody throw that in there? It came out of Duke University Press. Good book. Really, really, really recommended. It's a good one. Yeah. So Todd, V-Bucks. We're gonna have a big special about V-Bucks tonight, right?
I mean, I'm carrying them in my V wallet right now.
Amazing.
Never without them.
Yeah, man. But where were we? What is happening, by the way? What we got two people and then also one Todd.
Absolutely.
What's happening?
Yeah,
it's fine.
We're on the love seat.
We're on the love seat. We're on this.
Do you like it better if we're really on the love seat, or
there
if
we go?
Because I can also isolate from Samir
solely
and,
on the love seat.
That might be weird.
This is, it's fine. Listen,
I think
the
we're
more
good.
the more the better. Honestly,
all the boxes.
Is there a dark market for V-Bucks right now? Selling V-Bucks on the Silk Road. This is not something that needs to be happening. Yeah, I don't know.
I think one of you needs to be holding the
maybe
other. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know about that girl with box.
Yeah, listen. We're out here. We're comfortable with who we are. But listen. So we brought on Todd, and Todd actually the dog safely at home, Strider.
Yeah, how's Strider doing?
I'm glad you asked. He's great, actually.
Okay, good.
He's great, and we're trying to do speak. He's not getting it. I think he might officially be an old dog.
Oh no, can't teach an old dog new tricks.
That's why. I mean, he's not physically old. He's quite spry, but he just will not speak. I gave him. I had a steak bone the other night. Delicious. I mean, undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get more high value than that. Dog trainers will talk to you about high value treats, the kind of thing that really motivates your pup to learn something new or step up. And he did get the bone. I did not get the bark. So he's good. He's a little slow on the uptake these days, but I'm working.
So that's
with
sort
him.
of like giving him, say, just 5,000 V-Bucks and then just absolutely didn't come back with the win.
Didn't come back with the Crown Royale.
I'm not sure. I do not know what the V-Buck to sirloin bone, prime rib bone actually exchange rate is, but it's 5,000 sounds about right, given his reaction.
Yeah, listen, man, with inflation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yo, Copenhagen Cool saying your dad toured Japan as a jazz artist in the 70s. Yo,
that's crazy.
I'm such a fan of today's chat. Chat in general.
Chat is going crazy
been here
today
for a while. So Copenhagen Cool is officially a veteran of the chat. But chat, man, I'm learning stuff in here. This is good. But
let's
V-Bucks aside.
V-Bucks
leave that alone
aside
for just a little bit, because you're here to talk to us probably about things that happen in DC, and there's gonna be some things happening. Well, DC aside, all over the country today in the United States. What's happening today?
Well,
could you fill us in?
There's an election on, if that's what you mean. Yeah, it's on.
Yes.
Polls are open all across America. We're waiting on midterm results. So if people don't know, we have elections, national elections, every 2 years. 2 years ago, they call that a general election. President, Congress, members of Congress, senators. Halfway through, every 2 years, you get what's called a midterm election. So just congressional candidates, a lot of governors, local races, state legislature, stuff like that. So no president on the ballot. And it functions as a way to reset Congress, but it also functions as kind of a national check-in where everybody's at politically. And so we're waiting on that today. And some deeper stories, I think you have me here to really check in on, like the whole issue of disinformation and how democracy is running in this election. So that's really vital, because everybody, I hope, will remember to 2020. I mean, we had a coup attempt in 2020, and Donald Trump tried to steal that election. He is laying the groundwork to try to do that again in 24 if needed. If he were to lose, looks like he's running. So this election right here is like vital to that project, whether he can put in the infrastructure to do that. So that's really what we're after.
Can we go into that? Can we talk about why it is so vital and why this is really laying the grounds for what's to come in 2024?
So there's a couple of key areas of that. One is, well, let's talk about the election first. One is who's getting elected and what are they about. That's the biggest part of this in the midterms. So ever since Trump erected his mythology around 2020, election was stolen, I didn't really lose, that has grown to something far, far bigger than just in Trump's head and sort of his ego defense that the man can't handle and to take an L. It's really become the central tenet of the Republican Party now. And what that has meant is that candidates are running all over America on the idea that the election was stolen.
Todd, I'm sorry. I love this.
What?
I love this. It is a sign from the universe.
What?
That I am the one and true streamer. And that
Man, don't even.
Who would come before
did we
you
just
and tell you that they are streamers as well are false in the eyes of the universe, and the eyes of the force. Yeah, no, I'm even saying that, man. I'm saying in the eyes of the forces that want y'all to know what's going on.
2 dots to 0.
I'm the person. Listen, you see what they do to me? You see what they do to me? Look where I am right now.
Samir,
look where I am. I'm in the bottom right corner. See, you see how they try to do me?
Listen, I gave you that little bit of crumb of power, and
they try to put the MVP in the corner. That's what we're talking about. Okay, let's get back into it now that it looks like the battery's acting properly. So you were saying it had gone beyond being just something that is in Trump's head.
Yeah,
this is spiraled upwards, downwards, whatever you want to say, into something completely different, much larger, I guess we should say.
Yeah, it's an article of faith in it. It's an article of faith in a basic tenet of what it means to be a Republican in most of the party now, which is the election was stolen. Democrats can only win if they cheat. We don't lose elections anymore. If we lose, it means there was cheating. So that can be a lot of conversation, a lot of disinformation online, and a lot of griping. But a midterm election, and right now is when you see that operationalized. And this is one of the most important parts about today, because now people, far-right Republican candidates, are running for office. We've talked about this on the stream before, but a lot of people are new too. Far-right candidates for office are running for offices all across America that actually administer elections. Every state has a secretary of state, and that's not like the governor. They're a couple of rungs down, but that person administers the rules for elections, makes sure the counts go well, sets the polling times. Like, elections are extremely complex and complicated and highly verified affairs. So now, and traditionally, like, super nonpartisan, very kind of, if I can say it, sort of like functionary, bureaucratic, egg-headed, nonpartisan jobs in our history. You don't know who that person is unless they live on your block. That's fine. You don't need to know them. They're not partisan, and they're not really a political operator. They might have to get elected, but getting reelected in that job meant nobody knew who you were because you ran a fair election, and why would anybody know who you are? There were no problems. That has changed.
Who, if I might jump in from a slight outsider thing, I have, to a couple of these people's faces, I have called them a nerd. And they've laughed and said, "Yeah, it's a good.
Proud of it.
Basically, my job title. I'm a nerd because I'm into this stuff. I love it. It fascinates me, and making everything go right and making sure everybody feels good about the fact that this is done fair, properly, and transparently. That's what gets me up out of bed in the morning. Not a flashy job, but really important.
And so, what happens when the local nerd has to have a security detail around their house? Gets death threats on a daily basis. In some cases, starts carrying a weapon. And I know people in local election official jobs who are now carrying guns for self-protection. So, yes, unknown nerds with their heads down who like to run fair elections and do that very nerdy, very important work has now transformed into a highly partisan, conspiratorial revenge job to redress and get back 2020 for the election that was stolen from them and from Donald Trump. So this is happening. We're watching today, especially places like Arizona, out west, Nevada, Michigan. All of these are what we call swing states. These are the places that can go either way in a presidential election. We only have, like 10 in the whole country. But they are also places where these stolen election Trumpist, really like messianic candidates are running. And when I suggest that they're cultish, I'm telling you that the three I just mentioned, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, announced their candidacy at a QAnon conference last summer.
Like, let that sink in.
In Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Announced it. Hey, we're all running as a block. We've got a coalition at a QAnon conference where QAnon celebrities were sharing the stage. And one of them bragged about his relationship with Juan O'Savin, a well-known QAnon sort of personality. So this is one of the things that's at stake, is the operationalizing of of the stolen election disinformation campaign that Donald Trump has wrought on the American system. It's no longer just sort of a something out of his head or a speech passage or an ego defense for him. This is being operationalized now. And that's just the operational part. We can talk about the disinformation part as sort of secondary to that, but yeah.
Well, and also you're naming these states, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at least a few of them you're talking about. The thing that sort of set the stage with this is because they were swing states, and then Biden in 2020 won them to like a lot of people's surprise, and that's kind of was like the spark that lit the dynamite with this whole the election is stolen. I can't believe this is happening. How would this ever happen here? Is that correct? And like, how does that sort of set the stage for what we're seeing right now?
Yeah, I think that's totally correct. I think that in right-wing information silos, and not just the fringe ones, like on Fox News, we've documented this on Breaking the Vote, other parts of Vice News. In the case of Fox, like they spent months and months and months telling their audience to keep eyes on the screen because you don't want people to watch something else. Right. Telling their audience that Donald Trump is ahead, Donald Trump can't lose. And when he did lose, for Donald Trump, his ego shattered because I think we're pretty familiar with his personality. But for the audience, there was a major shattering of expectation as well. And in a lot of ways, it could only be rectified by the idea that the election must have been stolen. That's only one small piece of the psychology behind this. It's pretty deep, actually, pretty deep and dark in a lot of ways. But you've hit on a very important part of it. And so that spawned, Trump's insistence that he could not have lost. Spawned January 6th. You all watched the riot and you saw the assault with your own eyes. There was also the broader coup attempt around that. I mean, it doesn't get more violent against democracy than that, although it could. I shouldn't speak too soon. But so far, at least in the modern era. In the modern era. Yeah. So here we are, and now if you're the type of Trump soldier who's not going to let that happen again, you might be online spreading disinformation that any Democratic victory is automatically stolen. You might be online today misdirecting about sort of routine issues and problems at the polls and that this must be a steal. Or you could be at the very top filing lawsuits, planning to spread disinformation tonight as votes come in to try to claim victory before results are known so that you establish that you have victory. And if you don't win, guess what? It was stolen. This is extremely corrosive to everything that elections are supposed to be about, but we're kind of standing by for all this right now.
And it's Travis 100 is saying, if we win, it's because we were supposed to. If we lose, it's rigged. So okay.
Sums it up.
Let me back up a little bit, because I don't think I've ever heard anybody say ever, at least not people who are running for office, say, this election don't really matter. It really matter all that much. It's not that important, right? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that to me. So we always say that, every election is important, but it sounds like what you're telling me is that this one is fundamentally different from elections in the past, specifically fundamentally different from midterms in the past. And that maybe we can get into what actual topics are, so we say, up for debate in this, but what is there something specifically that feels really different for you?
Yo, real quickly, sickening supplies and hey, Paul Chin, thank you for those 2 primes. And we have a hype train going. Let's go. Appreciate you guys.
Let's get it.
Yeah.
Let's go in.
Right on time. Yeah, there's a lot that feels fundamentally different. And that's because the whole idea of fair elections and accepting, running hard, maybe even being mean and nasty while you do it, maybe telling a few stretchers, always been part of the race. Now, the difference is a lot of Republican candidates and some high-profile ones not committing to accepting the results if they lose. That's become like almost a tenet, a plank of being a Republican now, is that you don't accept elections if you lose. So you can drill down a little bit on how dangerous that is to the system. I mean, elections, it's like money, right? $1 or a V-buck, if you will, only works if you believe it has value.
Yeah.
You only accept it
Everybody believes it. Yeah.
Right. It holds its value in the common belief that it has value. Elections are like this in a lot of ways. Elections are like this in really significant ways. The whole point is that everybody kind of accepts that we're all coming to the polls. You might like the results, you might not. You might file a lawsuit after if you think there were irregularities. Like, that can happen too. But at the end of the day, you're going to say, okay, the other guys won, or, oh, yay, we won this time. That's off now. And I've never...
Again, just imagine if... going back to the V-Bucks, but let's keep it a USD, right? Dollars analogy. Imagine if somebody, you're working at a store and somebody pays you $10, and for whatever reason, you just don't feel like you trust the dollars anymore. And you just, you know what? I don't trust that. I'm not going to take that. Okay, what do you do? Right? So much of just daily life depends on, if I give you $10, you trust that you're going to be able to get $10 worth of hot dogs, glizzies. We did it.
Glizzies. There we go. Love it.
That is going to be, you're going to be able to take that $10 and use it for the same $10 worth of work, or whatever the case may be. You can pay your rent, put gas in your car, whatever the case is. And then all of a sudden you don't believe in that. How just much would that tear apart how society works, right? We don't got to get into the whole cryptocurrency thing because we already talked about it, right? We're leaving it at USD and V-Bucks. But again, with an election, if all of a sudden it's this sort of fundamental assumption that you have, well, if they got all the votes, then they win. Okay, I mean, I don't like that person, but all right, I guess that's what everybody wanted. Yeah. Not me, I'm in a minority, but that's what everybody else wanted. Okay, better luck next time. But that is being eroded in real time.
Yeah, right before our eyes. Yeah, actively. There are signs of it eroding in this election now. I mean, we talk about 2024 and laying the groundwork to really steal the next election, and that's definitely part of it. There are signs of that happening now in this election, mostly through disinformation. There aren't, so far today that I'm aware of, there aren't a lot of signs of the kind of stealing, like ballot box stuffing, and actually, the kinds of traditional, like, there have been dirty elections before. Trust me, it's not like it's been this wonderful, pristine pursuit. Yeah. I'm not suggesting that.
Right.
But the election undermining that's happening now already is in the information space, and in the threat space. So we have seen, like we talked about, all these calls that, the Democrats must be cheating. Any problem with a vote tabulator machine means it's rigged. In the weeks up to the election, armed, masked vigilantes in some case posting up at ballot drop boxes in places like Arizona to keep an eye on those drop boxes, because that's where people steal elections, but really that's about intimidating voters who drive up in their car to drop off a ballot. We've had a lot of reporting here at Vice of operatives, conspiracy theorists in Texas, even local officials in some cases, going door to door, knocking door to door and interrogating people, basically demanding to know, how did you vote? Where did you vote? When did you vote? None of your effing business. And nobody with authority to ask that question, but doing it anyway as a form of intimidation. It amounts to a form of intimidation, whether it's intended that way or not. We've had warnings from the Justice Department about civil rights violations in some of these places. Thousands. I mean, the threats against election workers, the nerds that you described at the top decks, all over the country. This is the basic functionary infrastructure of running our elections. There are thousands and thousands of these people, largely volunteers. Sometimes they're paid on a wage basis to go to the tabulating center in their community or in their state and count the ballots. I mean, we've done a lot of reporting here and have seen, even in the January 6th committee hearings, the amount of intimidation, threats, sometimes mortal threats, deadly threats, illegal stuff. People have been arrested for this, not enough really. So this is subversion at every level. You don't actually need to do 2,000 fake ballots, you know, where I secretly type out Dexter Thomas and stuff it in there. Not really necessary. You can influence elections in a lot of other, in fact, more sinister ways. We are seeing some of that. Threats and intimidation are a form of political violence.
Right.
Puts the fear of violence in a person trying to volunteer to do their job, and that is far more widespread than it used to be, and has spiked. We've seen people leave those jobs all over the country because they don't want the headache, or they fear for their families, or they get doxxed, or they have weirdos outside their house, or they have local officials, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists in the case of Nevada that I could quote to you, just drumming away on some county official who's been doing the job for 20 years and you have no idea what her name is until she leaves, just until she's out, and then a person of good faith can be replaced by somebody else.
For sure.
All over the place.
Also,
shout out chat. I just got to say, like, witticism, I believe, maybe
witticism, thank
commenting
you
for the first time. Really, some really good, questions and points being put in.
Also,
there.
thank you for that sub while you were at that. And
Absolutely.
Sasaki, thank you for those bits. Really appreciate you. And the anonymous gift. Yo, shout out chat right now.
Let's get it.
Going crazy.
Maybe we can. You've been talking. You hinted a little bit about this, or mentioned a little bit, but there are some things that are pension.
Hydration.
There's some topics up there. Oh, here we go.
Hydration is one.
Get water.
Want to toss me that?
Oh, hydration.
Hydration.
Your little baby cup there.
Maybe I'll hold it over here.
Yeah. There we go. Cheers, everybody.
Size of that bad boy.
I know.
Cheers, everyone.
Big bottles only.
Yeah, man. Big bottles only. But what I was going to ask is, okay, we talked about the state, what's there, what the dangers are, or what the concerns are about people's faith in election being eroded, right? Which is frankly a deterrent to voting in and of itself. If you don't think that your vote even matters because it's not even going to work out, why would you go vote, right? This is a whole other issue. Perhaps we could talk about it sometime, maybe later on this
season. Which has been the subject of effective disinformation campaigns in the past, including 2016. I mean, Russians pulled that caper in places like Wisconsin and Georgia, particularly against black voters. Your vote doesn't matter, so why bother? But that's a thing.
Oh, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, man. Yeah, man. There's so much we got to talk about, man.
Yeah.
But let's get to this thing, because I want to talk about something very specific, which is, okay, we talked about kind of the meta thing here, no Facebook. But what about the things that are actually up that people are voting on, or the things that are in people's minds as they're going to vote for their candidate, that this is what I want this person to push, this is what I want this person to fight, whatever the case may be?
Yeah, I mean, I'm super focused on disinformation, threats to democracy, conspiracy theories, violence, and all that anti-democratic stuff. But I don't mean that to imply that this election isn't real and there aren't real, actual, non-disinformation, totally true, real-world issues on the ballot, because there are. Inflation is 8.5%. The economy is perceived to be bad by a lot of people across the country. Crime is up. It's not up nearly as much, or in the fashion that a lot of information and a lot of sort of Republican messaging suggests, but people perceive a real increase in crime in their communities, and that's a big motivator too. The economy is the big one. That's the big one. You just can't get away in politics from the idea that an incumbent president, Joe Biden, been in power for 2 years with Democrats in control of Congress. Prices are way up. Your grocery bill is $22 more than it was this time last year. You cannot get around that at an election. People don't really care whose fault it is.
Yeah.
They don't really want to hear. They don't know that inflation's a worldwide phenomenon and knock-on effects of the pandemic and shipping shortages. Blah 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 blah. Prices are up. People are hurting financially, even in a economy where everybody has jobs. What's unemployment is like 3.6%. If you're a job hunter or trying to get a job, it's never been better.
Yeah,
that's great. Prices are super high. That's a big deal.
It's like you can't afford anything even if you have these jobs.
And raises, wage hikes and raises are not keeping up with that.
Yes.
So people have less buying power on the corner, at the grocery store, every day. That's real. The party in power tends to pay for that.
Yeah.
They tend to pay for it. That's real. That doesn't have anything to do with Donald Trump. That's real. Another big real thing is abortion. Another big real thing is abortion. We had a decision. Was it over the summer? Dobbs. Did Dobbs happen over the summer? It's easy to forget. Dobbs is the Supreme Court decision that overturned 50 years of pro-choice.
Spring,
Yeah, that's right.
Something like that. Yeah.
June, I think. Pro-choice policy and legal doctrine in this country. Basically said you have no federal right to abortion anymore. And in some states, that means that the local Republicans in your state can now ban abortion if they want. That's a big deal to a lot of people. That's a bigger deal to millions and millions upon millions of women. And we don't know exactly what that's going to do today to people's motivation to get out and vote, to come out to the polls. People who don't vote all the time, maybe they vote once every kind of 3 elections or maybe not at all of a sudden they have fewer rights than they had last year.
Yeah.
That can motivate people to vote. We saw a couple of things happen right after that Dobbs decision, like in places like Kansas, where they had an abortion referendum like that on that issue, and it was weird. Republicans, independents registered in massive numbers and basically pushed right back on it.
Yeah.
Republican women especially was like shocking, voted against basically banning abortion in the Constitution in a conservative place like Kansas. All that's to say, that's an undercurrent that's very real in this election too. The conventional wisdom, the talking heads say, yes, it's a thing. Probably the abortion backlash that's pro-democratic is probably not enough to swamp the economic inflation, hard to buy my groceries and get by push and crime that Republicans are running on. Forget about the democracy stuff and the disinformation because that's over here right now. So you're looking at a good year for Republicans right now. And that's sort of like the table setting going into today. And that stuff's all real, you know. I'm worried about how this election undoes and unravels democracy, which also is a huge issue for many, many voters. I hope for more journalists because it's fundamental to everything we do. But that's not the bread and butter stuff, really.
Yeah. Then we've got immigration.
Yeah. Major motivator.
Is absolutely going to be on it.
Major motivator on the right, especially. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know, it's one of those things that I think actually, you know, I think we're going to talk about this, but it is one of those things that I think, you know, the right thinks about quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a bit, actually. Particularly the extreme right. And thinks about quite a bit is maybe an understatement. It is one. But that's absolutely something we're going to see and we'll be talking about. Then we've talked about the intimidation. Then there's this kind of weird culture war thing that exists, which is a lot more nebulous in some ways.
With like book banning, CRT, all of that happening around the
anti-trans
country.
intimidation.
Yes.
critical race theory.
Yeah.
Immigration's part of it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Dexter, you mentioned those things back to back, and that was, I think, the right way to think about it. Traditionally, a midterm year is when you want to mobilize the base of your party, the hardest core, the partisan people. In a presidential year, a lot of casual voters come out because everybody's talking about who's going to be president.
The casuals.
They call them that, actually. I think they're more casual.
Wait. Whoa. Hold on. Are political analysts now using like Fortnite lingo, calling people casuals? Do they actually call them that?
No, I mean, I don't know if they call them casuals. They call them casual voters.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that. All right.
Yeah, they call them casual voters. You know, they're casual. They
Wow,
might come.
man.
They might show up. They might not. Can't say when. Can't promise.
out here talking about no skins out here, man. It's rough. Rough out here for voters, man. They ain't even spend any V-Bucks. Why do we care about them? That's rough.
Normies.
That's rough. Interesting. Okay, but yeah, so this is where, I mean, you get the true base, which is gonna, when the actual 4-year elections, right, when the presidential elections come in those years, maybe they're the people who are gonna grab their friends and say, oh, I'm gonna grab my 3 friends, and so that one voter that you had who was really on deck for you in the off year, in the mid year, maybe they're gonna be for you and really help you to push more people when it comes up to the next year, 2024.
The people who pay attention to elections like in the off year, right, are usually the people who are much more focused on politics than their neighbors. They actually are concerned with who's in Congress, who's mayor, who's a senator, rather than just who's president. That tends to take up people's attention. So in a midterm year, turnout is usually, the number of people who vote is usually a lot lower. Just not as many people are interested. But the people who do vote are the hardcores. The base, they call them the base. That's another little term of art.
Not to be confused with the base, the extremist group we talked about on here with Ben. This is base as a refers to voters.
Right. That's why I paused a little bit. Not Ben McCoo's.
Yes.
Well, they're not his base, but you know what I'm saying. They're not his.
Wow.
To be
We're
very
digging
clear.
the hole deeper on behalf of somebody who is not here to defend himself. Yeah.
The base that Ben McCoo has done really excellent and fearless reporting on. Yeah, that
there
base.
We go.
We don't have to talk about them anymore.
Not them.
Not them.
Not them.
Midterm is when you want to get your base out. So you talk about issues that motivates the hardcore of your party. Immigration on the right is almost always one of those. And now this deck starts to interact with the disinformation space a little bit more, the things that you just mentioned, because there's an information space on the right now about those cultural issues that you mentioned.
Yeah.
That in a lot of ways gets into that. So immigration is a really important area of policy. We got to decide how many people should be coming to this country. If too many people are coming over the border illegally, that's a policy issue we all need to attend to and adjust our immigration laws accordingly. Big national debate. Let's have our politics figure out immigration. What happens in the immigration debate in this space is a psychology of invasion. They're invading, they're coming. Sort of like an invasion, like a foreign invasion. They might carry disease, so goes the rhetoric. And even, now that's old stuff. I mean, you can trace back in American history and European history how old the idea of the foreign invasion is when it comes to immigration. And we have a brand new one that's seeped into the mainstream now in immigration, which is replacement.
Yeah. Shout out to Yellow Peril.
Yeah.
Not shout out, by the way.
It's as old. It is, and it's as old. It's as old as politics in this country. Replacement used to be. Replacement is the idea that it's not just that lots of migrants, illegals, if you're on the right, it's not just that lots of migrants are coming, but that they are specifically being rounded up, and this invasion is being engineered by your political enemies.
It's part of a plan. It's part of the whole plan to take over.
It's a plan. It's a conspiracy for them to replace you.
Yeah.
So it's not economic forces. It's not people wanting better jobs and the American dream and a better way of life for their children and come and work hard and send their kids to college. No, they are pawns in an elite game to rob you of your identity. It used to be, and it wasn't too long ago, you had to spend time on white nationalist and Nazi message boards to get that message.
Yeah.
Now all you have to do is watch Tucker Carlson and read mailers from Republican midterm campaigns. Replacement. It is migrated directly into the mainstream now, this insidious, frankly racist and conspiratorial idea that has been in the screeds and manifestos of more than one mass shooter in the last 2 years.
I was going to say, this is motivated extremely awful things in this country multiple times.
Awful. And if you subject yourself to reading the writings of shooters like in Buffalo or Christchurch or El Paso or Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, you will find this very idea. So it doesn't get more insidious and more damaging than this. And
to be clear, like you were saying, Todd, so everyone is aware, these theories used to be on the 4chans, the 8chans, the wherever. They are now on one of the most watched news networks in the country.
In prime time.
Like in prime time. Like just let that sink in.
And in the campaign mailers of Republican campaigns running for Congress. So it's no longer fringe. It's migrated from the fringe, and so this is where the very real policy concerns that you talk about, Dexter, and the politics of culture and identity that you refer to, they start to meld with the disinformation space into one ball that's at play here right now. It's happening in immigration. It's happening in people's identities and the threat they feel, the threat they're told to feel about trans people. The books that they read, accusations of quote unquote grooming, that any reference to anything other than straight orientation in a school is somehow grooming children. It's an insidious claim, but also part of that cultural motivator. And it's about identity, right? Threatening what you hold dear and how you see yourself in the world. Not to get too philosophical with it, but that's how this.
I think that makes a lot of sense. There's something I wanted to come back just a bit, if we can, right here.
To this TikTok.
What do we got? TikTok.
Yeah, 2020 election artists want to control the elections.
I actually haven't got to see this one yet, but I heard about how this was made, and so I'm very curious about this. So this is people talking about, or candidates, if I understand this correctly, talking about accepting the election results. Can we take a look at this?
Yeah, let's do it. One second.
More votes. They can't rally with all of the Trump rallies and the support that we had out there, that our candidates didn't get more votes. They can't win legally. And that's why we've got to fight a lot harder and a little dirty.
If we get all of our secretaries of state elected around the country like this, we take our country back.
We know it, and they know it. Donald Trump won.
They're trying to steal an election.
Representative Gray, yes or no? Do you believe the 2020 presidential election was stolen?
I think it was way more fraud than the margin of the election, and that's very clear. I think it was clear that it was rigged.
President Trump and I lost an election in 2020 because of a rigged election.
The election that happened in 2020 did not follow our existing rules, our existing laws. So it was illegitimate.
We came to the same conclusion. I don't think the word lawless is too strong.
During the 2020 election, I saw many things that were illegal.
Hundreds of thousands of votes are allowed to be considered as lawful votes, and we know they're illegal.
It's an army of people across our state who are fighting back, little MAGA warriors, and we're getting the job done.
Somebody asked me, how do you know Trump won New Mexico? And I'm like, we didn't see Biden signs anywhere.
It happened in all levels. I mean, this was a huge,
stop.
I would say coup to really unseat a president.
Who was that? Huh? Didn't see
What's
Biden
happening?
signs?
For what part?
New Mexico.
They didn't see Biden signs?
Oh, that's, you hear that one all the time.
All levels. I mean,
Yeah.
Also, you okay there, Samir?
Yeah. Let's keep going.
This was a huge, I would say, coup to really unseat a president.
You know, we just want to make sure who we vote for is the person that wins.
When my coalition of Secretary of State candidates around the country get elected, we're going to fix the whole country. And President Trump is going to be president again in 2024.
Wow.
Check out that last statement when 2020. Yeah, go back and play his statement again. It's really important.
Right here.
When my coalition of Secretary of State candidates around the country get elected, we're going to fix the whole country. And President Trump is going to be president again in 2024.
Remember when I said that there was a coalition of candidates that announced their runs at a QAnon conference in Las Vegas? That's one of the guys.
This dude.
That's Jim Marchant. He's running for Secretary of State in Nevada, along with Christina Caramo, who you saw from Michigan. And the guy in the big white hat is Mark Fincham. He's from Arizona. They were all part of that group. And his statement there, this is one of this. I like that statement because it is refreshingly honest. He's not hiding the ball at
Calling
all.
it how it is.
When my coalition gets elected Secretary of State, we're going to fix 2020. The election was stolen. We're running to control and administer elections in our respective states. We're going to redress the wrong of 2020, and Donald Trump will win in 2024. Crowd cheers. Trump rally.
Wow.
That is refreshingly honest. I appreciate it.
On the nose, yeah. And just so we all know, I know chat, big brains all around, but can we take a step back? Why are they talking about secretaries of state here? Why is this so important specifically?
Yeah, and this is where we sort of started this chat that like these are offices you never would have talked about or even heard from these people. A Secretary of State in most of these states is the statewide elected official who certifies elections, makes sure that the election law is implemented and administered so that all of the thousands of polling places and all the thousands of election workers and volunteers and local county clerks and recorders and all these boring nerds do their jobs and the machines work and the ballot system works properly and the tabulation works properly. Oh, who's a good boy?
Let's bring the camera.
Who's a good boy?
Lighten the mood a bit. There we go.
Who stands up for
There
Democrats?
it is.
Strider can
See his ears went up? You see his ears went up when I said it?
That's what you're training him with the steak bones.
Wow.
Let's
might
go.
be working after all.
Flash the Strider cam back at my place.
The abode. Strider emotes.
Amazing.
Let's go.
Amazing.
It's lazy.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Lazy. So these are the people in the states who administer all of this. And they have to, in most states, the laws are different in every state, but in most cases, their signature is required to certify at the end that the election is fair and true. Arizona goes for Joe Biden by 11,000 votes. He gets the electoral votes, game over. Now, if that person, instead of being a nerdy, nonpartisan functionary who is just... or at least somebody who fundamentally believes in democracy, even if they have, party affiliation, and is now, like Jim Marchant just said, we are here to fix 2020. Donald Trump will be president in 2024. I'm running to administer elections in my home state of Nevada, which is a swing state, very important to who becomes president. Now the game has changed. I'm
ready to go fix things.
I'm running to not
fix
just
2020.
Fix what was stolen from you.
Yeah.
So not like, hey, I think we should have shorter lines at the polling places, or we should have more polling places or fewer in the future. No, it's not what he's saying. Fix what happened. The thing that was stolen from you, the thing you lost.
Yeah.
The thing Donald Trump lost.
Which, can you paint the picture? What does this look like then in 2024? How chaotic will things actually get should this actually be put into play?
this is the yes. I mean, this is our concern, dude.
Yeah.
For what happens today and who wins, in Nevada, in Arizona, Michigan, and a lot of other places too. And the part that we haven't talked about below this radar is there are also thousands and thousands of people who've been recruited as poll watchers and local election workers on the right. Now, this happens all the time. People watching the polls, making sure everything's on, is squared up, totally normal. People volunteering or getting jobs as election workers, totally necessary and normal. Those people are now being recruited on the right from a grassroots belief that 2020 was stolen. So now recruiting at several different levels, recruiting armies of people to come out and be partisan poll watchers at the polls. Steve Bannon is out doing it. Lawyers who participated, who were like on the calls when Trump was calling Georgia to try to flip Georgia, they're doing it. The Republican National Committee is doing it. Thousands of people. Steve Bannon went on InfoWars, Alex Jones's show, and said people watching this show should go out and be poll watchers. So that's the kind of people that Steve Bannon wants to come out. So combine that now. Let's say it's 2024, and Jim Marchant here, who says he's out to fix 2020 and Donald Trump's going to be president, is now in charge of administering elections, and hundreds in his state of poll watchers now in Washoe County or Clark County, where Las Vegas is, start to throw up a lot of dust. Oh, I saw a fraudulent box of ballots. Oh, we saw a van pull up and take out boxes. These are the types of claims we saw in 2020, by the way. I'm not making them up.
Right, yeah,
all of a sudden, instead of people saying, well, there's no evidence for that, we're going to certify the election, all of a sudden you've got somebody at the top who might say, there's far too much confusion, far too many questions being asked in some of these counties for us to certify. And despite the tally here that, I don't know, whatever, Joe Biden has more votes in Nevada, I just can't certify it. And now you've got a crisis. And that's why Secretary of State is so important. And that's why we worry about them now. And we never used to know who any of them were.
No, totally.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Name your Secretary of State.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Yeah, I'll give you 1,000 V-bucks.
But okay, so
actually won't.
Let's bring this to today and sort of what we're going to be doing on the stream, everything like that. So this is a little bit of a preview. Can you take us through sort of what we're going to be expecting through, I don't know, 6 o'clock onwards here and even into the day tomorrow? We're not going to be streaming into tomorrow. I guarantee you that. But what is going to be happening with the elections? What can people look out for? When we have you back on in, I don't know, a few hours.
Yeah, a few hours. So results start, I think the earliest.
Ali, no.
I love this. Worm win.
No.
I love it. We'll make it happen. Don't worry.
Some people, chat got into their head that I'm they're gaslighting me. It's not. Sorry.
The poll happened. The poll happened. Dex is supposed to.
The poll didn't happen.
It did.
The poll didn't happen.
Anyway, what are we expecting?
What's happening tonight?
When you said that, Dex, I looked up and I thought you were talking about Strider, who had like perked up there, and it's almost like he heard you. You're like, no, that's what I say to him, Strider. No. Kind of did it there.
Also not listening.
Just could not care less. The chomp cam.
Oh, see now this is interesting. We will talk about tonight. I'm not ignoring the election. That's Yoda ears. See, he's doing Yoda right there.
Oh, the Yoda ears.
He's doing Yoda ears.
Oh my
That's
God.
the Yoda face. He's got a lot of looks. That's Yoda face right there.
Amazing.
All right.
So
polls start closing at 6 p.m. in a couple of states, 7 p.m. kind of East Coast, and then it moves westward. And so throughout the night, I don't think we're going to do too much of like watching returns and counting states. We're not doing horse race, and we're not really going to. There's lots of places to watch the returns come in. What we've got our eye on this democracy question, on the disinformation question, and the really the health of elections and health of democracy question. So our colleagues, we got vice correspondents all over the country.
Yeah.
We got them posted up in Arizona, in Maricopa County, which is where all the votes are in Arizona, half of them anyway, which is a major, it's like a snake pit of election denialism. They have threats. They have huge disinformation campaigns. They had a cyber ninjas audit last year where the Republicans in Arizona called in a bunch of non-experts to
that's right.
run that audit, which found nothing and undermined faith in elections in Arizona. So we've got Arizona, Pennsylvania. Alexis Johnson will be in Pennsylvania for us. We're going to Texas on the border. We'll be in Michigan, probably Florida, Georgia as well, Arizona, yeah. All over calling in. We'll find out what's happening on the ground in these places, what our eyes and ears are on various voting spots, maybe like election night rallies. I have a feeling Alexis in Pennsylvania is going to be with Doug Mastriano. He's the Christian nationalist, far right wing. I was at January 6th, but now I'm running for governor candidate in Pennsylvania. And she's going to be with him, I think. At least that's the plan tonight. So hopefully our colleagues calling and taking you all over the country to get firsthand witness and eyes and ears on what's happening tonight as the results pour in.
There it is. Hold up.
It'll look something. Hold on. The lights.
Exposure. There we go.
There you go. Something like that. It'll look something like that. That's some of it. That's not even all of it. That's just some of it.
We're running it down. So just again, so everyone knows, we're not going to be doing any of this horse race stuff. We're not going to watch numbers go up and down in a map, just talk through that. No, we're going to say what all of this means and why it's all important to not only today, but moving forward as far as democracy is concerned. So
yeah, and look, if you want to watch numbers, that's cool too.
Yeah, do your thing,
phone,
of course. Of course.
Have that on the side.
Pull up.
We'll just be here talking you through, what's actually happening, and okay, all those numbers that are going up and down, them little dials going back and forth. Your favorite numbers website, amazing. Okay, what is in people's minds when they're actually going and making those numbers do what they do?
Yeah.
Right. You're in the UK. Will the stream be available to watch later? Possibly.
I think so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're going until at least 11 Eastern, so it's come through.
Yeah, we'll be here. Yeah.
You might if you're in the UK, it might be a little
on here saying up taking a smack. Man, listen. Bless you on your journey. Bless you on your journey on here. You just welcome to our little corner of Twitch.
Strider needs to be the new host.
Has bestowed upon us.
We're in 11.
But yeah,
and the VOD will be up afterwards. But yeah.
So yeah, that's what you have to look forward to.
Have fun.
That's what you have to look forward to, and we'll have I guess we'll have 3 people driving the car. It'll be me, Samir, and Todd's gonna be in there also. So we'll all be up there walking you through it.
I'm a ride along.
All of our
you guys are
driving.
driving.
The most.
I'm riding. I mean,
yo, you can sit shotgun. No. That's cool. But listen, man, it's gonna be. We're gonna have
honest.
No, turn.
You take the wheel when it comes to this stuff. You're the head honcho, so I'm all for that.
No, man, listen, I'm a fan of letting Jesus take the wheel. I don't know about y'all.
Wow.
That's who drives the truck in my life. But anyway, let's get to it. But listen, there's gonna be so many guests on here. There's gonna be some people who you've seen on the stream, some people you haven't
new
seen
people
on the
too.
stream.
Yeah, it's gonna be sweet.
Some new people, definitely. But
new
you've
news
probably
people.
seen new news people who you have seen on previous Vice people. So it's gonna be real cool to be able to check in with them and see what's up.
All your
but
Vice
yeah,
friends.
this is really gonna be all about breaking stuff down and really understanding again. Okay, what's actually at stake here, and what do people care about?
I should also say,
what are they saying?
Not only do we have all of our great correspondents at these polling places, at these spots that are critical to democracy tonight, but we've got elements. They've been I've seen some of them. They're great. They've been filing
true.
You played that sort of sizzle reel of election deniers right there. We've got elements like that. People putting in reports from all these corners of the country, what they're seeing. We'll give some of that stuff a watch. Set it all up. Bring that angle to some of this election coverage. So
we'll still have our React Andy content for sure.
Yeah,
we're gonna have some of that, some IRL streaming. It's gonna be great. Hopefully some more Strider Cam. I don't know. Ideally.
Perhaps. We
We'll
might get that
see.
in too.
I'll try to set that up. I don't know if we can do that. We're going to try, actually. I don't want to.
Well, TBD.
Yeah.
Under promise, over deliver. Under promise,
Always.
over deliver.
Always.
That's how we do it.
I'm working on a lever that maybe he can hit to get himself on the stream.
Oh, that's
if I could work
legendary.
that out.
That's legendary.
That is the
Just
last
master
thing
control.
we need. Is just
no, that is the first
at
thing
2
we need.
a.m. All of a sudden, Strider goes on stream unaccompanied by himself. And just everybody's on. Yo,
Listen.
what's up? And it's just the dog chilling.
Just chomping Yoda,
Just on his
earing it
lever.
up. Yeah.
Now, I just said
feel
before
like
that
would get more views. Than
I haven't even been able to accomplish speak. I did say that at the top of this. So
That's right.
So jumping on the stream for an old dog, I don't know.
Never know.
Yeah. Look, man, as Nick is saying, stride to the polls.
Stride to the polls. He'd break records, facts. Wow.
to the
Put him in a
polls.
hot tub. Oh my God. Strider hot tub stream.
That is how we get the views. I think
suppose.
that's what does it. You may just come up with something.
Maybe, but
Dethrone, you may just come up with something. There we go. All right. Well,
sweet.
Thanks for having me, you guys. I'll be back
Absolutely.
tonight.
We'll be back. Go get go get some food, get some rest.
Yeah,
Do
you
your
guys are
thing.
doing it
Gonna
all day,
need
and then I'll help you out tonight, and get us through this very, very nervous time
Yeah.
in democracy. Very jittery time
Totally. We'll see what happens.
for our system of government and checks and balances and everything else. So,
et cetera, et cetera.
yeah, all that.
Sweet.
Etc.
Grab that. Right on. See you soon, Todd. Thank you.
Samir,
What's up?
should we walk people through what we just did? I
What
feel
we
like
just
that's the tradition, right?
Yeah, I mean the stream's not over, but we got to stick with tradition, right?
We have to stick with tradition.
Always.
So, everyone, Monk's at what's happening? So we should again stick with tradition. So what you just heard was a bit of a wrap up of what some of the stakes are for today's midterm election. Again, if you're just joining us, the United States, here in the wonderful land of apple pie and baseball in Lincoln Park.
Oh yeah.
We are, yeah. Oh, should we bring that up in a second? I want to
Yeah.
talk about that. But
I'm like, why am I hitting all these
anyway,
band names? But yeah. And Glizzies, you know
so-
what, Travis? See you, Todd. Thank
there
you.
it is. And Glizzies, yes. Definitely
Always,
cannot
bro.
forget
Eat the
some of
Glizzies.
America's just amazing cultural contributions to the global community.
Yeah, that better not be
But,
sarcastic either. I love my Glizzies.
I'm not. I was
Good.
I was just saying, man.
Good.
So look, we talked a little bit about that, but we're in the midst of midterms. Midterms are happening today. So we talked a little bit about what the stakes are. We're gonna be coming back, and some of the stuff we'll probably repeat a little bit just to let people know who are coming in for the evening show. But that's all good. You heard it here first, and maybe you'll have some extra, I don't know, insight and context that you can throw at people in the chat should they come through and ask questions. But also, before that, we talked about Meta / Facebook / Zuckerberg's big
Techno feudalism
experiment,
and how
does
capitalism.
not seem to be going well. We talk about perhaps maybe you don't want to be Mr. Krabs in this situation. We also talk
True,
about
we have-
class consciousness.
That's right. The Marxism analysis of SpongeBob.
Yeah, really
Wild.
important. The jury is still out on Mr. Plankton. Or Plankton. It's just Plankton. It's not Mr. Plankton. Plankton. See, Plankton doesn't even use that. That's a score. That's a point for Plankton. Not even using, traditional forms of address. Just Plankton.
Just Plankton.
I like it.
Honestly, that's true.
I'm with it.
He's also like,
Yeah, that's good.
married or his partner is a computer. That's kind of sick. Respect.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. See this. I haven't seen that episode apparently. And then just before that, Bitcoin in El Salvador and kind of the ups and downs of that experiment, because it is an experiment, right? It's an
Yeah.
experiment. And what does that mean for the people who, for better or for worse, are being experimented on, or they're in that experiment? I guess they're living in that experiment,
Yeah.
right? What happens
for better or
if,
for worse?
Yeah.
They have different opinions on it.
if
But
your net worth goes down 1% over the course of potentially a day, just because
someone
the
decided to
market
pay
decided to do something
for a
Yeah.
surfing lesson in Bitcoin, which is wild.
Exactly.
But also, the
Yeah.
Salvadorian surf team is sponsored like crazy by crypto, by Bitcoin. Didn't know that. Keegan always coming on with some new facts. I love it.
Yeah. Spike Jones got the idea for her from Karen, Plankton and Karen.
Wait, is that actually true?
No, I'm probably not. Well, I don't know. I don't know when.
If that's
when did,
true,
when did
that's
Plankton
crazy.
do that, and then when did her drop? Her is 2014.
Oh, okay. They're joking. Okay. I was like, that's wild.
I mean, listen.
I mean, who knows? Who
I
are we
would've
to
taken
say?
it.
That's what I'm saying.
Who are we to say? Time traveling. Who knows? Yeah, and then what? We talked about a Chinese rocket crashing.
Chinese
Hope
rocket.
no rockets ever crash
Pantone.
again. Would very much like that.
Talk
Pantone.
about Pantone.
You're getting charged $20 a month for colors.
Colors,
Sorry, friends, but
copyrighted
you can't have
colors.
orange anymore. Orange is gone. Periwinkle.
It's Vice
Sorry.
Canon now. Exactly.
Aquamarine.
Can't
You got to
do
pay
it.
for the DLC.
Literally
That's
color
wild, man.
DLC.
Color DLC. Terrible. But that is that. That's what we did. So we're going to be talking about the midterms. Our midterm stream starts at, I believe, 6:30 this evening. Is that right?
Around 6:30, yeah. So around 6:30, we're gonna bring on Todd again to walk us through what's happened in these few hours and give a more in-depth overview. There we go. Of what's happening out there. And then we're gonna get in. We're gonna keep getting into it. All these places we were talking about: Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Texas. Break down what is actually happening with the correspondents who are out there, watching down videos with Todd. I believe we also have Cameron Joseph on, who's one of our lead political writers who really help set the stakes for everything that's going down. So it's going to be a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Lexus Paula. I mean, just back to back.
Yeah,
to
the
back
correspondence. Powerhouse.
Yeah. Yeah. Co-learning, yes, that is correct. That is why we changed all of our branding to white and black, is because we didn't feel like paying for the DLC, man.
No.
We have other things
no
to
skin
do
Andy.
with our V-Bucks. Yeah,
skin
man.
Andy.
Listen. Out here looking like Minecraft Steve. Black and white. You know what I mean? Can't be out here paying for colors. You know what I mean?
Yeah, come on now.
Rose gold.
Rose
Come on,
gold.
man.
I need my, I don't even know. I'm trying to think. Warsaw is my favorite Call of Duty Black Ops camo. But you don't even pay for camo. See, those were the good old days where you didn't have to pay for any of this stuff. You just had to be good. Like the video game developers are like, get good, then you can have cool stuff. That's it.
Get good, then you can have cool stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man, our color's the new avocado toast. Remember millennial pink? That was a weird thing.
Dude, millennials
that
are
was
so
a color.
weird.
I mean,
Sorry.
I suppose so.
It's always stuff going down.
You keep thinking that I'm gonna be offended by these things.
No,
I'm not.
honestly, I'm
just
saying get
amused
good
by
for
it.
the other. Never mind. But yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
VWN mod 2. My bad. The literal rest of the team. No, we love you. Don't worry.
Man, I told you I made the students in my class play Street Fighter.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So I made them play Street Fighter, and I said you have to win one match, and you have to take a screenshot of it as proof.
I forget.
And
were they playing other people, or was this just like
just
like
the
NPCs?
computer. Just NPC. Yeah, you just have to beat anybody. It doesn't matter. But man, some of them had a really tough time. Actually, some of them had a really hard time.
I mean, yeah, because that's my thing with I mean, it still is around today, but it's like all of these like combos and whatnot. I'm like, dude, it's too much.
So first off, this was the Street Fighter 2 that appeared on Super Nintendo, just to make it easy.
So
and I had them play it on
like
archive.org.
Okay.
It wasn't the newest one at all. It wasn't new.
But I'm saying the cool, like it's not even the
bottom.
the cabinet game, whatever.
And the keyboard layout wasn't good too.
Okay. What are those called again? The games where it's like the arcade game versions, like cabinet gaming, or I forget what it's actually called.
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
So
that.
they're
It was
having to play it on the
Super Nintendo.
computer.
Got it.
Yeah,
got
they're
it.
just they're playing an emulated Super Nintendo on their laptop is probably or whatever. So granted, the control scheme was going to be very good, but yeah, it's really interesting watching other people play stuff, especially if they've never touched before and try to figure out how to make it work.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of the music thing that we were talking about, do you have that?
Yeah, let me pull this up.
I don't know.
And then we'll move into.
We can talk about that later. I don't know.
What should we
It's whatever. Street Fighter Alpha 2. Yo, that thing on Super Nintendo. I remember seeing that for the first time in my life. Yo, the opening screen of Street Fighter Alpha 2, I swear to God, I thought I was losing my mind. I thought somebody had just come in and plugged an arcade machine into the TV. Because somebody brought that to school, too.
Yo.
And I was so confused. It looks so good. That should not be possible on a Super Nintendo. There's absolutely some wizardry happening in there. Like even if you looked at it today, you'd still think, damn, that looks good. It's really dramatic looking. It's good. But anyway.
Yeah, what should we do? So I mean, we're talking a lot about video games. Should we like get this going? Should we like continue with the streamathon?
So look,
we're on the video game website.
As we mentioned, we started with the main, the normal show today. And as we predicted, we go to, I don't know, 2, maybe 3, something like that. And we have our evening programming, which is going to be, it's the actual midterms, right? We talking about it beforehand and then actually bringing people in and having guests on. But we got some time to kill in the middle of there somewhere.
Heck yeah.
We got some time to kill.
Let's go.
Right? We figured we might do something with that time. And we're here on everybody's favorite, little video game website. So we thought, you know what? It's stream number what? 22?
22. I've been told 22 and 21. So we're just going to say like, pick your number. I don't know. One of the two.
It's whatever. We're in the 20s.
20 plus. Let's go.
Oh. Are we gonna take a break? Is that
we're gonna take a break, but like a very, 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 very short break, so we can get this all set up.
We're gonna set everything up.
Hot tub time, Malik.
No hot
calm
tub.
down.
Not this one.
Don't
wait,
worry,
maybe 3 digits.
I'll get that through. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Just wait on it. I got you.
We're gonna configure stuff, so we're gonna step away for a half second, but when we come back, we're gonna fire up the switch. I keep it on me.
Let's go.
And we're gonna get into it.
So yeah, we will be right back. Thank you all for kicking it with us, and we're going to be back in a second.
Give us 5. We'll be back.
So, have a good life. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Have a good life.
Bye-bye. Which president was your favorite? But all time, who's your favorite?
Well, all time, I'd say Ronald Reagan. Shorter term, I would say, well, you know, you look at Lincoln and you look at Washington, you have to go with, they're the classics, right, Alex? You know, you think in terms of the great classics, you have to go with the Lincolns and the Washingtons.
I agree. As a man's man, George Washington was badass.
Yeah, that's what they say. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope. A year into office, you'll be saying, wow, I remember that interview. He said he was going to do it, and he did a great job.
It's the truth, and I'm just going to say it, that I wish I never would have fucking met Trump. I wish it never would have happened. And it's not that the attacks that I've been through. I'm so sick of fucking Donald Trump, man. God, I'm fucking sick of him.
I learned this from my hypnosis coach.
You have to have credibility in the hypnotist, your therapist, your doctor. It helps. I have credibility to many of you.
And this is one of my tricks. So, excuse me, I've got allergies today. I literally am pacing the reader to get them to believe my story enough by the time they get to those chapters that it overcomes the fact that I don't have any professional credentials.
I'll give you this following warning. I am going to be rewiring the brains. I'm a trained hypnotist. Most of you know that. Imagine without touching anything, you just look around and you look at an object. Pick an object in your room and just look at it and imagine, instead of it being real, that it's a perfectly rendered, a virtual reality simulation. Now watch how that makes you feel. You have control. You can see in the comments, somebody's crying. Some of you were just released from a lifetime of pain.
Well, one of the things he does, and this comes from my background as a trained hypnotist and someone who's studied persuasion for years, is that he speaks in visual ways. Whoa.
Mocking a disabled man is still mocking a disabled man. I don't care if you mock other people in a similar fashion.
No, my point is that when he mocked people who were not disabled, when he was giving his impression of them talking, he did this. Whoa. But you have to put it in context, that this is the thing he does for everybody. Whoa.
I really feel abused, honestly. I'm really happy that I've spent so much of my time and my personal credibility, a great deal of money. I would say that my personal financial situation is way worse.
I would say my number of friends is probably down 75%.
Because of supporting the president. There's no question about that. And
Love yourself.
I take it personally. It was free money sitting on the fucking table, and he left it there. And he left me on that table too. He left me just exposed. So he lost my vote. Somebody's crying.
I gotta tell you guys, I miss him. I think it is quite possible that within our lifetimes, we will not see anyone that will be remotely as truthful as him. I miss him. There was a guy guarding the door. He was the orange guy, and you guys all took him out. He told you the truth. I miss him. Trump was the last guy guarding the door. They're all mocking the guy who's guarding the door because he's orange and he has funny hair and he eats ketchup with his steak, and they were all mocking him. So you got rid of him, and then what'd you get? Okay. Let's see. Happy birthday, Dave. Keep doing what you're doing. Love your show. Will you go on Joe Rogan's podcast? Will I go on Rogan's podcast? I asked him, and our PR people asked him about a bajillion times to go on for my book. We did not get a response as far as I know, so I don't know what happened there. It's a little weird for me to say that publicly. I don't know what happened. Caitlyn Jenner, who right now is running for governor of California. I'll be totally transparent, John. I did donate $50 and I got the Caitlyn for California mug. I should have had it with me on set right now. And by the way, Caitlyn's people, we've reached out to you through every proper channel. I've tweeted a couple times. Please do respond to our people. I guess we'll give it another day or two for someone to just respond. You don't have to do the show, obviously, Caitlyn. By the way, I reached out to Andrew Yang first thing this morning about 4 hours ago privately. Didn't hear back. Now, he could be very busy. He's running for mayor of New York City right now. We also reached out to his press team, and we didn't hear back. Please do respond. I am seriously in a mood today. Like, what was I doing 5 minutes ago? I was literally Googling punching bags. So that's what we're going to be covering today. I am ready to roll. Like, I'm ready for the revolution. I really am. Like, if this is what these motherfuckers are going to do, like, I'm here for it. Like, I am not going to be your bitch. But before we get to all that, let's talk about Glint Pay, guys. I've been telling you guys about Glint Pay, and if you don't know, the world is in a very precarious spot. One of the things that's lasted for a long time, that people have cared about for a long time, well, that's gold. And using your Glint Pay card, you can not only buy and sell gold, but you can use this. I said last week that I think the Caitlyn Jenner thing is just complete BS. They still have not responded to us. Why don't we follow up again, actually? And it's like, you don't have to do the show, but if you can't even respond, then you're just not serious one way or another.
Speaking of winners, the greatest achievement this week actually happened at a Trump rally in Pensacola, Florida. That's where a brilliant musical group called the Freedom Kids performed this live number.
Enemies of freedom, face the music, come on boys, take them down. President Donald Trump knows how to make America great. Deal from strength or get crushed every time.
The manager of USA Freedom Kids is suing the Donald Trump campaign over what he claims are two broken promises for their group to perform at campaign events. He says the Trump campaign backed out of a promise to provide them with a table for them to sell their CDs. He let it go, but the last straw was a few weeks later.
The group was invited to sing at a campaign event for Donald Trump, and the rug was allegedly pulled out from underneath them at the last minute.
Our $10 gourmet meal deal gives you one of these craveable burgers, bottomless fries, and a bottomless drink. That's right, we went all out so you can all go out. Hurry in.
Hey, Robin.
Yum.
Seniors are getting an extra $2,000 from the senior stimulus program, but you can get it only if you claim it. This senior benefit boost is giving seniors back up to $2,000 to help them pay for essentials. But many are now saying that it is unfair, that it is only available to those who are at least 65 years old and older. This give back benefit can help seniors pay.
I was at the White House yesterday to see Donald Trump in person. At the White House!
Say a few words, please.
I was at the White House!
Oh my God! Oh, so y'all really thought y'all were going to convict and disqualify President Trump?
Where in the hell is the GOP? Where are they at? Why are they not helping President Trump?
Hey man, look, you were very prominent in Trump world, and now that, for now, he's no longer president, and I know how you feel about him in your heart. You know, you had some options there, and things were happening in your career. What are your plans for the next couple of months?
Oh, my plans for the next couple of months is the same as I've been doing.
Joe Biden's presidential address was the worst of all time. I mean, that was so horrible. And before I jump into that, this video is sponsored by one of the greatest companies, Noble Gold. Noble Gold can help you more than Joe Biden can. Noble Gold can help you protect your money and everything you worked hard for. They can help you bag that with real physical silver and gold. Give them a call. 1-877 I'm not gonna lie, it's been very tough. I've been banned from so many barbecues. Lord, and I miss them. I'm not gonna lie, I miss the barbecues.
Brandon Strzok, thanks so much for joining us tonight. You are a very interesting man. So you were a Democrat. Now you have a new movement called #WalkAway.
Yes.
That you're wearing. Good marketing.
Okay, and is it it's a website? Yeah, so I get on it and I look at other people who have walked away.
And what are you walking away from?
Well, I'm walking away from the Democrat Party, and I'm also walking away from the divisive, hateful, and now I think we're on the brink of almost violent rhetoric that's coming from the left.
Excuse me, sir.
So many people to get inside. We're going in. They're saying we're going in. We're going in. We're going in. They're using gas.
Hey, everybody. You know, I was kind of doing some reflecting today a little bit whether or not Trump has a second term. Today was the end of his first term. The Trump presidency is the very thing that opened my eyes and changed my life. I'm telling you, the future is bright and it's exciting. We are only just getting started.
The best is yet to come.
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 All my love.
That is 44-year-old Branda Straka recording a video in the crowd that day. Agents.
We're in it. We've officially reached the we don't really know what's going to happen section. No sound, muted.
Oh, now we're good. Hello?
Can you hear us now?
Can you hear me?
You got sound back? Okay, cool. All right. Well, you just missed very important stuff. Samir,
Let's run it back. I just ate a bunch of carrots.
Very good. I have obtained a carne asada burrito.
Ooh.
And I'm about to get it in. So yeah, we're good to play some video games. Y'all are just chill. I don't know what y'all eating, y'all drinking, y'all consuming. What y'all on?
Green sauce or red sauce? Real question. Always
No
green
sauce.
Always
No
green
sauce,
sauce.
man.
What do you mean no,
No.
sauce?
No.
Dude.
I prefer to eat things
Dude.
the way the chef gave them to me, the way the chef intended. Actually,
Bro,
I might have
the
sauce.
is
You might be right.
made by a chef too. You get that right. We got
Yes, I do.
unfollows because of that, bro. Leftover curry, that's fire. Ali Man's 100% agreed, Dex. What? Who doesn't eat with, like, the sauce is part of the melody that is a burrito? The concerto, the sonata that is carne asada.
Yo, they didn't give me sauce.
That's on you.
They straight up didn't give me any. I
Sounds
guess
like
I
a
should
you
have asked. Or
problem.
I should have got some. Yeah, they straight up didn't give me any sauce. Man,
Bro, I don't buy food from
Yeah,
places
don't
that
buy-
don't see
don't buy food from
same
places that don't see-
100%.
Exactly.
Same, but it's
So
like
it
the
should come
sauce
out
adds
good.
to it.
Mm.
You can never have too much sauce. Too
Yes,
much
you can,
spice.
because
Too
you've
much
been lost in
spice,
the
rather.
sauce.
Too much
Mm-mm.
spice. You can never have too much spice.
You not seen that video by Wilbert Cooper?
I don't know who
With
that
Gucci
is.
Mane?
No.
The Lost in the Sauce video? You don't know this video?
I know Lost in the Sauce. I've never seen this video.
You don't know the origin of Lost in the Sauce?
Listen, you're the one eating a burrito without sauce. Okay, let's everybody calm down right now.
Pull it up. Get online. Can you get on the computer? Or is it stuck over on the game now?
I can't. Well, I could, but I don't know if it's
YouTube.
I would assume it's on YouTube. We'll do it later. We'll do it later.
This is so important.
See, exactly. Look at this. Look at this. Design is saying they don't let me leave. Listen, I'm gonna assign you in class, brother. I'm gonna assign. You need to try. You need to try some sauce, okay? Enough with this assignment. I'm gonna give you some homework. Try some sauce on your burrito.
The sauce is in the burrito already,
bro. You. RJ,
it's already
exactly.
Sauce. There's green sauce in here. There's pico de gallo in here as I'm looking at it. This burrito is sauced up.
Okay. Listen, who is saying this? Inuts D's design. Okay, I'm gonna call you design. They don't leave. They don't let me leave without sauce on my local. Exactly.
What kind of meat is it? It's carne asada. I know pico de gallo isn't really sauce.
Get good and get sauce.
Get good and get sauce. All right, Monk Sav. We playing or what?
All right, let's do it. Oh, all right.
I don't know how to do this online.
Yeah, we're gonna figure it out. Hold on, let's not change this screen yet. But yeah, so what we're doing today, we're gonna be swapping around some different Mario games. Would we switch to other ones? Probably not today. But we'll see. It's gonna be fire. We're playing Super Mario World 3D to start. Might have some Mario Kart.
How do you do this online? We didn't actually. Neither one of us have played this game.
Yeah, we've never played this game before. So we're gonna get going. But
how do you play
I think
online?
we're gonna try. We're gonna
Oh,
try.
can't
We're gonna
play
see if we
online.
can get like how far we can get. If it was pork meat.
3D World!
First playthrough. Yo, alright. If it was pork, meat, green sauce. Oh, so it depends on the meat that you.
Oh yeah, Mario time! Woohoo!
Yeah, definitely noobs.
I don't know how to join the game.
Hold up. I need to skip through this. Yo, do we have to play a tutorial first?
I don't know, dude.
Alright, we're playing through. Do we have to play a tutorial first? Shot. Hold on.
追伸だ遊ぶ. Hold on. I might have figured this out.
I'm just gonna vibe and.
Hey, yo, can you make a room?
Yeah, can you invite me?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do it.
Oh snap! Oh snap! Oh snap!
Okay, I made a room.
Okay, can you invite me? I'm gonna exit course. Here you go. Exactly. Alright. Oh, online play. Okay, I'm gonna join your room. Hold on. There we go.
Did mine show up?
Mm-hmm.
We figure it out? Yes!
I think so. Real time. There we go.
Got it.
Alright, who should I
Real-time
be?
troubleshooting.
Toad, Luigi. I think I have to be Luigi.
Luigi, go green!
Real gamers here, exactly. Rise up.
Alright, we're gonna see how far we can go. I don't know, how far y'all think we can get? You want to take bets?
Yeah. Alright. Let's go. Yo, how'd you...
A's also jump. X. Right. Okay.
Let's go. Get another one of these belts. Yeah.
People who are pros at this probably looking at this just
Like,
what
what is happening? Just absolute chaos. Yo, you can climb the wall. Hold on. Oh shit. Oh no.
No, you come back. It's like Tails is fine. I don't even know if you know that one. Yeah, see you come back. You're fine. Hey, go with the program. Come on. Oh, you lost your cat thing. So you got to come over. Oh, you got to track now. There you go. Are you holding the Y button to run?
Cat toy gamers. I don't know about that.
That is not the intention, friends.
Oh, there we go. Checkpoint. Let's do it.
Look at the flag. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's right. That was just in case y'all haven't figured that out, I am Mario.
Having fun?
Oh, okay. There's a goal. Got it.
Oh, I'm gonna get this rabbit. Come here. Let's go.
Getting the rabbit.
Let's go.
Oh, that's like mid. Oh, right.
Let's get it.
Okay,
Mario
so,
probably. Yo, this is a good. Okay.
You gotta get the three green stars. I think in each level. I don't know. You get a bonus for that.
Cat Mario probably top 5 Mario suits of all time. I love the Ice Mario. I don't know why. You shoot like the ice
Mario.
I think it was in the 3DS or not 3DS, just a normal DS game.
Where is the other green star? Really? Oh man, I got hit. Oh, get it. Nice.
Yo, whoa.
What are you doing?
Whoa. This is 2 3D. Okay.
This is 2 3D. Is it too meta for
me? Let me play some Valorante.
Hold on. Left. I got a feeling that.
There we go.
The green star might be over here or something.
Oh, good call.
No, just one up though.
Isn't there a SpongeBob game? Yeah, 100%. Yo, the SpongeBob game for like PS2 was so good.
Dude, come this way. I'm trying to get a one up. There we go. Okay. That's it. Alright, we're good. Okay, we're still looking for that other green star. I do not know where it is. Maybe down here? Oops.
Wait, I cannot. Hold up. I need to get this window off my screen.
Alright, hold on. I'm not gonna get the flag yet because
we
don't have the green star actually.
Alright. They did a remaster of that PS2 SpongeBob game recently. It's pretty what platforms is it on?
I've never played it, but I've seen you talking about the SpongeBob thing? I think
yeah.
Speed run.
It's fire. Wait, you said you can
shit,
speed run it? Oh. Launch me up, yeet me. Hold up, yeet me up there.
Dude, seriously, where's the green star?
How many do we have?
We have 2,
oh,
and
so
I think we should have 3. Oh, well, we're not trying to be 100% complete. We're not trying to be 100% completionist. We're just trying to get through the game.
Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yeah, I think that was it. But I'm saying, like, can you get it for, like, PS5, PC? It's on PC and the Switch. Oh, word. Chaos. Let's chill for a second.
Chill? Okay.
Yeah, it's on everything, even the newer sequel to it got.
What up, y'all? We're just chilling. I think they're working on some stuff in the background, so... Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I just realized I can just play. Wow. I'm just gonna play. I'm a carry.
Okie dokie.
Like usual.
Let's go.
Back. What do I think about the current gun meta on Apex Legends? I actually haven't played gun. Excuse me, I haven't played gun. I haven't played Apex Legends at all. Only current FPS that I've played is Halo, which I've spoken about quite a few times on stream. I know that not a lot, but I did enjoy the time that I played it. But I quit that back in February. Got too busy. Oh no. That's a fireball, yo. Alright, I think we gotta go this way. Can you break these bricks when you're on the ground? I don't think so. Guessing coins also give you extra lives in this game? I'm just guessing, I actually don't know. Oh, cool, you can hold the turtle shell. I guess you can't take another type either. Oh, there's a green star. There's a green star.
Where'd I go? Where'd I go?
Not fall in the hole.
God damn it.
I don't know what that thing just did. Okay, midway point.
Alright, alright.
How many green stars we have? For one. What is this mystery box thing?
Oh, snap. What is going on?
I guess we gotta kill everything?
Then we get the green star.
Maybe?
Nice.
What's the time?
Gotta get it.
What?
Got it.
Did we? Yes, we did.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that was about. Also, don't bring me into the front.
The only modern 3D Mario game I played was 3D Land on 3DS. Loved it, even if it was a little short. I've never played a 3D Mario Land. I mean, Mario 64. I guess you could call Mario 3D, but it's not legit Mario 3D World.
Oh man, hold on. You haven't played Mario 64?
I played the Mario 64 version for DS, but I haven't played the OG Mario 64, no.
Oh, I mean, that's basically the same thing.
I think it's like literally, right?
It's basically the same thing. They added some characters, I think. The OG only had Mario. You couldn't be Yoshi or whatever.
Ah, got you. Okay.
But other than that, it looks essentially the same, I think. More or less.
Got it.
Whoa, what is happening? What is huh? Oh shoot, I need that turtle shell so I can get.
Let's see.
Hey yo, get that turtle shell and knock out.
How do you
this
pick it up?
rogue.
How do you pick it up though?
Hold on the run button, which is Y.
Okay.
Ah, we lost it. Oh man.
What?
No, stay alive, because
Yeah,
I'm dead. Go get that hat. Okay.
Oh, and Odyssey, of course. So I remember that mainline Mario true. Okay. You got it.
All right, I'm about to pick this up. Okay, here we go.
Whoa! Wait.
I got sucked into the pipe there.
Okay. I got it.
I really want to get this star.
No, we'll get it. Just chill. Don't die. And then I'll throw it down there.
Yeah, but where's the?
I don't know. I think it respawns.
Does it?
It's the same.
Hold on a second. What's this? Where's this go?
Wait, yo,
this
what?
hole in the wall here. I feel like that hole in the wall will take us down to this empty block here. Yeah. Okay. That was cool, but it wasn't what I wanted. Okay, maybe I just land on top here.
There we go.
Let's go.
Hey.
All right. That'll work. Oh, sorry.
Okay, dude. Oh, man. Wow.
Oh, sticker or something. Cool. Let's go. Okay.
Okay. What's next?
I don't know. Let's go get this football thing.
All right, let's get it.
Odyssey. Yeah, I haven't played. I played Odyssey a little bit. Oops, what did I just do? What did I just do? I think I just accidentally didn't join. Sorry. Bam. Oh, I guess it's just a mini boss thing.
Yo, okay, I have only one life in here.
Okay, yeah, I just kind of died. Oh, we only got him twice.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, shit. And I just got hit. Got it.
There we go. GG's. Let's go. We're really going for 100%.
That was good. Welcome to our 100% speed run.
Yeah, real speed run.
A game we've never played before. Oh, I forgot. I have a meeting in about half an hour. That's right. It'll be short.
A meeting?
Yeah, it's fine. I only got to be there for about a minute.
Oh, cool. Live stream the meeting, yeah.
Live stream the meeting.
Small. Go with the small. Go with the small one. Definitely small one.
You need that.
Vice behind the scenes. All right. Well, that was. Should I talk to the dude?
Let's just leave. Harassing Toad. Man gave you a mushroom after harassing him.
Gotta love Toad. So true.
Toad's voice.
Yo.
Annoying, but like cutely annoying.
Why does
okay,
this look like a
gonna be
Fall Guys course?
Oh man. I mean, we couldn't play that game. I haven't played Fall Guys since it dropped.
On it, it's so addicting. Get it, yeah.
I don't like falling for no reason. I don't like the feeling of falling because my character tripped.
I know. It's just so. I
think it's my problem.
Slow paced. That's my problem. Okay, not my one problem. One of my main problems with Valorante is that you can't sprint in it. It just makes it so slow paced. Like, if you could sprint in Valorant, game over. Like, most toxic game, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's so fun. If you could sprint.
No.
Come on.
Look, I'm having a really hard
Wait,
time
why do you have the
getting
crown?
I actually don't even know what the crown is about.
Alright. I'm a
Maybe
power.
on the last level or something?
Let's go.
Maybe that. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to.
Wait, why? That's you.
Oh, you didn't need it. You have cat Goombas? What is it with this game and cats?
Cats. They know they're yeah. Let's go. Are you a cat or dog person? Have we talked about this?
Probably cat, honestly. Even though most people I know have dogs.
Right. Hold up.
Cool. I'm kind of allergic. That's the problem. I'm kind
To
of
cats?
allergic to cats. Yeah, and I'm like, if I was to get one, I feel like I would want a cat. Honestly. But I grew up with dogs.
I feel that. That's right. You had your poodle.
Yep.
You should probably look up what Toad looks like
this?
without his hat.
No, I think I've seen that. It's kind of scary.
I kind of want to see it.
Here, I'll do this. Get on the pedestal. Yeah, I'll put you up there.
Nice.
All right, go do your thing, whatever that is. Get the cloud, I guess.
Okay.
Huh?
Let's go. Zavpaw. Oh, welcome to
Point
Zavpaw.
heavy. All right.
No, chill, bro. Man's going speedrunner.
Oh shoot, there's a green star. All right.
12-hour stream, you know it. Yeah, anyone who's new, it's 12-hour stream. This might not look like our normal content. Here we are. Midterm Madness gaming stream.
But the midterm's about to be stressful. We're trying to get ready. You plus all are welcome to get ready with us.
Here we go.
Whoa. And that guy caught a stray. I didn't even mean to catch him. Hold on. Those trees look suspicious.
Good call.
Oh, okay, there's one thing. Cute. Yeah, go up that. I'll go up this one. That should be a star or something. Ah, shoot, sorry. Here, you go up the middle one. Ready?
I think I already went up it.
I think it's back blue. Nothing there. Okay, just that. Dang. Cat Mario can really fly.
Alright. I don't like that meow. It kind of freaks me out. Why? Why is that necessary?
Not a fan of the Mario meow? I can see that.
Can't say I am. Catboy Gamer, stop saying that at me. No.
Why does it keep being said?
See, thank you, Gas. Exactly. Have you tried connecting with?
Okay.
What?
That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah. What?
What is this game?
Have some self-awareness, Mario.
Yeah. Come on. That's what we're doing at its exact moment.
Understand your reality. Gotta put this somewhere.
Let's go.
Shout out to Charles Martinet, man. Voice to Mario. I don't know what that guy's doing right now. He's not in the new Mario movie, which is really weird to me. Or at least he's not starring in it, which I find. Charles Martinet. He's the guy who did the Mario voice. All these voices you're hearing right now of Mario and Luigi, let's go, all that stuff.
Oh,
He's
the
guy
classics.
who did that.
The classics.
Yeah.
Like the OG ones, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on a second. We gotta change all these to explanations.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Wait, these? I guess we can still jump on it, right? Yes. I guess I need some. Oh, cat. Cool. Alright. I guess this is more puzzle stuff. What does that do? Oh, interesting.
So
I think I get it. Yeah,
yeah,
you get that one. Nope. Then you hit that, and that'll launch me up. Probably. Oh, huh?
I get that, you get those two.
Okay, maybe those aren't actually relevant. No. Oh, okay, we gotta turn the whole stairs that way. Okay, I get it.
Oh, a lot of bees, lot of bees, lot of bees. Let's go combo, wombo,
Dude, use the
combo.
plugs. Yeah, there you
Let's
go.
go. Oh, let's go.
Lemon pepper steppers. That is such a weird video. Have you seen that? Is this TikTok video? I don't even know how to describe it, dude.
I have not, no. I don't think.
Okay, we're almost there. Got it. Nice. Good teamwork.
Into the great beyond.
This is actually something where I'm seeing. I think this would actually be harder if you only had one player.
Yes.
Whoa! Oh, red coins. Shoot.
Wait. Oh snap!
Try to get out. Yeah. I missed one. No.
Dang.
I messed that up.
You're good.
Dang it. I'm actually upset about that. I'm still having trouble actually visualizing really where I am, 3D wise.
I know. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. How do you...
Oh, nice. Green star. Whoa. That transition was way too fast. I did not see that coming. Oh, whoops. Didn't even kill me.
Oh, I can't climb. Hold up.
You can fall off. It'll bring you back. But, whoa! Oh, no, never mind. You took my power up.
I mean, I took the power.
Here. I'll come down here.
Here, because I don't have the cat.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. Oh,
right,
snap. You go right. Or I'll go. Okay.
Shoot. Okay, I'm gonna get the star. I'm gonna stay in the middle and get the star. Yeah, there you go. Alright.
I messed this up.
It's okay. There you go, there we go. Almost there.
Oh,
God. Nice.
Let's go. I'm partial to the video.
Oh, shoot. Oh, hold on. You gotta time it. I think we got that. This has real Disney vibes. I don't know about you, to me.
Oh, so true.
I'm not really sure how I like that. Honestly, the Odyssey did the same thing for me.
Yeah. Well, it's like Mario. It's like, I don't know. I don't view Mario as like a 3D platformer. But I guess you know.
Oh, come back. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, got it. Right at the end.
Advice content I've been waiting for. There we go.
Is it?
That's good to hear.
We get at that new
Shout
stuff.
out
When are they going to start playing video games?
Let's go. GG.
Does it not even show my name? That's funny.
Oh, we're at the castle. Let's get it.
Yeah, well, hold on. We got the little Bowser flag thing in this Toad. Oh, that's from a game, isn't it? Isn't there some Toad puzzle type game? Oh, damn. 4 or 5 stars?
All right, let's see.
Oh, whoa. Oh, maybe this is what I was thinking about.
For what?
Oh man. Can't jump. Oh, interesting. Okay, so your view is different from mine, so we're just gonna work independently, I guess.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Okay, so
Yeah, I just mean you can do whatever. Yeah, whatever you want to do, you can do it because it doesn't affect my camera at all. Shoot, 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 shoot. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Wow. Okay, we got it. Come on. All right.
Yeah, so chat, if you weren't sure, he's red, or I'm red, and he's blue. Shoot. Wait, top one. I'm actually not sure. Oh, okay, hold on.
Yeah, nice.
So I go up this way. Here, and then I'm gonna go. That's only 3. Okay. Then
no.
I'm gonna come up all the way up here.
Come on.
Here. Well, oh shoot. I'm gonna go up. If you come up to where I am, you'll see under that floating platform, there's one there.
Okay.
So you can focus on that one. I'm about to get this here. All right. Trying not to fall off. Oh no, not under that one. There's another floating platform.
Why don't you just get? Then we're good.
I mean, I can. I was trying to give you something to do, man.
Bro, I'm just.
Let me do all the work. That's cool too.
Bro, I've gotten 2 so far. Come on.
There it is. There it is. Right there. Drop down.
Oh, it's down there. I didn't see that.
Right there. Yeah, just drop under that platform.
There we go.
Boom. There it is.
Course cleared.
Toad's voice, man. Unnecessary.
Toad's voice, and I'm glad there's no meow though. I am over that meow.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's beat this castle. I kind of want to play some Mario Kart. Let's see.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Yeah, let's beat this castle and do something else.
Yeah. We can always come back to it.
Yeah.
You need 10 stars to unlock the castle.
Oh, okay. So I'm glad we were gathering stars.
Yeah, honestly.
All right, we're about to beat this castle, y'all, and then we're gonna.
All right, let's do it.
It's about time.
Very Disney. Oh, bomb soccer balls?
Oh, I'm here for that.
Oh no, wait. I don't know if you can pick them up, but you can't kick them.
Okay.
Hold on, let me run back this way.
Getting stoked for the World Cup. Any football enjoyers out there?
Whoa! You almost threw me off the cliff.
Oh man.
Let's see.
Oh no.
Feel like we should go over here to the side.
Yeah. Oh, and he makes it. Oh.
I'm really not sure where we're actually supposed to go, but okay, clearly this wasn't wrong. Whoa.
Let's climb up here. Yo,
yeah,
this is like,
kind of gear up
this is my thing. Like, why is there so much stimulation in these games? Like, chill. This is Mario. Like, there's 10 billion things.
Oh,
happening.
I need a cat thing.
I just want to play Fortnite.
Too much stimulation to complain about, and you want to play Fortnite.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Will the USA finally win the World Cup or nay? Nay.
Women's World Cup, sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about this one. Women's World Cup, absolutely. Okay.
I didn't see where I was. Damn, I wanted to get whatever that cat item was.
Oh wait, let's we gotta bomb these. We gotta hit him with the soccer bomb.
Oh yeah, I guess so, huh?
I have absolutely no faith.
Oh
in
no,
US
you just
soccer.
gotta kick
Oh man, I'm ranting about U.S. soccer too much. Oh nice.
Almost. Oh nice.
Here we go.
I gotta get out of here because yeah, I'm
They def won't beat England, but if they lose against any other country in their group, it's over.
Whoa. Oh,
sorry. Oh, man.
Bad timing. Bad timing.
Wait, who's in their group again? Sickness supplies. Alright, let's go. Wow. That kick right there was some US soccer team kick.
We gotta power it before we get up there. That was coming.
Here, get the cat over here. Cat.
Okay, I see.
Focus. True. Right. Oh!
No!
Let's go! Oh, my way!
Alright.
All day!
Here we go. Oh, shoot.
We can climb. We can climb.
You can climb it, right?
Go Alex Honnold with it. Free solo Mario.
What?
You ever seen Free Solo? Wales, Iran, and England.
I have no idea.
Oh, that's right. Wait, how did I not know that? You're wild. Okay, now, wait, do we get fall damage in this? Yo, does Gareth Bale still play for Wales?
Let's find out. No.
Yo, why though? Why? You just sent it, bro.
I didn't think it.
He sent it.
I thought if I dive like that, you asked about fall damage. I thought, okay, if I go diagonal like that, it's a cat. There can't possibly be fall damage. And yeah, sorry, my bad.
It's all good.
All right, let's get the cat again. I won't do that again.
Gareth Bale just won a cup for LAFC. Oh yeah, he's playing MLS. I forgot.
Yeah, LAFC. Yeah. Dude, don't you want the cat thing? Go over left here.
Oh yeah. I want to be Alex Honnold power up. If there are no climbers in this chat, no one will know what I'm talking about. But
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly.
No climbers allowed in the chat.
Yo, that's so false. This is climber safe space. Okay.
Is that just a really good climber or something?
He free solo. Okay, we're gonna do some climbing real quick.
Free solo, as in, so no. What is that?
No ropes.
Not protected here. No ropes. Okay, that's what I'm
anything. And he climbed El Capitan, 3,000-foot cliff, rock, whatever you want to call it, in Yosemite. Yeah, the climber. It's crazy.
Okay. I'm down here. I didn't jump off the cliff this time. Okay, we're already doing.
Keep forgetting that I'm blue. Oh.
Nice. Some return to sender. Okay.
Okay. Hold up.
All right, we already have that star, so let's go this way. So I think the thing is, as long as they don't die while you're in that bubble form,
exactly,
we're good.
We're sending it. Full set. Sick. We made it.
Okay, but what do you do after
we
this?
have to blow up the wall. Okay, let's go.
There it is. You answered the question for me.
No, free solo from the Hertz. No, free solo. What is the Hertz? I don't think so. Free solo from like National Geographic.
Carrying. Oh, lost time.
With the whip. Bowser went to Los Santos Customs.
Okay. What do we do here?
Oh, we just got. Okay.
Oh, just hit it with the bomb. Yeah, there we go.
It's like PKs.
Yeah,
easy.
Oh, nice. Oh,
just
hit
clapping
with the
Bowser's cheeks, yo. Let's go. God.
Slightly off. Well, I think you can just walk into it too. You
never saw Star Wars.
Man, who never saw Star Wars? Wow. Oh, autocorrect never saw Star Wars. I see what you're saying.
Oh.
It is easy. I mean, it is the first level boss.
Oh.
So I suppose I wasn't expecting to be extra hard.
What is he doing? Why is he doing this?
Just throwing fireballs for no reason. Okay. It's not hitting us, buddy. I don't know what you think you're doing. Do we need to run up and get him?
Oh, maybe that's it.
No, I don't think so.
Wow, we were being passive. Oh, you gotta smack him. I don't know how you smack him.
I'm really not sure, honestly.
Oh, I went too hard.
We just gotta chase him.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah, maybe we do just chase him.
Yikes. Ah!
Oh, it's the end. It's the end.
Not what I'm
Okay, so we hop in.
Handle it?
Oh, okay, so now he shoots out the soccer balls too. Let's go.
Lost track of what it was. Oh, cat. There we go.
Okay, I think we can't just absolutely charge him. We need to, like, wait for him to hit these.
Yeah. You gotta wait for him to hit the fire, or not the fireballs. But
here we go.
Yeah, those soccer balls. There you go. Get that.
Oh. Okay.
We just gotta wait for a soccer ball. Wait for a soccer ball. That's what you gotta do.
Go.
There it is. There it is.
Hit it.
How did I miss that?
Oh, don't die.
Is that it? Oh shoot. Oh no, you're back. That's where you were just gone. Okay. All right. We'll get this.
He's so close to being gone too.
I feel like it's one hit too. Come on.
Yeah,
there we go.
Hit it. Knock it. Let's
go. How did that fall?
Oh shit.
I have no idea how I just fell off. I mean, I do. Like.
Go. There we go.
Oh, that should have counted for 2.
I think it's like a one hit Andy. Let's go. Oh.
Okay, there it is. That's the pattern. There it is. Got it. Let's go. All right.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh.
Wait, there's a lot of letters in there. I is saying the election term is only mid, but I really need democracy. Yo, I felt that.
Not gonna get away with
This
that.
Pretty,
okay, chill.
These are some pretty mid-term elections. I think it's safe to say. Oh shoot! Hold on.
What is happening?
It's time to be real. Hold on.
Which Super Smash character would you name Secretary of State? Spartan Killer, what's up?
I don't know. We should ask Todd that. I feel like he'd be a better person.
Honestly,
to answer
though.
if we want
Wait,
to
90
say.
seconds. Go. Oh snap. We're losing time. Okay,
Wait, what? I wasn't paying attention. What are we supposed to be doing?
Oh no.
That's Secretary of State right there.
Let's go.
Yeah, Secretary of State. I don't know. If it has to do with election security, I don't know. Maybe Donkey Kong, honestly.
Donkey Kong.
I mean, do you want to try to steal an election from Donkey Kong?
No.
I mean, you want to try to mess with some?
How about Boo?
Like, say, oh yeah, I'm gonna be monitoring poll offices or whatever, coming up there with a gun. Nah, man.
Well,
you want to get in Donkey Kong's face?
That's fine.
You want to run against Donkey Kong in an election? Nah. Bowser potentially also another heavyweight.
Whoa. I feel like it'd be Donkey Kong and Bowser are like the two head honchos, you know. Like those are like the president nominees.
I don't know if I want Donkey Kong. Oh, I could see Donkey Kong for president. Yeah, we got it. All right. I gotta do a meeting real quick. Okay. So, yeah, it'll be quick.
No word, do your thing.
So, are you gonna switch a game, or what do you want to do?
Well, I think we have a guest coming in actually for a bit.
Oh, do we?
We have a
Who's
guest.
the guest? Who's coming in?
Amanda. I'm Mr. Modman. Amanda presents her. Let's go. Is that cool? No, it's not.
Yeah, Samir, if you want to switch it up, man, I got to do something for about 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, no, do your thing. We have the guest. There we go. What's up? Pete's this chat. This is when the mukbang starts. Let's go. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, we're going to Mario Kart. Okay, Dexter, we're moving to Mario Kart.
Okay, yeah, do your thing, man.
Absolutely. As we said, big bottles only.
I can come sit next to you?
Absolutely. How's it going? Doing well. What's up?
Big day for you.
Big day for the country, yeah?
Big day for the country is also right. Oh, there's some little napkins.
Napkins,
for you.
sweet.
Yeah. If you,
Thank you.
If you eat like I do, you'll need them.
Absolutely. So that's for you.
Excellent.
Headphones are also for you. I believe our mods have.
Do I need to know what I sound like?
No. All right. So chat. So I don't know if we told everybody this, but what we are gonna be doing in this part of the stream are having different people from the Vice News newsroom coming in to game with us. We're gonna be playing things like Mario Kart, Mario Party. Well, not Mario Party, Super Mario World, and potentially some old school Mario as well. To start this all off, we have none other than Amanda in to say what's up. How's it going?
It's good. I have a joke for you.
You have a joke here. Right into the microphone. Let's hear it.
What room is too small for Mario to fit into?
Oh, man. What room is too small? Yeah, this room. I don't know.
What other room? A mushroom.
Wow.
Okay, I got one more.
Snaps in chat. Snaps in chat.
What kind of pants do Mario and Luigi wear?
Hold on. Let me actually think about this. Oh, we can't. Hold up. They can't hear you. 1 second.
These jokes aren't that good, so it's okay.
No, we need to hear.
They can't hear me. Because I need to speak
this gives
right
me
into
time.
the mic.
Yeah, one word. Don't worry, chat. 1 second. All right. So what was the
Okay.
pants one?
Okay, what kind of pants do Mario and Luigi wear?
What kind of pants do Mario and Luigi wear? Chat, do you guys know?
Well, they're going to give it away. Because they probably do
we're
know.
all one here. It's funny that...
Tell me when you're ready.
All right, let's hear it.
Denim, denim, denim.
Oh, my God. Yo! Was not expecting that.
That's all I got.
I love that. Came in ready to go.
I bring in pizza. I bring in the jokes.
That's all you need in life, honestly. Yo, they love it.
Thank you. Great.
Let's
great.
go.
Great.
Anyway, someone said something really funny in here. Easy clap. Twitch King. It's funny that Vice has both content about far-right extremism and Super Mario World.
It's
Very
called
true.
Range.
It's called Range.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So they want. Do you have any more jokes? They want it.
Let me think on it.
All right.
Yeah.
You can come back to it.
Yeah, I'm a little on the spot. I'm a little nervous.
That's fair.
I'm not a streamer or a gamer.
Hey, we all start somewhere. But okay. Anyway, do you want to let them know what do you do at Vice? Say what's up. Whatever you want to let them know.
Sure. Yeah. I recently celebrated 6 years at Vice.
6 years.
And I started as a producer on Vice News Tonight.
Okay.
And then in 2019, I moved over and I launched our award, not me, but me and many people smarter than me. We started a show on Showtime called Vice on Showtime.
Yeah.
And it's like a documentary series, news doc series. And now I'm a supervising producer. So I do a little bit of stuff for the show, and then I also still do my own stories sometimes.
That's awesome.
Really fun.
Talk about range. That's sweet.
Well, TV is a team sport, so gotta shout out to my colleagues for sure.
Fire, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Congrats, everyone's shouting you out. Congrats in chat. But you also play Mario Kart.
Well, yeah, in the pandemic, yeah, I had a Game Boy when I was like 7, and then I got a Switch when I was 33.
Dang,
and there hasn't
some time
been,
off.
There hasn't been a lot in between.
Took some time off.
Yeah.
We love it. A veteran coming back in to the gaming world.
Yeah. What's your game of choice?
Oh, we all know this on here. I love Fortnite. I am not native to these type of games, so that's what we're here for. Trying new things.
Is this my little controller
here?
That's your
controller.
I have to reorient myself here.
What's y'all's favorite BioShock? I've never played BioShock. Oh, everyone's talking about... Okay, BioShock, CSGO. There we go. Okay,
I got the power? I think I got the power.
Oh, word.
You want to do a versus or Grand Prix?
Grand Prix.
Sick. Okay.
All 150.
Go big or go home, baby.
Exactly.
Okay. What do we gotta do?
There we go.
I'm doing both.
Let's see. I think same.
Oh, I think it's you.
Oh, there we go.
Amazing.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna put the bumper on.
What's this for?
It makes it a little easier.
On the top?
Yeah.
Oh, slidey slide. Oh, I see now. Okay.
CS, let's go. Alright.
Everyone's so fun on chat.
Right, yeah.
People are so nice.
What's up? Dime Boy, what's up? +1 for Fortnite. No, we've been shot down. We cannot play Fortnite on this stream. Maybe another time. Maybe during the hot tub stream. Alright. I'm always King Boo.
Well, I'm always Green Yoshi. Oh gosh. How do you do the little remind me how you do the thing where you can kind of see like how good the little...
Oh, like the specs.
The specs.
How do you get the specs?
I want specs.
Plus or minus. I want the absolute most speed.
Well, I want the absolute most speed.
Well, alright. Plus button. Yeah, thanks, Zaf Paul. Steel driver. This thing's sick. Give me some low weight, high acceleration.
Oh, I think a little weight. I like a little weight.
Okay. We'll go with this.
When's the last time you played this game? Be honest.
Well,
like
yesterday.
Okay.
Practicing for this. Before then, I don't know, a few months. I played during the... Let's go with this. During the pandemic too.
Mm-hmm. The pandemic is still happening. Yeah.
That's true.
I heard.
Thank you for that correction. Got to be accurate here.
Hey, yo.
Oh,
hold on. No, don't start. Don't start. Let me back in.
Okay.
Okay, we go back?
Yeah, let me...
Yes, go back.
Yeah, we gotta go back.
How do we go back?
Let me in.
Down.
Oh, so you're back from your meeting decks. Then down again.
Yeah, I told you it was gonna be quick.
Wow, quick meeting. Quick math.
We had all this figured out. Wait,
yeah,
where's Dexter? Can I see him?
Yeah, can we get headphones?
I can hear him kind of ambiently. I just want to see him. I miss him.
No, it's not important. You've seen me enough.
Oh.
I'm sick of looking at myself.
I see you when I close my eyes.
Dexter's always there.
Not weird.
That's not good, yeah. It's, oh, there you are. Hey, Dex.
Hey.
There we go.
Okay, I'm trying to join y'all, but I'm not. How do I join?
Oh yeah,
you?
so let's keep going back.
All
the way. The
wow.
very dawn of time.
We've made all these decisions, and now we're.
Yeah, come on, Dexter. Kind of rude. Online play.
Online play.
2-player. Let's get it.
How will all 3 of us play?
So we're gonna connect. Dexter, do you want to make a room?
Gosh, y'all in your tech.
Sure. Yes, I can make a room.
All right.
So
yeah, let's hit that. 2-player.
I forgot that I'm the captain.
Yeah.
I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain now.
Okay, I'm just gonna be Bowser.
Okay, so now we're ready.
Picking the defaults. Okay, I just made the room.
All right.
So y'all are welcome to join whenever. At your leisure.
All right, let's get it.
This looks like the Universal Picture logo.
Honestly, so true. All right. Oh, want to drop friend code for community to join too? Yeah. Okay, chat. Would you guys want to play with us?
Oh my gosh, this would be so lovely.
Yeah, if y'all want.
Yeah, let's wait. So let's go to friends to start.
We love our friends.
And then
Friends
first
are
one
nice
is
to have.
Dexter. Dexter, what is your name on? What are these two characters?
Samir. Hold on. I think that's me at the top. Is it two characters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Deji. Yeah, that's
Deji. My bad. I see when I see that, I think she, but this is the G version of that.
Because it's got the little ten, the daku on the quotes.
You guys are
Yeah,
brilliant.
that's me.
Sick. Okay. So Zav Paul said they wanted to come in. Yeah, Franco's in. So if you guys are joining, let me know so we can add you.
This is amazing.
I swear. Wow. Okay. I guess that's out there. No one spam me.
Here we go.
Okay. Well, this is happening. I'm going to eat pizza. I'm hungry.
Do it.
Yo, one time, really early on, when I was playing Halo and just trying to get good, somebody sent me a friend request and a message saying, "Hey, you should get a PS4." And it took me a really long time to understand what they were saying.
A PS4 for Halo?
Because that's precisely it. They were trying to tell me that you're so bad, you should get rid of your Xbox and get another system so that you can't play this game anymore.
Yo, that is such a good clap.
It was messed up, man. Like, I wasn't even that bad.
Wow.
But I'd really only been playing for a few hours, and somebody really just said, "Hey, you should get a PS4."
That is such a burn.
Guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unnecessary.
Okay.
How's the
At least it
that
wasn't
is
a racial
fire.
slur.
This is such good pizza. What pizza spot is that from? I don't know. Yeah, behemoth of a pizza. Behemoth of a pizza. True.
That's honestly like bigger than your face. That's like
literally. It's so yeah.
Yeah.
It is very large. Okay, let me add you Zappaw real quick.
Oh my gosh, whoever's username is Queso Taco is like honestly sees me. I feel seen.
10 minutes. Shout out Zav Paul. Okay, I'm adding you. Come, friends. Okay.
This is so funny.
Let's get back into this.
Can we just do this during the politics part?
Just keep doing this. Actually, okay, because... Yeah. Shout out Queso Taco. Joe's is so good. Yeah, that's true.
Is this Joe's Pizza?
Joe's? Is that what
I think so.
Oh yeah. Well,
Joe's Pizza, yeah.
If the Vice World News mod said it's Joe's, then it's Joe's.
Their word is law. Okay.
You're trustworthy.
I'm going to start a room Dex, and can you actually join that one? Because then Zav Paul can join.
Okay, yeah, that's easy.
Okay, so now we can figure this out.
Back to my little Yoshi
Oh,
friend.
good. It's safe, so we don't have to go through this again.
Oh, nice. Just click on through.
Yeah, good to go.
But was this my... Oh, I didn't mean to take a capture. I meant to look at...
Save the moment.
For posterity, you know, who knows what tomorrow will bring.
Exactly.
So we gotta live our best lives now.
True.
I forget which one of these top ones is like drift.
Dexter, how do you drift again?
I don't know. R and L buttons. One of them. You'll figure it out. I'm actually
Cool.
not
Thanks,
sure.
Dex.
Hold on. Yeah, no
You're just worried that I'm gonna school you.
Listen,
straight up.
You really might, because this is not the Mario Kart that I'm good at. Would be the Super Nintendo one, and then maybe 64. Shout out Diddy Kong Racing with 64 too. That is a good game.
True.
64. Those were good years.
Those were okay years. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll grab these. Thanks. I don't want to hear myself, but I do want to hear Dexter.
Yeah, then we can actually hear. Zap Paul, let me know when if it's working well.
I feel like a little DJ.
Egan NYC. NYC. Nagansey. I knew that name looked familiar.
Okay, what are we doing in this little? We just hanging out?
We're waiting for Zap. Not working.
Oh.
Are you?
What's not working? Yeah, what's happening?
Let's see. Restarting my game.
All right. Uh-oh. Here, I'm gonna say some positive things.
Okay. Good luck.
What did I just say?
You said good luck. No friends.
Start spamming.
Spamming.
Let's go. What's with the two mustache dudes? Yo.
I ask myself that every day.
Walking around Brooklyn.
Yeah. There's more than two in Williamsburg.
Oh man, Williamsburg.
It's like Disneyland for adults. Or like young adults.
Yeah.
True.
Truly the Lord has smiled upon the Williamsburg district. Brooklyn.
Let's see.
Oops. I don't want to do that.
Do I? I'm not on here.
I think
I don't have a little because I don't have like a.
I think yeah.
Memoji dude.
You don't have your own one, so you're one of the Samirs.
I'm one of the Samirs.
There we go.
Yes.
Y'all should get one with. Okay. Zaphal, hold up. Keeps giving me an error.
Yeah, we're gonna play one. Restart your system. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, so
oops.
We want to get one in with Amanda, so
yeah, I have to run in like 10.
Okay, we'll connect. 1 second. We're gonna run through this, then we'll try again. Zaphal. Okay, so then you want. Yeah, let's do it. No teams.
Normal items.
Should we do like 2 races to make sure we get everything in?
2 races.
So you're.
Oh, I forget that I'm the boss
you're
here.
The captain.
Oops, I don't want. What was this? Easy com? Normal com?
Normal. 2 races.
48.
Let's do 48 races. I guess we can only.
We can only do 4. All right, we'll see how
Let's do it.
far we get.
Start race.
Okay, I'm nervous all of a sudden. I feel like this is like reflective of my character somehow.
Who did you pick?
History.
Me? Green.
Yeah,
green,
what character did you pick, man?
Green Yoshi, Ride or Die.
Green Yoshi.
Classic.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
All right. Which?
Do we just keep it simple?
Any of them? Yeah.
Mario Kart Stadium.
There it is. Oh, okay. We know. Why is it
on
the roulette? We know what we're gonna get. What do you know?
We're taking bets for the next
Mario
2
Kart.
seconds.
Yeah.
All right.
These are all of our little friends playing with us.
Yep.
So these are computers.
Right.
All right. Let's get it. Let's get it.
All right, chat. What do you think? Who's winning this one?
Yep.
Please, Lord,
shoot.
bless me.
Let's go. That drift.
Wow, you are aggressive right out of the gate.
Let's go.
Let's.
I think you can drift.
Also Bowser.
Oh, I love these little accelerators. They're so fun.
Yo, I'm gonna snipe that.
Whoa! Ooh, you almost got me. That was you, Samir, wasn't it? You almost got me with that reverse red shell. Nice try.
Wait,
you know.
Who are you? Barely missed with that.
Oh, you're Bowser.
How do I get? Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right.
So we got Luigi's motorcycle too. Dang.
My money's on Amanda. That's what they're saying.
You guys are sweet.
Really? Uh-oh.
Monk's at.
You guys are so sweet. I want to get these little boosty guys up here. Hell yeah.
Oh, blue shell, nice.
Oh,
good work.
What is the, I want to watch my language. I sometimes
whoever does it,
swear when I
go
get
for it.
frustrated.
Site,
I understand.
Family webpage,
But
Amanda.
do your thing.
Well, I grew up learning that "but" was a bad word, so we are going to be just fine.
Wow. You're really buffed up then.
Yeah. Oh,
I've
that was
never heard
mean.
Amanda swear ever.
You guys, I'm 8. I feel like I should be able to be faster.
I feel like I should be able to be. This is a meritocracy. You can't. Your feelings facts don't care about your feelings.
Facts. We like to think that facts matter. It's sort of the business of our industry.
That's true.
Okay, listen. I feel I'm making some moves.
See, it was just a warm-up. It was absolutely a warm-up.
Yeah, it's just a warm-up.
Let's go.
Bam, 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 bam.
There we go.
You know what's offensive? Among other things, is getting hit with your own turtle shell.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I was waiting what you were gonna say there. Yeah, I can think of actually a lot of things, especially recently. But okay, yeah.
Yeah, but we're taking a break. We're taking a break from real life drama right now.
Drama never sleeps.
My drama is me and Samir, who's currently number 2 in this race.
Who was 1? Was that you, Dex?
Royce asking if it's live. Yes, that was me. Yes, live.
Absolutely.
This is
Number 1.
honestly embarrassing.
Just to warm up.
What's embarrassing?
Yeah. Let's just.
Yeah, you're warming up.
Let's re-rack.
All
right.
Let's re-rack.
Let's re-rack.
We playing beer pong. Yo, when's the Vice News beer pong stream? That shouldn't happen. We could play like apple juice stream or something.
Apple juice.
Are we doing one? Can we do one more?
Let's do
apple juice pong.
Let me text my boss real quick.
That's what we're here.
Who are you texting?
Sweet Bev Chase. I'm just gonna be a little late.
Tell Bev I said hi. Actually, tell her I said hi.
Priorities.
Running 7 behind.
Running 7 behind.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Caught
give
in a
myself
meeting.
7
Meeting's
important
going over.
meeting. Oh no, we don't want this one again.
Oh no.
Oh, did we
Wait,
pick
can
the same
go
place?
back?
It's okay. You get a redo. You get to try.
Wow, this is
It's essential.
incredible television.
Practice. This is great.
All right.
Like, this is the button I'm supposed to use to
Amanda,
accelerate, right?
Did you just tell Bev?
And
Did
then
you just tell Beverly Chase that you have a meeting that's going over?
I just said running 7 behind, and I'll
Keep it
clarify.
simple.
That's true. That's actually true.
Oh,
That's.
I am nothing if not honest.
They'll be in Valorant tournaments. Listen, Iceberg. If we could, I would be there. Valorant thing. Let's go.
And I'd like to quit
We had to
now
text him
while
for
I'm
the
in
day, but
3rd.
perhaps in the future. Okay. Oh, did you just hit me?
Maybe. Was it a red shell?
Yeah, that was you. That was you with the red shell. Okay, I see what it is. Let's see. Boom. Oh, shoot.
Oh, all 3.
Oh, sorry, but I got myself too. Ooh, fire! Endless fire! Endless fire!
Snap. Oh snap!
Wow. Who's got the firebox thing?
It was me, but it's out now.
I need to snipe Luigi. Come on. Absolute snipe.
Shout out to Outdoors.
Luigi's
called?
by far the cutest Mario character.
Who?
Oh, sorry, Luigi. I meant Yoshi.
Yeah,
my
like,
guy. Luigi's not really my type.
I was like, there's a lot out there. Williamsburg.
Yeah, you could just go outside.
Truly. Where I could find 17 people that look like Samir.
Wow.
None as cool or smart.
There we go.
No, not nearly as cool as smart.
What's with this giant, I saw a giant blue cone.
Do you have to just dodge those?
Oh, I straight up ran into it. I wanted to see what would happen.
Fair.
I don't think it's an item.
Let's go.
I'm so far behind that even these little like bursts of mushroom power aren't really doing it for me.
Todd is the cutest, to be honest. Bendito, what's up? I would say Boo is.
Toad, I could see that.
I want to see Toad without a hat
Toad
on.
has
I've
like
been
a
told to look
specific
that up.
vibe.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty gross, man, honestly.
I mean, listen.
You saw the news of people like licking toads in the Amazon or something?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Literal
yeah, well, they're
toad.
telling people
Literal
to stop.
toads.
Yeah.
What is that? What is
Well,
that
that's
called
some
again?
Psychedelics.
Stupidity?
No.
Animal abuse?
Actually, that's a thing. Have you read what's the book called?
God.
We talked about this a while ago when we talked about mushrooms.
That's right.
In Mexico.
Yeah.
But it's called How to Lose Your Mind or something like that, or How to Change Your Mind. Not How to
That's a great book and series.
Be kidding me.
It is incredible.
You have to be
Dex,
kidding
sit
me.
down. Sit down.
What's this little plant? Oh. It's cute, and you guys have been done for hours.
Dang.
Y'all,
GG's.
it's been real.
But anyway,
good times.
In that book, I
on about
haven't seen the series, but in that book, apparently one of the big things is, people going out and licking toads or whatever to get high, but it's kind of animal abuse.
Completely.
How are you? How's your meeting going? Are you still running late?
Well, I overestimated. So I have 6 more minutes.
How long?
Oh, one more. Should we do it?
6? That was not a 1 minute range.
No, but I said it doesn't matter. My meeting was at 4:30, so I pushed it to 4:37.
I see. Oh, I see.
And now it's only 4:31. What about
out here streaming Mario Kart? Yeah, what's up?
Wait, can we do Rainbow Road? What is it?
Oh, true. Oh, where is it? Where is it?
Oh, I got yeah.
Oh, Rainbow Road. Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
I just don't understand the button.
I know. Run it back. Just ask. Exactly. Sorry, can't go to meeting. Too busy playing Mario Kart. Always the answer.
Listen, man, that happens sometimes.
Exactly.
Running
also,
7 over.
Wait. Oh, hey, Paul Chin. Exactly. Let's not go back. We have to go back a sec. What an upset that was. Meeting snooze. Yeah, this is team building.
This is team building.
You know, I start so strong.
It is tough. And then it's like, I feel like when you get behind.
Oh, yeah, well, Yoshi has good acceleration, I think.
I don't know. I'm starting to question everything I've ever known about this game. And honestly, my own talents.
Just life.
I think you're doing great.
Dexter, thank you. I've always liked you.
Thank you. Did I tell you? So was aside from the felony murder hour, which 15-minute Showtime piece. Before that, what had we worked on before that?
I was thinking about this. Oh, I was thinking about this before. Could it have been the piece that we did with Kenan Thompson?
Yeah. It was Sam J.
Sam J. Yep.
Yeah, well, you were there for.
Oh, I got inked.
Also, but yeah, Kenan Thompson. Yeah, me too.
That was fun. I like that venue a lot that we filmed at.
It was a fun venue. Yeah,
cool little theater.
Kenan was very cool.
So cool.
And didn't need to be that generous with his time at all.
Yeah, he was great.
Or honestly open with us either. He definitely could have not talked as openly and honestly at all if he didn't want to.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, part of that was you were a great interviewer.
Oh, well,
wow,
nice
look at just hyping each other up.
It's almost like it's your job or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I do it every once in a while. But no, that was seriously. I mean, you know, sometimes interviewing somebody takes quite a while for somebody to decide, okay, is this person trustworthy or not? But I think Kenan just decided, you know what? I know who I am, and this is what I want to talk about today. I'm down to basically talk about anything. And so, yeah, everything I threw at him, he was just, this is what I think. So, Blue Show, I think.
But yeah, I think that's the last time.
It was good.
So I guess we gotta do another Showtime piece or something then, huh?
Listen, that's what I'm saying.
I'm looking for any excuse to go to LA that I can this winter because New York winters are rough.
I mean,
everyone says that.
I'm in LA all the time, so LA's not special to me.
You've had a New York winter, right, Samir?
No, I've never been out here.
I'm so sorry.
No, everyone says that. I can't wait. I'm sick of this.
It's cute for a second.
And you're like, I've heard it just gets slushy.
I think I keep going to the right when it's like the slower route.
But how did I fall? How did that happen? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better about myself that you're 9th.
I know, I'm getting absolutely wrecked.
Yeah.
9th? Are there even 9 characters?
Yeah, I thought that until I was 11th. Ooh, what's this fun thing I am? I'm in like a giant tube.
Oh, you the bullet bill thing.
Oh, there we go.
Giant tube.
Giant tube.
Okay, y'all. I've brought down the the skill and integrity of this game a lot.
That was good. No. That was good.
That was sweet.
That was good.
I am going to let you get back to your programming as usual.
Thank you for stopping by.
Okay.
Chat, say bye to Amanda.
Say bye to Amanda.
Y'all are so lovely.
Remember, this is somebody who I've gotten to work with twice now, unfortunately. Over how many years have you been here, Amanda?
6.
Amanda,
6 years.
you realize the rate is once every 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, but if we did it so often, like, it just, things would, like, you know, people would get jealous that, like, all of our stories were just, like, so banging. Like, we gotta pace ourselves.
Yeah, I suppose so.
All right, bye,
yeah,
everybody.
Man, we have
this
a
was
pretty
really fun.
weird range. All right.
We do have range.
Tell Bev I said hey.
Have so much fun. Good luck.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a long day. Marathon,
We'll
not a
catch
sprint.
you. We'll catch you. Peace.
When you gotta go, you gotta go. Meeting time. All right, where we at?
I don't know.
New interview format, gaming and questions. I mean, listen, it could. Oh, this is actually maybe an important question to ask here. Samir, do you say gaming?
What do you mean?
I mean, do you use game as a?
Oh, what's up?
As a verb, do you say, "Hey, I'm gonna go game"?
I'm gonna say. Hold on. We need to get out of this. Also. No.
What is happening? Are you getting kicked out of here?
No. Hold up. We have a new guest. Hold on. Nikki, what's up?
This?
Hi. How
Hello.
you doing?
Doing well. That's your mic.
Oh, that's my mic. Yeah. Hi.
There's your mic.
I'm only a producer. I don't like generally, you know,
on camera.
deal with on camera. Tell everybody else to be on camera. Yeah.
Here we go.
Iceberg was asking, is my name in Japanese? Yes, it is Deji. Right. Yeah, that's me.
This way.
Let's get it.
Okay.
We're just jumping right into it. Anyway, Chad is saying hi, everybody. This is Nikki.
This is Nikki. So, somebody, Teddy Likes Stuff asked, actually requested that we have a new format. So, video games and asking questions. So, Nikki, what do you do here?
Yeah, who's Nikki?
Who's Nikki? Nikki is the executive producer and showrunner of Vice News Tonight. I've been here for nearly 3 years. I am the person who decides the stories, the order, and what's on the show.
Wow.
Head honcho.
Head honcho,
Chad.
yeah.
This is a head honcho right now.
Got you.
And
so basically what you're saying is your internship is going pretty well.
It's going great. Internship is going
awesome.
great. And I was so excited because they said I could play Mario Kart. So
that's when you know.
Yeah. Never let it see people out here say we don't treat interns well, but
yeah.
Here we are.
Here you have it. Sometimes they just decide everything that goes in the show. And we're just, I mean, yeah, you seem like you know what you're doing. So yeah, keep it up, I guess.
I guess, thanks. Yeah. It's doing okay, you know?
Also, absolute beast at Mario Kart. Out here in fifth.
What's happening? Why am I in second place? Who's in first right now?
Okay, so Iceberg is asking you, how do you choose topics for any given show?
It depends on the week. It depends on the stories. Like, everyone's working on a lot of really long-form stuff, but I'm also looking for things that are kind of happening right now. Like, for example, tomorrow night we'll be kind of taking a breath and figuring out what's happening so far with the election. And, yeah, sort of what's going on and what doesn't feel too sensational. Like, I don't like to follow the super crazy. We like to see, like, what's unexpected.
But that's sort of the hard thing, though, right? Is because I think, especially if we assume that people have a general idea of what's going on. You know, you've probably seen something on Twitter. You've probably seen a headline, and it's just okay. We're going to assume that you know. For example, tomorrow. You're not going to find out for the first time on the show who won a particular election in Arizona. Like, you've seen it already. You know what I mean? Like, you've already seen it. You already know. We're not gonna, you know, in 2024, we're not gonna break the. Here's who won the presidential. That's not gonna happen, right? But okay, now that you have this very basic outline, what can you add to that?
Right.
you know, is what I'm getting from you.
Mhm.
That's what we
sounds
shoot
hard.
for. Yeah. It's a like I think Amanda said it in the last round. It's like it's absolutely a team sport. Like people here are so good at finding that thing that nobody else. Yeah, finding that story that nobody else knows about. I'm a little concerned about my vehicle here.
Yeah, we jumped
Blame it
right
on the
into
vehicle.
that.
I see.
No, I'm not blaming it. I'm just actually concerned about it.
What's the matter with your vehicle?
I don't know. It just feels a little heavy. Feels a little heavy.
Okay.
I don't know. Feels a little heavy.
We could switch it up.
Let's
it's all good.
Get your new vehicle.
I think we can, yeah.
No, I like it. I just, you know.
Some concern.
I'm usually Larry.
Oh, that's your go-to character.
That's my go-to character.
Wow.
See, these are amazing.
That's a deep cut.
It's a very deep cut.
Larry?
Larry.
Okay.
Yo. Speaking of Larry, have you seen have y'all seen Crip Your Enthusiasm?
No.
No. Some episodes actually, yeah.
No. Crip Your
Benedito.
Enthusiasm.
Who the fuck is Larry?
No, you don't understand. You don't know what I'm talking about. No.
No, wait, are you talking about?
No, Snoop Dogg dropped a new music video over the weekend called Crip Your Enthusiasm. It flips the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme. He samples it, and he's walking around LA. I mean, there's Randy's Donuts, there's everything, but he looks like a hybrid between himself and Larry David, but the whole thing is made in Unreal Engine, so it looks like a kind of janky video game.
Wow. In the metaverse?
You have to see it to actually maybe we'll just show
we
it.
should pull it up.
We'll pull it up later. Yes. Do we accept raids? Yes, we do. We're going to be on until 11 p.m. Eastern, so y'all want to do it? Come through. We'll be happy. We accept all with open arms.
All right. Sounds like some Snoop NFT.
Speaking of accepting all with open arms, Nikki, I've been trying to get a Kirkland signature sponsorship for a while. It's not working. I just want to let you know.
Who else were we going for? I don't remember. A lot.
I'm really just going for Kirkland signature, honestly.
I don't know. We'll see what happens.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right, should we do another race?
Yeah, let's do it.
So, you're player one.
Oh, okay. So hit OK.
Okay, yep.
Well, you should be able to hit Y and then. Oh no! Well, don't you want to change your car?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Yeah. So go back.
How do you? Yeah.
And then hit Y. And you should be able to choose your cars.
Because we have like only the small ones. I think just press back again.
No, back asked me if I want to leave.
Oh. Oh yeah, because. Oh, is it this one? Oh yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Get Chad a Kirkland sponsor as well. We'll try Molotov.
Kirkland,
do what we can.
X-Vice.
Oh, so that's Larry.
That's Larry.
Absolute deep cut. Okay. Leave this.
Yes.
Drive Bowser.
Yeah.
Let's go.
How are you a Larry? How did that happen?
Yeah.
How did Larry become your person?
Really
specific, Nikki.
I think it was just when this first came out, I just decided I wanted to try every single one of them, and this one was just the most fun. I don't know. Also, I like his laugh.
There we go. Resonated the most.
Yes.
Okay.
No teams, normal, 4. Good?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. You were playing a lot of Animal Crossing, weren't you?
Oh,
Early
yeah.
pandemic, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was pandemic.
Early quarantine.
Yep.
Yeah, we had a whole Slack channel. Basically, it just seemed like all anybody was talking about for the longest was Animal Crossing.
I've never played Animal Crossing.
Right.
Personally.
And then we did the Ramadan in Animal Crossing piece.
Oh yeah.
That was fun.
Great pandemic game, Jay. Yeah. Yeah, Zav, Paul, keep working. Let me know if you get it get it going, and then you can join.
Yeah, man. Breaking the fast in Ramadan. Top 10 experience right there.
That was such a. I loved that. That was such a good piece.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun to make. Shout out to Netta. Shout out to Nora. Shout out to Dina. That was all of us. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, I love this music.
Filmed the whole piece in Animal Crossing. Oh yeah, this is your thing. You really like this stuff, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeehaw, let's get it. We haven't had enough yeehaw today.
We gotta play some. Wow, we gotta play some NASCAR.
Guitar time.
NASCAR. That dude learned how to.
Honestly, yo, these look like gold bats from Pokemon. Alright, let's go.
No.
Bro,
oof.
Yo, we're 1, 2, and 3. This is wild.
Oh shoot, nice. You got to sweep it.
This is the most annoying power up.
Oh, that
someone
thing?
Can get.
Yes.
I hate this
the
shrinking
bolt?
whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Yo, in the OG, it used to be worse. In what is it? The Super Nintendo version. You would get it every. I mean, I don't even know. You probably had a 1 in 64 chance of getting it, if even that. But when you got it,
so
it
annoying.
Destroyed the game. That was. I mean, you can come back from that in this one. I mean, I got it. You could still race, but if somebody got the lightning bolt, you might as well just put your controller down.
That's it. Game over. GG's.
Yeah, it was actually game over.
Oh.
How did you land there? I saw where you landed. You're on the little edge of that spike thing. That was weird. The lap is at 2
Dang, dry bones is so heavy. Awful acceleration.
So Nikki, how are you feeling about the fact that we're doing such long pieces right now? Are you enjoying those?
I am. I just like taking a time with the story. I spent a lot of time in my career with stuff that was pretty fast, right? Just really like 3 red shells. You know, much shorter, and I like just spending the time with characters. I like spending the time with the people who are really impacted with these stories. Yeah, just a little bit, always just a slightly different view. And I've learned a lot about so many different kinds of stories. And like, we had an hour-long special this last year about essential oils. And I don't know about you, but you always.
Oh,
have
yes.
Did
we talk about that?
I think you did
on stream.
So good.
But did we do that live on stream?
I believe so. That might have been one of our first streams.
Man,
did we go 1, 2, 3?
Wild.
Yeah, it was funny.
Swept it. 1, 2, 3. There we go.
The essential oils piece, though, you know, finding out where all of these come from, learning. So I don't know about you, but you always have friends who are like, you know, you should try essential oils. Like, no, do you know where those come from?
Honestly,
do you know what
it
happened?
Opened your eyes. Yeah,
completely.
You see him in the story, like, oh man, instantly feel bad.
Yeah.
This is Hinge, right? Hinge.
Yeah. It was it was so beautiful and so smart, and I just learned.
Oh, Teddy is saying, I like the piece on shout out Hind. I like the piece on Alabama's parole issues.
Oh, that was last week. That was spectacular and sad.
Oh yeah, but
family.
Was that, who was that?
Alzo.
Is that also? Is that Alzo?
Yeah.
Sasaki, the essential oil piece was great. Really, such a good one.
Speaking of Alabama, another piece we did fairly recently on the Keith Smith. That one's another heavy one, but I mean, I'm involved with it, so of course I would say this, but it's absolutely worth watching. But yeah,
mods, if you could throw all of these 3 pieces in, that'd be great.
Yeah, we had Alzo on once. That was fun.
Yeah.
I don't know if Alzo plays games. I feel like he probably does.
Maybe.
But not that much. I feel like he played something and stopped because he was just busy doing other stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what. I feel like he would say something like that. I'm too busy to play games.
Too stoic.
He has a piece upcoming that is so delightful and wonderful, and I will absolutely want to have him on to talk about. And that's all I'm going to say.
Here we go.
What?
Little tease.
Man, I don't know what this is.
Hear that, chat?
All right, well, maybe we can get back on.
Are you from the supply chain? Yes, exactly.
Wait, are our mods doing spoilers on stuff that's coming up?
No. They're talking about the essential oil supply chain piece.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no spoilers.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, guys.
I don't even know I don't know the Alzo piece you're talking about.
No.
Who's on production on that one?
Peter?
Oh, cool. Peter Koper, by the way, a lot of people don't realize it. Potentially the best singer here.
Really?
I did not know that.
Peter Lord.
Oh my God. We went to, this was when I did the piece on the guy who wrote the Impeach the President song, which if y'all think you don't know that song, yes you do, because it's sampled in basically every hip hop song ever. You've absolutely heard it. But yeah, we were out in, maybe outside of Savannah is probably the easiest way to describe where we were, in Georgia. And we ended up at some just real country bar. I mean,
some real
not that
yeehaw
country,
bar.
but pretty country.
Okay.
It was pretty. It was like self-consciously yeehaw, if that makes any sense. Like they weren't really in the countryside, but it was that aesthetic.
Crumbs of
country,
country, crumbs of yeehaw. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, he just got up there. I mean, this dude starts. He just, oh yeah, so you guys want to do karaoke? And I was just, not really, man. So. Anyways, I'm gonna do some karaoke. He's like, all right, man, you know, knock yourself out. I'm gonna have a drink, maybe play some pool, whatever. This dude gets up there and starts singing Toby Keith. I mean,
let's go.
Everybody. But he's a really good singer, and he knows all the songs. He has to look at the words. It might not have been Toby Keith. I just say Toby Keith because that's a name that I've heard before. But he was singing the stuff, and the whole crowd is
going crazy.
Yo, who are you? Yeah, man. Y'all really just OD with the shells right now.
Let's go.
Oh, come on.
Let's go.
Whatever. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Self-conscious yeehaw. Wait, RJ's asking, what does that actually mean?
So far behind.
Self-conscious. Yeah, like a New York hipster county bar. Okay, so country bar. So here's what I'm talking about. So say somebody we were in a place that wasn't that country. Honestly, I think it wasn't college town thing, but it was more tourist / suburby. It was in a tourist area. It wasn't kind of a tourist area. So you're not really out you're not in the backwoods like that, really. But it was just, here's where you go if you want to really get down with your cowboy boots. But you know, the place next door is some like organic, you get truffles or something like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you're not really in the neighborhood. It's kind of an artificially created milieu there.
Totally.
Which is fine. That's what you want.
There's like a Wingstop next to you or whatever.
Yeah. Exactly. No, Wingstop would be, you're really in the environment.
Fair. Some like acai shop.
Yeah. You get acai bowl next door.
Faux country.
Man,
yeah, exactly, Teddy.
Acai bowls of the Toby Keith concert.
Wow. All right, third race. Let's get it. You always get the boost. Still haven't figured that out.
It's as 2 is fading, hit your accelerator full.
Dang.
That's all I know.
Has been locked.
Listen,
red shelled right back. Amazing.
And that's how you thank her for advice. Give it to her. Do you know any? Is there anybody here with unexpected talents that we might not know of, Nikki?
Amanda, who was just in here, is an exceptional golfer.
Really? Golf, really?
Yeah, she's very, very good at golf.
Respect. Have you played golf with her?
Yes, I have.
Wow.
Golf.
I guess I can see it. I don't know. That's not what I would have expected. All right.
It's not often, but
Oh.
she did it years ago and got her out there, and she's
Oh,
really
she plays.
she's
She plays
like
school
high
or
school,
something like that?
like high school, but she's really good.
Oh,
That makes
Gabby,
sense.
what's
I feel
up?
like you're wearing the golf
Welcome
outfit
in.
with the glove and all that. I can see that. Wow, that's pretty good. Okay, keep going. Anybody else? What other talents? Did we lose you?
No, you
Focus
didn't.
on
I'm
the
just
game?
actually trying to. No, I'm actually trying to think.
Oh, okay.
I'm like,
grinding.
and it's not that they aren't. It's like, do I share? No, I'm just
okay,
kidding.
that's true. That's true.
Gabby Kaplan. I can wiggle my ears. Respect.
Oh, respect.
Is that? But is that your ear lobes, or is that just?
I think like.
I'd have to
your
see
whole
what you
ear.
were talking about.
No, it's one of those things that like not everyone can do.
How did that happen?
Never heard this. Why does this track remind me of?
Wait, people are at Nikki. What are some of your special talents?
Well, I used to think it was this, but apparently it isn't.
I mean, no, you're doing pretty great.
We sweeped it.
I used to be really good at like flash fiction.
At what?
Flash fiction, like you've got like an hour to write something or less, or like you have to do 100 words in like 100-word stories. Yeah, just someone comes up with a plot and I'll do it. Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah, I was in fifth.
I've
I'd
never
like to
heard
think
of this.
producing.
Yeah.
I'd like to think producing news, but you know, it's okay.
That's not hidden. That's
No,
like
That's
you're
no.
not
obvious.
good at that.
Yeah.
You don't get to do it anymore, and
Yeah.
your internship ends.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Gabby Cap. Did you know Nikki has a cracking sense of humor?
That's sweet. She's being
Says
very
Gabby
sweet.
Cap.
She's being very sweet. She's being very nice. I'm really
Also,
not.
cracking sense of humor.
Cracking
Excellent
sense of humor.
word choice there.
Cracking sense of humor. So,
That's a good one.
I did used to do stand up, but I stopped
Really?
back in 2009.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Which
Why'd
is
you
like
stop?
zero
tapes.
evidence.
Where are the tapes?
I
Where are
don't
the
know.
tapes?
I don't know where the tapes are.
There are so that implies that there are tapes.
I don't know where the tapes are. It was
Uh-huh,
2009.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
wasn't that long ago.
Not that long ago.
Did you have any Obama jokes?
No. I think it was
Really?
No. I didn't have Obama jokes.
Yeah, gotta find the VHS.
Yeah, it's like I definitely have VHS. There was a funniest reporter in New York contest that I got second in.
Oh, what?
Wow, that's pretty
Wait,
solid.
that's respect.
Yeah.
Wow.
The one who got first was able to tell a story about being bitten by a famous comedian, so she won, which I thought was fair.
That's cheating.
Yeah,
I mean, but if something happened that's funny to you, that's just using your personal trauma for gain.
I guess. It
I mean,
was
I feel
funny.
like all comedians kind of do that.
Yeah, right.
That is true.
Yeah.
I guess a lot of people. Okay, well, so now that we're on it, give me some of your top comedians.
Oh.
Who do you like? Whose work do you like?
Trying to think what's repeatable.
It's repeatable.
No, it's like no. I liked current stuff. I love Ali Wong.
Oh yeah.
I just actually went to go see the Mike Birbiglia show, the new one, which I hadn't seen any of his stuff at all, and this is like, it's about mortality, and I ended up really enjoying it. Taylor Tomlinson is kind of funny right now. I like.
Yeah, you're in deep. I don't know who these people are.
Chad, how about you guys?
Yeah, somebody, anybody.
I love Rami
Yeah,
Youssef.
yeah,
We've talked about him on stream.
Yeah.
We've talked about him, yeah. I like Udoye Travis. I think he's pretty funny. He's actually very funny. If you're not familiar, he had a Netflix special? I think so. Called Bury Me Loose. He's the person who tweeted, yo, a coffin costs $4,000. Y'all can just bury me loose. That's him.
Oh, okay.
If you're familiar with that. But yes, he's also funny in and of his own right. He's also very heavy in the anime game. Very heavy in the anime game. What's it sound? No, I don't know that. Is there a special of Cassie's we should watch? I know you can't put a link, but maybe a title of it or something like that. Wait, I just saw a blue shell fly right by me, but I'm in. Oh, it's because I already won. Sorry.
Wow.
That's sad.
Oh, that wasn't a flex. That wasn't a flex. That was not a flex. I just got really confused.
Really just setting yourself up there.
No, because I was on a straightaway, and so I couldn't tell that I wasn't driving anymore. That's all.
Yo.
That probably sounded so bad.
Actually, if anybody's got good suggestions for specials for comedy, I haven't watched any good ones. I'm currently watching The Vow on HBO, which is not a comedy.
Also,
not a comedy.
Alzo, speaking of Alzo, is an actual comedian. I've never seen his stand up.
I saw
you didn't know
after the
that?
fact.
Mm-mm.
I saw after the fact that he had a show and I missed it, and now I'm just like trying to figure out when the next one is because I want to see it.
Oh yeah, he does a bunch of stuff, man. And he was he's a photographer also, which I didn't really somehow I never knew that. But yeah.
Dang.
Cool.
Cassie's recording her first album soon, which she's. Oh, hey, Paul Chin. Oh, who is that? Cassie Cow, you're saying? Don't know who that is.
Okay.
That's
yeah.
Okay.
CBC comedy stuff. Shout out to CBC.
Dexter, there's some Japanese in there for you.
Monsieur saying what? Eh?
Yo, okay.
Dintang. Dintang. Yo, I think I know who that is. Why?
So this is open. So
someone's coming.
I think someone coming. Yeah. Someone coming?
Eliza. Arigato.
All right.
Yeah, 見てくれてありがとう。嬉しい。いや、めっちゃ嬉しいんだけど。
I don't either.
Yo.
Thank you.
Yes, GG's. Absolutely. Chad, say bye to Nikki. Thank you so much.
Say bye to Nikki.
Thank you, Nikki.
Good game. Once again, everybody, star intern, Nikki Egan.
Thank you so much.
Who's up next?
I think I'm taking some bites of this pizza. I'm so hungry.
Go for it.
That's what's
Hey,
up.
yo, while we do that, hold up. Check this out. Can I try speedrun a Mario real quick?
Go for it.
Just one. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna go to the Nintendo. I'm gonna invite you in, and you can just you just.
Oh no, we're going now.
Play.
Hello. What's up,
What's
Suits?
up?
And what's up, Eliza? Let's go. Welcome in.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was gonna. Man, I was trying to speedrun Mario.
There's that.
What are we doing? What are we playing?
Some Mario Kart.
Yeah, you ready to lose?
Wow. Dexter's been real cocky, so
I
hope
actually
so.
Absolutely.
Dexter helped me because the other day, this was like a while ago, I was like, did you guys know that Peach is the fastest one in Mario Kart? And Dexter was like, everybody knows that. I felt like such a loser.
Man, Dexter, your Nintendo knowledge runs too deep.
No. That's just the acceleration. That's not top speed.
Right.
Usually.
Wait, then who's top speed?
Top speed is usually okay. Hold on, I'm speaking from Super Nintendo 64 era. Things could change, and I think the cars changed that too. But
the
traditionally,
cars are totally different.
Yeah, I think the cars change everything. But yeah, Peach or Princess Toadstool or whatever, and Yoshi have the fastest acceleration.
Okay.
Koopa and Toad have the good handling. Mario and Luigi are all rounders, and then Bowser and DK have the highest top speed.
That's what I'm saying. He's just been going off this whole stream. Oh yeah, there's that.
Has Dexter been winning the whole time?
Absolutely. This man goes. This man goes. Oh, I just saw. How did I just see a blue shell fly past me? Oh, it's already won. I'm like, okay, man.
Look, just relax.
Yeah, like chill.
Yo,
I'm
trying
excited.
to make it out like I'm sweating and stuff like that. I'm not. I just wasn't paying attention. Y'all gotta chill.
Kind of smells funky in here.
Hey, look at this. It's the gamer cave now.
For
We'll
real,
clean
I
it up
kinda
for the
love
politics.
It's a small cave. They were like, come in here, and I was like, what is this tiny room?
But yo, okay, tell everybody, say what's up to chat. What do you do at Vice? What's happening?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Eliza, and what do I do at Vice? I do lots of things, but mainly I'm the senior social video producer. I make TikToks, and I make Instagram videos, and I'm also sometimes a correspondent on a show about trans rights.
Yeah,
And
shout that out.
Which is called
Transnational. You can find it on youtube.com. On the Vice News YouTube. It's really great. We're working on season 2. It's coming to you next year. Be on the lookout.
Let's go.
We did one. We played one of those on there. What's yours? I'm terrible. I haven't seen your episode.
Oh, you're fine.
What's the one you worked on?
Mine is Mexico and Canada. We went to
Mexico and Canada. So you skipped right over the United States.
Yeah, I was like, nah, the US, I'm good. I know what's going on here, unfortunately.
Listen, depending on what happens today, you might want to keep doing that. So
yeah, exactly.
Full respect.
Exactly. For this last season, I went to Puerto Rico, which I was like, that is the closest to the US I'll get. Like, just on the border.
Just a little crumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just dropped Transnational in chat. Highly recommend checking it out.
And you were out there at the remember the Brown and Black Forum? You remember that?
Oh man, yeah. How can I forget?
That's where we met. Am I wrong?
That's right. That is where we met. I used to think Dexter was so intimidating.
Really?
I was like, this guy is so cool. He loves video games. I don't know.
Period.
I feel like I might say something
okay, now
like...
you're trolling me. This guy's so cool. He loves video games. I didn't come on here for you to. You came in here to troll me? Come on.
No,
He's so cool. He likes video games.
I mean it for real. I was like, you have a lot of extensive knowledge. People who have encyclopedic knowledge kind of freak me out. I'm like, I feel like the type of person who's like a jack of all trades. So I know a few fun facts about a lot of different things. You know? So when people have encyclopedic knowledge, I'm like, damn, I don't know. I can't compete.
That, honestly, that's the Waypoint people, man.
Yeah?
That's Waypoint.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, their
Waypoint,
knowledge of all, shout out to Waypoint. Also, I'm gonna say it because I'm gonna say it. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Shout out to Gita, obviously, also
Gita.
hugely insightful.
Gita.
Yes.
If you don't follow
Biggest
Gita on
respect
Twitter,
for Gita.
you better start right now.
Absolutely.
What's Gita's
You're
at?
doing it wrong.
Gita.
It's like, I think it's like XOXO Gossip Gita, something like that.
Yeah,
we'll throw it in
that's
chat.
right,
We'll throw it in
that's
chat.
right. Yeah, we'll throw it in chat.
Gita was the go.
Gita, no, RJ Lee, disagree, hard disagree. Gita continues to be the greatest.
Facts.
Not was, continues to be.
True.
Also, just so Jojo Monopoly asking, will y'all be doing poll news at any time? We're not going to be, like, for anyone new who's coming in, we're going to start our midterms coverage in a bit, but we're going to be going to different places around the U.S., talking to correspondents there and talking about key issues, not really doing, like, this candidate's up here, counting numbers there. Nah, we're going to just be making sure we know what all of this means. So, stick with us. We are, how many hours in to our 12-hour stream? I don't know. stick with it. It's gonna be good. Anyway.
Waypoint's playing Cyberpunk.
Yeah. Oh, I heard Katie wants to come in. Yo, if Katie wants to come in, let Katie in. Let's go for it.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Yeah, Samir, go.
I'm
go
booted off.
I don't know. There's a pizza or something like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna
When you're playing
I can come
Contra.
back.
No. You stay. It's all good.
No, Contra? Y'all don't want to see me in Contra. I haven't played Contra in so long.
I've never played Contra.
What is Contra?
Oh,
Samir.
Samir should know better. I'm not on the stream. Samir should know better.
I don't know what Contra is. And that's why I leave.
Contra is a game that came out on various systems, the MSX, but also the Nintendo. Best known on the Nintendo is also on the arcade. But yeah, Konami, late 80s.
Here, let me take this off so you can.
But yeah, you're a bunch of dudes running around the jungle and shooting at people, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's a good game. Hard game. But it's fun.
Yes.
It's fun.
I don't know.
I'll stick to my Valorant. It's an old school game though, Nintendo.
Yes, all of these old school games. Enough of it.
Yeah. let's
play one round.
Yeah.
Someone will swap with
Katie.
We'll be good.
Yeah.
I will destroy you on FIFA.
Oh, she wants a game with Samir.
Not
FIFA. We don't play FIFA here. If we want to play FIFA, we're gonna go on the actual soccer pitch and play FIFA.
Yo,
I don't play this video game stuff.
Katie wants to go against Samir.
Okay, let's get a few games in.
Yeah. Katie's making requests.
Name on Twitter is Italian Elon Musk. I don't even know what could possibly be the story behind that. Yo, speaking of Elon Musk, I don't even talk about Elon Musk. Have y'all heard of Elon?
Oh, yes.
The Chinese dude
looks just
who
like
just
Elon.
really looks
Wait,
like
what?
Elon Musk.
I've not
You
seen
haven't
this.
seen this person?
I need to see it.
It's so good. It's this dude who just straight up looks like Elon Musk, but he's Chinese, and how to put this?
Whoa,
delicately?
that is uncanny.
This guy, just hold it up to the camera, because we don't want to cause tech glitch. Just hold the phone up to the camera to show people if you haven't seen.
We're on the. Okay.
This dude legitimately looks like Elon Musk, but the really amazing thing about him,
just look him up, chat. You'll see. You're all in.
He's so prodigiously bad at English. But he doesn't care, and so I'm not even gonna try to imitate him because I couldn't do it justice. But he can't say Elon Musk, like he can't say those words.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
And
I love that.
That's
well,
actually
it's
respect.
that's a hard thing to say if your first language is Chinese.
I
Like,
thought
that's,
Chinese
like,
Elon was
ending
just
words like that is
faked. No, very real.
No, it's hard to say, but he'll just stand there and he'll just say, "Hey, I'm Elon Musk," but it's he's saying it in a different accent, and it's just he just looks like him until he opens his mouth, and it's so weird. And he'll just throw money at the camera, but he'll only really say 5 words. It's so weird, but that's all he does.
That's his thing.
That's
friend of the show.
That's it. He just happen to look like Elon. Okay, what is happening? Stop hitting me.
Let's go, Larry. Yo, Nikki was right.
I feel
Larry's
tricked
sick.
because I'm Bowser.
I know, we didn't
Bowser.
switch. We did not switch this. Nikki was so right. Larry's the move.
I heard that Nikki was really good.
Actually a beast.
Nikki was actually quite good, yes. If you come and you say, "Oh, sorry, I want to play as Larry because that's my favorite character,"
You already
know this is happening. Yeah.
Sometimes
That's not a
I
person who plays around.
don't
Somebody
like to
comes in
play
and
Mario
says,
Kart.
"Oh, I
in
like
public.
Mario." Oh, really? Why?
Because I get really competitive. A different side comes out. I also told myself I would never play with people from work.
I don't know, man. No offense.
I'm trying to be really chill.
Holding it back. Oh man.
Nobody heard that.
Red shells are the bane of my existence.
Oh yeah.
So
also green shells. Green shells are so useless.
But at least you get smacked by one of those, you're like, okay, respect, you sniped me.
You just gotta be good at the aim. But that being said, I haven't hit a single person this entire session.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but when you hit somebody with a green shell, you feel pretty cool.
Exactly. Yo, this map is tricky.
I know. No.
Yeah, Eliza
Okay, how did it
unhinged
go
the
from first
content we want. Also, Chad, just so everyone knows, Dexter's out here with the Pro Controller, just absolutely suited up.
Yeah, I
ready to
want to
go.
see Dexter
I do
set
not
up.
have
I don't know.
You have the 2 Joy-Cons, okay? We're out here with the little Joy-Cons.
2 Joy-Cons.
Listen.
Don't. Okay.
Just so Chad knows, I just want to make sure. Listen, we want to make sure all the information.
Samir's just trying to protect his reputation.
All right, look, man.
Yes.
Listen, all the information.
Respect the intake. What just happened? How? Okay.
Noted. Exactly.
The shortcut existed.
Come on, give me something.
Come on. How's the third?
Let's go. Let's go.
Power up, please. No.
All day.
Not. It is absolutely not what I wanted to happen. Wow. That was
exactly, RJ.
Yes.
Let's go.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, that was last minute.
Wow.
That was last minute.
Wow.
Not a fan.
People going off about this Elon. No, the Chinese Elon Musk is not a deep fake, to be clear.
I understand why you would think that,
Yeah.
but it's not. Me, who didn't know what Chinese Elon Musk was 10 minutes ago. Don't worry, guys. It's not a deep fake. I promise.
Trust.
I got you.
Eliza's now an official Chinese Elon Musk expert.
Oh yeah.
After seeing what?
Did you hear he can't pronounce Elon Musk? It's crazy. So wild.
Where should we go? Let's just
check your sources, everyone.
Oh, Rainbow Road.
Oh,
Let's
if
do
we
it.
do Rainbow Road's a wild second course.
So
after
tricky.
it. No. This is, I don't know, this game's starting to feel rigged.
Listen.
Yeah.
I need. Do I have an assurance from all of you that you will accept the results of the race?
Yeah, exactly. You know, maybe.
Not you know. I pushed the wrong button.
Yeah, same.
I can never get that.
It's alright.
I keep forgetting which button is go. Should probably work on that. Alright, give me some.
Yes.
Wow.
Red shell at the gate. Oh, I hate this course so
What was
much.
that?
Is this the new one? I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Which is, this is like the one course they should have not changed.
Honestly.
Yeah, I don't
Sacrilegious.
understand what.
I'm a boomer at heart.
This is
Rigged
way
rigged Mario Kart games and don't change anything.
Make Mario great again.
Wait, Eliza, what is your Mario Kart? Which one do you consider your best? Is it this one?
No, definitely not. N64 Mario Kart.
Respect.
N64? Okay.
Classic.
But I play a lot on Switch. I do play a lot on Switch.
Okay.
They have normal Rainbow Road 2. Yeah, they do on this one.
Do that? Yeah, I was thinking that too. Because they do have a lot of the classic tracks. That would be fun.
I've never understood the tiny attack effect.
It's so
what do you
annoying.
call it?
Yeah, like the power up. I don't know. The Thunderbolt thing.
We were just talking about that.
You're just saying it's so annoying.
I was saying before you got on that it used to be in Super Nintendo. It used to be just completely game breaking. You wouldn't get it often. I mean, almost never. But if you did, basically the entire race was over. Whoever got it wins. That's it.
Wait, what? I don't
You can
remember
go from
that.
8th to first. You could go from 8th to first place.
Damn.
Like nothing.
Come on, blue shell.
Oh, let Dexter take that.
Oh, great.
I'm too far behind. Oof.
Let's go.
Alright, come on. Alright, I'll take green shell, that'll work. No, don't fall off.
Need something.
Oh, perfect.
Come on, none of the blue
Perfect.
shell.
You love blue shells.
Wow. Good timing though. That was well timed.
Love that.
Yeah, good work.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Oh, well, whoever used it.
Shout out.
That was me.
Here we go.
But I'm so far behind that it's a pitiful blue.
For the cause. Bring Dexter down.
Something. Yes.
Oh.
Screw that up.
Oh.
Yeah.
And
oh.
And
Come on. Come on.
No.
Come on. Oh, damn.
Lucky. Lucky.
Oh, let's go.
Oh.
We sweeped it again.
Damn.
I was right, Samir. I was right behind you too.
Well, that's what I like to see.
I like to see me win on
final
screen.
Up top.
Which final results are more likely to be accepted? Dexter's Mario Kart W's or the Democrats in the midterm?
RJ.
You know,
that's a little depressing.
that's very sad.
Wow.
Where are the classic ones here?
Where is the classic?
Listen, classic. I feel like I'm really gonna shine if we do classic.
What? I don't even.
Okay, that's fine.
And 64 ones.
I actually.
That's the OG Rainbow.
That's the OG.
Yoshi Valley. The thing is, I don't think you can.
Oh, some of these we haven't opened up yet.
Oh yeah,
what?
This is the expansion pack one.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to I'm doing OG Rainbow Road from the Super Nintendo.
Okay. Where'd it go? This
There it is.
Come on. Okay, sick. No, Dexter, that's the one we just did.
No, it isn't.
Is it?
No, see, now we're on the old
No,
school
that's
one.
another one. Or at least I don't think so.
Suyam-san, what's up? I think we're good, right? Yeah, N64 Rainbow Road.
I want everyone in the room to tell me what your interpretation of this emoji is.
The salute one?
Yeah. I
Alright.
fight with people a lot about this.
What's there to fight about?
It's not really fight. Fight is a dramatic word. But I'm just so curious. I feel like it says a lot about
what's your interpretation?
people. I asked first.
I think it's the 07. It's just salute.
Okay.
Gamers did it
I feel
first.
like-
Sarcastic, yes sir, Iceberg says.
Yeah, I'd say it's more appreciation. I see you. Yeah, that kind of thing. Not really a yes sir thing. Not for me anyway. Yeah, it's a salute. I don't know. Yeah. Why? What is it for you?
It really feels like a simp emoji.
What? What does that mean?
Just like I'm at your beck and call. Like I'm at your service. That's how I read it. So when people use it, I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah.
I feel like
I think I'm choosing to see it through that lens. That's something that makes me laugh. Sounds like we might have a Katie on the other side.
They're taking you out for that tape.
Hold on, no, really. Are there other people you know who view it like this, or is it just you?
No, there's other people in my friend group that view it this way.
Interesting. And you just came up with that independently, or all of you thought that at the same time?
It's just a vibe, you know?
It's just a vibe, you know?
Okay, I'm gonna give up my spot.
In the middle.
Goodbye, chat.
What?
On that note.
On that bombshell.
What?
Oh.
You can't just wildly misinterpret an emoji and dip.
Yo. Oh, have another head honcho.
Who just hit me?
Samir,
What's up?
do I put these on?
Put these on. Controllers down there.
What are we playing?
Some Mario Kart.
Where do I look?
Here.
Okay,
You're
great.
on the right. Mike is right there.
I'm on the right?
You're on, yeah.
Can they hear me?
Yeah.
And nobody
Chat, say what's up. This is Katie.
Appreciate it.
How do I use the controller?
Big gamer brains. Alright, perfect.
Okay.
Look,
well,
I'm a very busy mom, working professional. I'm going. I can see myself.
Well, the game's over.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Very funny.
No. Okay. First of all, I want to let them know who you are. What do you do at Vice?
You want me to do that?
Yeah.
I'm a natural. I'm Katie, and I run the digital news teams at Vice.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually hired this guy over here,
Yep.
Samir. How long ago? 2 years ago?
Almost 2 years exactly.
Almost 2 years ago. Wow.
Or over 2 years exactly.
And I knew right when I met him, I said, a star is born.
Wow, and here we are playing Mario
We gotta
Kart.
hire this guy.
Here we are.
Origin story,
And
right
here I am, in a tiny edit room in the basement.
That smells like pizza.
Smells like pizza. He's been in here
And
all
Mountain
day.
Dew.
And Mountain Dew.
Red Bull, whatever.
Yeah.
But
There's
yeah.
some warm crudités on the table in front of me.
Yes.
Oh, am I supposed to
What's
press a button? A crudité,
Yes.
like a
Well,
vegetable?
you can if you'd like.
Yeah, we got another boss on the stream, absolutely. Samir Lore. Yes, that is the origin
Yeah.
story
So essentially
of
what you're
Samir
saying, Katie,
Advice.
is that you're another one of our talented and fabulous interns, is what you're saying.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love it. I love it here.
Yeah.
It's been an amazing experience for me. I'm learning so much.
Yeah. College going good? You're getting, we're getting college credit for this, right?
I'm not doing college. Overrated.
Wow. Wow.
Hot takes.
Everybody drop
Okay.
out.
All right.
We love it. Okay, so do we know what we're doing here? This is go.
This is go.
This is go.
Drop
Move.
out.
Okay.
Drifts.
Katie,
I think we're good.
I'm doing this from a college campus. Don't tell me
Oh,
to drop
sorry.
out.
I didn't know that, actually. Stick with it, guys. It's all worth it. You could
All
be like
credibility is
me.
lost. Everybody drop out.
You
Vice
could major
News.
in philosophy and end up working in a basement for the rest of your adult life.
Who needs sunlight?
All right, how am I doing? How do I do the like boosters and stuff?
You're doing great, actually.
How do I weaponize?
This.
Okay.
How do I weaponize Mario Kart?
Oh shit! I'm floundering. I'm floundering.
Yo.
This is embarrassing.
Emily, what's up? Hello.
Oh, I boosted. Oh, I boosted. Oh yeah, baby.
Honestly, not bad.
Oh yeah. Where are you? I want to beat you.
Me?
Yeah.
No, you gotta team up on Dexter. That's what we've been doing.
Who's the best one at Mario Kart?
Well, see, Dexter's
Other than Nikki.
true. Dexter has a pro controller. He's kind of a pro.
He has a pro controller.
Yeah, he's a pro.
controller.
You brought a pro controller to the
come on.
college campus?
Wow.
Onto campus.
Dex is running it, yeah.
Woohoo!
Let's go. Oh, this is the Yeehaw music one. I love it.
Oh
Yes,
yeah.
that's right.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Samir's theme song.
I'm boosting.
You should get a theme song, Samir.
I should get a theme song?
Oh, banana.
Yeah, what would your theme song be?
What would my theme song be? I don't know. I want
You
Phoebe
didn't have to
Bridgers
do
to
it.
sing it, though.
Who's gonna make your theme song?
Phoebe Bridgers.
Oh wow.
Absolutely.
That's a thoughtful response from you, actually.
That's the, yeah.
Yeah, she's very good.
Absolutely.
Wonderful musical artist.
We need a Samir Let's Go counter. We need that and a Dexter shout out counter. We actually need both of those. Emily, don't
Yeah,
talk
I realize
about it.
I suppose I do say that out every once in a while.
Okay, now I'm really dialed in.
Yo, how
now
did-
I'm really dialed in.
How are you? Okay.
There you go.
Gotta focus.
How's it been going in here today?
It's been great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. I've enjoyed watching. It's been fun.
That's good.
Thank you.
The couch has been a nice addition. We're gonna jam 2 chairs in there.
Yeah.
It's gonna work.
Oh yeah, I heard a little bit about the origin story of this couch.
Yeah,
Sounds like you
commandeered
might have
it.
some apologizing to do.
You know, what is it? You do first, ask for apologies later, whatever that saying is.
Oh yeah.
What is it?
Better to ask for forgiveness.
Don't
or
ask for
something like
permission,
that.
ask for forgiveness.
There we go. Yeah. Thank you.
Philosophy major.
Yeah, there we go. Well, who needs college?
It's like shoot first, ask questions later.
There you go.
Except for looking.
Not a value that we espouse here.
No. Do not condone in the stream.
Do not condone. Oh, you already finished?
Wow, how did I get to second?
Am I really in
How did-
11th place? Oh no.
It's a high score.
I only
It's
ever
okay.
play with my 5-year-old, so
Oh, so you played Mario Kart?
I do. We play the easy setting, and then I let her win.
Nice.
So.
Have you ever played Fortnite before? Any of those other games?
She plays Roblox.
Dexter was talking about Roblox.
Roblox.
Yeah.
Good game.
She's big on Roblox, but she can't read, so it's a little bit of a limiting factor for her.
I'm not sure you need to read to play Roblox.
Well, she can't read like the captions or like, do you want to buy this? And then she'll ask me to read it for her.
Did she buy it?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
So
not.
you haven't given her Robux yet?
No. Sorry.
V-Bucks.
Horrified at the prospect.
How do you feel about V-Bucks?
Yeah, how do you feel about V-Bucks?
What is that?
It's like Robux except for Fortnite.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I probably feel badly about that.
Wait, hold on. Do you want to switch your character?
Yoko no Midensetsu kita.
Alright. You can switch if you want.
Oh, okay. I'll do my
To
best.
lose the
to
Epic
pull
Games
that off.
sponsorship. I'm telling you, man, we're just gonna have I'm just gonna have a little board in the back, a dry erase board, where I just write all the places that we can't get sponsored by anymore.
Great.
We're holding out for the Kirkland one though. We will see.
Yeah, Kirkland signature. We're thinking that might be the way.
Kirkland Vice collab.
Yeah.
There we go.
Alright.
Check that out. Who has the crown on?
I think Dexter had the crown.
I think it's you because
I just stole the crown.
You just stole it from me because you have
Let's
you
go.
have first place. I think it's you. Yeah.
We're just vibing. What is happening? Okay.
I wish we could walk around. I don't
I
like
know.
how your characters just walk around randomly. I wish you
Some,
could
like,
run around in
metaverse.
circles while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next time we'll do the metaverse. We'll do it in VR chat.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be sweet.
That actually be terrible. That should be fun.
All right. Any course recommendations? Suggestions?
TikTok clock.
Oh, where is that?
Rainbow Road.
Oh, we're doing Rainbow Road again.
Oh, you've already done that one?
It's the best one.
What?
Rainbow Road was pretty good. Well,
No,
I like
it's the best
Mario.
one, yeah.
What? Hachikayo.
Not Rainbow
Not Rainbow
Why?
Road. Why? Too late.
We'll see.
Oh, is this randomly generating
Pick
a
another
course
one.
for us now?
Ice Outpost. All right, we'll do it next
It's
time.
choosing it randomly.
All right, Rainbow
okay,
Road.
we're getting. Oh, 150. Wow.
Wow. All right.
Okay, let's do this.
Let's do it.
Come on, Katie.
Real
Beat
gamers.
11. Beat 11.
Let's go.
10th place for me
You can
this
do
time.
it.
I can do
You
it.
can definitely
Thank you.
do it.
Thank you.
Unless you want to die on Rainbow Road.
That sounds mortifying,
Oh yeah.
honestly.
This is the OG Rainbow. Oh, this is the
What is
Tsunami
it?
one.
This
is the
S
OG.
one? Wow.
Yeah, I think so. Yep, I recognize it because it's got the right. What is the wave in the track?
The wave.
Yeah, it started undulating. The track is dope. Look at that.
Baby. Woo! Woo!
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
What happened? I'm gonna kill this game.
Let's go. Oh, snap.
Whoa.
Ah!
Oh, that's the wave you're talking about. Okay,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Drummond.
let's go.
Okay,
This is
Drummond.
this is from the. Is this how you talk to yourself?
Yeah, right before the morning news calls.
Just hyping yourself up.
Okay, Drummond. Let's do this.
Interesting. So you refer to yourself in second person by your last name.
Last name.
Yeah, I do.
No, I don't know.
Okay, Drummond.
You might.
You'll never know.
Never know.
Other than right now when I'm doing it in front of everyone. Other than that, you'll never know.
Right. Excellent OPSEC there.
Thank you. We do our best here at Vice News.
For the record, we do much better than
We do. We take this very seriously, actually. Not funny. Not funny at all. I'm in 5th. Ah!
Not bad.
This is good.
6th is okay, too.
Wait, Dex, what are you in?
Much less composed than Nikki,
I'm
I
in
have to
first.
say.
Wow.
You're in 1st?
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do the... Okay.
Oh, we love a blue shell. Let's go.
Oh no, we don't like blue shells in the.
Oh, come on, come on, come on.
Here we go.
Come on, power up.
No. Oof,
Come
okay.
on.
I
Yeah.
got this one.
Oh, yes.
Come on. Dude, I almost had you with that red shirt.
You're already... Who's already done?
There we
Yes,
go. All right, not bad, not bad.
8th.
Not bad.
8th.
Let's see, what are the rank? Oh, this is the first one. Okay.
Okay.
Decompress.
That was nice.
That was good.
That was good.
That was fun.
GG, exactly.
GG. What?
G. Good game.
Good game. Good game.
Okay, GG.
GG clap. Okay.
GG.
All right. Let's see.
Good game.
We're going to Sunshine Airport.
That's what we're hoping after the elections end. We're hoping that all the candidates call each other and just say, "Hey, hey, GG."
GG. Doug Mastriano, GG.
Yeah.
Good
Haha,
game.
new.
That'll be the tweet. GG.
That's the tweet.
I like that.
Creating gamers that stream.
Who's gonna be the first candidate for public office who
Hey.
just tweets GG?
I can guess.
I concede.
Alright, which one?
Guess?
Oh, okay.
I wonder who that would be.
I give it
guess.
2 years. Gamers for office. There we go.
Gamers for office. I don't know about that one, man.
Yeah.
If you self-identify as a gamer and that's your primary point of identification, I'm not so sure. I'd be very interested in seeing your platform.
Oh, Jason,
however.
what's up? Welcome in. I can see AOC.
Wait, Jason? Where?
Jason's on here. Live from LA.
Oh, IRL?
No.
No, that would be amazing. Okay. Yes. Come on. I find this controller to be too sensitive for me.
Yeah.
Are we on the
Dex is-
advanced setting?
I don't know. What CC was this? I don't know.
Setting. Oh, you mean the 150cc? Maybe.
Yeah, like the
I guess
hard
that
one.
might count.
Okay, I'm in
Yeah,
it.
the carts are faster, so the
Yeah.
computer's faster.
I'm waiting for a winning candidate speech to lead their winner press speech with poggers, y'all. Wow. Win an election, AGGs, know you're trash.
Makes it hard to concentrate. I'm trying to game.
They're like a million.
We're trying to game.
I'm trying to game over here.
What?
It was a
you
you have the
balance?
vote.
Yes.
That I don't know how I feel about that.
What?
That was weird. No, I just tried to shortcut around something, but it wouldn't let me go off track. Okay, yeah, that's kind of whack, actually.
I
He's like
see you.
auto-
I'm gonna get you.
Not good. Alright, I gotta get back up in first.
Come on.
This is a little Splatoon kill.
7.
Do you have bumpers on? Yeah. 2 of us do.
3rd.
6th.
Oh no, not the blue shell. Why?
Because
honestly, true point, RJ.
bad drift, bad drift, bad drift.
Oh my gosh.
Eliza,
There we go.
Kay didn't come to play.
Yeah, I came to lose. And then get really upset about it.
He's rage quitting.
Oh no.
I got 3rd!
Yo, wait.
That's great.
Oh, I thought you
Thank
beat Dexter.
you.
That was great.
Okay.
Wait, is
Okay.
that 2nd or 5th? Oh, that was the overall.
This is like
thing.
overall.
5th
yeah,
overall.
yeah.
5th overall. Yeah.
There we go. I mean, if anyone, yeah. AOC is the first gamer in office. Yeah, I mean, they all did that Among Us stream with Hassan. I think Ilhan was in there too.
There are definitely other gamers.
I mean, closeted gamers. I feel like, you know.
I don't know if people are that closeted. We just might not know about it that
Yeah,
much.
fair enough.
Personal life gamers.
Yeah.
Personal life gamers.
Do it on their own
Yeah.
time.
Mhm.
New Zealand
the clock.
PM is a gamer. Didn't know that.
Sounds right.
Sounds about
I
right.
feel like I have heard that.
She's the
Oh,
word,
wow.
okay.
I had no idea. Hi.
Oh yes, there is. You're right. There's a photo of Hillary Clinton playing a Game Boy, the old toaster one, the DMG one, on a plane.
Honestly,
yeah, on Air Force
good for
One.
her. Good for her.
Do your thing.
I don't know if that counts.
I was gonna say, what constitutes a gamer?
Like, I don't know if she would consider herself a big gamer, because honestly, the Game Boy, when that thing dropped, everybody was playing that thing. So, the fact that you picked up a Game Boy and you played some Tetris here and there, again, I'm not even gatekeeping. I'm just asking, like, would they consider themselves? Oh yeah, I'm a big gamer. Then cool. Then you're a big gamer. You're a gamer. Go for it.
I like this one. I like the wooden boards. Has a good like feel to it.
Oh, tropical, yeah.
Where are the? I'm in first right now.
Yeah.
Just.
Hold on.
Oh, there we go. There. Okay. There I go. Woo. Okay.
I mean, honestly, I've been playing games forever, and I hate being called a gamer. Why? You can play chess and be a gamer. That's true.
Well.
Oh.
Oh. Wow, this is clearly sabotage.
Yeah, what? They didn't like us being gamers.
Didn't like me winning.
What happened? Oh no.
Oh no.
Dexter, you good?
Wait, what just happened?
I don't know.
I think you guys got disconnected.
Okay.
Oh really?
Wow.
Katie was killing it. That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Savage.
Oh no,
I was
I'm
killing
sorry.
it.
My professor came by.
Wow.
And was like, "Yo, you playing video games
Oh
in
no.
here?"
Stolen game rigged. Chat is on your side.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
We have a gamer done.
So what do we do now?
Well, I don't know what's happening. Is this on
neither.
our side?
I don't know.
I just unplugged and plugged it back in.
All right,
Okay, here we go.
Breaking the game. Seb Walker, breaking the game. True.
Very
Seb
good.
Walker breaking the game.
A new newsletter coming soon.
Absolutely. All right, let's see. Stop the steal.
Cannot wait for the Daily Wire article claiming that I did this on purpose because I didn't like the results.
All right.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, really?
Waypoint has an article.
Self-identifying as a gamer. Sit. Can we drop
We
that?
actually talked. Yeah. We actually talked about it on Reset. I straight up asked.
Oh.
Again, I'm gonna say shout out to Gita again. Shout out to Gita, but Gita and Austin, also a graduated friend. But yeah, if they identified as gamers, and we were all very hesitant to call ourselves a gamer, very hesitant.
Any reason in particular?
Yeah, I mean, so Austin said it really interestingly. He said, if you're talking to people who are the Gamergate sort, and they say, "Hey, are you a Gamergate?" Then absolutely no, I'm not a gamer. And I don't think that's like an important point of identification for him. I don't think that's, if he's listing down who are you, I don't think that's one of the first things he's going to write down. I'm just guessing this for Austin, right?
Yeah.
But also Austin said that, well, but if it's my, aunt who doesn't really know anything about games, then yes, I'm a gamer because I would like her to know that, hey, all these things that you like about me, whatever stereotypes you have about video games, are I can also be all of these things, that kind of thing.
Got it.
So, yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated because I mean, I play a decent amount of video games, not recently because busy and all that, but I don't call myself a gamer. I've never done that. That's not how I identify myself. If somebody calls me that, that's fine. I'm not picky, but it's just not the first thing that comes to my mind. That's all. And also, I probably have a little bit of an aversion to it, honestly.
Yeah, that's true.
I love this part.
Wait, Mac? Where's Mac at?
He wrote the article.
That was
Mac
about
wrote that? Hold on.
Oh, this is a different
people who
article.
identify as gamers are more prone to racist and sexist behavior, as
yes,
per
yeah,
a recent
this is
study.
one. Yes. See, I'm not racist. Well, I try not to be either of those, actually. So yes.
Not a gamer.
Correlation.
Not a gamer.
Yes.
Yes. Agreed.
Throw the Mac
gamer.
milkshakes in chat too.
Okay.
Let's go.
It's my time to shine.
Okay, I see both of y'all. 1, 2, 3.
Ah! Is that you?
What is this spin thing that I'm doing? I don't fully understand how I keep spinning. I feel like, I mean, obviously it's good because I seem to speed up, but I don't
Yeah, I
really
think if you
know how I'm
spin, you
doing
speed
it.
up. I think.
Yeah, but I don't know how I'm spinning. It seems like you get close to somebody or something. Oh, shit.
And then you hit them or whatever.
Oh, maybe it's those things in the middle though. Maybe that's what the spinning thing is. Missed.
I like this one. Oh, that. Oh, come on.
Oh, absolutely.
Come
What is
on.
happening?
I didn't see what happened. I'm just hearing a lot of complaints from them. Just, oh, come on. Both of you saying, oh, come on now.
There's grass. It was slowing me down.
This is
An unreasonable
weird.
level of difficulty. Okay.
You get close to the edge, it'll just nudge you back on. It won't let you fall off. Maybe you can turn that off. This feels kind of like easy mode.
Yeah, I don't know. Mace is
I'm
actually.
not complaining.
Dex, what's your opinion on the new Mario movie? Or
You know-
anybody?
Yeah, anybody, the new Mario movie. You know,
Is that the one where the one guy did the voice for all
Yeah,
of them?
yeah.
It seems weird.
The what's his name?
I'd like
Chris
to watch
Pratt?
it. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll probably watch it. It does make me want to watch the OG though.
See, that's the thing.
Just
I
to watch
just
it.
found out that there were
The
OG
original
Mario
movie.
movies. I didn't even know that was a thing.
No, there's only one. There's only one.
Oh, okay.
There's definitely one because it was bad and nobody wanted a sequel.
Stacy Summer. I thought this was going to be N64 Mario Kart. Nope.
I mean, nothing's stopping us from doing that, I suppose. We could get around it. There we go. See, that's a spirit.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay, come on. Come on. I see you.
Oh no.
I see you.
No.
I have a bomb. I have some sort of weapon.
You're out. Weaponized.
The Super Mario Brothers Super
Dang.
Show.
I beat you.
You beat me.
I beat him.
Wow.
I beat him.
Embarrassing. 11th.
11th.
Wow.
How does that feel?
Wow. Not
Stacy,
great. Not
what
great.
up, Stacy?
Exactly.
How are the turntables? Oh.
Stacy, when we're going to London.
11th is rough. Yes, I know 11th is rough.
What's going on in London?
Wow, you got 11th?
Yes. Everybody calm down.
What did you say? What's happening in London?
Yeah.
A successful Vice News Tonight segment is not happening in London. That's what's not happening.
Sorry to hear that.
Long backstory.
Oh, okay. Oh, dear.
Not even gonna get into it.
Don't get into it.
Long sad stories. It's okay. It's okay. Nothing that bad. Ooh.
Animal Crossing.
Oh.
Bad luck in London. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yo, Flop Lord. It's been a minute. Hello. Return from the depths of hell. What did I miss this past week?
Hi, Flop Lord.
Last week,
A lot.
Shout out Flop Lord. Flop Lord, one of the OGs from the chat.
One of the
Yay.
first.
I mean,
Yeah.
First couple streams, probably.
Thank you for being here.
A recent uncle, I think.
Yes.
You said. Shout
Yes, I remember that.
Hope that's all going well.
Yeah.
Oh, I messed up.
Hope you've already put a control in the baby's hand or in teaching them the ways of Mario Kart. Very important life skill.
Yes. Oh, we've all been there, Flop Lord. No worries. Good to have you back in here.
Yeah, not every landlord can be a good one. often that's not the case.
No, I'm doing it subtle. I'm trying to be subtle with it. The controller shit. Flop Lord versus Landlord.
Flop Lord versus Landlord. Who will win?
Flop Lord all day.
Versus the land. Oh, boomerang. I haven't gotten the boomerang.
Ah,
balls.
banana.
Oh, you can just keep using this joint? What? How many times can you use the boomerang? How does this work?
Doesn't it? It comes back and forth.
Yeah, but I mean, is it just you use it forever? The whole race? It's gotta have a lifespan. Okay, who's ahead of me?
Can't hold me back. Team Flop.
Damn,
Let's go.
Larry. Come on.
Let's go. We gotta just keep this.
Woohoo!
How do you still have the boomerang?
That's what I was saying.
That's
I don't
crazy.
know.
Oh, I'll let you take that. Have fun. Oh, that hit me too.
Actually, it only hit you.
Oh.
Let's go.
Of all times to get a coin.
No.
This is tight. This is tight.
Not for me.
No, I hit the mud.
All right.
Come on.
Whew. Ah.
How did you get...
Yes.
Wow.
I put the turtle shell behind me. That's how I did it.
Wow. GG.
Good game.
Some of us are still playing.
Oh, sorry. Good.
Good game.
Keep it up. You can do it.
GG.
Good game.
I hope you're good, Flop Lord.
Should we play a little 64?
Yeah, we can.
Would you like me to leave?
We can switch.
No.
No, not at all.
Let's
No.
play some N64 Mario Kart.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
Yeah, I'll invite you.
Stacy's saying Diddy Kong Race. And
See, Diddy Kong Racing, unfortunately, they don't have it on here. I wish they did so bad because Diddy Kong Racing absolutely is the superior game to Mario Kart 64, but they don't have it.
Never played it.
Diddy Kong Racing is so
That's
good.
cool.
Thank
Sounds
you,
fun.
Stacy, for acknowledging that. Play while I wait.
Yeah. Can I see that, please?
No passcode. Okay, I'm about to send you the invite real quick.
Oh yeah, it's flipped like this. Okay.
Yo, aren't we supposed to aren't we gonna do midterms soon?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what time does that start?
6:30.
Like half an hour.
Soon. You need
This
to
is
have.
nothing,
Samir
man.
needs to eat dinner. We know that.
Oh, we've been eating on stream.
Oh, do you, Samir?
He needs to eat.
Yeah, we've been eating.
We've been mukbanging.
Are you? Did you get? Hey, go up. Yo, I sent you the invite.
I know. I'm trying to figure out these controllers because they're sideways.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Hold on. See, Iceberg. Polls don't close for like another hour, so we're fine. They want the gaming content.
I mean, honestly, what are we gonna do about this whole thing? Maybe we should just play games. There you go. Oh, no, you almost got it.
I know.
Up.
You want to do it?
Oh no, you. Yeah, you want to go up to that top icon up there. In the top left.
Pokemon.
Yes,
No,
that's
we're
what
not
you
gonna play Pokemon. Did you beat Arceus? No, I haven't beat it yet. I haven't played Switch honestly in so long.
メシアリンタン仕事行ってくる。じゃあね。ありがとうね。
Thank you.
We had our one friend from overseas in Japan is taking off for work.
Oh, peace out. Thank
Everybody
you for
say
coming
bye.
by.
Everybody say bye to Tokyo.
Bye.
Peace out, Tokyo.
Peace out.
Yeah,
Mr. Worldwide. Yeah.
in there. じゃあね。ありがとうね。
I think you can only do this with one player. So
Well,
I don't think you can split screen.
yeah, because you can play online, right?
You can only play online with a single controller.
Oh.
Would you like to continue?
Okay.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, then maybe we should go back to normal Mario Kart then.
Yeah, you gotta,
Whatever
That's weird.
works.
I didn't know.
you
that.
gotta go back to Mario Kart.
Okay, yeah, we can go back to 8.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be starting the midterm stuff exactly at 6:30, so we do have a
Yes.
little bit of time.
We,
Alright,
we
so
can get
we're gonna
one
hit
more
it.
game in.
Yeah.
And then I don't know.
chill. Yeah.
Australia. Yo, shout out to Oceania.
Wait, who's what?
Teddy.
Oh, Teddy. I'm from Australia.
He says
What's
in
up?
Australia, yeah. Make sure not to dox yourselves, y'all. Countries is fine. Don't give your addresses.
Please don't. Nightmare scenario.
One of these days we've been talking about this, Kate. I don't know if you know about this, but we've been talking about it'd be cool to have somebody from Motherboard come on and just not even on some quote unquote news stuff, just walk you through here's how to
Digital
secure
security.
to the best of your ability your social media accounts, your email and stuff like that.
It's a great idea.
Yeah. Just
Definitely
on some
do that.
public service announcement kind of thing.
I like it. I like it a lot. Alright.
See? We're out here pitching
Wow.
stuff, y'all, in real
Iceberg
time.
about to
I know.
drop their
Full of
actual
good
GPS
ideas.
coordinates. Please don't.
Out here with the latitude and longitude.
Do not do that.
No.
I'm all set. Are you set?
I'm good, yeah. Let's see.
Ooh.
Nikki was so right. Larry is the move.
Oh, these guys are back.
Yo, what's the
Oh,
last
there's
four
Dan.
digits of your social?
Can you guys choose random players?
Yo,
Yeah,
is
Edward-
Ed-
Wasn't
is
Edward
Edward
on he was on
Motherboards
the-
too?
Yeah, he did both.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Double stream day.
Double stream.
Prolific.
Double streamed
streamer.
up.
Wow, is that a world tour or girls tour? My
Wow.
God. Out here everywhere.
It's a lot.
Good work.
He's written some great stuff that's well worth talking about.
Yeah.
lately,
Yes.
so-
Actually, yeah. Can we
Having-
drop
Having
his
him on is
author
really
page in
cool because
chat?
we just be out here going
Legend.
completely diagonal on everything, but it's so good.
So
The one today about social media was great, and then there was one 2 weeks ago about like Facebook's implosion. Sorry, Meta.
Oh, that's
That
what we
was-
talked about today, yeah.
You talked
Yeah,
about that today.
yeah.
It was just like really good, like
Yeah.
big declarative analysis. I'm a fan
yeah, yeah.
of the genre.
Just dropped his author page in chat, so you can check it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard
Double
that's actually
streamed
his
up
middle
on a
name is
Tuesday,
Big
exactly.
Declarative Analysis.
Yeah, that's true. Was gonna make a joke. I'm gonna skip it.
Was it about his username?
No.
No.
That's also a solid user.
Oh,
That up too.
okay. I'm DOA here. Come on.
Oh, this thing is just straight up Ice World.
Kind of like
Oh, I don't like this. This is hard for me.
You can't reject the race results before they even come in. It's not how this works.
I'm just letting everyone know ahead of time
Yeah.
that I plan to do poorly here.
Oh, see, that's fine. Saying I plan to do poorly is very different from if I
I
don't
expect
win
to be
and it's
robbed.
rigged. Yeah.
Teddy, how Republic? Wow.
Also, for those of y'all who were on here when Bolsonaro was keeping everybody in the dark and just like chilling, except for unfollowing his wife on Instagram. And then David Noriega was on here, and we're just sitting around waiting for him to say something. And then he had to dip because apparently he was going to say something, and then he didn't for a while.
He dipped so quickly.
Yeah, he didn't even apologize.
We thought he
froze. And we're
and
just, David, you froze. And then he texts me and says, hey, man, sorry, I had to go.
Wait, are you serious?
Yes. No, if you watch it back, you can see it. David, he just left.
This is giving me stress. I'm glad I didn't see that.
No, it was,
it worked out.
We knew. We told everybody, hey, yo, look, this is going to happen. They're standing by. He might have to leave. If you see him leave, that's why. We knew immediately what it was.
I thought he just exited himself from the situation.
No. Me and David have beef, and so
he's like, I'm out.
It was
not doing this.
I don't like this guy asking me questions. No, it was just that we told everybody. So once we saw that he'd been frozen for a couple seconds, it's just I think he had to go.
Yeah, fair enough. News happens.
It was pretty funny. Oh, was it just the three of us? Oh,
I got second.
Oh wait, yeah. Why was there only 3?
I don't know.
Wow.
So I guess that means you got last.
You know what? I think that is what that means.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's it.
Hold on.
A little bit competitive.
I'm seeing our stadium friend. Also, by the way, that is an excellent username.
Evie, what's up?
Where are you? Why aren't you in the studio?
I don't think we can comment on that.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to come through.
No. Smash Bros? No, we can't. No Smash Bros.
Can't comment on Smash Bros? No Smash Bros. No Smash Bros this time. We don't have enough time.
We're also just really bad at Smash Bros, so.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
The mods are good.
Yes, lots of us, unfortunately, are very good. But, Samir and I are not great.
Yeah.
I'm not great. I'll say that. Samir, you might actually be better at it than I am.
Trash.
Yo, I had to play, for Reset, we needed to include some footage of Smash just for B-roll or whatever. And so, the editor said, Jonas said, yo, can you just play some and just screen record it and then we'll put it in. Yeah. And I played it and I wasn't good. Why did I have 5 comments in the YouTube comments saying, yo, who's this playing? Just trash, terrible, the quick Kirby. And it's just, yo, look, we just needed some footage, man. You don't gotta talk trash about I know. I had no idea that I was gonna get just clowned on for trying to provide some background footage, man. But here we are. This is why you shouldn't play video games on the internet, kids, because things like this happen.
As for playing video games on the internet, don't recommend it.
Play video games in public. Keep that to yourself.
Oh, it's only us 3 again.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Nice.
Yo.
I just threw that and waited for y'all to run into it. That was pretty good. I'm very happy with how that worked out.
Evie's saying,
why does this look like indoor Ewoks?
I know, this is like Animal
Donkey
Crossing.
Kong Country, Green Top, Trouble, whatever vibes.
Music is sick.
Oh man.
Wow, Flopper saying I should get a buff Y.
Oh yeah. Oh come on.
Alright. Come on.
Come on.
Spine catch back up.
Come on. Come on.
Oh,
come on, Drummond.
Let's go.
Come on, Drummond.
It's coming out again.
Please.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Oh, the water part I hate.
You heard it here first.
It's the best one.
What the internal monologue looks like.
You haven't even heard the half of it.
No.
Yep.
Let's go.
No. No,
good
come
one.
Let's
on.
go. All day.
Come on.
There we go. That's what we like to see.
Yeah. It's for you.
Andre Drummond? No.
No, come on, Drummond.
Yeah.
Come on, Drummond. Get it together.
Nick said the training for background footage arc begins. Wouldn't that be terrible if I was so upset about that I just got really, really good at Smash for the express purpose of showing those 3 commenters wrong and saying, no, really, I am good at it. But then I actually became really, really good at Smash and then started winning tournaments. I think that's what we need.
It's a life choice.
Yeah, it is.
Getting good at Smash is a life decision. That's actually true. Ask any real fighting game person, getting good at Smash Brothers is 100% a life decision you have to make.
Live your dreams. That's right, Teddy.
Ooh, F-Zero. Legendary game. Oh. I've never played on this track.
Is this the music from it? I'm assuming.
Oh, I like this one.
Yeah, this is sweet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Music in F-Zero is so good. Where's Ben?
This music top.
Where's Ben to back me up on this?
Yeah, you two with your old school gaming references always.
Listen, man. Honestly, after this, one thing that I'd like to do, I would love to teach a class on video games. I don't know what it would look like, but I feel like F-Zero might fit in there somewhere.
Like playing video games or the history of video games?
I'm not really sure. I have to think about it. Well,
middle of both.
Without talking about it too much, somebody asked me if I wanted to teach a Japanese film class, and honestly, I think I won't have time. So I probably won't be able to do it. But it got me thinking. Okay, what would a Japanese video game class look like, or just a video game class period? Yeah. You know what I mean? So say for example, like film history of the 20th century. You know what I mean? You probably got to like, what's the Casablanca of video games?
Yo, I love Suyum-san coming at you. Are you good enough at games to teach a class? Wow.
Ooh.
Yo,
that's a good question. That's actually a good question. I mean, some games I'm not. I'm legitimately not good enough. Or I'd have trouble with it.
You could bring in guest teach. Bring Tyler One in for some League of Legends, whoever else in.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Some of these games, like, I actively don't like.
Yeah, League is also a life choice.
I'm not playing that. Maybe I really just want to take a class like that. Maybe that's what it is. I really want to teach it.
I mean, I feel like to teach a class, you kind of have to take it. In a way.
You do, yeah.
Alright, I'm distracted. Let's get back to this. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Somebody distract Samir.
There we go. Yo, that was so close. I'm only good to teach retro games as soon as soon the arthritis will overtake me. Find me teaching N64 Smash with knee braces on. Wow. Bernie Greengrass.
Well.
Bernie Greengrass.
Speechless at that a little bit.
Yeah.
Actually, a hired Vice actor in disguise. That's not public canon yet, huh?
Wow.
Cryptic.
You've been wondering. Yeah, that is cryptic.
I can teach the history of Call of Duty. Oh man, you need a whole unit on the lobbies back in 2012.
Yeah, you need a whole lot. You need a whole unit on just terrible, terrible words that people say to each other.
Mario Kart 8 is my favorite game on the Switch. Well, you're in luck. Welcome in.
Yo, welcome in. Cool, man. What's happening?
Man. Okay. Oh, true. Okay.
This is our last game.
All right, this is the last game.
This is the grand finale, folks.
The grand finale.
This is the grand finale.
Let's
got an election to cover.
This is the final race.
I will win this race and accept the results. Let's go.
Oh, Evie, y'all know each other.
That's very mature of you.
And we both do that.
DOA.
Wow.
Here, you'll go. Go.
Are you nerfing yourself on what?
Did you just give us a head start?
No, I don't like that.
What?
That was very generous.
Wow.
No, it's because I'm going to try to get a blue shell and get y'all back in.
Wow.
I knew it. I knew there was more to the story.
Alexis, hey guys, get to work soon. This is work.
This is work, Alexis.
This is work. We're literally getting paid to do this right now.
I'm actually a little upset, Alexis, because when Alexis is on, I'm going to be gone for a lot of that, which I'm kind of bummed out about.
Yeah,
so
I
this
know.
is the first time on the screen. Because I got to go teach.
About Call of Duty lobbies.
I'm not teaching about Call of Duty lobbies.
Oh, banana.
Is this in Advance, maybe? Or DS? I don't remember which one this was on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mario Kart on the DS, whatever that one was called, that one was good.
That was a good one. That was a good
point.
Honestly, DS is kind of an underrated system.
It kind of is.
This is
Not
amazing
even 3DS,
gyoza
straight
making
up
content. Absolutely. What kind of gyozas are you making, Evie?
I mean, yo, what kind of, gyoza, what's in it?
Spicy kimchi, that sounds so good.
Spicy kimchi. I could definitely go for some gyoza right now, actually.
Dang.
Now I'm hungry.
That's that.
Good thing I brought more burritos with me.
A poor showing from me.
GG's. Waypoint just rated.
Waypoint. What's up,
Waypoint.
yo?
Let's go. Wait.
Welcome to all of our Waypoint friends.
Welcome, everybody.
Hello. With a party of 215. Hello.
Oh, boy. Are you in for a treat?
Wow.
Are you in for a treat?
Waypoint, welcome in. What's
I
up?
feel like
Oh, God.
No.
I don't know. What do you think?
My limbs.
Samir, should we do one more?
I think
should we get one more in?
We should do one more because we can't leave the waypoint folks hanging like that.
Well, wait, it's 6:14.
Can't do
The
that,
stream starts at 6:30. What are you planning on doing for like 14 minutes?
This.
Oh, okay.
I
Are you just
guess.
trying to get me off?
No.
Okay.
I think the mods need
Oh
to
no,
do
you
some
can
stuff.
you can still hang out.
No, I should probably leave soon.
all of our Waypoint friends, welcome. And so what you're seeing right now is we've been playing. We're on a 12-hour streamathon, and we're 6 hours, something like that, into it. I don't know. I've lost track of time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey Point, also amazing. But yes, everybody. So what we're doing today is Vice happens to do a stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This one happens to be the streamathon. But after this, in about 15-ish minutes, good lord, in 15 minutes, we're gonna start talking about the midterms. So if you are at all interested, actually, if you're not interested in the midterms, you don't want to see it anywhere else, this might be the place to hang out, because we're not going to be doing any of that weird horse race stuff. We're not going to be talking numbers. We're not going to be showing you charts and graphs and all that sort of thing. That's not what we're doing. We're talking about the stuff that, well, some of the stuff, I'm going to be real with you, some of it's kind of scary, because that's what it is. But also the things that people have in their minds as they are going to the polls, or not going to the polls, as the case may be, for various reasons.
No, and that's fair. If you like the charts and the graphs, definitely do that. Do your thing.
Yeah, listen, if you like the charts and the graphs, here's what I suggest, man. Pull your chart up on your little phone right here, and then just on your main screen, pull us up. You know what I mean?
Tune in for why
Get you
all
some
those numbers
spaghetti.
matter. Yeah,
Get
spaghetti.
you some gyoza.
Spaghetti.
Some
Spaghetti.
spicy kimchi gyoza.
Yeah,
That's
spicy
my
kimchi
choice.
on spaghetti.
Wow.
Accessible election content. This is very accessible. Listen, we're so we explained to you what a midterm means. You know, we're not out here throwing all these charts and graphs and just acronyms at you.
No.
If you have a question, we have experts on here.
And
we have experts who have dogs.
Very
Strider
good
Camp.
dogs.
Strider Camp. But
Only
yeah,
good
we're also gonna have
dogs.
some IRL streams too, so it's gonna be fun.
Yes.
People are gonna be in the field
We're
out
gonna
there.
have some guests on.
Yeah, it'll be sweet.
Listen, do you want to get your election information from somebody who can't even play Mario Kart?
Come on.
Come on, man. Is that what you want? do you trust non-gamers?
Wow.
Come on, man.
Wow.
I don't know about
touch
y'all.
grass, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
Oh, banana.
Do you really want to be getting your information about America's democracy from somebody who not only wears a suit, but looks like they've been outside in the last week?
Yeah, what?
I don't know if you could
Crazy.
trust them people. Out here with their vitamin D.
What's that? Never heard of it.
I don't know. I read about it online, dude.
I saw it on Reddit. I saw it in this Reddit post.
I definitely saw it on Reddit. I saw people posting truths on Truth Social.
Oh, there we go.
Talking about how they went outside. Can't be trusting that, man.
Look, what did I
Real-
just
real
get?
game
What is
hours
this
in here.
little...
Oh, you have like the combo.
Wee, wee,
Why-
woo, woo,
everything
woo.
just coming at me, yo.
Woohoo!
My right Wiimote is dying, so this might be.
Uh-oh.
I might be driving with half a car here in a second.
Finally.
Yeah, right? You and your pro controller.
I do not have.
I know, this
Look,
is how you end your legacy. Trust, Evie, I'm trying. We're gonna
Look at
try
this.
Alright,
It's
no
not a
more
pro
messing around.
controller, alright?
Uh-oh.
It's a
Samir's
normal-
done messing
Alright,
around.
alright.
And now I'm really in trouble. Oh, I keep hitting this bouncy thing.
Alright, no more reading chat. Chat, you're on your own for a bit. Good luck, have fun.
Yes, grass corrupts. Absolutely, absolutely right. Baby Peach. Does anybody use Baby Peach? I don't know if I've ever seen anybody use the little baby princess thing. Whatever, baby princess, Rosalind. What I don't know who these people are. I'm just sticking with Bowser. I know Bowser. Come on, y'all. Come on.
And I need a
Let's
box.
go.
Okay, ready for this?
Go, go, go.
I swear if you have a blue shell.
No blue.
Oh,
Just
my.
red.
Come on. There better be a box up here somewhere. Come on.
There is a box, but can you get it in time?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Gimme,
Oh no.
gimme.
This area is not my strong suit
No,
with
I messed up.
the little things.
You just got to go straight through. You just got to go straight through.
Straight
Don't
through,
try to go
barrel
to the
straight
side.
through.
Just
I
straight
did it.
through.
I did it.
I'm
I'm in
messed
second
up.
now.
I messed up.
I am now in second place.
No.
I'm racing to the finish
Way to
line.
go. Way to go.
Come
Katie.
on.
No.
Yes!
No.
Yes!
That's how we go out.
Yes!
No. Wow. Wow.
Found that disturbingly
That was a good
satisfying.
No.
That was a good finish.
What a way to end that. Yeah, how did that feel?
Felt good.
How are you feeling? What's the internal monologue right now?
Yeah.
Still
No.
Drummond get a grip, but it's just a bit of a recurring issue for me.
No.
Listen, that's between you and your therapist. It's cool.
It's me and my therapists, yeah.
No judgment here. Well, we should probably get ready for this next thing because we got about 10 minutes left. Katie, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you guys for having
Appreciate
me.
you.
This was fun.
Thank you
Good
so
luck
much.
tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm
Say
gonna
bye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Sweet. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you guys.
Samir, we didn't really discuss this, but what should we do between now and the official start of this thing?
So I think, we can just kind of kick it. Mukbang? I don't know.
Yeah, I have another burrito chilling, which obviously I can eat. I'm not really hungry right now.
Okay. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do this. Mods, can we turn off the switch? Okay, there we go. Oh, we're good.
Or should we play? Should we play Mario? Should we do? Should we do it?
Okay, we be live and do that. 1 second.
We might
chat.
need to get.
Can we be live?
Oh, we got some.
Yeah.
We got a few things we could do.
No, we're doing our thing. Yeah. Hold up. I need to catch up on what's happening in chat. Left you guys alone. Stream day. Okay. Oh, we're talking about Smash
Wong
Bros.
saying loves Katie very much. Bye, Katie. Yes.
Yes, Katie the GOAT.
Shout out to Katie.
Shout out. Talk about anime, Flop Lord. See, that's when you know you're
Talk
an
about
OG.
anime. We haven't really done that today, actually.
No,
Oddly
we did
enough,
until you
somehow we
brought
made
up
this
Dragon
entire
Ball like usual. But okay.
Oh, that's right. That.
Okay, wait. We're gonna be okay. We need to figure out some stuff. But everybody, appreciate you. I hope you enjoyed that gaming stream. We are gonna try and do that again sometime for fun streamathons like this, or maybe we'll just cool down with it sometime. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Appreciate you. Maybe it's gonna be Smash Bros. I don't know. Ooh, Sounds, you're still in here. What's up? But yeah, we're gonna be right back. Stay with us for the meat of the midterm madness conversation. We'll be back soon.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't have to do the show, but if you can't even respond, then you're just not serious one way or another.
Speaking of winners, the greatest achievement this week actually happened at a Trump rally in Pensacola, Florida. That's where a brilliant musical group called the Freedom Kids performed this live number.
Enemies of freedom, face the music. Come on, boys, take them down. President Donald Trump knows how to make America great. Deal from strength or get crushed every time.
The manager of USA Freedom Kids is suing the Donald Trump campaign over what he claims are 2 broken promises for their group to perform at campaign events. He says the Trump campaign backed out of a promise to provide them with a table for them to sell their CDs. He let it go, but the last straw was a few weeks later.
The group was invited to sing at a campaign event for Donald Trump, and the rug was allegedly pulled out from underneath them at the last minute.
I was at the White House yesterday to see Donald Trump in person. At the White House.
Say a few words, please.
I was at the White House. Oh my God. Oh, so y'all really thought y'all were going to convict and disqualify President Trump? Where in the hell is the GOP? Where are they at? Why are they not helping President Trump?
Hey, man, look, you were very prominent in Trump world, and now that, for now, he's no longer president, and I know how you feel about him in your heart. You know, you had some options there. Things were happening in your career. What are your plans for the next couple of months?
My plans for the next couple months is the same as I've been doing. Joe Biden's presidential address was the worst of all time. I mean, that was so horrible. And before I jump into that, this video is sponsored by one of the greatest companies, Noble Gold. Noble Gold can help you more than Joe Biden can. Noble Gold can help you protect your money and everything you worked hard for. They can help you bag that with real physical silver and gold. Give them a call. 1-877. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very tough. I've been banned from so many barbecues. And I miss them. I'm not gonna lie, I miss the barbecues.
Brandon Strock, thanks so much for joining us tonight. You are a very interesting man. So you were a Democrat. Now you have a new movement called #WalkAway that you're wearing. Good marketing.
Okay, and is it it's a website?
Yeah, so
I get on it and I look at other people who have walked away.
And what are you walking away from?
Well, I'm walking away from the Democrat Party, and I'm also walking away from the divisive, hateful, and now I think we're on the brink of almost violent rhetoric that's coming from the left.
Excuse me, sir.
People to get inside. We're going in. They're saying we're going in. We're going in. We're going in. Yeah, they're pumping gas. Are you using gas?
Hey, everybody. You know, I was kind of doing some reflecting today a little bit. Whether or not Trump has a second term, today was the end of his first term. The Trump presidency is the very thing that opened my eyes and changed my life. I'm telling you, the future is bright and it's exciting. We are only just getting started.
The best is yet to come.
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 All my love.
That is 44-year-old Branda Straka recording a video in the crowd that day. Agents arrested him in Omaha following a tip, and now he's in federal custody on these charges: impeding law enforcement during civil disorder, knowingly entering and remaining on restricted grounds.
Hello to all of you, my family out there who haven't seen me in a while. I met with my attorney today and we had a conversation. You know, if you're able to continue to support or to begin support, in my emails, I provide a number of different options for people who want to be a monthly recurring supporter, for people who want to offer a one-time financial support, or for people who want to donate to my legal fund. I mean, it's essentially all the same thing, but...
Kamala Harris has been chosen to be the vice presidential running mate for Joe Biden in this 2020 election cycle. And I'm sure most of you have already heard by now because the internet can't stop laughing. But this choice may be a gift to Donald Trump of a massive 49-state landslide. I think it's fair to say Trump's going to win re-election. We all know Joe Biden will lose. Like, let's be real, man. I think we're looking at a Trump victory, man. Trump 2020 landslide, and we may see a 49-state landslide. We may be looking at a Mondale-Reagan type scenario where Trump landslides 49 states. Maybe a 50-state landslide. That'd be amazing. I just really think it's more likely that Trump wins 520 electoral votes. Trump gets 537 or 36 or even 538 every single electoral vote. As I've stated 1,000,001 times, Donald Trump's going to win. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been sworn in as president and vice president, as expected. For the time being, Democrats control a decent amount of power in U.S. government, but things are pretty bad. You know, you'd think escalating gas prices, the cost of goods, and inflation would be bad enough, but now you got to tack on all the articles telling people to eat cicadas. Eat cicadas. Because there's, in many cities, food shortages, chicken and beef. No, we will not eat the bugs. Now, I personally don't mind eating bugs, just I think eating cicadas out of the ground is probably a bad idea, so I'd recommend against that. I'm going to do something now that a lot of people have criticized me for. I don't care. I really, really don't. I'm gonna shout out safeandreadymeals.com, because at this point, the stuff I'm seeing has me worried. Don't panic. Seriously, I can't say that enough. Don't panic. You gotta remain calm and strategize, and that's what this is for. Don't panic. Massive power outages, pipes are bursting. But this is legit, and I really mean this. We are dealing with supply chain disruption. The one aspect of this that will likely affect all of you is the food shortages. I am only promoting it now because I genuinely believe you need to understand what's going on. I've gone to the store, some things are missing. Either food becomes more expensive or food doesn't exist. Don't panic, it's literally just food. You can order it and it comes. Check it out if you want to. We've already reached the point where citizens in some cities are storming the dumpsters to get what spoiled food they might be able to eat from a grocery store. This is real.
Part of me, the selfish part, wishes I'd never met Donald Trump, wishes that I'd never met Roger Stone.
You haven't lived until 17 armored vehicles show up at your house at 5 o'clock in the morning with 29 SWAT-clad, weapon-bearing FBI agents to arrest me for the first time non-violent, fabricated crime of lying to Congress.
I am getting some breaking news right here, and I'll share it with everybody. I was just handed this. NBC News has now confirmed that President Trump has called Roger Stone and told him that he will commute his sentence.
Also breaking right now at noon, a massive fire breaking out. This is a warehouse in Oakland Park.
Sky 10 over the scene as firefighters try and get it under control.
You can see firefighters working to put the fire out right there.
The business was a manufacturer of styrofoam, commercial grade styrofoam, which is very flammable. And so something happened in there that obviously caused a fire, and it turned into a commercial fire very rapidly.
Hey, I tried to go live, and I've never had this happen. They keep cutting me off. Roger Stone is here with me. We're 2 doors down from his office. There was a drone strike in America 2 days ago, folks. I'm telling you, this is incredible. Why is this not major news?
This building is catty-corner from my office. There was an enormous explosion, which is as yet unexplained. Some speculation that it was a drone attack. His vehicles Patty corner.
Look at this. Look at this crazy drone strike.
I do know that Barack Obama signed an executive order just before leaving that allows the military to use drones on U.S. citizens if they deem that they're domestic terrorists. I put nothing by them, or perhaps this is meant to intimidate me. This thing looked like Dresden after World War II. I mean, this is 250 feet from the front door of my office.
So right there, it is stonedefensefund.com.
Yep.
You can go there, you can donate to help the man out. The shit that's going on is...
I mean, I'm literally indigent at this point.
I lost my home. I lost my savings. I lost my insurance. I lost my car.
I'm struggling to pull the resources together to finish writing a book about this entire horrific experience. Plus, I'll have some new products, my Stone Cold vodka, my Stone Cold cigars, my Stone Cold spectacles, my Stone Cold men's skincare line, my Stone Cold sauces, because I'm going to put my famous Sunday gravy in a jar, Stone's Cold,
bring them back.
Stone's Cold neckwear, my 5 books, one of them a New York Times bestseller, 3 of them Amazon bestsellers. Are you familiar with Cameo?
Hey, it's the Mooch. I'm super excited to be on Cameo, so tell me what you want me to say to you. I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, Charles Beiser, I'm excited to be on Cameo.
I'm Michael Cohen. You need something fixed? Let's get started.
I just wanted to tell you that you are a kick-ass dad and a great role model for your children and your grandchildren.
Peter, this is Donald Trump Jr. I'm told that you're turning older than dirt. And I'm not that sorry about that because I'm also told that you're a serious lib. I've also heard about some of your fetishes, and I hope your family rides you like Seabiscuit. Have a good one, man.
Yes, I am saying to you, Trump will win in a landslide in November 2020, no matter what the other side tries, no matter what plot or plan they've got working out there. They will fail. And may I remind you that even Satan himself had a plan to take over heaven. He crashed and burned. That's what's going to happen to the left. Trump thanks all those who support him. In heaven, they're rooting for him. Don't know what earth people think about. Heaven knows that God picked him, and what he's already done for this country proves that God picked him. And he's going to win in 2020, in case you wonder. But even the frequency in his voice now has a vibration in it. Shake, right, and then we shake.
Really?
Some people may begin to feel that when they hear him speak, because you know why? He is our president. And so I can tell you, we're getting closer and closer to that time when God himself is going to do something. Right now, I declare and I call forth our president to take his rightful place. Trump, to come forth right now, step into your destiny that God gave you, called you, appointed you, and anointed you for this time. This is his choice, and we call you forth right now in the name of Jesus Christ. The prophets of God are with you. The military is with you. So come forth, step into your destiny now. So be it in Jesus' name. Come forth.
From the sitcom Happy Days, Scott Baio.
I want to thank Mr. Trump for asking me to be here tonight and talk about a man that I trust with the lives of my family and the health of our country. What has happened to this country? I don't know. I don't know where I am anymore. My head is cut off. I don't know. My head, here. My head is fine. How's it? Anyway, I don't know. What do you want me to do about it? Okay, my head's being cut off. Sorry, folks. This is what I'm doing. Joe Biden? Joe Biden? we? Who are we? Who are we? We're Americans, God damn it. God damn it. Guys, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have said God's name.
I'm sorry I said GD.
I don't believe you.
All right, fine. I'm upset.
I don't care.
Yeah, I'm upset. So
Hello. Welcome back in. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can chat hear us? Perhaps that's the important thing here.
Check. They're back. Shalom. What's
Shalom.
up? Shalom. Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Hola, whatever. Wherever you're coming in from, what's up? Bonsoir, whatever.
Konbanwa.
Konbanwa. Wouldn't it be?
Wansanhao. All of those.
Hola.
Yeah.
Good day. Hey, guys.
All
What's
of
up?
those.
What's up, everybody? Anyway. Hope you enjoyed that little break. That video was absolutely unhinged. Shout out. I don't even know who to shout out at that point.
I want to shout out Chachi, who's having a bad night. Chachi's losing his mind.
Todd's on the distortion with the microphone.
Oh,
really?
Does that sound bad? I'm up. Am I on the mic? Am I off the mic? Should I?
Your mic is super high. No,
blow
it's
it
okay.
out?
It's not your fault.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
man.
We're working with it. What's up? Oh, Destura, what's
It's
up?
okay. I'm just here enjoying. Do I have an echo? I mean, listen. That sounds
Vic
good. I'm just
Burger,
enjoying a
what's up?
breakfast burrito right now.
Yeah, shout out
Vic Burger.
Shout out Vic Burger for that one. Yep, Todd a bit too loud. We got
Yeah,
it.
hey,
We got
Samir.
it. What's up?
I'm a little concerned about y'all over there.
Why?
Do you need a laptop or something, man?
You know,
Ben is asking if you need a laptop. It's just looking
know,
like you're a little bit short of computers.
You can never have too many laptops as Twitch streamers.
Clearly, you can't.
This is why, but look how they're all Macs, right? PC master race all day. You only need one PC.
Now the
All right.
laptop to lap ratio is something.
So,
that's true.
Friends, if
Welcome
you're here,
back.
hopefully it is because you have some interest in some of the information that we are planning on sharing with all of you. and we're going to have some of our guests share with us as well. Is you saw the video game stream. It was cool to kick back. It's time to get down to business because the country is now getting down to business, and we'll see what that business looks like. But it's midterms. And so for the next 4 and some change hours, we're going to be bringing on guests from all over the United States in various extremely important, extremely heated elections with a lot of things at stake, a lot of things on the table, to help you understand not just numbers, not just this horse race stuff, not just these things on a chart and graphs and all that, but understand when people go to the polls and when people are voting, and what is it that people see in the candidates that they're trying to put into office? What do the candidates see in their base that they're trying to mobilize, and all these other things, right? And really, again, getting back right into it, what's at stake here? And so we've got a little bit of a pregame time, not too much, but a little bit of a pregame time because we got kind of a tight schedule. We got some things we got to get to, but we got some pregame time. And so we brought back on Todd. You already know who I am. You already hopefully recognize Samir. Todd also should be a familiar face to you. But yeah, let's get a recap. We talked a little bit about this earlier on the stream, but let's get a recap, man. What's on the table here?
How am I sounding, by the way? We good on the mic now? We've got a good level?
I think we're good.
Everybody out.
Sounds good to
Okay.
me, yeah. Chat, let us know.
We're
But yeah,
working
anyway.
Let us know
if
the level works. All right, so where we're at is at about 6:45 Eastern time on election night, and this is right in the time when polls start to close in some states, and then they start to close kind of on the East Coast, and then it kind of rolls westward, and all throughout the night you find out how the election goes. That's kind of the ritual of all these things. That's only a small part of what's going on in the midterms this year. Yes, you got to worry about who's winning, who's losing. We're going a little deeper than that tonight because we've also been focused on kind of a different part of the election for this last year, 2 years, with all of our coverage around Vice. It's important to know who wins and who loses, sure. but the whole process is getting undermined by basically a shift in American politics that doesn't really believe in elections anymore. That's a big bite. That's a big thing to get your head around. We're going to talk about that all night tonight.
Yeah, and we're going to use some of the, I think we brought up some kind of metaphors that we used earlier, and I'd like to lean back on those a little bit. You were saying that people who don't believe in elections anymore, and I think you brought up a really interesting comparison to money. So maybe you can lay that back out for us.
Yeah, I think we talked about the U.S. dollar or V-Bucks or any kind of money that you like.
V-Bucks.
Really.
Yeah, man, Robux, yeah.
Of America gave us the Second Amendment.
Any kind of money works because you believe it has value, because you believe it works, right? Somebody hands you, somebody pays you $50 for an item that you have on sale, and you're only going to accept that $50 if you believe it gets you $50 in something else that you need. Elections work similar to that. You have to have faith that they're real, and the people that you give them to have to have faith that they're real, or else the money itself is worth about as much as a piece of paper, which is not much, right? You're not going to accept a piece of paper from me that I write $50 on, Dexter, but you might accept a greenback with a dead president's picture on it because you probably have faith that that means something to the rest of the economy. Okay, elections are very similar
I'm out
to
for
that.
dead presidents to represent me, as Nasir Jones does. So yeah, precisely.
And exactly. And elections are a lot like that. They're a lot like that in the sense that politics is the form where we fight out our differences, where we fight out our differences on everything from gun policy to taxes to school policy to the speed limit, you name it. We're not going to agree. Politics is where we fight it out, hopefully without coming to blows and killing each other. Can point to a lot of times in history where it does come to that. So you try to set up politics that disengages from that and lets us fight hard, and fight means sometimes, but without the bad parts. And I don't have to explain why elections are so important to that. Everybody runs, best ideas. Sometimes you fight dirty. I'm not Pollyannish about how wonderful a process that is. But when it's over, everyone who fought it out pretty much, in the mainstream, there's always people on the fringes. Everybody pretty much agrees who won. And that's super important because that gives everyone a baseline, just a baseline. You don't have to kumbaya, just a baseline vested interest in the system. That's the thing.
We all trust that we all believe that it's real. We all trust that it works. You know, the elections are the currency. I don't want to get too far with the metaphor, but, you know, elections being the currency of democracy is that, okay, look, I don't like your guy, but I don't like your person. But if they won, cool. We all did this. It's fair. Better luck next time. Or, hooray, we won. Now we got to try again in 2 or 4 years or whatever the case is. But we're now in a situation where there are a lot of people, a lot of candidates, and a pretty mobilized and very excited base of people who are already, as you said, even before the election happened, the numbers ain't in yet, and are saying, if this doesn't go my way, I call foul. And that's it. We have that.
And as a prime example of what can go wrong when people decide that the process doesn't apply to good faith winning and losing anymore, I just point you to January 6th. That is exactly what happens when a side or a faction, or in our case, one side, in our case, Republicans, led by Donald Trump in American politics, check out of that arrangement, right? They check out. In other words, the loss wasn't really a loss. You stole it. We're going to do something about that. We are going to protest, okay, but now we're going to storm the Capitol. We're going to stop the process, beat up some cops, and hurt some cops, even some might die. And then on the back end of that, the leader of the movement calls that a patriotic effort, says those people need to be pardoned. I'm not here to rehash January 6th, except to give you the example of what happens when people check out. So that process is ongoing, and I think that's
people died on that day. People died. That caused deaths.
Sure did.
Right.
Deaths and a lot of damage to the system. And I think one of the big things that we're going to be talking about tonight is the ongoing damage to the system because none of it stopped on that day. The assault has been ongoing. It's one of the main motivators of our coverage here at Vice. It certainly has been for me. So I think that's a big part of what we're talking about in these midterms. An election that's kind of a backdrop to the unraveling of elections.
Yeah, can we let's bring on another senior political reporter for Vice who has covered a lot of this as well and can really help break this down for all of us. Cam Joseph, what is up? How's it going?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey, Cam.
Doing well.
So yeah, I mean, the TLDR here is president's not on the ballot tonight, but whether we have a functional election in 2 years for president just may well be. And the U.S. does something kind of unique in democracies compared to a lot of places where, we have 50 states and each state runs its own elections, and then each county runs its own elections within that state in most places. And there are a lot of folks running right now who don't accept that the 2020 election was fair. They don't accept that Joe Biden legitimately is the president, and have spun a bunch of conspiracy theories about what happened. And in some places they're going to win, and in some of the places that matter the most for who wins the next presidency in some of these swing states, they look like they have a real chance at especially some of these races for governor and races for secretary of state, which is in most of these states the position that actually dictates how the elections are run. And so it's going to be a pretty crazy week, and I would say week, not night, because in a lot of these states the vote counting is going to take a while. And so anybody who's telling you to stop the count or there's something wrong with the fact that they're still counting ballots in all of these places is lying to you, and they're lying to you because they want you to lose faith in American democracy. And at the end of this week, look, there's two options that we could have here. Either we see a Republican blowout where they're winning in a bunch of these places, and maybe it's an earlier call in some of these places than we're expecting, or we're dealing with a very long count where Republicans might be losing some of these races and they're going to claim that it's being rigged against them. And in both cases, there's real risks to democracy. So I'm just a bundle of joy right now, bringing you all the good news.
Yeah, that was a list. Wow.
Cam, can you just real quick for people who are new to this process, especially in the States, let's do the extra TLDR version. What is a midterm?
Yeah.
Like, why isn't Donald Trump? Why aren't Donald Trump and Joe Biden on the ballot tonight? Like, what is this?
So basically, it works in the U.S. is the president gets elected every 4 years, and Congress, which actually makes the laws in the U.S., is elected every 2 years. So everybody in the House, which is one half of Congress, is facing election tonight. And then a third of the Senate, which is the other half of Congress, are facing election tonight. So control for both the House and Senate are up for grabs. And on top of that, 2/3 of the states also elect their governors tonight, as well as secretaries of state, attorneys general, who are like the top cops in those states, other major positions, state legislatures that make the laws in the states. So midterms don't get as much attention as presidential elections, but arguably they're more important because these are the folks who actually dictate the laws and dictate the laws in all of these key states around the country. And with the federal government as deadlocked as it is and dysfunctional as it is, a lot of times what laws you're living under depend on what state you're living in. And so and I think that's true even more so than ever, you drive around the country and if you got an ounce of weed in the glove compartment, that's not a problem in some places, and in some places you could be headed to jail for a very long time. If you get pregnant, then some places you can get an abortion no problem, and in some places now, because of a recent Supreme Court ruling, you're not going to be able to get an abortion. And so it really is a crucial election, and this is generally not a good time to be the party with the president in the White House. Generally what happens is whoever's in the White House gets blamed for whatever's going on, whether they're in control of it or not. Right now, Joe Biden has got pretty bad poll numbers, and he's getting pretty shellacked right now in the polls largely because of inflation, as well as Republican messaging on crime, which is rising but not as fast as some Republicans would like to argue. And so it's looking like a really tough night for Democrats, honestly. And that normally would just be kind of the normal pull and push of politics, right? Democrats lost a bunch of seats in 2010. They lost a bunch of seats in 2014 when Obama was in power. Republicans lost a ton of seats in the House in 2018 when Trump was in power. But the difference this time is a lot of the Republicans running seem to have a kind of loose relationship with democracy. They don't seem so certain to actually support democratic norms and protect elections going forward. And given that Donald Trump is, he was almost teasing an announcement last night. He's definitely going to announce for president about a week from now, maybe to the minute. I think it's going to happen on Tuesday night next week. We're looking at a possible rematch between Biden and Trump, and the difference between then and now is there are a lot of good faith Republicans who stopped Trump from actually achieving a coup in 2020. And a lot of those folks have been forced out of power right now. And the Republicans who might win, not every Republican, but some of the Republicans who might win tonight could really cause some chaos in 2 years.
So let's zoom all the way back out and just talk about, okay, we're going to be talking about some of the actual candidates. We're going to have some names put in there, some records put in there. But if we could all talk about, okay, what are the issues, should I say, that are really on people's minds?
Yeah.
What are the battlegrounds here? Not the geographical battlegrounds, but what are the ideological battlegrounds that we're going to be going into as we talk about this stuff today?
Yeah, there's a big divide between what Democrats want the issues to be and what the actual issues that voters are saying are. So the top issue by far in every poll over the last year has been inflation in the economy. And we're seeing in the US, like we're seeing in most of the world, pretty high inflation. A lot of that has to do with a combination of what's happening in Ukraine and the fact that that's driven global inflation, as well as the fact that the US, like a lot of other countries, threw a ton of money at people during COVID. And some people were spending that money pretty quickly. It was necessary to keep people from starving, but also it meant a lot of people had a lot of extra pocket cash they're spending. It's driven inflation. It's made the dollar weaker. And so people who are making the same as what they were making a couple of years ago are feeling pretty pinched. And that's the number one issue here. And frankly, we're seeing it in the UK. We're seeing it in a lot of European countries. We're seeing it elsewhere. So, I'm not an economist, but a combination of supply chain issues and a bunch of spending by a bunch of governments and the war in Ukraine has created a real problem. And so a lot of voters are feeling pinched. And look, voters blame the party in power when the economy isn't going very well. That happens election after election after election. And we're seeing that now. Now, what Democrats want voters to focus on, and it's helped them some, is the fact that the Supreme Court recently ruled a couple months ago that there is no inherent right to an abortion. And for a half century in the US, there's some restrictions on it, but for most cases, you could get an abortion if you needed one. And the Supreme Court basically just tossed that out. And now it's state by state, which means in a lot of these states, it's voters are voting on who the next governor is and who who's going to control the legislature in these places, and that's going to determine whether they have abortion legal in their state or not. And some of the swing states that'll determine the next presidential election, it's definitely top of mind. Arizona has a very old law back to when it was a territory that's going to ban abortion that may be in place. If the Republicans win there, and it looks like the governor is probably going to be Carrie Lake, a pretty hardline Republican. And Michigan actually has a referendum where the voters are directly voting on whether abortion should be legal there. And there's a couple other states that they're voting on too. So that matters a lot. And Democrats were staring at a really bleak environment politically before that Supreme Court ruling came down. There was definitely infuriated and enraged. The Democratic base were kind of frankly sleepwalking into this election. and not loving Biden, not thinking he's going far enough or doing enough, and maybe not likely to turn out, and that's pissed a lot of people off, and so they're coming out to vote. The problem is, for a while, Democrats were hopeful. We're seeing some of this in polling that independent voters, kind of the folks who sometimes vote Democratic, sometimes vote Republican, who weren't loving Biden, were unhappy about the economy, especially independent women, were really pissed off about the Supreme Court ruling, and it was bringing them back to Democrats. That happened for a while, and it seems to be fading now. And we're seeing independent women in polling move back towards Republican. So this isn't looking like the absolute, tsunami disaster catastrophe with an earthquake on top that it could have been for Democrats if nothing, the Supreme Court hadn't done this 6 months ago. But it's not looking like a good night for Democrats. And and when I say night, I mean week and possibly a month, because a lot of these states will be counting ballots for quite some time, and there's going to be a lot of lawsuits and protests and possible political violence. So it's a messy situation, and it's not looking great for Democrats right now. And the two options we have right now is either election deniers win and then they're in power, or they lose and they insist the election was rigged against them and fuel the lies that we've been hearing the last couple of years about American elections.
You've done two things here. One is describe what it sounds like Democrats would like for the issues to be, and then what they actually seem to be, the things that actually people care about. But then again, we're not really in the business here of predicting based on polls or whatever. We're not really doing that. But one thing that you said here is that we are going to be looking at, we can kind of imagine one outcome regardless of who wins, is just as you said, is that, okay, either election deniers win or they lose, and we're going to see, again, more election denying. And fun. Okay, so at least we have that. We have that understanding.
Well,
yeah, we have that come to us and bringing us some great news. Appreciate it. But some realistic news, right? That's what we're gonna be talking about. So we're gonna be getting into, as we do this, we're gonna be getting into specific locations, specific issues each time. But maybe as the last thing here, I know one thing that's going to kind of be swimming all over the place is the idea of a culture war, right? And this is something that's not fun to talk about, but it certainly exists. But then again, I see people on, for example, social media saying, "Oh, I mean, this feels so overblown. This feels so overblown. Like, what are we talking about? What does culture war even mean?" For the people who are actually running, for the people who are on the staffs, for the strategists, how real does something like a culture war, the idea and all the things that are contained inside of that, how real do you think that feels for them as they're going into these final hours of the election?
Oh, it's everything. I mean, look, the economy is what a lot of independents are voting on, but look at the ads. And Republicans are running a ton of ads on, basically attacking trans people and saying the Democrats want to turn your little boys into little girls. We're seeing abortion ads from Democrats all over the place, and in some places from Republicans. Crime has been a huge issue, and you really can't talk about crime in the U.S. In any real way without acknowledging that when you see attack ads on crime, it's usually there's some racial undertones. And the place that we've seen
Is this the understatement today that we were waiting for? Yes. No. Yes. Please
continue. Trying to be diplomatic. No, there's been a lot of racist.
We appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, thanks for putting that in perspective, man. Anything as we go along our journey you think we should be keeping in mind, man?
I mean, the couple of things I would say is, like, if you're watching this closely, just be patient. This could take a long time. The states that matter the most, the swing states that could determine the Senate and whether we have functional elections in the states that are going to determine 2024. Almost all of them are going to take at least 24 hours. Michigan may be the quickest in one day. Arizona, they're saying expect it Friday, maybe Saturday. Pennsylvania, we're already looking at some ugly lawsuits and some messy elections. They may not be done until Friday or so. So if you remember how long it took in 2020, use that as your rubric. And that doesn't mean anything's going wrong with the election itself. But bad faith actors, specifically on the right, are going to be using this to attack democracy. And don't believe them is the best advice that I can give. And this isn't a liberal versus conservative thing. This is just a pro versus anti-democracy thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well said.
There you have it. But okay, thank you everyone for bearing with us. We're just figuring out some things in the back end here while we're doing all that. But okay, so like we were saying, that's the general overview. But the way we're going to be doing this is going to some different states around the U.S. where these issues are really coming to like a point, coming to a head, where they're like really, really in your face. And one of the places we're going to is Arizona. So if you were with us early, you saw this TikTok where we kind of break this down when we get into this. But before we play this, can you just, Cam or Todd, talk about Arizona and what this means or what the state means as it relates to election theft?
Yeah,
Sure.
Cam, let me take a quick crack at it because Arizona, I'm kind of fond of saying this. I mean, Arizona is America's snake pit of election denialism. It's not the only place where it's toxic and almost completely conspiratorial on the right, but it's probably the worst. There's a critical mass in Arizona. Arizona is the place where Joe Biden won by a very slim 10,000 votes or 11,000. And ever since that happened, Donald Trump and his supporters, his acolytes have trained their disinformation on Arizona. There was a thing called a Cyber Ninjas audit about a little more than a year ago, which was a phenomenon where Republicans in the Senate in Arizona, on a partisan basis, like just because they controlled the legislature, allocated a bunch of taxpayer money and brought in private computer experts who had no experience in elections to audit the election, basically to throw up a fog and a mist of uncertainty and doubt around election results. That whole operation took months, millions of dollars, a great deal of public consternation, controversy, and found essentially nothing wrong with the election at all. But it certainly polarized everyone in Arizona. It got a lot of national media attention. It attracted, also, it was like Woodstock. It was like Lollapalooza. It was Coachella for election deniers all over America. Mike Lindell. I mean, people from all over America who are now election conspiracist leaders in their own Minnesota, their own Michigan, their own, Dakotas, came to check it out to sort of pay homage. They came to witness the Cyber Ninjas phenomenon. That all happened. Arizona is the place where the Rusty Bowers, Cam, he was the Speaker of the House in Arizona, right? Not the President of the Senate. Speaker of the House, a conservative Republican guy. You can Google him, named Rusty Bowers. Testified in the January 6th committee under oath about what kinds of phone calls and what kinds of lobbying he got from Donald Trump and from Rudy Giuliani and other Trump supporters to overturn the election right after 2020. He testified on that truthfully. Rusty Bowers' career is now over. He is out of Republican power in Arizona for that. The last thing I will tell you, my last example, always do it in threes, right? From top to bottom on the Republican ticket now in these midterms that Cam was describing, from governor to senator to attorney general to secretary of state, to all varying degrees, are all election deniers who all either suggest or say outright that the election was stolen. The guy running for Secretary of State, which we talked about a little bit earlier, if people weren't here, is sort of the functionary office of people who administer elections, make sure they run smoothly, all the thousands of election workers and election laws and really boring regulations and ballots that make elections run. That guy is a QAnon adherent, is a former or current, kind of unclear, member of the Oath Keepers militia, whose leaders are being charged with seditious conspiracy in Washington, D.C. around the coup attempt. This guy is running to control elections in Arizona, says outright the election was stolen, posts QAnon and anti-Semitic memes on his social media. So that's why I call it a snake pit. Top to bottom in Arizona, this is Donald Trump's election toxicity kind of animated in this one place in the desert. So that's why we're watching it so closely.
Well, before we get to that, Cam, I know you're about to jump off, but what are you about to go do after this aside from go to Disneyland?
Oh man, even Disneyland's politicized with Ron DeSantis now.
True. I was going to say that doesn't solve your problem at all.
Ruined everything. We've ruined everything.
Man, we can't avoid it. I'm about to go watch what happens in these states. There's a ton on the line. We just about 10 minutes ago had the first real poll closings. There's a couple at 6, but not really. There's a few early canaries in the coal mine for Democrats. I'll be watching. There's a House race for Congressman Frank Mrvan in Indiana, and a couple of races in New Hampshire and Virginia that'll kind of tell us whether this is going to be a bad night or a horrific night for Democrats. And and then I'll be writing about what impacts this has on democracy, what happens when almost certainly the House flips to the Republicans, and all of the investigations they're going to be doing into Hunter Biden and all of that, and possible impeachments of certain members of the Biden administration, and just looking ahead to what the impact this is going to have on America and democracy, because a lot of folks cover this as horse race, and this is kind of they treat this like fantasy football, honestly. And if you can kind of, emotionally divorce yourself from this, it can be kind of fun. But the reality of this is these are real people making real laws and really controlling.
Sorry, hang on. I know we have to move on. I'm not going to hold us up. I got to back up for 1 second. Cam, you just said the impeachment of Joe Biden. For what? For what?
Doesn't matter.
For
I mean,
what
I
high
think it's
crime
most
and
likely
misdemeanor?
that they're going to be impeaching members of the Biden administration. They're talking about impeaching Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, who's the head of Department of Homeland Security, for basically doing things they don't like, especially with the Attorney General, the raid on Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago to get back those classified documents that he shouldn't have taken and he took, or allegedly took. That they're really angry about that. I don't think they're necessarily going to impeach Biden, but I wouldn't put it past them. And some of the hardliners like Marjorie Taylor Greene have been pushing for that for months, and I think introduced articles of impeachment on Biden the first day that he was sworn in. And so this just because it doesn't make sense, because it seems a little crazy, doesn't mean that it ain't going to happen. And I think that if we're assuming that the 2020 election is the weirdest and darkest and craziest that we're going to get in the U.S., I think people aren't looking at what's really going on right now.
You just got my T-shirt. Just
my
because
friend, on that note, we'll be looking forward. We will be looking forward to what you write, because I know you're gonna be having some stuff coming on as early as tomorrow, and definitely as the week goes on. So, chat, please thank Cam for coming on.
And Moz,
Cam,
if we can get those, thank you so much. If you get his Cam's Twitter in there, definitely follow along, especially for tonight and tomorrow.
Absolutely.
As this goes on. Thank you.
Yeah, chat's going off. Yeah, we got Five and Dime in the house. We got
hello.
Elite Hacks. Thank you, Elite Hacks. Sounds like maybe somebody was in there with the Cyber Ninjas. Thank you for your service. But yeah, let's get to it. So we're gonna be talking about Arizona next. We talked a lot about Arizona. That's what we're about to go to right now. So we're gonna be watching a couple of pieces first up. And listen, we only have so much time, so I'm gonna go ahead and institute a rule, if you don't mind. I know that usually we tend, Todd, I'm gonna tell you about this. Samir, I'm gonna tell you about this. Usually what we do is we tend to just pause in the middle of stuff when we want to take a minute. We can't do that today. We got too many places to go, too many people to see, too many things to talk about. So we're gonna do, everybody gets one pause. All three of us, we get one pause.
For full YouTube videos, you get one pause.
Per video, not all
night. Per video.
For 20 per location. So Arizona, you get one pause, 20 seconds. You can say whatever you want to say, and I'm gonna time you, and then we gotta go. That's it. I'm not playing with you. You saw me in Mario Kart. You know I don't play. Let's go.
All right, let's do it. So we're gonna watch this, and then also we have this TikTok. We have some other Arizona content, and then we're calling in Liz Landers, who's there she's in Arizona, ready to call in from the ground. And yeah, we'll get a little bit of IRL streaming, and that's how we'll do the rest of the stream. So, without further ado, let's get it.
The support that we had out there, that our candidates didn't get more votes. They can't win legally, and that's why we've got to fight a lot harder and a little dirty.
If we get all of our secretaries of state elected around the country like this, we take our country back.
We know it, and they know it. Donald Trump won.
They're trying to steal an election.
Representative Gray, yes or no? Do you believe the 2020 presidential election was stolen?
I think it was way more fraud than the margin of the election, and that's very clear. I think it was clear that it was rigged.
President Trump and I lost an election in 2020 because of a rigged election.
The election that happened in 2020 did not follow our existing rules, our existing laws. So it was illegitimate.
We came to the same conclusion. I don't think the word lawless is too strong.
During the 2020 election, I saw many things that were illegal.
Hundreds of thousands of votes are allowed to be considered as lawful votes, and we know they're illegal.
It's an army of people across our state who are fighting back, little MAGA warriors, and we're getting the job done.
Somebody asked me, how do you know Trump won New Mexico? And I'm like, we didn't see Biden signs anywhere.
It happened in all levels. I mean, this was a huge, I would say, coup to really unseat a president.
You know, we just want to make sure who we vote for is the person that wins.
When my coalition of Secretary of State candidates around the country get elected, we're going to fix the whole country. And President Trump is going to be president again in 2024.
Wow.
That's the payoff right there at the end.
There's no way.
Yeah.
That's enough of that. Wow, it looks like...
I don't know what y'all trying to do. Think you can ban
talk
me
about a coup.
from my own stream.
Talk about a coup.
Talk about a coup.
Dex Digi has been banned. Let's go.
Two-door vehicle.
Talk about a coup. Anyway. Okay,
on
so
a
yeah.
Civic.
Let's move on to this one. So yeah, election conspiracies are disrupting the midterms. We saw that TikTok, and this is going to go into it a little bit more here. Again, also chat, I just want to say, like, for tonight, ask whatever you have to say, literally from what is a midterm to whatever on from there. We were talking about oath keepers. If you're not sure what they are, ask away.
Yeah.
This is what we have Todd on here for, to get as broad or as deep as you want. But
definitely,
yeah, let's go with this video.
This is Liz in Arizona here.
Yeah.
The stakes for democracy are higher than ever this election cycle, especially in crucial swing states like Arizona. Bad faith conspiracy peddling has produced a slate of Republican midterm candidates at all levels who still denied 2020 and are already casting doubt on the upcoming ones. Election watchers see recent incidents of political violence that already have law enforcement worried.
Welcome to the stage, the next governor of Arizona, Kari Lake. Love you, Kari!
Gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake, a former local television anchor turned GOP rock star, says the 2020 election was stolen.
Hello, everyone. My God. We have to get a red wave in November, and then we got to vote that bumbling fool out of the White House.
And Senate hopeful Blake Masters has already laid the groundwork to question his own race.
When I told my dad that I wanted to run for Senate, he didn't
Michael
want me to.
Magic,
He didn't want me to because he's really concerned about our elections. Is anyone concerned about our elections?
Can we chat real fast? I just wanted to ask you about what you said on the stage about the election results. Do you trust the election will be conducted fairly here?
There's a guy willing to defend
Well, we
his
tried to ask Blake Masters a
Clearly.
question. We got kind of shuttled off, so I don't know. We'll wait. I think we're allowed to be here, so we'll just hang out and see.
Masters refused to take my questions, and Lake's staff kept us away.
Was that Don't
But
Stop
the
Till You
next
Get
day,
Enough
Lake
by
appeared
Michael
on
Jackson?
CNN.
Will you accept the results of your election in November?
I'm going to win the election, and I will accept that result.
If you lose, will you accept that?
I'm going to win the election, and I will accept that result.
For the last 2 years, election
Pause.
denialism has...
I was going to pause.
Sorry.
You beat me to it. I wanted to pause there. Yeah, go. What do you
Well,
have
I
to say?
just ruined my pause. Okay, hold on. Will you accept the election? This is just straight. Okay, look, I'm timing myself. I got 13 seconds to go. This is straight up basic stuff, and I just want to let the record show once again that a very basic question was asked. Will you accept the elections? I'm going to win.
And then a second time.
That's it. We can move on.
Verbatim.
Run rampant here.
The Fox News Decision Desk is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. That is a big get.
In 2020, former President Donald Trump raged when Arizona was finally called for Biden. Later, state GOP officials attempted to send fake electors to the Electoral College. It's a part of the coup attempt that the January 6th committee and the Justice Department are investigating. And a group with no relevant experience called the Cyber Ninjas started a lengthy process to find errors in the last presidential results. Instead, they found that Biden had, in fact, won the state. The effect of all...
I'm going to pause there and just quickly say that even though nothing was found, clearly nothing was found, it still implants the seed of doubt, and that's kind of what we're seeing now, and that's what we will see in potentially lead to absolute chaos in 2024, because all you needed was that little hint of doubt to like plant that seed in people's minds. No?
I mean, I think it's largely the point.
Yeah.
All these lies.
That's actually interesting. Can you actually expand on that? What do you mean by that is largely the point?
I don't think that that savvy Republicans who insisted on the Cyber Ninjas audit, this does not count to my 30 seconds, by the way. I'd like to say I was, Samir yielded.
We're expanding, yeah.
I don't think that, I mean, there are some true believers out there. I think that savvy Republicans who ordered this Cyber Ninjas audit after months of Donald Trump harping on a stolen election, knew that by using taxpayer money and their control over the legislature, they could simply have a forum right there on that basketball arena court there to continue to fuel conspiracy theories. And it happened.
Yeah.
You may not, I hope you didn't pay as much attention to the Cyber Ninjas audit as I did and Liz did and Cam did. Remember stories about bamboo fibers in ballots that were coming from China? That's where that was from. It provided this broth to keep throwing in conspiracy theories, and that's exactly what it was for.
Yeah.
For more potent soup.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to very much highlight that it was still successful.
Has been to completely undermine people's faith in the mechanics of the upcoming elections.
I truly believe that the 2020 election was stolen. I believe that President Trump is our unofficial president.
When you go into the ballot box, what's the top thing you're thinking about?
Freedom. It should be paper ballot only, no machines, no electronics, no nothing. It's got to be same day voting. It should have photo ID and vote in person. Stand in line. That's how you get your votes counted. Don't mail it in.
Right-wing groups have made Arizona a focus of their 2022 midterm efforts, including recruiting poll watchers, which could intimidate voters. Individuals armed and dressed in tactical gear and covered faces were recently seen monitoring ballot drop boxes. 6 cases of alleged voter intimidation have been referred to the Department of Justice. And Mark Fincham, a state lawmaker with ties to the militia group The Oath Keepers, who was outside the Capitol on January 6th, is now running to oversee elections as Secretary of State.
Do you think that stuff could turn violent here in this state?
I feel that there might be some violence because people in Arizona are not going to put up with these people coming in and destroying property and setting fires and doing what they want to do, marching down and hurting things. So they might fight back. Can there be violence?
That's my pause right there. A normal voter, everyday voter, this guy in a MAGA hat is asked if he thinks there's going to be political violence. He predicts yes, probably, but then you see what happens in his mind, that flip, completely justified.
Yeah.
Now that's terribly frightening, that's how far these ideas have permeated. That voter thinks there might be violence and thinks, I get it because people aren't going to take it anymore.
Yeah.
This is not an epiphenomenon, a superficial phenomenon. Totally. This one is going down to the roots now.
And this isn't just Arizona, obviously. This is in a lot of places across the country. All right.
You can't ever rule that out. There was violence in 1776. You know, people got enough of it. They got tired of it.
Wow.
We're in downtown Phoenix for the 2022 Pride Parade, and this is the heart of Maricopa County, the largest voting county in this state. And Katie Hobbs is the Secretary of State right now. She's running as the Democrat for governor, and she's going to be here. You're administering this election as the Secretary of State, as well as running for governor right now.
Yeah.
How are you keeping those interests separate right now?
Yeah, I am 100% focused on the process and making sure that every eligible Arizonan has the ability to participate. The outcome is not my concern.
Will you accept the election results here in Arizona?
Absolutely, yes.
What are the stakes of this election here in Arizona? How important is this?
Yeah, I mean, I know no one wants to keep talking about the 2020 election, but here we are. And we saw what happened when an elected leader refused to accept the peaceful transition of power, and he incited an insurrection on our capital and on our country. And that is what's at stake this election, because the former president has endorsed all these candidates because he wants them in control, so that no matter what the voters say in 2024, these folks will work to declare him the winner.
I see you have some security with you. I'm wondering what the threat presence is for you right now. Are you getting threats as you campaign for governor here?
Yeah, pretty much everywhere I go, there's some risks, so yeah.
Did you think that that would be part of the job?
No, I mean, obviously when you are elected governor, there's a assigned state security detail. I did not anticipate it in this capacity, no.
Republican Bill Gates is the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and has faced similar harassment as someone who helps oversee the county's elections.
We had orange jumpsuits sent here last year to my colleagues and I because we belong in prison. We've had people call into the office, say that I deserve an Alabama necktie. The Arizona State Senate came within one vote of jailing my colleagues and I for not turning over the ballots and the tabulation machines. So we were concerned that folks would come to kind of, do a citizen's arrest.
One of the big things that has spurred some of the conspiracies around the 2020 election was how long it took to call some of the states. When do you expect that voters here in Arizona will know the results of the midterm elections?
It does take several days for the votes to be counted, to get a final count. And the reason for that is that in addition to people who vote on election day, we also have the early voting. And if someone mails their ballot in, if we receive it by election day, we will accept it. So by definition, it takes several days. So I don't know when we'll know. I anticipate some of these races may be close, but we ask people to be patient because it's more important that we get it right than that we get it done fast.
Do you expect violence on election day or after election day?
I do not expect that, but we're prepared for it. We've got this coalition of local law enforcement, Homeland Security, FBI, working very closely. I'm not going to go into the details of how we're accomplishing that, but I can tell you we're more focused on that than we've ever been before. And we will deal very swiftly, and people need to understand that if they think they're going to go to the polling places to intimidate folks in an unlawful way, it will not be tolerated.
It has to be zero tolerance. If there is the perception there's a weak link that can be breached, then they'll take advantage of it and it becomes contagious, kind of like what we saw at the Capitol. I have dedicated more resources to this need than any time in our history. We have prepared in levels, we have strategy and we have tactics to ensure that we have plainclothes deputies who are going to be in areas where you don't realize that they're there, but they're keeping an eye on things. I want everybody in the community to think that when they're at a polling site, someone is watching out for public safety, whether it exists or not. But we will be in a lot of places majority of the time.
Do you feel like you need to go protect some of these ballot drop box locations because there are groups, conservative groups, that have said that they're going to monitor what's happening there? And is it intimidating people to the point where you now have to monitor these drop boxes as well?
Absolutely, it's become our responsibility, and that's unfortunate because it draws resources away from other areas of need. And there are a lot of folks who, some well-intended, some with bad intentions, who suddenly feel empowered. Truth be told, there is no end game to that action that suddenly makes democracy a better place to exist. Democracy is very fragile. It is a day-by-day proposition. And if law enforcement doesn't take steps to protect that aspect of our nation, then democracy can very easily be broken.
Something to be getting real talk on democracy
I'm
from the county sheriff. You know?
Right?
There
Not
it
usually
is.
where you expect it to be coming from. That to me says a lot.
Totally. That's the same thing I was thinking. Yeah.
Well, hopefully, we can bring on the person who we just saw interviewing all these very, very interested and varied people here. Can we bring on Liz?
Liz, what's up?
Liz, what up?
From Arizona.
Hey guys, happy election day. We made
election
it.
day.
Election week, you mean?
Listen,
Yeah, election week. Yeah, Todd
election
is right,
year,
for
election
sure.
decade, election space time continuum. So look, I mean, we saw a little bit of what things look like when you were talking to people just prior. What are things feeling like for you right now?
Okay, so right now I'm currently outside of the Maricopa County Election Center. This is kind of their headquarters here. It's where the tabulation is happening and also where the county officials are working out of this building today. We've been all over Maricopa County today, and I think we kind of heard some more of what we heard reflected in the piece. We heard people who are concerned about voting systems here still in Arizona. Basically, when I woke up this morning, I'll just kind of give you guys a lay of the land of what's been happening here in Maricopa today to kind of set things up. When I woke up this morning, I, automatically wake up and doom scroll on Twitter, which is, I'm trying to break that habit. Maybe this Musk takeover of Twitter will change things.
Sister.
I was looking at Twitter, and one of the first things I saw was these videos of some polling locations in Maricopa County where there were reports of issues with the tabulation machines here. So there are, as we've heard in the last 2 years, there are all kinds of questions and also conspiracies about these voting machines, these tabulation machines. So this was one of the first things I saw when I woke up, a lot of right-wing people with a really big presence online who were tweeting about these tabulation issues that were reported in places like Anthem, Arizona, which is a little community about 30 minutes outside of Phoenix, and it is still in Maricopa County. Maricopa County is the largest voting county in Arizona. It's about 60-something% of the voters here in the state. So there were these issues basically right as soon as the voting got started in the morning. So the Maricopa County Recorder's Office and the election head, who's this guy who's Bill Gates, who oversees the supervisors here, who we heard from in that piece, tried to get out in front of this morning, put out a video explaining to people what was going on with these tabulation machines. So like 20% of the polling locations in the county were affected by this. And basically, they put out this little video saying, these are the options. If you are at a location where they're having issues with the tabulation machines, these are your options. One of the options was just to drop your ballot into the ballot drop box that is basically underneath the machine. So I think that they were trying to get ahead of this, but unfortunately, as many of these things do, a lot of this took off online. People were tweeting, there are already issues in Maricopa County. The ballots are not going to be counted. People are going to be disenfranchised. Sort of all of this panic immediately ensued this morning. We're here now outside of the recorder's office, and I was just talking with one of the staffers here who was saying that most of these polling location tabulation issues have been solved at this point. And also the recorder here, Stephen Ricker, who we didn't interview for this piece, but has also a Republican elected official here in Maricopa County, has put out a note that says no one should have been disenfranchised by this. Every vote will be counted, and kind of reassuring people that the voting process should still be working here in Maricopa County. He apologized in that note, saying he was very sorry for this tabulation issue. And by the way, the tabulation issue was something to do with the printer. It wasn't printing dark enough ink to be recognized by those tabulation machines. So just really small thing. I know, I see your reaction, Dexter. It's one of those things, though. It happens.
And Liz,
And
we should say they vote on paper in Maricopa County. Like this is not
they do.
This is not Dominion voting machines, touch screens are changing my ballots. They vote on paper ballots. These are the machines that you have a record of your vote. These are the machines that count the paper.
Exactly, and that's why they were saying, like,
Neo's not going to
okay,
come in Jack into the Matrix and mess stuff up, man. It's
not how it works.
It's
no, and I
paper,
think
it's
that's
dead trees.
why Chairman Gates was saying, all right, if the machine isn't reading your ballot, which as Todd just mentioned is a printed physical ballot, you can just drop it in this ballot drop box and it will still be counted at a tabulation center. But as we all know, this has all these kinds of issues really concern people. And also, I think there are some bad actors who seize on these things and run with it online. So we actually went to this location in Anthem where they were having some of those issues, and there was a long line there. We were there around, I think, 10 a.m. We stayed and talked with voters there for about an hour and a half. And some of the voters that we spoke with in line there said, yes, I did hear about the issues here. I still think that I will vote here. And they trusted that their vote would be counted in some way on those machines and at that polling location. But I do think that there are certainly a lot of voters here who don't trust the voting system all that much in Maricopa County.
Liz, I noticed
You said
go on, Dex.
Go.
It's all right.
Oh, I said you said Maricopa County. You said Arizona. Is this? I'm a little scared that I know the answer to this, but maybe I'll just have the expert tell me. Is this just a thing that's happening to Arizona, where just Arizona is particularly now? We don't know about these election results already. We're suspicious of this.
Well, I think that there are pockets of people who question the elections all over this country. We've reported on this in Georgia, where they did several hand recounts, or they did several recounts there. They oftentimes are automatically triggered in that state. So we covered that in the past. We've also covered some of the questions in election denialism in Colorado, in New Mexico. In terms of sort of high profile problems today, I think Maricopa County is probably the largest county that I've seen in the country that had an actual technical issue. Once again, they say that it's mostly been solved and that every ballot should be counted here.
Liz, I noticed that from the people spreading disinformation this morning, there are several just well-known, notorious disinformation right-wing actors who are posted up in Arizona who were like tweeting immediately. People who are well-known on the internet for spreading right-wing disinformation, and I'm talking about the right-wing stuff like Pizzagate. Some of the perpetrators of that stuff that people might have heard of, and others too. And by sort of late afternoon, when it was time for my coffee, Donald Trump himself had issued a video about Maricopa County, telling basically implying that there was fraud afoot, there was malfeasance afoot. Donald Trump telling Republican voters, telling his voters to stay online, don't let them steal the
Bill,
election.
by the way, waves to the audience.
Oh, who was that?
That was Bill Gates from the story that we just played. He's the chairman of the board of supervisors here. He just walked by. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
These guys are
Sorry, Todd. Yes.
The new heroes of democracy, right there, like the unsung heroes of running elections in America. No, but I noticed it started with the tweets when you woke up at 7 a.m. and doom scrolled right up through Donald Trump doing a stand-up video from his office to sort of push that narrative right over the line by the afternoon. It didn't seem very accidental to me. It seemed like everybody was onto something that they really wanted to push.
Absolutely. I saw that truth post, I guess it wasn't a tweet, from the former president about the lines in Arizona and staying in line. And we've just seen in the last few minutes, one of our colleagues, David Gilbert, flagged to me that there has been a lawsuit filed on behalf of the Masters and Kerry Lake campaign to keep some of the polling locations in Maricopa County open until like 10 p.m. or something like that. I asked if the recorder's office and the chairman here had received that yet. They said they'd seen it, but not been served with the lawsuit yet. So there are Republicans who are, using both the online platforms like the former president, like some of the more right-wing commentators. And there are a lot of those people who are in Arizona right now. This kind of feels like the epicenter of where everything's happening. to go ahead and start, asking questions about these election results. And we saw some of the candidates themselves. We saw Harry Lake and also Blake Masters raising questions, and you heard that in the story about these election results, really even before any ballots were cast a few weeks ago when the early voting started. This has become just a really mainstream part of the Republican Party now, I would say. I mean, I think that a lot of Republican voters, there's polling that supports this, don't believe that Joe Biden won the 2020 election. Election denialism candidates are all up and down the ballot here in Arizona and other places across the country. So yeah, this has become pretty regular here in Arizona, but also beyond.
So then in Arizona, we're talking about these, candidates who, like you said, are very, Arizona is a very extreme case of all of this. Can you, run it out for us? Say these people take office. What does that mean, moving forward and for 2024?
Well, I think that, if Carrie Lake becomes governor, there are a whole list of issues that she says she will tackle on day one. Some of this is the more traditional Republican stuff that you hear on a campaign trail. Her talking about the border, wanting to secure the border here in Arizona. That's a big issue we've heard from her. Other, she's actually been talking about Obamacare, I believe, on the campaign trail, saying that she wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which is not something that many Republicans are running on now. So there are more, I guess, traditional political issues that they're talking about. But when it comes to the democratic process here, which is really a lot of what we've been focused on and sort of what the Breaking the Vote show has been centered around, are questions of how the next election would be implemented. I believe that Carrie Lake has not committed to certifying the future 2024 presidential results if she were to be elected governor. The governor of Arizona and the Secretary of State here are the two people that sign off and certify election results in Arizona. In 2020, that happened without a hitch, even with the Republican governor here, Doug Ducey, who's currently governor. I think 2024, there's a real question whether that would happen, whether a potential governor, Carrie Lake, any potential Secretary of State, Mark Fincham, would certify the election results here if they didn't like them or they didn't trust the process by which the elections are conducted. So those are the stakes, I would say, and I think they're pretty high.
Do we have, Liz, can you, just because you've reported on Mark Fincham, he's the candidate for Secretary of State in Arizona. You just mentioned him briefly. Just can you give like the 45-second profile of Mark Fincham, like who he is, what he's about, and what he's bringing to the democratic process in Arizona right now?
Sure. He is an elected official here in the State House in Arizona, and he has ties in the past to the militia group, the Oath Keepers, which Vice has covered a bunch. He also was in Washington, D.C., outside of the Capitol building on January 6th. He does not accept the 2020 election results. He does not believe that Joe Biden won that election, and we have been covering him because of some of his more extreme views. He has some ties to QAnon. He has shown up at a QAnon conference with Q behind him, and he has stated that he's an America First candidate. So he is running for Secretary of State here, and among some of the questions that we've tried to ask him in the last year or so, because we've been covering this for a while, is, what would you do with mail-in ballots and voting? He wants to get rid of that in the state. A lot of people vote by mail here, including himself, and also questions of whether he would have certified the 2020 election. He's not really ever given me a straight answer on that. Right. And yes, true. Exactly. So that's kind of him in a nutshell. And he is running to be the Secretary of State, which is the second highest elected official in the state of Arizona.
Yeah, Dex, there were these reports, probably about a month ago. Cam might have done it for us at Vice, but Mark Fincham had made the statement, I don't really care for mail-in voting. It's fraudulent. It's bad. Somebody went back and looked at the voter files going back, and to, I think, like 2004, I could have the number wrong. Fincham had voted by mail in every election except one or two. for the last 18 or 20 years. I'm fudging that number because I can't remember the exact timeline, but I'm in the ballpark. So yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Put that on your cap.
That seems normal. I don't wear caps, but yeah, if I do, I'll put it under that. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Okay. Well, not really sure what to say here, but as you know, I mean, this came up in your piece, Liz, but and some people in chat mentioned this, and they put it pretty strongly, but I think it's worth saying it like this. Maybe, you know, standing in line is for people with money. You know, if you got a job, if you're poor, we don't get a day off to vote in this country. So not everybody can go and stand in line for 6 hours. If you have a job and you're trying to feed your family, you can't just dip to go vote. What if your boss won't let you?
Absolutely, which is why all these alternatives for voting and options, which in some places those options increased, they expanded during the pandemic in 2020. Right? We were in a global pandemic. It was, people didn't want to be around each other. People were scared to do that. But also those options of mail-in voting give people like you're mentioning, Dex, people who don't have the opportunity to wait in line in some of these lines that we saw today, a chance to vote. Also early voting, even, and by early voting, I mean in-person voting. So even if you don't trust the mail-in process, you can vote early here in the state of Arizona too. Those are all options for people who don't want to vote on election day. And by the way, most places in this country allow that. And it's also to not overwhelm the election process too. It's to give the election administrators and officials time to spread out millions of votes that are coming through each state to process those votes.
Liz, one of the...
And if you have a mobility issue or a health issue, which makes it difficult for you to go somewhere, I mean, you know, don't we all want everybody to be able to participate in the process, or isn't that the ideal?
And
yes.
Liz, one of the points that you've made in your reporting, I mean, you've been to Arizona several times. Mail-in voting in Maricopa County, you know, all of a sudden you'd think it's controversial. These two fellows in your piece, or in the stream that we just watched, in your piece, said, got to get rid of mail-in voting, got to be in person, got to be on paper. Maricopa County was like the industry leader in mail-in voting. They've had it for decades. There were like counties all over America before cyber ninjas came along and this whole phenomenon were replicating Maricopa because it was one of like the industry standards for how to effectively and safely, with public buy-in, run a mail-in voting operation in a great big millions of people county. That's what it was up until about 4 years ago.
Absolutely. And that's what makes a lot of the election questioning and election lies so damaging. It's always, there is such a fine line. And I heard this today, again, from voters who said, we are allowed to question the voting process, to question the election process. I want, you know, to see what's happening and accountability. Yes, I do think people should ask questions. We're journalists. I think that's sort of the main thing that I do on a daily basis. But when you are an elected official and you are questioning mail-in ballots, even though you know that mail-in ballots are secure and are, you know, tabulated properly, and you can watch the process here at the election center. We were able to observe some of this yesterday with the early ballots that had come in Maricopa County. When you are questioning those things over and over and over again, especially when you have a microphone and a platform like former President Trump, that has eroded people's trust in the process. And we saw that and heard that again today, unfortunately.
Oof. What a place to end, right? What a place to end.
Can I just add one thing that I think gives me some hope in our election process? So we went to this very conservative area earlier where we heard from a lot of people who are questioning the election that's happening today. But we also went this afternoon to Tempe, Arizona, another area not far here from Phoenix, and spoke with some of the Arizona State University students there who, a number of them were talking about democracy being on the ballot, that they were in line, they were voting. There were a lot of kids in line.
Yeah,
the kids are all right, and
I saw your tweet with a lot of kids online.
Yeah, there were a lot of kids in line. Kids who were 18 years old. I had to ask them if we were allowed to interview them because they looked so young. But people, but it is inspiring to see young people. I think especially because young people oftentimes don't turn out to vote in the numbers like other age groups and demographics. So to see a lot of young people who said, I'm here because of abortion access, because of climate, because of democracy being on the ballot, and because of some of the voting restrictions that have passed across the country in the last 2 years. These kids were very engaged. They knew the candidates. They knew some of the candidates that we were just discussing in detail. They knew their platforms, some of the news stories about them. They were educated on the propositions on the ballots here. Apparently the ballot here in Arizona takes people more than 10 minutes because it's a really long ballot. There are judges, there are propositions, there are a lot of candidates. These kids knew all of this. So to see kind of a younger generation, and even I kind of felt old, and I'm like a millennial, and I was sitting there going, oh my God, these kids, these kids are so young, but they were engaged in the process. And I think that is, what we all want to see. We want to see everyone voting, right? Old people, young people, but to see the younger demographic that I think really gets kind of beat down, and they don't get a whole lot of credit for voting. They were voting, at least where we were today, and they were very engaged, and they are very actively interested in the outcome of democracy here in Arizona.
Taught them well and let them lead the way.
Give Gen Z some credit. Come on now.
Yeah, I feel good.
All of you give Gen Z some credit. Let's go.
We should give them credit.
Thank you.
Give them some credit. Liz, thank you so much for coming on. This was amazing, breaking some of this down, giving us a little bit of hope at the end, or at least some hope going into the
way
next
better
stuff.
than I did before this conversation.
I feel good.
Well, I mean, buckle up for what we're about to talk about next. But Liz,
true that.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chat,
you guys.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you. So, chat, I'm actually gonna have to dip. I think I forgot to mention this because we're playing video games.
That's true.
But I have to teach a class, so you see the
Actual
books,
professor.
you see the stuff. I have to go teach a class. I have, I got to run across campus because I got a 1970 film made in Japan. I got to talk about Japanese film right now. So I'm gonna see y'all later. I'm gonna be back in about an hour and 20 minutes. Hold it down for me, please. Gentlemen,
Absolutely.
chat, looking forward to reconvening. Please don't let democracy die while I'm gone. I'm only going to be back for an hour and a half.
Blinking, you might
Don't
miss
do
it.
this.
Honestly, it's on you, chat.
All right, y'all.
Peace out, Dex. We'll catch you.
Bye, Dex.
Man.
Flick the switch in his mind and go teach a couple Japanese
I
films.
know.
Come back to
Master of all trades.
Come back to the Oath
Jack of
Keepers.
all trades. Also, I just want JB saying, really appreciate you all who put together the Breaking the Vote video series. I've watched them multiple times.
Oh,
that was
great.
this guy right here.
Yeah, it's great to hear. Hey, thanks for that. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you watching. And that was a passionate labor for us. I really appreciate you watching it. Thanks a lot.
Totally. And also Helen's Spont Device. Thank you for that Prime. Appreciate it. Appreciate that we miss it up there. But thank you for that. But yeah, anyway, so Very Tell Nate, what's up? What's up? And welcome to everyone else who is new in here. We are deep into our streamathon, but we're going to keep going. And we're actually going to stay in Arizona to talk about extremist groups and how they play a role, obviously, in 2020, what's happened after 2020, and now up to these midterm elections. We have a video to play, but before that, Todd, can you sort of break down quickly? We're going to be talking about the Oath Keepers a little bit. Can you give us a rundown on who the Oath Keepers and who these sort of like Oath Keeper aligned groups are that we're going to be talking about?
Yeah, I can do my best, and our next guest is going to be the real expert on this. So everything I give you is like thumbnail primer. And the reason is like what the Oath Keepers are for me. We keep talking around here like I'm a political reporter, political journalist, spent my career doing that, and all of a sudden in my world, in my realm, are extremist groups that used to be
that's interesting
out over there.
Totally.
You'd read about them, you'd hear about them. They were the people that politicians shunned. Oh no, we disavowed.
Totally. On both sides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they are a main part of the conversation. You now have to talk about them in a conversation about election night and about politics. On our Breaking the Vote show, one of our other extremism correspondents, Ben McCoo, we said straight up, it's weird that you're here. We're here to talk about politics.
True,
And,
that's actually so
and Ben
true.
and our next guest, Tess Owen, have a seat at the table.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they're here, but they shouldn't be here.
Right.
They shouldn't
Ideally,
be-
they would not be here.
They should
Like,
not. They should not be here. And I think we
cursed.
all understand that. So
Yeah.
So that's just the preface to say the Oath Keepers are they're a right-wing extremist militia group founded by a guy named Elmer Stewart Rhodes.
Mm.
Now, if you've heard his name before, Stewart Rhodes has been in the news because he's currently one of 6 defendants being charged with seditious conspiracy in a trial in Washington, D.C. That's a conspiracy to use force to oppose the government of the United States. And this, of course, is behind January 6th. The allegations, you can read the indictment online, is that Stewart Rhodes and his co-defendants amassed weapons outside of Washington, D.C. On January 5th and had a plan to basically be Donald Trump's private army on January 6th. That's the outline of the charges. The Oath Keepers are a group that recruits heavily from the military and veterans, from police forces, current and former cops. There have been leaked data from Oath Keeper membership rolls recently that have exposed thousands and thousands of members, some of them past members, some casual members, some full-time members. You don't want to call all of them hardcore.
Totally.
But from the ranks of law enforcement, from the ranks of the military, from the ranks of the government as well.
Absolutely.
This group has migrated from being an absolute fringe group to really being metastasized in the mainstream of right-wing Republican politics, which is increasingly in the mainstream of it. They are sort of a private, I think you can call them a militia, a paramilitary group. You can also, if you want to Google a little bit on January 5th and see a guy named Roger Stone, who's a very well-known right-wing dirty tricks operative and ally of Donald Trump's. Was a convicted felon before he was pardoned by Donald Trump. Had a security detail surrounding him on January 5th in Washington, right before the insurrection, of guys wearing black and yellow with caps and flak jackets. Oath Keepers. Those are those guys.
Those are those guys.
The last thing I'll say about them before we bring on Tess is that they've sort of migrated to the mainstream of politics, and increasingly, as January 6th and the coup attempt is being investigated, and the seditious conspiracy trial is going on, how close investigators and prosecutors and a lot of other people are looking at how close Oath Keepers, this sort of private militia army, really was to the White House. There's no evidence that Donald Trump ever talked to them directly. Right. But through intermediaries is the question that I'm not making up, that prosecutors are asking. What was the nexus between Donald Trump and this group that has been charged with multiple felony counts of amassing weapons and attacking the Capitol, and planning to attack the Capitol on January 6th. So that's the thumbnail of who they are. And Tess will have a lot more to say because she knows all the details. But.
So, and thank you for breaking that down. We're going to have Tess come on here in a little bit, like for another IRL stream like we just did there with Liz. But before that, we're just going to take a step back, and we're talking a lot about January 6th here. And we're going to kind of look at the impact. We're talking about extremism. We're going to look at the impact of how extremism plays out on something like, say, January 6th here. And I just want to be very clear with everybody. This is raw video we're about to see. We stitch it all together. We stitched these videos together, but there is a little bit of violence. It gets a little intense at pieces. So if that sounds like something that might trigger you, please, or just isn't, something you want to watch, take a step away. Maz will let you know when we're done watching this video. But again, this is actual footage from the insurrection. And why don't we, before that, we have a hydration break. Let's even take a step back further and get some water going before we watch this. Thank you to Teddy for that one. Cheers.
Mine's not very secure, but I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I got loose water.
All right. So as I was saying, we're going to look at the impact of extremism here. And again, who you're going to see, not everyone here, we cannot say everyone here is a part of an extremist group. This January 6th situation was, in part organized by these groups, but we are no way saying that everyone in this is, part of an extremist group. But let's get going with the video here. I'm going to start a little bit so we can bring Tess on in a bit. And as always, the one pause rule applies. Even though Dexter's not here, we have to uphold that for him.
We have to abide by it. We can
Professor
not gonna laugh
Dex.
just because he's teaching a class.
Exactly. All right, so here we go.
Get my headspace to watch this. It's
Yeah,
fucking brutal.
it is. So again, mods, please let everyone know when we're done with this. Look away if you want.
It's over! You better run, cops! You better fucking run! Oh, fuck! See how fast the cops turn around once they fucking saw the numbers game. Cops are getting gas now. Look at that fire extinguisher full of it. They're getting into the Capitol tonight. They're getting in there.
Yeah. All the flags in there. Don't tread on me. Wow.
I'm very confused for the following reason. So I don't understand. I don't understand who the police are with. I thank God that it's not the Secret Service and it's not the National Guard, because I think they're still under the control of the president. People are now trying to head back there. We're having a very peaceful protest. Nothing is happening. Nick, come!
All right, we're on the Capitol steps, and they broke through the police line, and people are going in. The doors are open! The doors to the Capitol are open. Fuck it, let's go inside, huh? Listen! Don't use that stick on me, boy! Just go home!
That is wild. This is the...
You see me! Just go home!
Just keep in mind what this is actually.
Don't try to use that stick on me. I'm not hurting you.
Yeah, this is really rough to watch. I agree with you, Squawk. Just from all over the place getting in. Yeah, Nick, just a little casual.
Confederate flag there.
Yeah.
Pause it.
Got your pause.
I spent, before I came to Vice, the vast majority of my career in this building.
Okay.
And not to make this personal.
Please.
But every corner of this building that you're watching now, I know every inch of this building because it was my office for many years.
Wow.
I'm older than I look. I know the name of that clock. That's the Ohio clock right there. This is just outside the Senate chamber on the second floor. This is directly below where my broadcast booth used to be.
Got it.
Where I used to broadcast for public radio for a lot of years right before I joined Vice. So I'm watching these images of people breaking into the building and carrying Confederate flags through assaulting police officers, many of whom I know and knew when I worked there because you get to know them. You come back every day.
Yeah.
This assault is not about me, but I'm just telling you that as I watch it, these are places that are actually in my life too.
You've been
I wasn't there that day.
Sure.
But I mean, right in this shot where the sun is coming through underneath that arch is a place where I used to stand for hours and hours and hours a day to try to talk to Mitch McConnell or Harry Reid.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell's office is just under the chandelier in the next alcove to the right, so he would come out and come to the floor.
Wow.
And that's where I worked, from being a cub to being a slightly older man and covering the United States Senate. So so this is an ugly scene. Go on.
Yeah, no, they're saying, Nick is saying it's real to recognize. And actually, I'm going to use my pause here too to ask you on that. You know this building then extremely well.
Yeah.
Can you talk about how unprecedented it is to see people from every little crack coming through and breaking into this building? Like, I just wanted to resonate with chat at how surreal this actually is.
There have been sporadic, like any public building of politics, there have been like sporadic little attacks and stuff over the years,
right?
Like a little faction or whatever. There hasn't been an organized attack on the Capitol building since 1814.
1814.
In the War of 1812, when the British invaded the Capitol building from the south, burned it, piled the Senate desks in a pile and used them to torch the Capitol building from the Senate side. That was the last time something even close to this happened, 1814.
That's insane. And here we are. Let's keep going. Yeah, what a time to be alive.
To walk out that hallway to get my lunch.
It's wild how many people filmed this too. Like, we're just like taking selfie video while this was going down.
The guy who shot this video is a friend of mine, Igor Bobich of HuffPost. This video is iconic here. This is going to be Pence leaving the Senate floor. There he goes.
There he is.
It's the Secret Service shuffling him out. The crowd is chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." This is Officer Goodwin.
Wow, you really know all that's crazy. I did not know that.
He got well covered and got quite famous for that scene.
Sure, okay.
Yeah, I did not know him back when I was there. At least I don't think I did.
Okay.
I love my country and I love my president.
Wow.
And I'm a single mother and I love my Lord. And they can't take away our Constitution.
Jesus is the king of this.
He's our king. And Trump is our president.
Yes, ma'am.
My Instagram.
Is there any? What's Pence done?
Wow, drop the IG.
Always. Be careful about breaching because they're doing their job in there. Yeah, they are. Make sure we had good. I got
All right. So I think we can pause it here. Or not. Let's keep going a little bit more. I'm going to pause it here.
Yeah.
In chat, I think they used this footage to arrest some of them. Do you want to talk a little bit about what that process has been like?
Yeah, and not some, I mean hundreds.
Right.
I can't remember the exact number. It's something on the order of 750 at this point who've been charged.
Wow.
And that level of arrests and charges are ongoing, of actual rioter breachers. For instance, this guy on the screen, I don't know that he's been charged, but as an example of people who showed up in video, the FBI and federal prosecutors have scoured surveillance video, press video, rioter video. I mean, everything's on social media, and gets posted, so it's all public consumption, and has been for prosecutors too. So the longest, I'm fudging a little bit here, the longest sentence that I'm aware of that's come out of the riot directly, I think, has been about 7.5 years. Federal prison for assault on police officer, people bringing weapons, and a lot of lesser charges. I mean, some people who went in the building, recorded on these videos, might have been charged with simple trespass or parading in a government building illegally. They might have gotten a slap on the wrist, and many did. Many, I mean, you saw some very, very violent scenes. So there are people going to jail for months and years, some for 5 years. The longest, I think, 7 years and 8 months, just recently. a couple of guilty pleas and guilty verdicts from juries. That's one level. This is the riot level.
Sure.
The conspiracy level is the Oath Keepers that I mentioned, seditious conspiracy, which was a broader conspiracy to exert force on the Capitol. There's going to be another militia group called the Proud Boys. People have heard of them, who will also be charged with seditious conspiracy, and that trial starts in December. And we're still waiting to hear about the balloon around this, which is the coup attempt.
Sure.
Which is the guys in ties and with lawyer cases who organized
the
coup attempt that we know about. The question is, what's chargeable? What's the illegality around that, which is a much broader thing. This is sort of the spear tip here.
So that's actually a perfect time if we could get Tess in here, who's also in Arizona, to talk through how extremism and these extremism groups are connected to 2020, but also right now. Tess.
Hey, Tess.
What's up?
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
Sorry about it's not very, not the most exciting surroundings. Liz got the sunset hour, so sunset slot. So this is a hotel room Twitch.
That's good. Don't need golden hour always. But anyway, appreciate you calling in. So you heard what we were just talking about. Can you just set the scene for us? Why are you in Arizona talking specifically about extremist groups?
So I cover extremism and political violence, and Arizona, Maricopa County especially has been kind of ground zero for election-related conspiracy theories since 2020. And so this is one of the areas that we were concerned about, seeing potential political violence or voter intimidation. I think that probably by now everyone's seen, a few weeks ago, there was some guys who were masked and had guns, and they were sort of hanging out near a ballot drop box. And the ballot drop boxes especially have been the sort of central focus of conspiracy theories, especially since this documentary, widely debunked documentary called 2000 Mules came out. And so there are all these concerns that this could end up being like a real issue, that guys with guns showing up to polls. Now, those activities were sort of slapped down a bit by a federal judge a couple of weeks before the midterms, which drastically limited these groups' sort of plans to surveil drop boxes. And we've really not seen any of the kind of activity that people were very concerned about the last few days, which has been good.
Tess, when extremist groups, we've been talking about Oath Keepers just because we were watching riot footage, but they're just one example. When extremists have been talking about Arizona over the last, 2-3 weeks, what do they talk about when they're in conversation and talking about this election, Arizona or another place? I know you spend a lot of time online and a lot of time sort of reporting on what these groups talk about amongst themselves. Like, how do they view these midterms?
Well, I think the first thing I'd say is that yes, it's groups, but the extremism is so diffuse now that it's not just like, oh, let's go see what the Proud Boys are saying, or like, what's up with the Oath Keepers. The kind of rhetoric that we were seeing from those groups, especially like around January 6th, has now bled out. And so you see the same kind of rhetoric all over Truth Social from kind of like regular radicalized people. So I guess that's one thing. And kind of talking to these people, you've heard, people talking about Arizona as this like sort of spiritual battle, that like it's like a life or death situation, that everything is on the line. And the other thing that people have said to me is that there's no way that Katie Hobbs, who's running the Democrat candidate for governor, can win without fraud. That they're so convinced that this like red tsunami is coming, that there's no feasible possible way that a Democrat can win, and which obviously sets the scene for potential disappointment and also sort of political violence down the road.
And you're talking about political violence setting the scene. You're there in Arizona. You've been there. What are you seeing? Have you seen people at the polls for this True the Vote campaign that people are talking about?
So, I've got to say, today it was remarkably, the mood was very relaxed at the polling places I've been to. Now there was, despite the sort of calm mood, there were all, if you went online, was full flooded with misinformation about things that were happening at polling places. It was true that there were widespread issues with some of the voting machines in Maricopa County. I think those problems were dramatically overblown by the likes of Charlie Kirk, people with very large platforms and very large reaches. And I spoke to one woman outside a polling center earlier who said that if we don't get the results tonight, and if it's not for Carrie Lake, the Republican governor, that she said there'll be an uprising, she thought, which was a slightly ominous promise. And this is a woman who was in her 60s, right? And that was kind of consistent with what we've been hearing the last few days, people, which is like, if it's not Carrie Lake who wins, there's going to be a big problem. So it's basically kind of a wait and see situation of how things play out in terms of the results and when we get those results.
Tess, you said something that was really interesting a minute ago to me when I asked about, extremist groups or oath keepers or whatever, that it's individuals now and that the ideology has bled out in that sense. Is it kind of missing the mark at this point to focus on groups with names, whether it's, Proud Boys or Oath Keepers or Wolverine Watchmen or whatever you like? I mean, some of these groups have names and they get in the press and they have leaders. Is that the wrong way to think about the immediate future of election extremism and violence?
I think so, to be honest. If you go on Truth Social, and I was monitoring places like Truth Social quite a lot in the weeks or few months, and it's pretty insane to see sort of people who have no obvious affiliation to any extremist group, posting things like "we need more rope," hashtag, midterms, posting pictures of gallows, like basically, or 1776 returns, saying these sort of catchphrases and rhetoric that I would have just associated with something like the Oath Keepers, a few years ago. And it's just become so mainstreamed. And that's what's really worrying. Now, the one thing that's missing, obviously, is that when you have groups like Oath Keepers or Proud Boys, there's a sense of organization, they can mobilize for events. And so it's not really clear in this case, like if there was going to be, if people were upset about election results here or somewhere else, where does the sort of command or plans to go to a particular building or go to a particular site, like who does that come from? That's the bit that I'm not really clear on. But it's definitely, I think, at least a different landscape than what we were dealing with in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bulletin, completely ominous bulletin from a bunch of alphabet soup federal agencies last week, Department of Homeland Security, FBI, Capitol Police, a bunch of federal law enforcement tests, where they talked about an increasing threat of violence around the election, that they were concerned about it, but mentioned really lone wolf type individualized actors, specifically with cultural or stolen election grievance. Like they pointed to this thing almost exactly that they were worried about from like an intel perspective, and they alerted the public to it, which was striking.
Right, like radicalized lone wolves. I mean, even if you look at the Capitol riot, obviously, I mean, the Justice Department has zeroed in on two groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, and many of the members of those groups are facing federal charges, including the most serious set of charges, the seditious conspiracy charges. But all those other people, the vast majority of all the other people who were there, again, were just regular Trump supporters, regular people who did not belong to a particular group. And so that's definitely a pattern I feel like that's continued into where we are now.
Right. And
totally. And if both of you could break this down for me, because I think it's interesting. We've been talking about Arizona now for like the entirety of this part of the stream. It's going to change after this, but I just would appreciate if you both could break this down. Like now we're talking about extremism, but why Arizona? Like why is this the state where all of this has really become a flashpoint? And also on top of that, what does this mean, nationwide after tonight, after election day? Why are we focused on Arizona?
Yeah, I mean, I think politically, some of that starts with what we were talking about before. Right. Arizona is is a swing state. It's super important in presidential elections. Swing state means it's critical in a presidential election, and the state can kind of go either way.
Yeah.
Some states are like reliably conservative, some states are reliably liberal, and you sort of know how it's going to go. Arizona is not one of those places. It can swing. So that makes it politically competitive and a big prize. And the other part of that is, ever since Joe Biden kind of shocked the Republican world and upended expectations in 2020 and won Arizona by a very thin margin,
which was a huge shock.
Huge shock. A huge shock, but an even bigger shock to Republicans because their media organs, Fox News in particular, but other media silos, had assured their viewers over and over and over and over that Trump couldn't lose Arizona.
Sure.
Just to put a period on that, on the Breaking the Vote show, we had a guest on, a guy named Chris Steyerwalt. He was the Fox News election calling decision desk journalist head. The guys on election night who project a winner and they put the big check mark next to it on TV. He was that guy and led the team. Fox News called Arizona for Joe Biden. They were the first to call it. He will remind you, it wasn't early because it was accurate. It wasn't an early call because it's what happened. He was 100% right. Chris Steyerwalt was fired from Fox News for that accurate call of Arizona. And so that just gives you a little bit of an illustration about how much that shocked people on the right because of the expectations that were set. And there is a long history of hardcore conservatism in Arizona, right, Tess, that has kind of surged here after that.
Yeah, and I think there's also like a long history of vigilante, like there's border vigilante groups that have been active for a long time. There are militia groups that are active. There's Proud Boy chapters. There's also, and this has been a case, I think, around the country, but what I'm hearing from some of the kind of, I guess, far right activists I've met in the last few days, who kind of their gateway into this world of far right activism was COVID-19, and this has been like very true for a lot. Kind of protesting against mask mandates and lockdowns. And then that sort of movement then kind of morphed into CRT, protesting against CRT, or showing up to board meetings, school board meetings. And then it became protesting drag queen story hours, and it became protesting, quote, grooming in schools. And, then back to like sort of election fraud. And so there's been this sort of like rolling grassroots conspiracy driven movement that brings in like a lot of disparate elements and kind of touches on the political fringes, but also on the total, extremist fringes, like militia types. And so there's this sort of middle ground where everyone has a kind of a place.
Right. And again, I guess just not really going big picture with it, but going, right onto the ground from what you've been seeing, and maybe not been seeing, but at least what we've been hearing about or other people have been talking about. What does it mean when people are like going to these polling stations? Like, what does this intimidation actually look like on the ground for people who maybe haven't seen this around wherever they're from, who are tuning in?
I mean, again, like it's been really relaxed here. I've not seen all the things that people were scared about. Well, actually, I think a lot of people were, for good reason, concerned that there could be intimidation or violence today. But I think that the majority of experts I'd spoken to were chiefly concerned about what happens actually after the election, not necessarily day of. But still, there's these concerns that these groups might show up with guns and try and intimidate, or give false information about where to vote. That's just not something that we've really anyway. Like from my experience today, going to a few polling places, I've not seen that. It was pretty relaxed. Even in a place that had a very long line, people were sort of very good natured. I asked a lady who was there to kind of log complaints or any examples of intimidation, and she said that there'd been absolutely nothing. Everyone been very polite to each other. So that was just one polling place. It was one of the busiest ones. That's why I went to that one. And so far, there doesn't seem to be a ton of complaints that I've seen, at least not emerging online. But that might change.
I'm glad there hasn't. It's actually it's very heartening so far. But Tess, we were watching one of Liz's pieces a few minutes ago, where she was where you are in Maricopa County, and there's a scene where she's talking to two fellows who I assume are Trump supporters because they're wearing MAGA hats. Two gentlemen look like senior citizens, and the question was, do you think there could be violence? And both of these men basically said, yes, I think there could be. I'm paraphrasing, because this is what happens when people are fed up. Kind of like, this is what you get when people aren't going to take it anymore. This is what happened in 1776 when people didn't want to take it anymore. These were two guys who I assume live in a neighborhood somewhere around Maricopa County. They didn't look like soldiers. They looked like 70-year-old citizens, but who basically were ready to expect violence and ready to rationalize it fully.
Which, to be honest, that's exactly what I was hearing from people. I mean, that was one of the things that struck me the most when I remember speaking to people at the Ellipse before the Capitol riot, same day though. And that's one of the things that really struck me that morning, was that how many people, people who look like they could be, on a golf course, frankly, better at home there, casually just talking about how they'd be prepared or they might expect violence. That's what was so shocking. And like I was talking about the lady I met outside a polling station earlier, that was sort of the same thing as well, how she was, she says, yeah, we might expect violence if people don't feel like they got a fair shake.
You were on the Ellipse on the morning of January 6th.
Yeah, that's the Capitol.
Yeah. So, I mean, so for the Ellipse, for people to know what scene Tess was at here.
Yeah.
Trump gave a speech that morning to a crowd of people who had gathered to listen to him speak, told them to go to the Capitol, protest. Rudy Giuliani gave a speech. A bunch of different people came up and talked, and then the crowd sort of like moved from there. We've heard from the January 6th investigation that there were a lot of people in that crowd who were armed. And the Secret Service knew it. I mean, they were on the radios watching people with bear mace and spears and guns and all kinds of weapons. I mean, that came out in the January 6th. Like, test it. Like, back up a second. Like, what was that scene like? True. I was not there that day. I'll tell you that I was at home. So I was not on the ground at the Ellipse the way you were sort of watching this sordid history unfold.
Yeah, I mean, it was, like I said, it was just the thing that struck me the most was, first of all, seeing, like, again, men who look like they could be on the golf course wearing MAGA hats and like sort of like button down polos, standing literally like shoulder to shoulder with people in full tactical gear, which again, it should have been more shocking than it was. But at that point, obviously, we'd seen so many of these like militarized protests, like sort of like far right vigilantes showing up to Black Lives Matter protests. We see this whole protest get up had become very familiar by that point. So it was actually like less shocking than it should have been. I remember seeing Proud Boys who I knew they were Proud Boys because I recognized them and they weren't Proud Boy uniforms sort of weaving around the crowds. I also remember thinking like, as I wasn't up close and like right by Trump, but still I was pretty amazed by like the lack of security. I was like, it seemed that there doesn't seem to be much intense kind of like metal detectors or anything to even get as close to the president, which still wasn't very close, but close enough, to the president at the time.
Oh, those came up in the January 6 hearings, the metal detectors.
Yeah.
Cassidy Hutchinson, I don't want to go too far afield here, but this is interesting. I mean, she testified to this, that there wasn't a big crowd up front at the speech, and Trump was mad about this because he's really focused on crowd size, as we know. Where are my crowds? Where are my crowds? And he was told, Mr. President, they're having trouble getting through the metal detectors because the Secret Service is telling us that a lot of people are armed. And not only is that something you can't have near the president, but that slows down the MAG process when people are going through metal detectors and they got to take out all this stuff and put it in the tray. Or sorry, sir, you can't take that Glock in here.
Wild.
That slows things down. And the president's response to that was, turn those effing things off. They're not here to hurt me.
Wow.
That was the testimony. Sir, people are armed. They can't get through the metal detectors.
They're not here to hurt me.
They're not here to hurt me.
What is the other side of that?
I want them turned off. I want my people up front.
Wow.
Is what the president's conversation was that was testified to in the very place test where you were. So.
Yeah. And
Good times.
good times. And I guess we can kind of like, keep a big picture, and we can leave it on this. Is we were talking about swing states earlier, and how swing states can be a place where these sort of confrontations are extremist groups are, again, sort of bubble to the top. And it's amazing. It sounds like this isn't really happening that we've heard of. You haven't seen any so far out there, but can we talk about what this means on a national picture, and how swing states, or I guess rather in swing states, what is this sort of extremist picture looking like? Like, what is happening there or in those places?
You mean in terms of like extremism and political violence, or like what we're expecting overall?
Both. Yeah, like overall, just what does a national picture as far as extremist groups look like on election day and afterwards?
I mean, I think honestly, like my kind of like mental equation that I've been doing is like, if it's a close race and the Republican candidate doesn't win, then that opens the sort of door for potential violence, or claims of fraud, or claims of foul play. That's kind of that's it basically. Either the GOP candidates or America First candidates win, or there's sort of violence, potential violence, or yeah. That's kind of at least been my mental equation. Obviously, I hope that that's not the case.
Totally.
We'll do, but yeah, that's sort of the main scenario.
Tess, this sound a little bit basic.
Actually,
yeah, go on.
Oh, I was saying, so one person I forgot to say, I hung out a little bit with a woman who's known as Patriot Barbie earlier today at a polling station, and she was actually at the Capitol in January. Patriot Barbie, yes.
Does she drive a red, white, and blue like
convertible?
or?
Patriot Barbie. I sort of buried the lead by not talking about Patriot Barbie right off the bat. But she's a sort of like I guess like a MAGA influencer who lives around here, and she was at the Capitol on January 6th. And when I asked her about it, she said she was there, but it was also all Antifa. Everyone there was Antifa. The people who stormed it was Antifa, which the cognitive dissonance was very interesting there. And she was also saying, she was also saying that in terms of, whether, she says there's absolutely no way that Katie Hobbs, the Democrat candidate for governor, can win. There's absolutely no way. If she wins, then they've cheated, full stop. And people will be very upset. And so that was pretty stark.
Very blunt, yeah. Wow. It'll be interesting to see what all happens with that, but what a name too. Like, I want to name it that.
I'd like to know what the Mattel Corporation thinks about Patriot Barbie, and if they're at all concerned about the trademark ramifications of Patriot Barbie and her political activities. Kind
of sick. Good name.
That'd be a good interview
Right.
with the marketing department of Mattel. Then again, hey, we may be 3 years from Mattel marketing the Patriot Barbie for significant profit.
Man, don't say that. Don't say that.
I'm here to tell you, we never thought we'd be where we are.
That's true.
Right. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
But anyway, Tess, on that note,
yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for walking us through all of that. Chat, please follow Tess throughout all of this. We'll drop Twitter, articles, all that in there. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on here and talking us through.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Have a good rest of your night, your midterms evening.
Let us know if you've seen Patriot Ken anywhere. Patriot Barbie.
Patriot Barbie. Oh, that's so cursed, dude. That's so cursed. You're not wrong though.
I mean, it's a bit like you could if it weren't ominous and terrible.
Yeah.
She has a First Amendment right to be doing what she's doing. I have no evidence that Patriot Barbie is a violent person. I mean, she was at January 6th. Let's stipulate that.
We'll just drop that, sprinkle that fact in there.
And, sprinkle that fact. I have no evidence that she's involved in anything illegal.
Yeah.
At all. But she does think that January 6th was a false flag instigated by Antifa. Right there, you just have the great outlines for a bit like right there
absolutely.
that could be really, really
that
good.
you can just run with that. I mean, slap a zombie right here. Sorry, slap a zombie. Make America plastic again. America is already plastic. They already got it.
Now we're
There we
taking
go,
off with
chat.
Patriot.
There we go, chat. We love you.
What would Patriot Barbie's Malibu dream house look like?
Oh man, I don't even want to know. I don't think it would be in Malibu, first of all.
It would not be in Malibu, you're right.
So I don't know where it'd be, but
Corpus Christi.
Yeah. Florida, I don't know.
Yeah.
We love you, Florida, don't worry. Anyway, so yeah, we get it, chat. Keep America plastic again. That was a good one. Barbie Patriot or Antifa infiltrator. Wow. That's wild. Okay. But anyway, we're going to take a step back. That was all Arizona coverage again with Liz and then with Tess just there. But now we're going to move over to Georgia and talk about voter suppression. Todd, do you want to sort of lay the land as far as this goes and give us an overview of why we are talking about Georgia as it relates to voter suppression?
And Georgia has just been key in so many ways. Georgia, back in 2020, had so much going on with the story that we're talking about. First of all, Donald Trump tried to overturn Georgia and tried to steal it. It's possible that he will get charged in a criminal conspiracy that's under investigation in Fulton County right now, which is Atlanta. So that's the first thing you got to know about Georgia. It is the setting for one of the potentially criminal election conspiracies that Donald Trump himself and many of his supporters could get caught up in.
Yeah.
In addition to that, if you remember 2 years ago, there were 2 Senate races going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And nobody knew who was going to have control of the Senate. And they both went to a runoff, which means they didn't end on election night in November. It's probably what's going to happen tonight in Georgia, actually, with another Senate race.
Sure.
And those got extended to January. So there's this 2-month window leading right up to the first week of January. Remember, the first week of January was January 6th. So leading right up to when Trump is stirring up his supporters to come to Washington. It's going to be wild. We're going to stop a fraudulent election. We're going to stop it from being stolen. Americans aren't going to take it.
Yeah.
Republicans in Georgia are going, yeah, would you knock it off? Would you knock it off? You're going to discourage Republicans from coming to the polls, and they're going to elect 2 Democrats from the southern state of Georgia to go to the Senate. We don't want that. It's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It's exactly what happened. In response to that, Trump has a lot of enemies in Georgia. He made an enemy of the governor, Brian Kemp. He made an enemy of the Secretary of State called Brad Raffensperger, who's a guy you'll be hearing a lot more about. Brad Raffensperger is the guy that was on the famous phone call with Donald Trump. I need you to find me 11,000.
Yeah. Oh, we've all
780 votes, one more than we need. He was Brad Raffensperger made that recording when Trump called him to try to coerce him into stealing the election for him.
Yeah.
Trump made a lot of enemies there, and those guys, to their credit, those conservative Republicans would not go along with helping to steal the election. They weren't down, not doing it. But Brian Kemp, the governor, who's running tonight to be reelected as governor, really knew he wasn't down to help steal an election, to his credit, but he also knew what conservative voters in Georgia wanted. He knew that he was going to have to service their hunger for a stolen election conspiracy. So he didn't help Donald Trump steal the election.
Wow. Service their hunger. That's also kind of a curse.
He had to feed. He had to feed their stolen election, the stolen election beast, which is alive and raging in Georgia. So as a consolation prize to not helping to steal the election, Kemp turned around and did the politically expedient thing, which is he sponsored and passed a whole raft of voter suppression. Basically, we're going to make it harder to vote in Georgia. We're going to make it harder to vote in places where Republicans don't want people to vote as much, primarily areas with lots of black voters and lots of Democrats. That's where these laws have the most impact. We're going to even change election laws to give partisan Republicans who control the legislature more direct power over elections in counties. Like they can remove people from power who administer elections. They now have the power to do that. So there's a whole big menu of things that Brian Kemp and Georgia Republicans passed, largely as a reaction to the fact that Donald Trump was demanding that the election was stolen. It was unfair. It was stolen from me. but they weren't quite willing to go as far as stealing it. So they gave people the next best thing,
Right.
which is
Right.
which is
The
we're gonna
consolation prize.
We're going to do our best to make sure you don't lose the next one, even if we're not going to help steal it.
Right.
That's about as
Which
succinctly
at
as
the end of the day is like, what's the difference?
Well, there is. That's an interesting discussion. Maybe we should have with Greg.
With Greg, who we're gonna have on. Yeah.
There's not much moral difference.
Sure.
There's not much moral difference between stealing an election and making it hard for people to vote, especially people who are historically, I should say, disenfranchised.
Mm-hmm.
So there's very little moral difference. There might be an effectiveness difference. Election experts will actually tell you. This is interesting, actually. I learned this year. So it blew up one of my assumptions. Election experts will tell you, in general, voter suppression doesn't work. I'm not still sure. They're the experts, so...
Really? That's interesting.
Because as immoral as it is, it's not excusing it.
Yeah.
As immoral an act as it is, that it generally doesn't work because there's always a reaction effect.
Sure.
When you publicly move to do voter suppression, people tend to react by being even more resolved to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, in Georgia, if you make souls to the polls on Sunday voting, when traditionally black churches would go to church in the morning, vote in the afternoon on the Sunday before Election Day, when you close down voting on Sunday, souls to the polls moved to Saturday and got twice as many people.
Wow.
So that's only one
There's
example. I'm not
reaction.
being glib about it. I'm saying that the historical, some voter suppression does work. Any one person or 5 people or 10 people who would have voted but now can't because they got to go to work because they don't have enough money to take the day off, or they don't have a car to drive the 18 miles to the polling place when it used to be around the corner.
Sure.
That can definitely have an effect in any given election. So I'm not implying that it doesn't.
Totally.
Election experts will tell you that over the long arc, it tends not to work. It satisfies people who like voter suppression, in this case, conservative Republicans in Georgia.
Right.
They feel empowered and they feel like they're preventing people from voting who they don't want to vote. Over the long arc, so like over the long average, they say, I'm not fully convinced of this, but they're the ones who do the research.
Sure.
That it's not effective over the long arc.
That's interesting. I mean, that is a full conversation. I guess
Yeah.
we can have another time, but that is super interesting.
Yeah, it's weird too. It's weird.
Yeah, it's an odd thing to think about.
Yeah.
But anyway, first of all, Suyam-sun, thank you so much for that Prime. You are so appreciated. Thank you for that. And also, shout out to Chad. Good conversation happening in there. You guys know your stuff. We're going to move over to a video. So like Todd mentioned, we are going to have Greg Walters on after this video, who is in Georgia, to talk us through these issues a little bit more. But first, we're going to watch this video. Death threats are creating a mass exodus of election officials. And as you can see on the screen, some of this, frankly, all of it, but some of this is very, very disturbing in the language that is used, particularly death threats and death threats to children are made in this. So if that's something that you don't want to see, please mute us, step away. Mods will let you know when we are back in action talking, and we'll have Greg on for that. But until then, let's get this going again. You have one pause. Let's do it. Part of breaking the vote.
Hey.
Hey, Rick. 234 years ago, the founding Caucasian fathers of America gave us the Second Amendment. Time's running out, Richard. We're coming after you and every motherfucker that stole this election with our Second Amendment. Subpoenas be damned. You're gonna be served lead, you fucking enemy communist. You will be served lead.
Richard
We'll
Barron.
make the Boston bombings look like child's play at the poll
Jeez.
sites in this county. You just effing wait. No one at these places will be spared.
The first email.
Actually, I'm using my pause early on so you can explain this for everybody. Can you break down who these people are? Because they are like very normal people.
They are very normal people. These are that first guy was Richard Barron. He was the director of elections in Fulton County, Georgia, which is Atlanta. He has since left the job after receiving a whole bunch of threats, direct threats mentioned by Donald Trump, the center of conspiracy theories. This guy is Al Schmidt. He's a Republican. He was the county commissioner of Philadelphia County, and he was one of the guys in charge of elections in Philadelphia, which was the center of lots of Republican conspiracies. Joe Biden won Pennsylvania because Philadelphia was corrupt. Again, Philadelphia is where all the black people vote in Pennsylvania. Not all of them, but many of them. Again, Al Schmidt's a Republican. I've spoken to him many times, in addition to Madeline May, a Vice News producer who did this piece, this wonderful piece. And Al left the job shortly after this. He says not because of the threats. He had other opportunities and had done the job. But yeah, he's no longer doing election administration in Philly.
Right. So yeah, again, just very, very normal people were these very intense.
And he has kids.
And he has kids.
They
which
both
is,
do.
Right. And we're gonna hear about that just in a second. Let me just run this back.
No one at these places will be spared.
The first email that my wife received, your husband should tell the truth, or your 3 kids will be fatally shot. Cops can't help you. Q. Then provides a link to an image of our home.
Well, we started receiving lots of disturbing phone calls. My staff is almost exclusively African American, and they started receiving calls laced with racial slurs. Starting on Christmas Day through New Year's Day, I received in my voicemail probably, it was at least 100 voicemails up to 150.
You ought to blow your fucking brains out, you piece of shit.
If you have
Christmas
a hand in
Day.
this, you deserve to go to prison. You actually deserve to hang by your goddamn soy boy skinny ass neck.
Either you're blind or you're crooked as fuck. So figure it out, buddy, because which side you going to be on when the fucking shoot starts, brother?
When the shooting
They
starts.
started to do surveillance on my staff, taking pictures of all of the individuals that would come in and go in and out of the warehouse. They would take pictures of their license plates. And I think at that point, especially for my staff and I, we were feeling as though we were under siege.
So this email is what we had received on January the 2nd. It states, this election is effing rigged. Detonations will occur at every polling site set up in this county. No one at these places will be spared. My first thought was, this cannot be happening here. This does not happen in Paulding County. The first calls I made were to the higher-ups. I was told that we had to take this as a serious threat. And when you start seeing the plan that the law enforcement has drawn out, where we, have to park our cars up against the building because, our office is on the ground floor.
This part's
there's glass,
wild.
windows that we're all sitting in front of. And the statement that pierced me was when he said, if a vehicle were to pull up, at least this would soften the blow. And when he said that, that was when I thought, this is real. This is real. How dare someone pick this county to try to basically scare the voters out of going and casting their vote?
There was a concerted effort to discredit the results from Philadelphia before a single vote was cast or counted.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. Bad things happen in Philadelphia.
Joining me now is Philadelphia City Commissioner Al Schmidt, a Republican, we might add.
After an interview on CNN, my communications director came up to me and said, the president just tweeted about you. Not long after the former president tweeted at me, I received the first specific threat. You lied. You're a traitor. Perhaps cuts and bullets will soon arrive. Gave my address. Mentions my wife by name. Mentions my kids by name, including my daughter by her nickname. Rhino stole election.
My daughter by her nickname.
We steal lives. Q.
Jeez.
I spoke to my wife a little bit after that. She had begun receiving threats on her work email. So she then took our kids and relocated away from our house. After that, some days later, there was another email message. The subject line are the names of my children. And I'm not comfortable reading the rest of it. We now had 24-hour police protection undercover outside of our home or wherever my family was, wherever they went. The real danger to this environment right now, and threats and all the rest, is you have good people who are very experienced, who have been running elections for a long time, quitting and retiring.
So I'm really proud of the fact that, in a non-arrogant manner, but that I'm the highest vote getter, or was the highest vote getter in Scott County in the history. I like to say Iowa nice. You know, we're not Maricopa County, we're not Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, we're not a large populated community. The unfortunate thing is that I believe Iowa was the first state that imposed a whole litany of new election laws, which was followed by numerous other states.
A bill that would significantly change Iowa's election laws is heading to Governor Reynolds' desk. The state Senate passed Senate File 413 on Tuesday.
I think the importance of understanding what this bill is about is the criminalization of election officials. Under Senate File 413 in Iowa, the criminalization of not only election chairs, such as myself, a commissioner of election, but poll workers or election workers, that's criminal. That could be a misdemeanor or a felony. This is simply just saying that, you know, if you do something unwillfully, that you could still be fined. $10,000 is a lot of money to a lot of us. And we're seeing this across the country as they've moved from Iowa to other states as well, where we're seeing election officials actually exit, and you're taking institutional knowledge away. After a difficult
Just pause
year,
it real quick right there when she talks about institutional knowledge. So there's the threats on people's safety and their kids' safety. There's new laws that criminalize simple errors or you know, messing up, administering an election, the driest thing you could actually possibly do in your life.
Yeah.
And when you look at, like, when Liz was talking before about, like, oh, they had some problems with tabulators, the machines that count the paper ballots, and they tried to iron them out, and everybody's going nuts and spreading disinformation. Those problems happen and take longer to fix. What? When the people with experience have left, they're already gone. It actually has the opposite effect that people say they want, because when it drives all the institutional knowledge out, you then have noobs who come in, and they're probably doing the best they can, but they don't know what they're doing because it's the first year on the job, and the person who's been elevated to manager has probably only been there 4 years when their boss had 28 years experience. And so almost inevitably everything goes worse. They're trying. I'm not imputing those, you know, any bad motives on those people. But it's going to go worse because they haven't been there. And it's going to go worse everywhere.
Just objectively.
Which I submit also when people at the top kind of push the language that pushes election workers out of their jobs. And by the way, it's by the hundreds. It's in counties all across America. We could list them. It'd be too boring for chat.
Because it's that extent.
It is. I mean, Google Gillespie County in Texas, where the entire election staff of this rural county just left. They all left because they could. And this is not a contested county. Trump won it by 1 billion votes, if they had 1 billion votes. Not close. But so much conspiracy. They all were just like, I don't need this. And they all left. And that's one place, Gillespie County in Texas. So forget about competitive places like Maricopa County, Fulton County, Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, okay? So that's more than my 30 seconds, but this is part of the point of driving these people out of the job, is that it institutes chaos in the system.
Totally. Yeah. Ben Cross, speak for yourself. I love listing counties. To each their own. Yeah, sorry, we're just dealing with some camera. We're switching on the battery, but we're going to keep this going.
2020, with both the primary and general election, I have decided it's time for me to retire. The extensive election changes just enacted by the Iowa legislators will only make these limitations even
Potentially
worse.
iceberg. That's interesting.
I cannot
yeah.
thank the citizens of Scott County enough for their many years of support through my journey in life as Davenport City Council member, a Scott County supervisor, and then the last 14 years as Scott County Auditor and Commissioner of Elections. Sorry. I'm capable of taking quite a bit, but 2020 was a little too much for me and my office, and the criminalization of what might be a mistake just really cemented it for me.
We have had a couple people leave since the election. As you have these important elections go on, if too many people with institutional knowledge leave, that is actually probably more of a threat to election integrity than the few people out there that may try to.
I didn't mean to steal his point. He's the expert, but yeah.
I think at this point I've decided to stay because
it's good to emphasize it.
You know, if I leave, I think the conspiracy theorists they win.
I won't be running for re-election again.
This is who you're talking about.
Years from now.
Yeah.
I had made that decision before any of this, but having gone through it, I think it's confirmed that it's the right decision. I think we're at a dangerous spot, not only because so many election administrators will likely be leaving after this last presidential election, but who could potentially be filling their places?
We did lose a lot of good people in elections throughout the state. One thing, you know,
I
if
feel like
we weren't
you have to be
losing
so
them
dedicated to do
due
this
to
job in the
COVID,
first
and we
place.
did
Nobody's in it to
lose-
get rich,
I
I'll tell you
lost
that.
some
Yeah,
good
make any
friends
money.
that are in the election business. People were quitting because they were afraid, they were worn out.
The 2020 election seems to have just not stopped. Whether it's calls for these sort of sham audits across the country, or legislation that's being passed in state houses attempting to reform the election code in ways that will limit or restrict access in the name of increased voter integrity. So I think the 2020 election and its aftermath are still very much with us, and I don't see any end to it yet.
Wow.
I want to just real quick encourage people also. I don't think we're going to watch it later in the night tonight, but there's a follow-up to this piece that you can find online from Fulton County, easy to Google. Our colleague, correspondent Alexis Johnson, and Madeline May, the producer who made this piece, they went back to Fulton County.
Okay.
And some of those people you heard on the voicemails who called up with the threats, they called them back.
Wow.
And made touch to talk about, why did you make that call?
Yeah.
What were you trying to say?
Yeah.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, go watch
You
it.
should watch
that.
that.
Sounds crazy.
That you should watch that.
Yeah.
Alexis and Madeline called them back because they left their numbers out there. I mean,
Totally.
people were not.
I mean, if you're
careful.
doing that, they don't. Yeah, they're just. That's the last thing they think about.
I don't want to say much more about it, but yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure to watch that one.
Actually, Ben Crawl. Yeah, people remind us of that. Can we ask Alexis about it in a little while she's on, or for the next segment, and we actually definitely should talk to her.
Yeah,
about
when
that
Alexis
piece.
comes around for sure.
But anyway, right now we are going to, like we were talking about, Georgia. We're bringing on senior reporter, very good friend of the show, Greg Walters, on to talk through what's happening out there with voter suppression. Hello. Hold up. I think you're muted.
We need sound up for Greg. Are you muted? Greg, are you muted on your end? I see the lips moving. I don't hear the Greg.
Greg in the club.
There
He's really in the club.
I'm in Fulton County, man.
Listening to ABBA, apparently.
Hold up. Fixing the sound levels. Yo, this song is so good.
The soundtrack.
Anyway, how's it going out there?
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
ABBA's a little loud.
Yeah. Abba's a little loud, so Greg, give us your outside voice.
All right. No, hold on a second. I'm at Warnock headquarters. I'm going to go somewhere quieter in just a second.
Okay.
But I'm going to give you the scene here, okay?
Please.
Just for a moment. Take it in.
Let's go. This is the content we're here for.
So this is Senator Raphael Warnock's campaign. I guess a watch party is what they call it.
Yeah.
Because he's up for re-election against Herschel Walker tonight. There's some reporters doing stand-ups there. You can see the networks in this hotel ballroom. Yeah, so this is
taking over.
Greg might move to a quieter location. Greg, move to someplace a little quieter if you can, and we'll talk to you.
Well, I appreciate setting the scene like that.
Yeah, he's going to maybe walk outside. So Raphael Warnock is one of the senators who won when we were just talking about 2 years ago, and they had those races that dragged on. He got elected. Another guy got elected. Now he's up against an ex-football player, famous American football player.
You might have heard about this, Chad.
Herschel Walker, who's a Republican, who's had all kinds of crazy stuff going on. To the extent that his own son, who's a very popular TikToker and influencer, got online and called his own father a liar and a fraud behind his stance on abortion.
Which I'm sure a lot of you have seen. If not this, you've seen like
whole thing.
This whole thing. That's a good way to put it.
I don't know who's going to win this one tonight. And I think it's probably likely that it not end tonight. So the rule in Georgia is if you don't reach 50%,
right. This is important.
You got to have a runoff.
Yes.
So if neither Warnock nor Walker, like if it's 49 to 48, that's not good enough. You have to go to the runoff. The good thing about that is that it's not quite a repeat of 2 years ago when it dragged on to January 5th.
Right.
And then the riot happened January 6th.
Well, it fueled a lot of that.
It fueled a lot. Now, not that it won't fuel it again, but at least they've moved it up. It's now in early December. If there's a runoff here, I think it's the first Tuesday in December. I think that's right. So at least that's one good change.
Yeah.
And along with all the really awful ones, is that they moved it up to December, so there's only 1 month of mayhem instead of two. And there will be some mayhem if this goes to a runoff, especially if we find out at the end of the night that control of the Senate is in the balance. It sounds like Greg is maybe going to be coming back on. We'll give him a chance to get to a quieter place in the building. There he is.
Much more quiet. Let's get in here.
Well, Greg, you don't look any better, but you sure sound better.
1 second. 1 second. We'll get him in here for everybody to see. Hold on.
Oh, all right. All right. Chat doesn't quite see him yet.
No, we have the 1 second, chat. Yeah, we'll get him in here in just a moment. But while we're doing that, oh wait, we countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can we get him in? Let's go. Fire. Just on time. Let's go. So,
all right, there we go.
Back from the dance party. Back from the ABBA. So
I was trying to show you guys the election night party of Senator Warnock, where just as I left, they were blasting the butt.
Were you doing the butt?
I was not. I was keeping it professional.
Greg's journalistic integrity
absolutely
specifically prohibits him from doing the butt.
Specifically that.
During work hours, at least.
While I'm on duty.
That's right.
Only while on duty. But anyway, thank you, Greg, for being on here. Appreciate you. Can you sort of give us the rundown of why you're in Georgia right now, specifically, like we were talking about with, as it relates to voter suppression?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the 30,000-foot view here is that Georgia flipped blue in 2020, and it helped elect President Biden. And ultimately, it cast two deciding senators to Washington, D.C. to control the Senate. So it became the ultimate Southern swing state. And in response to that, as I think you guys already talked about a little bit this evening, the state Republicans who control the state still, the Georgia Senate, the governorship and the legislature, passed a law in 2021 that was extremely controversial because it basically, in a nutshell, made it harder to vote in a lot of different ways.
How much
And
harder is it to
gave
vote now
the-
in Georgia, Greg? Like, bottom line, like,
that's a
how
good
much
question.
harder is it to vote? I mean, let's say Fulton County, where a lot of people are. I mean, that's Atlanta, so there's millions of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much harder is it to vote today than it was election 2 years ago?
Okay, so here is the short answer to that question that I'm going to give you, which is what I have found jumping around Fulton County today, talking to people, talking to average voters, talking to people who study democracy here, and the answer is embrace complexity. I don't have a simple answer for you. I have a lot of factors going in different directions. I think that embrace complexity in this context means I think you have to start by saying voting has gone pretty smoothly, a lot more smoothly than I think a lot of people who were nervous about this expected. So first of all, we had really, I've got some good news, basically for people who
That's great.
We need good news. we don't just love it, we need it.
It's bad news for people who love bad news, but it's good news for people who like good news. So, basically, the voting in Georgia so far, big caveat there, seems to have gone relatively smoothly in this cycle, which, frankly surprised me, given how much press there's been about it, how much concern there's been about it. We're not, there's a lot of caveats that I'm going to put on that, but that's kind of the big picture. You've seen record-breaking for a midterms, early voting, still tallying the day of voting, but 2.5 million people voted early. So far today, I was expecting long lines because this area is famous for having long lines on voting day. And when I was traveling around in Fulton County, I couldn't really find them. It appeared that, and they have a big map that the state authorities or the county authorities have put up where you can see wait times in various polling stations. Lots of other reporters with other polling stations. Some places early in the day had lines that were longer than half an hour, but I didn't see any that appeared to be longer than an hour today. And the state officials have said that the average times were generally under 10 or 15 minutes in most of the state, which, as I understand, is a big improvement from the past. So the question here is what's going on? Because while that is all like top headline good news, it's not quite clear what the reasons are for that. And there are some sort of more nefarious explanations for kind of why that might be the case.
Go on.
One reason it might be the case is that
the chuckle.
It's bad news. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. It's bad news.
Dark laughter is all we have, Todd. Don't take that away from us. Come on, man. Look, it's very hard to prove a negative. And that's what you hear when you talk to Democrats down here, which is that you hear a lot of people on the right in the Republican establishment in this state saying, oh, hey, record early voting, no long lines on election day. Everything's great. A lot of Democrats are pushing back on that and saying, you guys just made it harder to vote. It's not clear how many people just gave up.
Yeah.
How much bigger it would have been.
Right.
And how much bigger it might have been. So that is a big point of debate here between basically Stacey Abrams, the Democratic candidate for governor, and Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State, Brian Kemp. So that's one question. Another big question is another way to look at this, and these are all kind of like this is stuff that's still being figured out by people who are trying to dig into this. Another question is, did the people who made it harder to vote in Georgia for this election cycle anyway step on a rake? Did they dunk on themselves by being really transparent? I mean, remember, this is the state where they made it illegal to give people waiting in line to vote water or snacks.
Right.
Yeah.
That was the headline voter suppression move, right? Like, no granola bars for people waiting online to vote. Just make it as uncomfortable as possible.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that just made it obvious, right? That just made it really obvious what they were doing, or what, that it wasn't like, we're trying to make it easier to vote. They're like, we're trying to make you, parched while you vote. It's like, come on, guys. So like the, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so the point is, if you walk around in Fulton County, especially in the past few weeks, you have seen a lot of advertisements that will say they don't want you to vote.
Yeah, so Greg, we were talking about this just before you came on.
Yeah.
I made the controversial statement, not my statement, but the thing that election experts will tell you, which is difficult to get your head around and very hard to, well, it's not really a moral question. Voter suppression is immoral. I'm happy to say it. But they will tell you that it's not effective. It can be effective in certain instances. It can be effective in one election. It can be effective in one neighborhood, certainly. It can be effective in preventing certain people from voting. But over the long arc, they'll tell you voter suppression doesn't work because it causes reactions like this. People, if they find out you don't want them to vote, it makes them more motivated to do so in the aggregate.
One way to think through what we just saw in Georgia, what we're seeing right now in Georgia, is that the people who pushed back on voter turnout, who tried to make it harder to vote, ultimately just like put rocket fuel in the voter engine. Because, you talk to people out here and they're like, oh yeah, vote? No, I voted early. I voted 2 weeks ago. They're trying to take away our right to vote. I was at the polls, man. Me and my cousin, we went to vote ages ago. It's like okay, well, did this just fail? And it's just but then that depends, you can't do that forever. Eventually the rules catch up and the enthusiasm dies out, I suppose. I don't know.
There are also rules, though, embedded in the making it harder to, I mean, let's be very clear. Georgia has, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but they reduced the number of just drop boxes, places where you can drop a vote. I mean, they reduced it drastically down, I think, from something on the order of 130 down to a couple of dozen statewide, which if you live in a populous place like Cobb or Fulton County is a big deal. There might not be one near you anymore versus 2 years ago there was. Harder to vote, way harder to vote if you have to get to work. And the boss hasn't given you the day off. But Greg, there's also parts of the voter suppression law in Georgia. This is a little bit complicated. We don't want to get too into the weeds, but the partisan legislature, in this case Republicans, have the power to remove local election officials who they deem to be doing an inadequate, so this is very vague, an inadequate job. And they can just sort of take them out of power and take over their responsibilities, right? Whereas this used to be something that was delegated to functionaries, kind of kept out of the partisan realm. Election officials do their election job. The politicians kind of stay out of it, in a sense. Not really the case anymore. That's kind of like lurking behind who's online and who isn't online. Waiting online, I should say.
Yeah. There are the election law they passed is 100 pages of extremely boring legalese that does all kinds of stuff, and including what you just mentioned. There are these other just weird trends down here. They're going to take some time to figure out. And I think that another, one of the reasons I don't think that this is all good news is that some people you talk to down here say that the real concern you should have is that there are so many new rules. It may be that people are figuring out how to use the rules to their advantage before the next big election in 2024. So, here's a good case in point.
Sure.
It's always been the case that you could challenge voters' eligibility in this state, but the election law,
they're doing it by the thousands now. Yeah.
So the statistic this year in Georgia, the latest one I heard anyway, is 65,000 challenges. There were 18,000 in like 1 week in Gwinnett County. And this is happening in the most diverse areas in Georgia. This is happening where there are students in college towns. Basically, they're challenging the eligibility of the Democratic base in this state. But the process of having the challenge also has to go through a hearing at the county level, and that's where they've been failing. So the last number that I heard, and I think it was still going down, was that there were fewer than 3,000 of these 65,000 challenges had actually made it through to the end and like gotten somebody kicked off the rolls. And they were still working on figuring some of those out. You know, I talked to Democrats and democracy activists today, and they were concerned about this, but not like ringing alarm bells like, oh my God, this is going to change the election. What they are more concerned about is that this was all practice for the next round.
Sure. And okay, I just want to take a step back so everybody sort of gets how this impacts the individual in these cases. So Greg, can you sort of walk us through, and Todd, can you walk us through, you know, what impact this has, like I said, on the individual? Because all of these voter suppression acts that are being placed in polling areas, you know, first of all, disproportionately completely impact people of color and people who might not have the time, resources, whether financially or otherwise, to go and vote. So do you just want to expound on that, and also on the national level, how this is happening?
Sure. You want to answer that one, Todd?
No, I mean, I'll just say very briefly, I mean, how it affects you individually depends on where you live and how the rules have changed.
Sure.
What's your individual circumstance, right?
Sure.
But in these cases, almost invariably, like a lot of these cases, it's about making voting just slightly more inconvenient.
Right. Just enough.
It's not legal anymore to have, you know, in the old days, you just do a literacy test.
Sure.
Or a poll tax. Or you just don't really set up a voting station. You set up one voting station in an entire rural county so that everybody has to travel 28 miles. Not everybody. People have to, in the far reaches of the county, have to travel 28 miles to get there.
Sure.
A lot of that stuff isn't quite legal anymore. So far more subtle now. But strict ID requirements. There's nothing wrong with an ID. Why would there be? Except the Constitution and doesn't say you have to have an ID to be an American citizen and vote. It just says you have to be an American citizen and vote. But anyway, nothing wrong with an ID in principle, but the longer you travel, the shorter amount of time that the polling places are open, the fewer drop boxes there are, the less convenient it gets to vote. And in a close place like Atlanta, Greg, I don't remember the margin in all of Georgia in 2020. I don't know if you have it off. Maybe you can Google like what was the margin.
Do you mean for the presidency?
The presidency, the whole race in 2020.
Biden won by less than 12,000 votes.
Okay, less than 12,000 votes in the state of Georgia, which means you only have to have, all you need is speed bumps.
Right.
You don't need 12-foot walls to voting. You only need speed bumps
just
to keep a couple of people at the margins targeted in the areas either geographically or, more importantly, demographically that you would prefer, just to stay away.
Sure.
And that has the effect on the individual. And Dexter mentioned it at the top of the chat earlier.
Right.
Especially if you're somebody that doesn't get the day off.
Totally.
You don't have the gas money to get 14 miles when the drop box used to be in the next town. And you just have to get to work. Now, you may have early voting. That's great. But you can see how at the margins, you can see how every 17th person says, I just can't swing it this year.
Right.
And that can be a difference maker.
Totally. When you're talking with that level of margin.
Not to mention disenfranchising that person who can't make it.
Totally.
Yeah, let me give you a concrete example of what Todd's talking about. And this is something that I have heard about happening. The question is how much of it and what do people do?
Sure.
So it used to be that, you know, let's say you ask your average person, where is your polling place? You know, people don't know that kind of thing. Like, They just don't. So they got to go look it up. So let's say that you end up at the wrong polling place. You just get it wrong. It used to be you show up, you could cast a provisional ballot, and they'll say, okay, like, here's a provisional ballot. We're just going to check this out, make sure it's fine, and, like, you're good to go. It's got to be checked, but it's okay. The way they changed the law is that if you show up at the wrong polling place before 5 o'clock, they're not going to let you cast a provisional ballot. You got to go find the right one. So it's like you can't just leave a document there behind you. You have to drive across town to somewhere else. If you do it after 5 o'clock, between 5 and 7, you have to file an affidavit, like fill out a legal document, like associated with your first document that says you have the right place and blah, 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 blah. It's like you have to do this extra legal paperwork step. Just filing an affidavit, I don't know about you guys, but it like makes me like shiver. I don't want to file an affidavit. Yeah. It's like,
Yeah.
That just sounds so boring. It's like, God.
I don't know, Greg. I've
like,
seen you report on some affidavits in very, very florid prose, my friend.
It was super different, man. Super different.
Yeah.
No, that's
I'll write a Vice article about an affidavit. I don't want to fill out the affidavit myself.
Someone in chat was saying we need to get Greg a couch. They know some Vice lore.
Oh,
Shout
did
out
somebody
to
make a
Couch
couch
Report.
reference for Greg Walt? We have hats.
We do. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
there
gotta
you go.
Throw this up real quick.
There you go. That's the couch hat.
If you don't, oh, this is not going to fit over my cans. If you don't know what we're talking about, just Google Greg Walter's couch report, and you'll be in on the joke right now.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Greg. Continue.
Affidavits or otherwise.
Somebody in chat knew all about your couch.
And then get ready for 14 hours of viewing. Relive 2021.
Oh, those were so good. Greg, just real quick, I want to ask you about Texas and voter suppression. Actually, I don't know if you're an expert on Texas. I mean, Texas is another place.
I'm not.
That's okay. That had some even stricter voter suppression measures that passed. People don't pay as much attention to Texas because it tends to be. It's getting a little shifty, but it tends to be pretty solidly Republican. So this is wrong, but because it's not a swing state, people don't sweat Texas, and they should, because millions of people live there and they have a right to vote too.
Yeah.
It is much harder to do an absentee ballot. It is much harder to vote by mail. It is much harder to find a mobile voting spot or an early voting center. It's comparatively hard to vote in Texas versus 2 years ago. So I just want to check that box. But Greg, I do want to just ask you I don't want to get too far afield of the topic, but you're in Fulton County, not only the epicenter of a lot of vote suppression in Georgia, but we were talking about Brad Raffensperger and one of the perfect phone calls of 11,780 votes at the top of this. We don't want to veer too much into the potential coming charges, but you're on that story too. I do have to ask, while you're there, like, have you checked in with any of your lawyer, prosecutor friends while you're in Atlanta this week? Are you checking in, and that story's coming?
I have some conversations going. Yeah, I have some conversations going. I mean, I think that one of the things to watch is that arguably the most dangerous, I think it is the most dangerous prosecutorial investigation into former President Trump is happening in this county. It's being run by the Fulton County District Attorney, Fonnie Willis, who is investigating Trump's attempt to flip his defeat in Georgia in 2020 into a victory. And she's just running an incredibly aggressive investigation. You know, she is subpoenaing everybody who was remotely involved with this. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. She has.
Oh, let me just say, like, some famous names, chat. Rudy Giuliani has been subpoenaed.
Wow.
You've heard of Brian Kemp earlier in this discussion. You may or may not have heard of Mark Meadows, the former White House chief of staff, subpoenaed. Lindsey Graham is pretty well known, I guess.
Yeah.
Also subpoenaed, and the Supreme Court just told him to go and testify. So, like,
big name.
This is the power circle of Trump world. Yeah.
Sidney Powell, the Kraken lawyer.
Yeah. The power circle of Trump world, all called to testify.
Yeah, no, absolutely everybody. So and not just testify. She's handed out what are called target letters, which basically is a letter that says, like, congratulations, Merry Christmas, you are probably going to catch a criminal case. And she's handed out 20 of them, including to, you know, all the people involved in the quote unquote fake elector plot. Also to Rudy Giuliani. So she's basically notified Giuliani that he's probably going to get charged. And the lawyers that I talked to down here don't think that she would go through all this trouble if she weren't gearing up to probably charge former President Trump, who, I should say, calls it all a witch hunt and says he's done nothing wrong.
Calls her a racist, and his supporters say if charges ever come against him, there might be mob violence in the streets.
It's not quite how it, yeah. I mean, yes. I mean, you know, Trump has called for biggest protests. Lindsey Graham has said there could be violence
around Mar-a-Lago. To be clear, he said if there are charges, he didn't specify Mar-a-Lago, but he said if there are charges, right, there could be mob violence.
Right.
Look, I only asked this. You know, Greg, you covered the legal part of this too, but I brought it up here because not only that you're in Fulton County, but like the ultimate voter suppression really is you lose a state and you try to coerce state officials to help you cheat and steal the state, basically silencing all 7 million voters or whatever there are in Georgia, basically silencing them and flipping the result. I mean, that seems to me the biggest alleged case of voter suppression we've had on our hands, maybe in the history of the country.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at a certain point, when does mass voter suppression become a coup? That's a philosophical question, I suppose, right? You suppress all the votes and make yourself the president. What have you done?
Yeah. Yeah, it's at some point before that phone call, I think. But yes. And that may be the question that Merrick Garland has to ask himself as well. But yeah. So the answer is that, yes, you've been having conversations because you're also on that story, which is a story to come, I think, for us and for you especially, Greg, prosecutions and investigations.
Yeah, I mean, what I was going to say, you know, is that there are a few things to watch. The first thing is that the district attorney's investigation officially went quiet before the election so that she wasn't going to do any big political moves that were going to somehow upend the election. So assuming the race ends tonight or in the next couple of days, asterisk on that assumption, you know, then she's going to get back into gear. And she's running a special purpose grand jury that is the next thing that's going to happen is they're going to release a report which could basically spell out whether or not the special grand jury believes that she has grounds to indict Trump and the people around him. That report could come soon. It could come in November, December, or January. CNN has said she could bring charges as soon as December. So this could start moving really fast once this election is over.
That's in like 3 weeks.
That's so soon.
That's ridiculous. That is right around the corner. I think that's too fast, personally, based on my own reporting on this, but it's possible.
That's like as soon as the leftover turkey is done, it might be time for
That's time. Cheer it up. Put into perspective.
But bringing this back to the election for a second, it's possible that the elections might not be done tonight because the Senate race, the polls have said it's super tight, and if neither candidate gets more than 50%, it's going to a runoff, which would be December 6th.
That's the first week of December now. It used to be first week of January, which was a whole friggin' mess 2 years ago. Obviously, it went right up against January 6th, obviously. So at least they moved that up a month. That's better, right?
I guess. It's less time. I guess that's better.
Well, less time for mayhem.
A lot of people in Georgia are just burned out by this, man. They have suddenly moved into the swirling epicenter of American politics, and they are sick of the ads. They are sick of being told to vote, man. People are just tired down here. You talk to anybody off the street, they're like, "Oh my God, turn off these ads! I'm so sick of this."
Yeah,
yeah. So, I don't know. A lot of people. When you mention runoff down here, you get a lot of like, "Oh dear God, please no runoff."
Just end it now. Yeah.
Yeah, make it stop.
Make it stop. Well, Greg, thank you so much for coming on to break all of this down. We're going to see what happens with all of it. But again, as always, chat, please follow Greg on everything because he is so good at breaking all of this down, as you just saw. Have a good rest of your night, Greg. Good luck out there.
All right, guys, take it easy. I'm going to go dance.
Yeah, enjoy
and
the
get
ABBA.
get on YouTube and watch Couch Report.
Yes.
Greg Walters, that's what you want to do.
Watch some Couch Report. Yeah. We'll catch you later.
Hey, have a good night, guys.
Peace.
Take my hat off now. He's
okay.
It's just a little tight. That's all.
Yeah. Great hat though.
Properly
Great
sized.
merch.
It is a great hat. I mean, if you
look
can't,
at that. Bring that up there.
It's just
not
it's just a
fun.
couch. What more?
What more do you want?
What more can you really say?
All I want is a couch. Honestly, that couch. Oh, we're good. But anyway, yeah, that's super interesting. That's all happening in Georgia. Set malfunction. It's okay. There we go. Hydration Nation from Slap a Zombie. Perfect.
Gotta hydrate. All right.
Get the shaka up and ready. All right. Let's hydrate quick. Cheers wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying your night. Cheers. Morning, afternoon, wherever it is, whatever it is. And Iceberg with the posture check. Thank you so much.
Oh, I need that. I've been
honestly. Oh, Tani, welcome in. Good to see you. I think you've been in for a second, but thank you. This hydration break is brought to you by the Couch Report. True. We love the Couch Report out here.
Now available on YouTube.com and everywhere else you get your
couch
really
media.
Good storytelling journalism told. It's actually really great. I mean, you can see Greg did one on he did a whole bunch. Well, I'm getting it confused with Beach Reads. He did one on the history of impeachment that was really funny. He did one that was examining our national. What's it like to have a relationship with a true narcissist?
Yeah.
Well, we're all in one.
Yeah.
It was about our national
so
relationship with a true narcissist and talk to psychologists and stuff. It was pretty brilliant. So.
No, it's great. Just check it out. No, we're dropping it in chat. You have to check it out. But, Bike Shop Guru, welcome in. Thank you so much, Tani. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to have Alexis Johnson in a bit. From Philadelphia to talk Pennsylvania and extremist politicians, a little bit different than what we were talking about before. What this conversation is going to center around is Christian nationalism and what that all means. But to start out all of that, we have some TikToks. We all love TikToks to go through what this means or what Christian nationalists are, what they mean. But let's dive right into it, and I think we might have a special guest joining back in. But I'm going to get this going, and then we can see if he joins. If we can get the computer volume up.
We take our authority over this election. Jesus is Lord.
Ali Manson, what's up?
Over the midterm election.
This president is not suffering dementia. He is possessed with the devil.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a satanic portal above the White House. There is a demonic portal, a satanic portal above the White House
we were
that
talking
appeared shortly after
Roger
the
Stone
election
himself.
of Biden. And it must be closed, and it will be closed by prayer.
We are actually invaded from hell itself in the executive branch of the United States of America.
Oh, yeah.
We're in spiritual warfare.
The country's being run by this class of people who are not Christian. You know, you could say it's the left, and behind that is the Jews, and behind that is the devil. We are humbled and excited to welcome to the stage right
there
now.
We are. Welcome back.
Georgia.
That one got Dexter's attention.
He sprinted back from the classroom for that one. Welcome back.
I call myself a Christian nationalist. And that's
We couldn't keep it together. We couldn't keep it together.
Have things taken a turn for you, Dex, since you
This
left?
fight before us proves to us that God is with us. He has chosen
Welcome
me.
in. We're talking about Christian
and he has chosen
nationalism.
you.
So listen, Oregon, y'all better go buy some swords in the name of Jesus, right?
Pick up the sword and fight, and Christ will reign in the state of Idaho.
Oh, yeah. Where's Goliath? November, we're going to take our state back. My God will make it so.
So if we are going to have one nation under God, which we must, we have to have one religion, one one nation under God and one religion under God, right?
The church is supposed
One
to
religion.
direct government.
There's no separation of
big
church and
names,
state.
too.
Right. The church and state are one.
Yes. And I'm tired of the separation of church and state junk.
The country was founded as a Christian country, and it can only exist as a Christian country.
We serve a big God that's given us
Power
power
and
and
authority.
authority to tread over every demonic spirit. Hallelujah. Nancy Pelosi will bow at the name of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Nancy, she loves to drink the little children's blood. Well, now she will pay the ultimate price with her life.
How many more kids are going to have to be boiled, eaten? Because you won't do anything, Pastor.
Why are they yelling?
Because you don't want to get involved in politics.
And look, this is a Christian nation. This is a Christian country. Christ is real. We have to do the right thing. It's time to shut up, elect Trump one more time, and then stop having elections.
Wow. Mic drop. Welcome back,
I make
Dexter.
a commitment to you, says the Lord.
Impeccable timing, Dex.
Perfect.
What? I okay.
He's breaking down. Wow.
I ran. Yeah, y'all noticed I'm glistening a little bit. It's raining out here. I ran in the rain
You're
because I don't believe in.
sprinting.
I sprinted back after class. I don't have an umbrella. I came back to them. I swear to God, man, it sounded like something out of Evangelion, man. A demonic portal opening.
Oh, there's the anime.
You pretty much came right back in on Jews, I thought. Like, pretty much right when you sat down, it was like, it's about the Jews. That's right when it hit you.
Yeah.
Impeccable timing. Impeccable.
Not good.
Not great.
Not good. I'm not here for the anti-Semitism. That is not part of the personal brand at all.
Way.
I'm 0% interested in any of that tomfoolery.
That was just the overt part.
Okay.
The blood drinking and the baby eating, by the way.
Yeah.
This is maybe the next time that I'm on the chat with you guys, next time I'm on the stream.
Mhm.
Like, latently anti-Semitic, that language.
Yeah.
Directed at Nancy Pelosi, who is not Jewish, by the way. But that language is old, really, really under the radar anti-Semitism. We talk about it some other time. Some other time.
Yeah.
I'm really not interested in the B-sides of anti-Semitism.
Well,
but okay, all right. So yeah, no, I mean clearly we all do, and I'm glad we're at least able to talk about it in a way that lets us know what's actually going on. But okay, so we're back. So what's next?
So what's next? Yeah, we saw that TikTok. We're putting up another one. Dr. Oz. Can we break down why we're watching something on Dr. Oz real quick? Excuse me.
Yeah, well, Dr. Oz, TV doctor, he used to be a fairly respected cardiac surgeon from Columbia University. Then Oprah discovered him, and he became a television snake oil healthcare huckster, which I think a lot of medical professionals will tell you that exact thing. There was a campaign among his peers at Columbia University to get him detenured and decertified from the university because of his non-data driven hucksterism on healthcare cures. He did it. He had a TV show for years. Dr. Oz is famous. It's where he earned the name. And then he became one of the effects that Donald Trump had on the body politic. In addition to all the other ones that we've talked about, the conspiracy theories, the anti-democratic impulses, the centering of violence, all of those things, he's also sent the signal to lots and lots of people from around the culture who may or may not be qualified to be political leaders or leaders of any kind, that they too can attain mass power. They can attain power and be powerful in politics. Now, I'm not trying to disqualify Mehmet Oz from that necessarily. I mean, he may, if he wins, he may turn out to be a great senator. It's certainly possible. But he is a TV celebrity.
Yeah.
He's a teleprompter TV celebrity, just like Donald Trump, who said, if he can do it, maybe I can too. He didn't seem to have any other interest in politics or certainly any other background. So, but he was a TV doctor before he came to this Senate race in Pennsylvania that we'll be probably talking about with Alexis, in addition to the other races that she's following. So this is apparently why our TikTok crew is interested in the fact that Dr. Oz really, really loves pee.
Yeah,
so
let's
there
get
it is.
to it. What an entry into it. Things are getting more deep fried by the second on this stream, but let's go with it. Also, yes, thank you, chat. You guys are great tonight. Love our community here. You guys are really taking care of business. So, but let's get to why Dr. Oz really, really loves pee.
Pee-gasm. I want to start off with pee that smells sweet. Let's start with Sarah's pee. Yes. She described it in articulate detail. Welcome, Patricia.
Hi, how are you?
You have to go pee a lot?
All the time.
Jennifer Lopez, do you ever look at your urine? Well, you must. Urine is always fascinating. Here's your bladder, all right? Are you noticing, right? Little accidents start to happen. They can get bad accidents even. You don't want that to happen, right? Does your pee ever smell a little bit sulfury, a little rancid? What if it's a little bit fishy smelling?
Oh, Dr. Oz.
Does your underpants have any yellow stains? What's the longest you've ever held your pee? So who had stains on
giant self-report?
Are your pee and poop normal? I can't believe you can do that. Look at this. And it's going down there. Just when your bladder's about to burst, you let it go and watch your brain. Fireworks firing up in there, making pleasure happen. Ooh, we set up an experiment measuring. We measured pee.
We really did measure our pee. And we did that using this. And let me tell you, it was not easy at all. Not that exact pee.
Urine, by the way, if you haven't had anything fancy, has a sort of a nutty smell to it. And that sort of tastes like that, too.
You said it has a nutty flavor.
Yeah, nutty, a little bit of bark, the cherry wood. For diabetics, tastes like wine, cherry wine. You taste your own for sure. Have you ever tasted your own urine? No. Are you kidding me? Where have you been? This is, my friends, a pee-gasm you just witnessed.
No, dude.
Get through the bathroom?
Why? Dude. Why?
It's something called a pee-gasm.
No.
Slap a Zombie says this TikTok is #1.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
I don't know. #1 in what?
Just #1.
Just #1.
It's just
TikTok is #1.
Dex,
wow.
Dex hasn't recovered yet.
I could leave again if y'all want.
Man, just why? How? What is? Why are we watching? What is happening? What is going on?
Future United States.
Why are we
Senator.
watching this as it relates to the midterms? Oh my God.
Well, no, I mean, I suppose weird feelings aside, and no kink shaming and no science shaming, but this is a person who's on the ballot.
Yeah, okay.
Also science.
Kind of. But wow. Yeah, Rubber Ducky,
Yeah,
what the
Rubber
fuck is this and how did I get here? That is a question the country is asking right now tonight, okay.
Yeah.
That is all of our questions.
Oh man, did we break the show? I think
you might have.
Oh
Welcome
my
in though,
gosh.
Rubber Ducky. Good to have you. Wow.
Okay, so as silly as some of these things may seem or whatever, this is not, this is not just some weird sort of sideshow. This is actually center stage because people are taking this quite seriously, which they should, right? They should take the fact that this, person's running, very seriously. Yeah.
Yeah.
And from weight loss cures, coffee cures, magic beans of health, and pee-gasms to potentially the United States Senate.
Well, that's the thing.
In my home state of Pennsylvania.
Can you break that down? I keep saying that, but we just really need to break all of this down. Like this,
I already feel broken down, frankly, after watching that. But yeah.
But like Dr. Oz, this is funny to laugh at, but like this is actually like a real thing. Like this dude has like a real shot.
He does. I mean that race is close.
Mm-hmm.
Mehmet Oz won the Republican primary, beating out a whole bunch of other candidates. And it's, I'll say one thing for him, and you can see it, the P stuff aside, the guy knows what he's doing on television. He's really, really good presenter. He's got a lot of experience on camera. He's comfortable and excellent in front of the camera. And in the modern era, I mean, that goes a long way.
Yeah.
In a Senate race. He's tried to have a sort of really delicate dance, Mehmet Oz, about stolen election conspiracy theories. You cannot earn Donald Trump's favor or his endorsement unless you endorse the idea that the election was stolen. On the other hand, Oz has tried to stay sort of on the more reasonable side of republicanism. I frankly, from my distance, I don't think that he has any dog in that fight, cares about it. I don't think he is attached to that fight at all, except Donald Trump runs the party. So you sort of have to do it. So he has tried to sort of dance around and distance himself from the idea that the election was stolen in Pennsylvania. That's been his game. And what Democrats are trying to do, because that race is really, really close, and there's a governor's race where a full-fledged election-denying conspiracy theorist, January 6th attendee, is running for governor on the Republican side, is they've been trying to encourage people to split their ticket. Split your ticket means you might vote Republican in one race, but vote Democratic in another. And they're saying, well, you might be Dr. Oz curious, you might think he's okay, but don't vote for this other guy. You got to split your ticket. That's the idea there. So that's kind of the quick thumbnail of I can't explain to you why he loves peace so much, but that's maybe goes a little bit away to explaining his Senate candidacy right there.
To each their own. Wow.
I just want to have a chat with whoever made that TikTok.
Oh.
Yeah. It's fine. Informational.
Informational, yeah.
Informational.
Anyway. All right, we have one more of these super cuts, as we are calling them. The litter box lie that swept the nation. And again, this is all relating to Christian nationalism. Keep that in mind, and then we'll dive into it. Yeah.
And so, look, just to preface this, this is something that may potentially seem funny on its surface.
Yeah.
It's actually very much not funny. So let's watch that with that in the back of mind, and we'll come back to what we're talking about. We're gonna bring on a guest to help us walk through some of that. But let's get through it.
Yeah.
Heard something and I was stunned. And today I am equally stunned and a little bit upset. Well, not a little bit, a lot of bit upset, furious. At least one of our schools in our town has a litter box for the kids that identify as cats. I will do some more investigation on that. I know it's going on nationwide. I know it is.
This whole scandal kind of broke because there was a report in Michigan about a school putting a litter box in one of the bathrooms for the children that identify as cats. Now, the superintendent there said that wasn't true.
This cat litter rumor isn't just happening in Carroll, it's happening in other cities across the country. Those rumors also untrue.
The student identified as a cat.
Untrue.
And wanted a litter box.
Lie.
And the school didn't provide the litter box, so the student went ahead and defecated on the floor.
Okay.
Really? Really?
New this morning, a Nebraska lawmaker is apologizing for a head-scratching claim about school children self-identifying as cats and dogs.
Litter boxes in the schools. How is this sanitary?
The rumor has been repeatedly debunked not only in Nebraska, but several other states as well.
Furries in school thinking, today I feel like I'm a cat. So they demand a litter box to go in the restroom. Are you kidding me?
They put tails on and they demand that they have a litter box in the school. Has anybody else heard that?
I actually just heard about it. I think it was either over this past weekend. It was earlier this week, so it was very recent.
In my district, I had a pastor come to me. It's unconfirmed, but he is being told by multiple people that there's a litter box in one of the locker rooms.
There's a school in Texas that someone identified, you ready for this, for a cat, and they made them put out a litter box.
The other students and teachers should not have to be put through that.
A friend of mine in Illinois actually knows a teacher that comes to school as a furry and wears ears and a tail and uses a litter box at the front of the classroom to relieve himself.
This kid came up to me and told me that in his classroom up in New England, they had litter boxes.
That never
litter
happened.
boxes in
No kid
classrooms,
came up
not
to him
because
and
there's
said that,
actual
by the
cats
way.
in the room,
That
but
story
because
did
there's
not
kids
happen.
going around licking themselves
Very important.
as though they're cats.
We are witnessing perhaps the greatest collapse in mental health in the history of the world. We've literally got kids who think they're cats and dogs using litter boxes in classrooms.
Children identifying as cats or dogs. We're hearing that that's a problem across the state now. So
notice you're seeing the date
using
in
a
the
litter
top
box
left.
in a hallway.
You're seeing
That
a
is not good.
representation
So
of it.
I
It's just
thank you,
something
Representative
saying
Littleton,
it.
for addressing that growing crisis.
All right, here's the question,
saying,
though.
"Oh, well, how
Is
did you
that
say it?"
true?
Yeah,
News Channel 5 could not find any evidence to back up what Bowling said. The claim about litter boxes in schools has spread nationwide.
Litter boxes in some of the school districts so kids can pee in them.
There are no litter boxes in school.
I'm still hearing from students and parents they believe there is a litter box.
Litter boxes to go to the bathroom? What is going on here? It's absolutely crazy.
I had a call over the weekend from a former colleague, and he said, Brian, I'm telling you right now, have you heard about the litter boxes, Steph?
Yeah. Yes.
Litter boxes in the bathrooms for kids that identify as cats.
My friend, his wife, is a school teacher. She works at a school that had to install a litter box. Imagine how crazy that is. You're
Also
a
did not
fucking
happen.
human being, and you prefer a litter box? You've conned the school into putting this fucking litter box in a girl's room.
Yeah.
Which is bananas.
It is. It's absolutely insane.
The kitty litter boxes is a weird one. We should probably clarify that a little bit. I don't think they actually did it. It doesn't seem that there's
There
any
it is.
proof that they put a litter box in there.
At least 20 conservative
my
and
friend
federal
said it
elected
did,
officials
which I
made
said on
these
my
claims
world
this
beating
year
podcast.
about schools placing litter boxes on campus. Every school district named by those 20 politicians said these assertions are untrue.
Of all the schools called out for having kitty litter, NBC found only one that actually has it on campus in Jefferson County, home to Columbine High School. But the litter is part of an emergency supply kit in case students are stuck in a classroom too long during a school shooter situation.
Wow.
That there was litter there, but it's in case there is a school shooter situation and they can't go to the bathroom because somebody is outside in the hallway with a firearm and trying to kill them. Welcome to America, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the midterm elections.
Welcome.
But as we see here, as weird and unhinged as it may seem, hopefully that gave you the feeling, which perhaps it was, I'm just guessing, right? I can't ascribe intent on the part of the editor, but that seeing the date constantly moving forward and seeing that people are just referring back to something that, oh, well, I heard this. Well, I heard this from somebody who heard this, and I heard this from my dog's cousins, moms, aunts, uncles, friends, teddy bears, post delivery person, that this was a thing that they saw on the television. You know what I mean? But it just keeps snowballing. But it ends up being this just wildly, where it ends up going, we can get into it, I suppose, if we really need to. But it ends up being this just wildly homophobic, wildly anti-trans thing, because it just ends up being this very bizarre slide into, how can we just start painting anybody that we don't like with this quote-unquote deviant brush? And,
That's
this
the key
is
word right there. That's
really,
that's the word there is deviant.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just hit right on it.
And so, we found a deviant. And can't we all agree that a person who pees in a litter box in the middle of the class is deviant? Okay, well, now that we don't like those deviants, let me tell you about these other deviants that I don't like.
Yeah.
Let me put them in with those people who, by the way, those first people don't actually exist. But welcome to the culture war, my friends. The battle, the front lines are constantly shifting, and they seem silly, but they're not silly, because it's actually kind of terrifying when you see how it works.
Shout out to the editors of that video who illustrated perfectly a moral panic in motion. Just a moral panic.
Yeah.
Rainbow fentanyl, but even more ridiculous, even more offensive to the intellect. But right in motion. My favorite part there, I had a lot of favorite parts of that video. My favorite part
you're actually right. It's actually intellectually offensive.
It
That's
really
one of
is.
the problems. Among all of the other problems I have with it, is just the intellectual dishonesty is just, look, I know that you're not that incapable of putting thoughts together. You're actually lying to me. Stop it.
But when you heard the voices of the one guy up in front of the group of, I don't know, concerned parents or whoever they were, when he said litter boxes that children, they all went, oh, a group that group. I mean, we don't have to dissect this. It's obviously just raging bullshit, but it is perfectly illustrated in a moral panic and the strength that moral panics can have. Sometimes they're lethal, so I'm glad that this one is stupid and easy to laugh at, because it's just so dumb.
Yeah.
But moral panics can be far more nefarious and lethal. And look, in a way, children with litter boxes in the classroom is not really on the ballot, but in a way it is, because Dex touched on it. This is the dumbest example of the culture war, just the dumbest one.
Yeah.
And there are lots of other examples that are far more nefarious and sinister and potentially dangerous. But we watched a video right before that on Christian nationalism, and really the bringing of Christian soldierism to the center of politics, and that is on the ballot, especially in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
let's go there right now. We have Alexis in IRL in Pennsylvania. Alexis, what's up?
Hey, Jay. How you doing, Alexis?
This is cool. What's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey,
first time on the stream.
We're finally on.
Let's
first
do
time on the stream.
I
thought I was gonna miss you.
Finally.
No, you had to go teach, and I said, "Teach Smeech. Get on here and talk to me."
Let's go.
Forget those students. It's election night. What kind of professor are you, anyways, having class on election night? What kind of professor are you? You should have canceled class.
This. Coming in, putting Dex in his place. Let's go.
Those students got to go vote, Dex.
Hey, yo, actually, not all my students necessarily can vote.
Oh, all right. That's another topic for another day.
Some of them can.
Sorry, guys.
Some of them can. Some of them can't. Actually, I had somebody in there saying, "Yo, can I still vote?" And one of the other students was just, "Yeah, you could. Just go after class." And so they taking care of themselves. They don't need me.
There we go. There
I'm
we
just
go.
in there conducting traffic. They don't need me. I should have canceled class. Shoot. But anyway, let's get into it.
Kids
so
gotta learn.
People got to learn. Listen, if democracy dies, we need to have somebody come in and help and build it back up again. But so you're out there in a place where, the quote unquote culture war, which again seems funny occasionally. There's some things that seem a little silly because just on its face, it's just, what's going on here? But you're out there and you've actually spoken to people for whom this is, well, I suppose it's not a joke for a lot of different people, but for them, for a very specific reason, it is not a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm at a Doug Mastriano rally right now. I'm actually sitting in the parking lot outside because when I left, they were actually doing a concert. And the guy singing's name was Danny Goki. He was an American Idol finalist. And he was singing hits off of his album called Jesus People. So that's what's going on in there. That's what's going on in there. So obviously it would have been too loud for me to live stream from in there.
You know, Alexis, when Greg was on a few minutes ago from down in Atlanta, and he was at a Warnock party, and they were playing ABBA,
blasting ABBA.
They were blasting ABBA and the Butt. He reported,
Okay.
but you're reporting that up in Pennsylvania they're playing Jesus People.
Yeah, I'm really jealous of those vibes. Not gonna lie. Jealous. I would rather be doing the Butt. Yeah, I mean, all of these rallies that we've covered. I mean, this is my third Doug Mastriano event that I've covered. We covered one yesterday as well, and all of them start off with a prayer. You guys are talking about Christian nationalism. They all open with a prayer. Today's prayer was to thank God that Doug Mastriano stood up to the tyranny against mask mandates. The fact that they were praying for school choice. They prayed for a fair election and prayed that I forgot. I had the quote. I tweeted out the quote, but it was like, pray every ballot be counted, and pray that anything fraudulent that fails or something like that. But it seeped all into this campaign. He has a Bible verse on all of his signs. His campaign slogan is "Walk as Free People," which is straight from the Bible. Actually, yesterday, Todd, when we were at the event yesterday for Mastriano, after the prayer from a pastor, they had a Jewish rabbi come up and say a prayer. And, because obviously we've been talking about Doug Mastriano's ties with Gab, which is an anti-Semitic website that plays conspiracy theories. So it's been a lot.
So it was ecumenical, in other words.
Couple of days.
Wait,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Can we take a step backwards for people who don't know who is Mastriano? Like, let's get that rundown. Let's get the
Sure.
Mastriano lore. What's going on?
Yeah, Doug Mastriano is the GOP candidate for Pennsylvania governor. He is a state senator. He wasn't really on anybody's radar really until right around the pandemic. He started protesting mask mandates. He started wanting mandatory Bible studies in schools, and he built a real like core fan base on Facebook, like Facebook Live. He was all over social media doing his own lives. He only talks to right-wing media. His campaign has just been really kind of bizarre because he doesn't talk to any press. Like I said, all of these events and we can talk about it. I've been telling Todd about it, but all of these events that we've been going through, we had to jump through hoops to either get in or where we can stand or what we can do. There's like all this control around what the press can and cannot say, what we can and cannot film. He's not really raising any money. I mean, we talked to this group called Republicans for Shapiro, who is his opponent. His opponent is Josh Shapiro. He is the state's attorney general, the Democratic nominee who is pretty ahead in the polls right now. But there's a group of Republicans that are actively campaigning for Shapiro to win because they say that Doug Mastriano is even too extreme. And that group includes people who supported Trump in 2016. So they're saying Doug Mastriano and all his extremist views, the Christian nationalism, is even a step too far for some Trump supporters.
I want to re-underline. I want to re-underline what you just said, just to make sure the people in the back heard. So you're saying that Shapiro is a Democrat, correct?
Shapiro's a Democrat. Yep.
And this is a group of Republicans who are saying this other guy is too extreme for us. Even though some of us voted for Trump, we're going to vote for the Democrat because this other guy is just too much for us. That's a lot. Particularly now, that's a lot.
Yeah, these are people who have been like, Republican leaders in the state for like years. So they just kind of been watching the party change and shift. And, some of them in the group were never Trumpers. So they started there like hard stop. They were like, no, Trump is not for us. But even some of those people who did vote for Trump in 2016 just for the sake of, being on the Republican side said like they're no longer going to do that. And they're asking a lot of Republican voters, even if they need to split the ticket and vote for Oz and go for the party, they should still vote for Josh Shapiro because, this guy's an election denier also. I mean, he was at the insurrection. He bussed people to the insurrection. He was behind some audits, some lawsuits that were challenging Joe Biden's win. So
he got subpoenaed by the January 6th committee too.
Yeah,
Doug Mastriano got subpoenaed.
Exactly. Yeah, because he was there. There's like footage of him there.
Subpoena means
the committee says you have a legal obligation to come and answer questions, and you can be charged if you don't. So you are legally obligated. He did, by the way, show up and answer questions to a limited extent. He did the bare minimum according to the committee. Some questions he didn't answer, but he hired Alexis is right. Of course, he hired I think 3 buses to drive people down to the demonstration. There's no evidence that like he entered the Capitol or anything like that, but he got a bunch of people to go down to stop the steal.
Yeah. And then so we're talking about this sort of figurehead, this like not figurehead, but like the face of Christian nationalism right now with all of these races happening. Let's dive in a little bit deeper on what Christian nationalism means as far as these midterms go and what it can mean for, the GOP and like their base moving forward. Because it's really acting as like this new galvanizing effect on people who are in that realm of thought in the GOP.
Yeah, we want to be real specific here, right? Because I mean, listen, there are a lot of candidates who will open and or close with a prayer, who will very happily talk to you about the fact that, I go to church and my family goes to church and so on and so forth. So, I mean, there's a difference between that and what we're talking about when we speak about Christian nationalism. So help us understand
100%.
that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the Christian nationalism is basically the belief that America as a country should be a Christian nation and that the government should use its power to make sure that happens essentially. And it also, like you said, is like a galvanizing factor for voters, right? To say that like God put me in this place to come and save the state from, they use a lot of language like good versus evil and that kind of thing. And, we have to fight evil and fight, he sees Democrats who are pro-abortion or pro-LGBTQ rights as satanic, right? Like we were at the rally yesterday, and he started talking. Doug Marciano was on stage. He started talking about a story where he was driving to an event and it was pretty cloudy. And then once he got there, he was like, "You'll never believe what happened." And then he sat down and played this video on the screen, and it was him like voicing over how all of a sudden there was a double rainbow at his event.
Double rainbow.
And I swear to God, no pun intended, I swear to God. And he shows all this footage of the rainbow at this event. There's pictures. And he comes back on and he was like, you know, that is God's power. And, you know, it doesn't matter what you believe. Like, that was God shining over us that day. He talked about how there was a blood moon and how that might signify that there's a red wave coming. He's like, haha, just kidding. But actually, really, you know what I mean? Like, it's not just like we're praying and we're saying the Pledge of Allegiance. It's like all the messaging has to do with how God is with him. And if you are with him, you are also blessed by Jesus, and that God and Jesus through him and candidates like him are going to come save the country somehow.
And I think there's this really big difference here, I think, in that there is the Christianity and the kind of that you see espoused by so many people, right? Talked about by so many people. I mean, we can go back to, people who aren't politicians, civil rights leaders, right? Who that was a big part of what they talked about. Different starts to become when it turns from hey, listen, we're all in together to, hey, there's some satanic people who need to be pushed out and who actually don't belong and they're in the way. And what is to be done about that? And that's where things start to turn real scary.
Yeah, because it could motivate people to violence, right? Like we saw people praying on the Senate floor during the insurrection. They prayed and thank God that they were able to breach the Capitol floor and get as far as they did. And thank God for the opportunity to stand up against, whatever they were fighting against. And so, religion, like you said, Dex, since the beginning of time has been used to manipulate people, motivate people, whatever the case may be. But yeah, the messaging in this campaign is really, 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 really strong. Really strong.
You can see, I mean, we were watching other pieces before Alexis came on earlier in the night of voters, conservative Republican voters, who were perfectly willing to rationalize and support violence. Now, I can't say that those people were Christian nationalists necessarily. I don't know that based on what they said. However, Alexis, I think, just put your finger on something really, really important, which is in the rhetoric of the party or in a certain faction of the party, if you're made to believe that your political opposition, in this case Democrats, they're not just the opposition or people who disagree with you or people you need to fight really hard on the political battlefield and make sure they lose, but they are literal evil and literally satanic. Yeah. And if you're very religious and Christian, you may well believe that evil is a very, very real thing to you that operates in the world and has to be fought. That may be part of your belief system. But if you believe that the Democrat against you is not the opposition, but is in fact evil, then your toolkit expands rapidly about what you can do and need to do to defeat them.
Yeah.
And the connection is then made. We sit around and wonder all the time, well, how can they support violence entering into politics this way? Well, if you believe that the local Democrat wants to kill all babies and is in fact satanic, and that's not just a rhetorical device but a real thing to you, then your calculus changes. It can change very rapidly.
Yeah, depending on who you are, maybe that turns into, well, something must be done, and somebody may decide that something really truly must be done. But I'm curious because, Alexis, you were talking about people who you've spoken to who are actually actively saying, yo, forget this guy, he's too extreme, we need to vote for the Democrat, right? So that group, because we don't want to paint with a huge brush, right? Even though it looks like the painting is still going to make sense, right? But let's get a little bit more detail with the Bob Ross, right? What do these people actually feel like they're up against? Do they feel like they're a small crowd going up against a big wall of people who used to be their allies and don't agree with them anymore? But what I guess what I'm asking is, these kind of dissenting Republicans who are saying, no, I've had enough, this is too extreme for me, do they feel like their voice is being heard?
Yeah. They said that they were going after, they've done all the research about the polling and how many votes it'll take to, when and who they might be able to swing, like center right Republicans. And, they basically were like, the people who are on the Doug Mastriano train, there's no changing their mind, right? It's kind of like when you kind of get into a debate with somebody who's like a abortion protester. Like, you're not going to really change people's minds. We really have to go to people that might be in the middle. Or, he said that his name was Craig Snyder, who's the head of Republicans for Shapiro. What he said was he really thinks that there are also a lot of people out there that were kind of on the fence about Doug Mastriano, or weren't sure if they spoke out and said he was too extreme, how many other people might agree with them. So they really wanted to put out a platform to say, hey, there are other Republicans out there that, are still conservatives, but are more traditional and don't like where this party is headed. And it's okay to also say that, and it's okay to split a ticket. And also that Josh Shapiro really isn't that much of he's not super progressive. He's like, a pretty moderate Democrat. He was the attorney general. So we're, tough on crime, all those type of things. So they were like, here's an option that will be okay for us, until the next election comes around. So I think, they were pretty hopeful that they could kind of reach that center group, and that would be enough votes to really swing it Josh Shapiro's way.
So Alexis, let me ask you just real quick about beyond the borders of Pennsylvania. We watched a video just a minute before you came on about sort of montaging Christian nationalists from all over America. And there were people in that one like Lauren Boebert, who was in that video saying, I'm paraphrasing, the government has to follow God. That's the way it is. Marjorie Taylor Greene, other people with real power, real elected power. So maybe Doug Mastriano's down in the polls. Maybe he loses tonight. I don't really know that, but it's looked from all the data we have that he might not win tonight. But beyond Pennsylvania, I mean, he's part of a movement that I don't want to oversell, like it's sweeping America and this is our future necessarily. But it is a movement that is real and is amassing some amount of power, especially in the Trump coalition. I mean, this is real, and it has weight now, even if Doug Mastriano loses.
Yeah, it's definitely scary enough to pay attention to. Obviously, I mean, most of the headlines about Doug Mastriano has been about, with his resume of things that make him extreme, whether it be election denialism, his issues, his stance on abortion, whatever the case may be. Christian nationalism is really at the top of how people are branding this guy. And I think a lot of people in the media are also trying to wave that red flag and say, hey, this is absolutely happening, and this is bleeding to politics in one of the biggest, most important states in our country. So I think you're right, Todd. Once he loses, if he does lose, I don't think that's the end of it, because it's the same thing with Trump, right? It's like what he brings out in people. It's what he brings out in the base. It's what the base might come to expect from their next, whoever the next candidate is. It's what they are now okay with saying and doing. And you know what I mean? Like this stuff might have been under wraps or so separate from politics, but now that it's bleeding so much into these campaign events, and they're in there, praising God and worshiping before the next possible governor of Pennsylvania comes out. That stuff just it's really not gonna go away. I don't know how, but maybe it will. I'm always like, maybe it will, hopefully it will, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's pretty bizarre. Can I also just talk about how anti-press this guy is? I've been wanting to get this off my chest. I'm
Do it.
So happy to see.
Speak it. Come on.
Yeah.
Woo, I'm just so happy to be amongst friends, because we have been amongst enemies of the press for 2 long days, man. There's so many different rules and regulations that they have. I mean, first of all, he doesn't do real interviews with anybody, right? He does interviews with the really, really far right fringe groups, but there's not really ever really a straight press credential to sign up for. So you're not sure if you can go. Can you go? They tell you at the last minute. You get there and they're like, you can only stand in this square foot radius. Don't roam. Yesterday, our photographer wanted to put a microphone onto the stage. They told him he couldn't. We had to pass it off to 2 different people so that they could put it on the stage. We tried to go around onto the side. They told us we couldn't be there. I mean, it's every single one of these events, they have just been really, really on us, and it's just like weird power kind of control thing over what we can and can't see, what we can and can't film. And that doesn't feel good. I just want to do my job. I just want to do my job.
But for real, just want to do your job. And I mean, this is what I think is really important to understand. When we say stuff like this, that is just whack to get out there and be told, no, you can't cover this. It's that it's not because, you know, our feelings are hurt or whatever. It's because what we're trying to do is what really any candidate should want,
That's
which
the
is just
thing.
straight up, look,
Yeah.
if you're running for public office,
reach the people.
you should have thick enough skin. You
Mhm.
should be, you
Totally.
know, you shouldn't be, listen, man, I'm just going to say it, man. You shouldn't be such a snowflake that you're worried that somebody's going to ask you a question that makes you uncomfortable, my guy. Like, that's not something, like, if you can't do that, if you don't like somebody asking questions that make you feel a little bit uncomfortable, that make you say, oh, wow, you know what? I didn't really want to talk about this, but now I have to because maybe some voters want to talk about that. Maybe they're curious about it. That's the purpose of all this. If you don't want to do that, then I don't know what to tell you. And so it's doing a disservice to the people who are potentially voting for you or who you are going to be representing, you're going to be serving, if you're not willing to talk to somebody who potentially disagrees with you and say, hey, yo, some people have been wanting to know about this. Here's your opportunity to speak on the record about it. If you can't do that, it's so frustrating because all you're trying to do, again, all Alexis trying to do as her job is just bring the questions that she's hearing from the voters and consolidate that and present it to you and say, okay, here's your chance to talk to a bunch of people about some stuff that, you know, it's not filtered through your own commercial vision or whatever. You just got to do it. And having somebody reject that responsibility, which I view as a responsibility, and I think a lot of voters view as a responsibility.
Right.
It's just frustrating to see, man. It's just so whack, honestly.
Yeah, it's been pretty intense. I mean, they're just like always watching where we go. I mean, one CNN embed tried to go to her car yesterday, and we were like kind of under this tent outside. She was like, "Hey, can I run to my car?" And they straight up told her no. And she was like, "Wait, what do you mean? I can't leave this place?" And they were like, "No." And then she came back and thought about it, and she was like, "They can't tell me what to do." And she just left and went to her car. I mean, she was like, "Actually, you
Takes
can't
a minute
tell
to
me
dawn
I
on
can't
you,
go to my
yeah.
car." Yeah, it's like, what? You know, and that's, you know, but we have these discussions all the time amongst, you know, our producers and our security teams of like, how much do we push back, right? Because it's kind of what they want, and then, you know, they can easily kick us out, and then we don't get what we come to get, like you said, Dexter. So it's really been a dance covering this campaign, but we'll see what happens, you know, at the end of the night, if we'll be seeing more of this guy.
Glad you're out there doing your job, Alexis, and doing it well. And I just want to say, like, at the risk of being super obvious, I mean, Doug Mastriano did not invent this. I mean, when the founder of the movement says over and over and over again that you are the enemy of the people, and I don't mean that the press is unfair, or the press doesn't print the whole truth, or the press doesn't like us, the enemy of the people. Well, after that, anything's possible. There's no downside for Doug Mastriano's voters to what he's doing with the press. So there's no downside to it at all.
Yeah,
it's a total Trump playbook for sure, and even maybe a step further, because like Dexter said, like he wouldn't miss an opportunity to give us a good soundbite.
yeah, that's valid.
Trump would at least talk to people.
He would talk. Trump would talk. Lexus, be safe out there.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy your evening as best
Great
you
to
can.
have you.
Thanks,
We will
guys.
talk soon. I'm glad to have you on. Finally,
Have me back.
You're coming back on again. Listen,
I'll be
Very
back.
soon. Very soon.
Listen,
Say what's up to the chat.
we will say what's up to chat. Chat,
All
please
right.
say bye to Alexis.
Bye, chat. Bye, guys.
Bye, Alexis.
Thank
Alexis
you.
out there defending our home state of Pennsylvania. Alexis is from Western PA in Pittsburgh. I'm from Eastern, not
There
far
we go.
Eastern, but Eastern Central PA in
Yeah.
Hershey. So
If you know
it's
the
closer than
Alexis
home.
lore, the official Alexis lore, you know she put in work.
at the
Put in
Pittsburgh
work
Post
out
Gazette.
there. So we already know. We're gonna, man.
Absolutely.
I don't want to make her rehash that, but the official Alexis lore is official. That's all I'll say. But look, all that I was talking about just now, man. We will bring that same. You heard me get a little bit harsh, right? I don't regret that. It's late. Y'all in here with the realness right now. But I and all of us will bring that to any candidate ever. If you are tasked with serving and representing people, there are going to be some people who have some hard questions for you. And those people view it as your responsibility to answer those questions. And so, listen, if we have the opportunity to put you in a position where you can't run away, you know what I mean? Left, right, center, whatever, that's your responsibility.
Well said.
That's your responsibility. And running away from that or trying to bar it is you know, I think it's frustrating. You know, at the end of the day, I've been, you know, shut out of events like that. You know, it's whatever. It's hard to say that my feelings are hurt, because that's not really the case. It's just, man, you know, how much does this person really not want to talk to the people? How much does this person really need to be filtered? It's a frustrating thing to see.
Donald Trump gave what should be a much more famous quote to Leslie Stahl, who's a sort of sage reporter. She's on 60 Minutes. You might know the name Leslie Stahl, or you can Google her, but she's a very seasoned veteran reporter. One of the virtues of Donald Trump is that he can sometimes be extremely honest about his motives and about what he's doing. And you can look this up, but at one point in 2015, I think it was right before Donald Trump got elected, there was a meeting with reporters, and Leslie Stahl later reported that she asked him straight up, "What's up with the enemy of the people thing with the press? It's getting really tired. Why don't you stop it? Why do you do that?" And he turned around and said, and I've read it so many times that I think I've got the direct quote. You can check me on it if I don't have it exactly right. He said, "I do it so that when you write negative things about me, no one will believe you." And I've never read a more honest and more clear and succinct distillation of everything. Like the incentive structure, Dex, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but your absolutely accurate take on politicians or people who want power who can't even take a negative question. Take it one step further and disarm the entire idea of being asked an honest question or giving an honest answer. Disarm the entire idea of having an honest broker between voters and people who want to amass power and have the responsibility of power. Nothing could be clearer and more honest than that. I do it so that if you write something negative, no one will believe you. And that has not been repeated enough out of Donald Trump's own mouth. I tweet it about 3 or 4 times a year to diminishing returns, because I find it like, you know, because I am with you 1,000%. I find it so unbelievably galling that this enemy of the people routine, it's so glaringly obvious. And I know it's obvious because he said it himself. He just told us.
Yeah.
He just wants you to know that that's why. So, Dexter, the next time I tweet that, you can join in. Maybe.
Queuing it up.
I'm queuing it up so the mods can post it in the chat in case they don't believe.
Yeah, we're trying to find it.
No, it's there.
Wild. I'm looking for that right now.
Yeah, just Google Leslie Stahl. The people. Yeah.
While we're doing that, why don't we go to the next state that we are going to be talking to somebody from, another great friend of the show who has been on before, Carter. We're going to be talking to her. She is in Michigan, and this whole segment is going to be about abortion rights and what is going down with them in Michigan and how that applies to the greater country. But before then, we are, as we've been doing this whole night, we have some TikToks to watch, some cuts to watch before we get into it. So let's watch these and then we'll break it down.
Cat ladies.
Fox News is obsessed with cat ladies. This video is unhinged. I just want to preface with
we're
that.
opening with Matt Gaetz. So,
yeah, so what do you expect?
So you know it's going to be good.
Oh, hold on.
I'd like to welcome Matt Gaetz back to Twitch. If y'all remember the last time.
Yeah, shoot. 5-viewer Andy. All right.
Rallying against overturning Roe are overeducated, underloved millennials who sadly return from protests to a lonely microwave dinner with their cats. There was quite the reaction to that.
There are a lot of unhappy single bloggers with cats.
Sluggish cat ladies in sweats stained with chocolate eclairs.
Women who have cats as their Twitter pictures.
Pause. Go back. This is my pause for this segment. I just want to remind everybody that Greg Gutfeld is, I
women
believe,
who have cats as their
the most popular comedy show on. Somebody fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Watching Netflix with their
the most popular
eating
comedy show.
It's tweaking out. Okay.
Yeah, man. Anyway, go on.
His comedy show on Fox, his political comedy show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beating everybody out. Let that sink in.
Wow.
Carry on.
Ben & Jerry's in solitude.
Take that, cat ladies.
We know what cat people are. It's all, first of all, they're girls. Girls like cats.
You can find them buying cat food on the way home from yoga.
Yeah, what
Losers. Environmentalists, other lefties, they love cats.
How long before Democrats sponsor legislation to distribute free cats to young people in the cities? Placebos to replace the families they can no longer have? That's coming.
Young women can look forward to growing old with a cat and maybe, if we're lucky, Dana, a vegetable garden, and her husband is the government.
Abortion is liberation. That is deeply fulfilling to live alone in an apartment with your cats.
If you want to marry a cat, you have to remove Christianity to impose and install that.
Of course, those cats aren't going to be taking care of you when you get older, and the government will have to step in.
The United States military is being run by a neurotic cat lady.
And you know she's a cat lady. Or at least she smells like a cat lady.
If you're a miserable cat lady, you should not force your misery on the rest of the country.
You see the cat ladies just going to say, oh, I don't want to be married. Marriage is a construct of the patriarchy.
The women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions. Nobody wants to impregnate you.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
Yeah, they're imposing their psychodramas and their neuroses on the rest of us, and we should say, no thanks, we're going to be happy. They hate you when you say that.
So I released...
See, I can't tell it's because we've been live for so long. If this is actually as unhinged as it seems, and I think it is, it has nothing to do with how live we've been. I can't even talk. How long we've been live. This is just the most deep fried, unhinged. What are they talking about? TikTok I've seen, and that's saying something. Oh my God.
What I take from that video actually has nothing to do with. By the way, I love cats. I just want to say as an aside. Everybody
What's wrong
loves
with cats, man?
Nobody loves Strider more than I do, but in order to get Strider in the house, I had a beloved cat who had to go because he's a wonderful yoga-headed pooch, but he can't be trusted around a cat, so they could not live together, and I had to find an adoptive home for Obi, who was my orange cat, and I love him, and he's doing well, just to say that. But that video says to me something that has nothing to do with cats.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah.
The consistency across those media platforms for all that trolling that Republicans do, they are good at politics, aren't they?
United.
United, and the subtle messaging of the harping on the cat thing. It means something to each of those hosts. The message is clear to viewers in each of those venues about a cat lady, what a cat lady is. Definitely inconsistent. On the one hand, a cat lady is somebody who's immoral and lonely by her choices, so she goes home to a cat. Kennedy, the host on Fox, says, well, Nancy Pelosi, she's a cat lady. Nancy Pelosi has like 11 grandchildren. And a lot of children, is not a lonely cat lady. She has a large family who've all undergone reproduction. But the signaling, and the signifiers somehow are consistent and clear and just well broadcast. For as ridiculous as they are, sit for a minute. You don't have to do it now. About how effective and yes, sinister that form of politics really, really is. When you're done laughing about it, because it is ridiculous, it is disconcertingly effective.
Yeah. It's one of those things where if you see it once or twice, it's just, oh, wow, that's, what the heck? Why did they say that? But then you see it, and I mean, it's precisely as you're saying. I mean, it's putting out signs that really, I mean, to use a word that probably none of the people who appear in this supercut would like, I'm just going to say it, so incredibly misogynist without anybody being able to say that. It's just, I don't hate women. I just don't like these cat ladies.
Yeah.
My brother, no, that's precisely what you're doing. You're just trying to dance around it so that nobody can say that you're sexist. It's
and it gives their base not even that same language to talk about this stuff with.
It gives you the cover.
It just goes crazy within their base. It plants to seem to talk about these issues in a disgusting way.
Yeah, it's so obvious, and it's so frustrating because, there's the cover to say, listen, I'm just talking about, I don't like cat ladies. Bro, I know what you're doing here.
Yeah.
And it's just, again, it's dishonest. You know what I mean? Come out. Not that I want people to necessarily come out and say it, but at least you could see and talk about it. They couldn't dance around it. But yeah, it's extremely frustrating. It's extremely frustrating to see that. But also, it gets to a point where it's not silly, it's not frustrating, it's actually kind of scary.
Yeah.
There is no need to engage on the actual debate of abortion. There's no need to take your opponent seriously. There's no need to grapple with winning the argument and reversing Roe. There's no need to engage in any of that because
they're just a silly cat lady.
Dumb,
LOL
dumb
cat ladies who
LOL
are
cat ladies.
Failures because they don't have the sort of, I'm saying that they don't have the sort of family that they say they do, that I say that they should have. Even when you're talking about somebody who has 12 grandchildren. It seems like Nancy Pelosi, who I'm not trying to protect her either one way or the other. Yeah.
Whatever the number is, forgive me, but yeah, many grandchildren.
Yeah.
Not just a cat lady.
Yeah.
Right. Like the definition you're bringing up don't work here. But anyway, maybe we can move on from that because I think my head's going to start hurting if I keep talking about that. What do we got next?
So what we have next, inside Texas's underground abortion pill network. This is going to lead us right into the conversation with Carter. Very intense, very sad piece. Again, just letting everybody know that this might be a tough one to watch. So I just want to let everyone who's out there step away if you need to, and we can let you know when we are back. But we are going. So we're going to be talking to Carter again, like we talked about right after this, in Michigan. This is Texas, but there are also huge stakes in that state. So with that in mind, let's get going with it.
There's a lot of things in life that you have to do, and they're the hard thing to do, but they're the right thing to do. There's no getting around the guilt that you feel, but you should never feel ashamed.
Last year, Mia Santiago, a 22-year-old artist from Texas, found out she was pregnant.
I had only been with my partner for a month, and my period's a little late. After about 2 weeks, I'm like, okay, that's too late. I got a nice pregnancy test, and you could see both stripes there. And my heart just sank.
So in that moment, what options did you think you had?
Immediately, I knew I had to get an abortion because I don't have the resources for a baby. I came across this group through social media. They've helped a lot of people I know even. They talked me through all of my options, and they talked to me about self-managed abortion.
A self-managed abortion is when a person uses medication to do their own abortion without going to a doctor. Santiago did hers at home.
Why did self-managed abortions feel like the best option for you?
You feel so much safer in your own safe space. You don't want to be in this sterile environment going through something so like insanely deep and heavy.
How did the group that you contacted help you through the process of the self-managed abortion? What did they do to help you?
My caseworker contacted me consistently to check on me before I made the decision, before they mailed the medication. Every step of the way, they sent me a care package. You know, they sent me a PowerPoint to read and see everything that was going to happen to me. I talked to her a lot on the day that I was doing it. You know, she helped me calm my nerves. Everything I needed to know, they provided that for me.
Until last year, Texans up to 10 weeks pregnant could get abortion drugs from a clinic. But that was before SB 8, the state's 6-week clinical abortion ban, and before SB 4, which bans providers from prescribing abortion drugs after 7 weeks of pregnancy, and also bans the pills from being mailed. Under these new laws, Santiago wouldn't go to jail for using these pills, but the people who gave them to her could face more than 6 months in jail and up to a $10,000 fine.
What do you think you would have done without this underground network that helped you?
I definitely still would have found a way to have an abortion, but I'm grateful that there was an organization to help me do this thing that should be free to everyone.
Do you know how this organization gets the pill to you?
The span of it goes across the border.
For decades, Mexicans have come to the U.S. for abortions, just as people in the U.S. have gone to Mexico for the procedure itself or medication. But as the U.S. inches closer to becoming a post-Roe nation, pharmacists in Mexico say they're seeing an influx of Americans.
We're in the town of Nuevo Progreso, right, which is a town that's known for its medical tourism. There's at least 200 pharmacies around here. You can see many Americans shopping.
Now, alongside everyday prescriptions, you'll find pharmacies advertising for abortion pills.
Pharmacy tour.
Oiga, aquí venden misoprostol para los abortos. Sí. 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 ¿Le podemos seguir? ¿Está bien?
Misoprostol, or miso, is approved by the FDA to be taken with another pill, mifepristone, to end a pregnancy. But miso is far more accessible. In Mexico, only certain states sell mifepristone, and in the US, it can only be obtained through specialty pharmacies. When taken by itself, miso works somewhere between 75 and 90% of the time, which is why so many people take it alone.
Misoprostol, ok. ¿Cuántas tabletas hay aquí?
Mire, este trae 28 tabletas, pero se utiliza nada más 10.
Ok. ¿Y como más o menos cuál es el proceso?
Ok, se tiene que tomar una por vía oral y deja pasar una hora y empieza por vía vaginal y se toma otra por vía vaginal. Tienen que ser 8 en total.
¿Cuánto cuesta?
Esa vale $60.
Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias.
This just cost me $60. If I were to buy this in the United States, it'd be more than $400. I don't need a prescription. One of the interesting things he said is that he wants Americans and he wants people in Texas to know that this is available to them. Hola. Aquí venden misoprostol. Esto es común, o sea, hay personas americanas que vienen aquí a comprar esto. Es común ver a personas que vienen a comprar no uno ni dos, sino como 10, 15, 20, 30 cajas.
Sí, es común para nosotros. Sí, eso sí lo puedes cruzar, no es nada narcotráfico, nada. Lo puedes cruzar.
¿Cuál sería el proceso?
Es 1 por hora. Se tiene que tomar vaginal y le sube igual.
O sea, pero hay un número específico de...
No.
Not the same. Yeah.
So we just went into 2 different pharmacies, and each of them gave us conflicting information about what to do with the abortion pills. That shows you one of the risks of what it means to criminalize abortions in the United States.
Many of these pharmacies are unregulated, and the directions for taking miso aren't always accurate
Guy behind
or
the counter,
complete.
they could tell you anything. You don't know if it's
But
accurate.
making sure people take miso correctly is part of the work of abortion activists in Mexico, who claimed a victory last year when the world's second largest Catholic country decriminalized abortion. Now, some of those same activists are taking their fight up north.
We're about to meet 2 organizers from Necesito Abortar, a group that over the last 5 years has helped Mexicans access abortions, and in this moment, they're specifically helping Texans directly access misoprostol for self-managed abortions. Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien.
Bienvenida.
Muchas gracias. Gracias por tenernos.
Adelante. Digamos que una restricción legal nunca fue un obstáculo para poder realizar la labor del acompañamiento. Pues es una red que formamos ya hace 5 años.
El primer mes acompañamos 104 mujeres. En un mes.
¿Cómo se ponen en contacto con ustedes las personas en Estados Unidos y las tejanas?
Algunas veces también nos puede recomendar a alguien, pero generalmente es por medio de las redes, aparecen nuestros teléfonos y ya se contactan vía WhatsApp.
Chicas con las que ustedes han hablado tienen miedo del riesgo legal que ellas tengan en Estados Unidos.
Siempre preguntan los riesgos, ¿no? Si es detectable, ¿no? Porque dicen, bueno, ¿y si me tomo las pastillas y luego tengo que ir con mi ginecólogo, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo le digo que ya no estoy embarazada? Si se puede detectar, si no se puede detectar. Yo les digo, no hay manera, ni aunque te saquen sangre, ni orina, ni muestra de tejido, ni aunque lo manden a la NASA, no existe manera médica de comprobar el uso de misoprostol.
¿Ustedes lo compraron físicamente aquí?
Sí.
¿Cuánto compraron?
No sé.
Tanto que, o sea, han comprado tanto que ni se puede acordar.
Sí, nosotros hemos comprado...
Como asociación facturamos 170,000 pesos.
Wow.
¿Ustedes temen de cualquier tipo de riesgo legal al que se puedan someter?
Aquí nuestras leyes nos protegen mucho, también tenemos esta facilidad, ¿no? Esta protección legal que México nos ofrece. Y pues vamos a conocer cómo nos va con las tejanas y sobre todo eso, ¿no? Sabiéndonos que ni ellas están solas ni nosotras, ¿no? Sino estamos físicamente acompañadas por nuestras hermanas mexicanas, pero también de muchas maneras por otras, ¿no? O sea, yo he tenido la oportunidad de estar en otros países y estar con otras redes de Latinoamérica. Y de verdad, de punta a punta, desde Argentina hasta Estados Unidos, estamos trabajando hombro con hombro dentro de lo que se puede.
Como colectivo, ¿ustedes han mandado miso a Estados Unidos?
Solo con acompañantes, no como paquetería.
¿Cómo lo trabajan?
Bueno, ya una vez que nos escriben, pues ya primero vemos exactamente qué quieren o qué necesitan y qué podemos apoyar y si es posible que nosotras podamos apoyarlas.
Nos escribieron a Twitter unas compañeras que están en Texas, es un grupo, y ellas estaban buscando misoprostol.
Justamente antes del COVID, ellas pasaban a México, compraban el misoprostol y se lo llevaban, pero después del COVID ya tuvieron problemas para pasarlo.
Lo que ellas comentan es que tienen una persona que puede estar en frontera.
A un contacto de confianza de ellas, ¿no? Por paquetería se les mandó Tiene que ser una persona de confianza, sí o sí.
De alguna manera, siempre hay una forma, definitivamente.
Another way Necesita Verdad distributes miso into the U.S. is through local volunteers in border states that cross into Texas. Groups on both sides of the border are forming a transnational network of volunteers that are working around the system.
So this is a bag full of miso. That's a lot.
I mean, someone else I know that I do work with has about this much more at their house.
Activists we spoke to in Texas asked to be totally anonymous and not give their locations for their safety. They help run a state-based all-volunteer team that gets miso to Texans, which is now criminalized under SB 4. This group typically goes to Mexico to get the pills or coordinates handoffs at the border.
What's the role of underground networks in this moment?
Right now, it's a lot of people traveling, people raising money to go to Mexico, calling people they know in India and Austria, where abortion pills are manufactured, and stockpile them and distribute it to people safely.
We've been very safe. Our work phone doesn't even have a SIM card. We use safe apps that will encrypt everything for us. We try to stay away of leaving any digital footprint. Every time I call someone, I document it in a paper, and every so often I shred them and get rid of them.
Who's most in need? I mean, who are you distributing this to?
A lot of people who already have kids.
That's a wild story.
That's my most popular demographic is the moms. It's so wide how many people need help. I mean, the youngest person I've had is someone who's in middle school. And then the oldest is someone who's nearing menopause.
The amount of
what
risk
do those conversations look like?
Very deep conversations are happening with complete strangers about their home life looks like, what their relationships look like, what their financial situation is like, what their relationship to their family is. Other people don't want me to know their whole circumstances, and that's okay. If they need someone to be with them while they're going through the process, then I can do that too.
Wow. What's the main question people have?
If I need an abortion, am I going to go to jail?
What do you say?
No. Any way that you need to access an abortion is a legitimate way, but there are legal risks, and I will help you talk about those.
We try to inform everyone methods to follow to be more safe. So if somebody asks you, you don't know where you got them from. If shit hits the fan and you have to go to the hospital, you're having a miscarriage. You don't know what's happening. You just started bleeding.
Who was the last person that you gave an abortion pill to?
An immigrant who does not speak English, so I can be a translator and explain everything that she needed to go through. And we shipped her the pill. She's doing fine. And her friend now needs help, so I was just on the phone with her friend. Her husband doesn't know she's pregnant, and she's in an abusive relationship. She cannot go out. She cannot have friends over. And the person I previously helped is the sister-in-law. They're friends. She is allowed to go to her apartment, and that's why I'm going to send it to the sister-in-law, who is then gonna go while the husband's working to help her friend out.
You're helping a lot of people.
We're building like a safety net of abortion pills. So a friend of a friend knows somebody that can give you an abortion pill and you can have an abortion in a safe way.
you could literally be put in jail for the work that you're doing.
I am not necessarily like scared of going to jail. If I go to jail, I guess it happens. But how can you see the people in your community and just be like, yeah, I don't really care what's happening to you or in your life. Especially that woman that is in that abusive relationship, like she doesn't even have a phone. Every time I talk to her on the phone is when her sister-in-law visits, and she is panicking. She hasn't like never seen my face. She doesn't even know my name, and she's just putting all her faith on a complete stranger. Like imagine having to depend on someone you don't even know.
It's very heavy to me to have hundreds of people know that they can rely on me to get them the healthcare they need, although they don't really know me.
They just dump everything on you. And it's not that I don't want to help them or that I don't want to be a support for them, but I am just a person. I do not have any kind of like therapy background. I am just a random person. And it is hard to keep up with all these emotions that people are constantly putting on you and all this pressure because you have to keep up. Like I cannot just silence my phone for a week and just be like, well, your problem now, because if it were me, I would like for someone to help me.
What is happening is criminal, not the ways that people are figuring out their options. Kind of just as long as pregnancy's been around, people have been self-managing their own abortions. It's time we kind of all get on the same page about it and be very loud and open with it and say like, this is possible, this is safe, this is revolutionary, this is everything.
These laws, they're inhumane. Makes me and a lot of other people who get pregnant scared, really, really scared and anxious.
If that were your situation today, would you do the same thing you did back then?
Absolutely. It's very important that it's not illegal and women are not being shunned and oppressed into not being able to make their own health decisions.
Wow.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to saying that, okay, listen, there are some people in there that you heard. Listen, wherever you stand on this stuff, right? That's fine. But you just heard people who have some really compelling stories and their own compelling experiences and what they've had to deal with just to be able to provide this kind of, frankly speaking, basic health service, right to people. But then, as you saw in the beginning, what happens is all of the kind of actual, I don't want to say debate, but all the conversation about it says, oh, well, if actually these people don't exist, but really all the people that are arguing about this these are just cat ladies. And just makes every kind of conversation completely unserious when it's not imaginary cat ladies that are the issue here. These are some of the people who we're talking about who have actual experiences. But maybe I shouldn't even go on about that. We got somebody who's worked on this much more than I have.
Now.
So
that was about Texas.
Let's
bring on Carter, who's in Michigan. Carter, hello.
Carter Sherman.
Hey guys.
What up, Carter?
What's up?
Hey.
How you feeling?
I am all right. This camera is way closer to my face than I thought it was, so glad you guys can get a really, really zoomed in look here.
There's
we got
crowd
to zoom
noise
in on
behind
the
you.
That's cool.
Yeah,
there sure is. I am a couple of stories up from a election night watch party for a ballot initiative here in Michigan. The ballot initiative is aiming to enshrine abortion rights into the Michigan state constitution. They're not expecting results for several more hours, but people are really fired up, for sure.
And this is dating
people
back.
Seem happy-ish? Are they cheering? Are they just yelling? What's happening here?
I am not exactly sure, to be honest with you, given that I am up here, but there is certainly cheering happening. They've been having speeches throughout the night where folks are just reaffirming their commitment to this cause and talking about how proud they are of this years-long effort to get this ballot initiative before voters.
And okay, so Carter, we've had you on before to talk through this, but for everyone who's new in here, can we just take a step back on what has happened with the fall of Roe v. Wade, and also, again, why specifically Michigan? Why are you there covering this?
Basically, the fall of Roe just totally rewrote abortion rights across the country. In total, 26 states are expected to ultimately ban abortion. We're not at that point yet. I think we have right now about a dozen states have banned abortion, or almost all abortions. Michigan is not one of those states. But what has happened in Michigan is that Michigan has a 1931 abortion ban that is on the books that was in effect in this state until Roe was decided by the Supreme Court.
Got it.
During the Roe era, that law went dormant. When the Supreme Court overturned Roe in June, that kicked off this big legal battle between abortion foes and abortion rights supporters over whether or not that law should come back to life and ban abortion in this state. This ballot initiative is an effort to essentially set up an insurance policy against that ban coming back to life. And the ballot initiative, as I said, has been in the works for years. It predates the fall of Roe, but that's because people, as far back as 2019, were expecting that Roe would be overturned.
Carter, what is the? I mean, it's such a gigantic issue.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, in politics, we just watched a piece about what an intimate issue it is in people's lives, like really the most intimate set of decisions, motivations, turning to clandestine networks of women who cross borders in order to get their abortion health care. Very far north of this in Michigan, though, there's a whole set of politics, just like electoral ballot like politics that interacts with what we just saw. So we were told when Roe was overturned, oh, this is the enemies of abortion choice are the dogs that have caught the bumper. Now that they've chased the car and caught it, what are they going to do? Because women across the country are going to come to the polls and express their anger over losing their rights that they always took for granted in this country. Yes? Is that what's playing out in Michigan? Are we seeing that kind of energy that was predicted, or is it something different?
I mean, I think my take on American politics for the last, 4, 5, 6 years at this point is that who knows what's going to happen. But I have talked to women who identified as Republicans, identified as conservatives until Roe was overturned. And Roe's overturning for them was a huge wake-up call, and it really did motivate them to get involved in politics. I spoke to one woman who did not like Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Michigan's Governor Whitmer, and when Roe was overturned, she basically just went into this kind of like fugue state / breakdown and got extraordinarily involved in politics and became a huge supporter of Whitmer. She just wrote a letter to Whitmer saying, I care so much about this, and I am so glad that you are a staunch supporter of abortion rights. And so we are seeing women get really energized by Roe's overturning in a way that, I think abortion rights supporters have always warned would happen, but we still do have several hours left before we get any results, so we'll see what happens.
That's really interesting too, what you just described, Carter, because like in a political world where now like partisanship is everything, right? Like we're told that like partisanship is the defining identity that transcends everything else, where party ID rules all of your other considerations about who's to be taken seriously versus who's just a dumb cat lady, so to speak. You're describing a person who like instantly, now I don't know what her politics were before that, but in a world where partisanship is everything and nothing else matters, we're told, like instantly transcended that and became very identified with a governor who she had no time for like a moment ago. And that's an incredibly powerful thing you're describing. I'm not suggesting it's happening everywhere in all corners of the country, but that's an anecdote that could really mean something going forward.
Right. Also look at what happened in Kansas over the summer. Kansas had a similar sort of ballot initiative where voters were asked to weigh in on abortion, and everybody thought that was going to be a really close race. I thought that was going to be a really close race. I went to Kansas and I talked to abortion rights supporters, people who worked in clinics, who thought it was going to be really close. And it wasn't. People voted overwhelmingly to protect abortion rights in Kansas. And so I think that this is an issue that can cut across party lines, for sure. And not much else does these days.
Republicans registered and came out for that abortion referendum in Kansas, as you described. Democrats, not surprisingly, there aren't a ton of Democrats in Kansas. Moderates and Republican women, that's what sort of shocked the world. We've been told ever since that all of that energy has kind of waned and the economy and inflation are more important, and that may well be so. I've always been a little... doesn't sit well with me as political guy here in this discussion that the overwhelming energy of Kansas, or like the really like politically outlier event of Republicans, Democrats, and Independents rising up and saying no to a thing that a couple of months later it's a meh in other states.
Yeah.
You know, we're told now that it's sort of like, well, it peaked and it's kind of not a thing. And that may well be true. That would surprise me greatly. I think that's one of the things that has my mind kind of addled about all this. We don't know where it's going to go, but that Kansas experience compared to November 8th here is going to take some time to process. I'm not sure where that's headed, but it was a seismic event that you just described.
It was. And I think the other thing to keep in mind here is that regardless of the politics of this, as that piece from Texas showed, like, people are still going and getting abortions, and people are still going to abortion clinics and getting abortions. I was at an abortion clinic yesterday and talking to the providers there, and for them, you know, the shock of Roe being overturned, maybe shock is the wrong word because they were expecting it, but just the afterlife of Roe being overturned, that is still very real for them, and it's very real for the patients that they see. And every abortion provider I've ever talked to has a story about someone coming in who opposes abortion rights but gets an abortion anyway. And so we're talking about a procedure that really intimately impacts people's lives, and people are willing to put aside, you know, whatever their political affiliation is when they're up against that kind of wall, when they're facing a pregnancy they can't or don't want to continue.
And can we actually go in further on that and talk about in Michigan, but also, you know, feel free to expand on what are abortion providers saying right now as all this is unfolding?
I mean, providers are stressed. The providers I was talking to yesterday, you know, they're uniquely stressed in Michigan because they're really worried about what's going to come out of this ballot initiative.
Sure.
But providers everywhere are just really being overrun with patients. They're seeing patient loads that they have not experienced before. And, you know, many of them are working in states where they're not sure if abortion rights are going to continue. And they're adults, right? They're adults who have a job and they want to know whether or not they're going to have a job tomorrow just because they need money. Anybody would need money. And so it's all of these kinds of stressors that are going on top of just the sheer emotional labor that goes into being an abortion provider, because you are oftentimes hearing some very difficult stories from people about why they're there, why they're getting an abortion, why they can't continue that pregnancy. And that hasn't abated. Those emotionally taxing stories, I think, have even gone more stressful for people.
And then more stressful, and I think it's just interesting to think about Michigan in this case specifically.